The Shaw Road Mystery by Franklin W. Dixon. I stolen cars. It certainly is a mystery how those autos disappeared, said Frank Hardy. I'll say it is, replied his brother Joe, raising his voice to be heard above the clatter of their motorcycles. Just think of it, 2 cars last week, 2 the week before, and 1 the week before that. Some thieving, I'll tell the world. And Martin's car was brand new, called back Chet Martin. Mighty tough, Frank affirmed. It's bad enough to lose a car, but to have it stolen the day after you've bought it is a little too much. Must be a regular gang of car thieves at work. The 3 boys, on their motorcycles, were speeding along the Shaw Road that skirted Barmet Bay, just out of Bayport, on a sunny Saturday afternoon. A person takes a big risk leaving a car parked along this road, said Chet. Every one of the 5 autos disappeared along the Shaw. What beats me, declared Frank, turning out to avoid a mud puddle, is how the thieves got away with them. None of them were seen coming into Bayport, and there was no trace of them at the other end of the Shaw Road, either. Seems as if they just vanished into the thin air. Chet slowed down so that the trio were riding abreast. If the cars were only ordinary flivvers, it wouldn't be so bad, but they were all expensive, high-powered hacks. Martin's car would be spotted anywhere, and so would the others. It's funny that no one saw them. Some of these auto thieves are mighty smart, opined Joe. They certainly have their nerve, working this road for 3 weeks and with everybody on the lookout for them. It has certainly put a crimp in the bathing and fishing along the Shaw Road. He gestured toward the beach below. Why, usually on a Saturday afternoon like this, you'll see a dozen cars parked along here. What with boating and fishing and swimming, lots of people used to come out from town. Now if they come at all, they walk. And you can't blame 'em. Who wants to lose a high-priced car just for the sake of an hour's fishing? It's certainly mighty strange, Frank reiterated. After taking 2 cars from almost the same place, you'd imagine the thieves would be scared to come back. They have plenty of nerve, that's certain. It isn't as if the police haven't been busy. They've watched this road ever since the first car was lost, and the other autos were stolen just the same. They've kept an eye on both ends of the highway, and there wasn't a sign of any of them. It's strange that they haven't turned up somewhere. Lots of times a stolen car will be recovered when the thief tries to get rid of it. The engine numbers alone often trip them up. Of course, I guess they'd clap on false license plates, but it's pretty hard to get away with a fine-looking car like Martin's unless it's been repainted and altered a bit. It's no fun to lose a car, declared Chet. I remember how badly I felt when the crook stole my Roadster last year. You got it back anyway. Yes, I got it back, but I was mighty blue until I did. The motorcycles rounded a bend in the road, and before the boys lay a wide stretch of open highway, descending in a gradual slope. To their right lay Barmet Bay, sparkling in the afternoon sun. At the bottom of the slope was a grassy expanse that opened out on the beach, the road at this point being only a few feet above the sea level. The little meadow was a favorite parking place for motorists, as their cars could regain the road easily, but today there was not an automobile in sight. Look at that, said Frank. No one here on a nice afternoon like this. At that moment, however, the appearance of a man who came running up from the beach and across the grass belied his words. Someone's here all right, remarked Joe, and he seems in a hurry about something. As the boys rode down the slope, they could see the man hastening out into the middle of the road, where he stood waving his arms. Looks like Isaac Fussy, doesn't it? Said Chet. The rich old fisherman? Yes, it's Fussy all right. Look at him dancing around. Wonder what's the matter. In a few moments, the boys had drawn near enough to see that the old man who was waving at them so frantically was indeed the wealthy and eccentric old fisherman known as Isaac Fussy. He was a queer old fellow who lived by himself in a big house on the outskirts of Bayport, and who spent much of his time on the bay. Just now, he was evidently in a state of great agitation, shouting and waving his arms as the boys approached. The motorcycles came to a stop. Anything wrong? Asked Frank. After 'em, shouted the old man, his face crimson with wrath as he shook his fist in the air. Chase 'em, lads. What's the matter, Mr. Fussy? Thieves, that's what's the matter, my automobile. Stolen, robbed. I left it here not 10 minutes ago and was startin' out in my boat to fish. I just looked back in time to see somebody driven away in it. An outrage, shouted Mr. Fussy. After 'em? Why, it's been stolen just a few minutes ago, then. They just went tearin' around the bend before you came in sight. If you look lively, you'll catch 'em. You know my car. It's a big blue Cadillac sedan. Paid $2,800 for it. Catch them thieves and I'll reward you. Don't waste time standin' here talkin' about it. The motorcycles roared and leaped forward. We'll do our best. shouted Frank as he crouched low over the handlebars. A cloud of dust arose as the three powerful machines sped off down the road, leaving Isaac Fussy still muttering imprecations on the thieves who had stolen his Cadillac. The boys were excited and elated. This was as close as anyone had yet come to being on the trail of the auto thieves, and they knew that in their fast motorcycles, they possessed a decided advantage. If, as Isaac Fussy said, the car had just disappeared around the bend a few minutes previously, they stood an excellent chance of overtaking it. The motorcycles slanted far over to the side as they took the curve in a blinding screen of dust, then righted again as they sped down the next open stretch at terrific speed. There was no sign of the stolen car, but the open stretch was only about a quarter of a mile in length, skirting the Shaw, and the road then wound inland behind a bank of trees. The clamor of the pounding motors filled the summer air as the boys raced in pursuit. Before them was a thin haze of dust, just settling in the road, which indicated that an automobile had passed that way only a few minutes before. "We'll catch him?" shouted Chet jubilantly. Without slackening speed, they took the next curve and then found themselves speeding through a cool grove where the road wound about, cutting off the view ahead. When at length they emerged into an open section of farming land, they gazed anxiously into the distance in hope of seeing their quarry, but they were disappointed. The fleeing car was not yet in sight. Down the road, between the crooked fences, they raced, the engines raising a tremendous racket. A few hundred yards ahead was the entrance to a lane that led into a farm. The lane was lined with dense trees. Suddenly, Frank gasped and desperately began to cut down his speed. For, out of this lane, emerged a team of horses, drawing a huge wagon load of hay. The dust raised by Frank's motorcycle obscured the view of the other boys, and for a moment they did not realize what was happening. The trees along the lane had hidden the hay wagon from sight, and Frank was almost upon it before he realized the danger. It was impossible to stop in time. The man on the hay wagon shouted and waved his arms. The horses reared. The clumsy vehicle presented a barrier directly across the road. There was only one thing for it. The boys had to take to the ditch to avoid a collision. There was no time to stop. Frank wheeled his speeding machine to the left, praying for the best. For a moment, he thought he would make it. The motorcycle bumped and lurched, and then it went over on its side, and he was flung violently over the handlebars into the bushes ahead. Behind him, he heard shouts, the roar of the other machines, and then two crashes which came almost simultaneously. Chet and Joe had also been spilled. "X the great discovery, I'll bet that light's a signal light," whispered Joe Hardy to his brother. The boys watched the yellow gleam among the trees. Then slowly, the light began to move. It swung to and fro, as though it was being carried by someone, and finally vanished. Frank led the way down the path. In a few minutes they heard a snapping of twigs that indicated that the two men were not far ahead. The path dipped sharply, down a rocky slope, sparsely covered with underbrush. Then the brook came into view. They could see the pair clearly now. One of the men was carrying a lantern, the other bore the long poles and the bag. Drawn up on the side of the brook, below the rocks and just above its mouth, the boys distinguished a small boat. They crouched in the shelter of the bushes and watched as the man who carried the lantern put the light down and strode over to a clump of trees from which he presently emerged, carrying a pair of oars. He dumped them into the boat with a clatter, which aroused the wrath of his companion. "What do you think you're doing?" he demanded fiercely. "Want to rouse up everybody from here to Bayport?" "I forgot," the other answered apologetically. "Don't forget again. There's nobody around anyway. Don't be too sure." He fitted the oars in the rowlocks quietly, and the pair pushed the boat out into the brook. "What shall we do?" whispered Joe. "Tackle them?" "Wait a minute." Hardly were the words out of Frank's mouth before he heard a rustling in the bushes almost immediately behind him. He looked around, startled, and saw a shadowy figure flit among the bushes, then another and another. He was so astonished that he almost cried out. Where had these newcomers appeared from? Who were they? The Hardy boys pressed close to the ground as the three figures passed so close by them that they could almost have reached out and touched them. Not a word was said. The three men made their way silently past, in the direction of the brook. "All right," said one of the men at the boat. "I guess we can start out now." At that instant, the three newcomers sprang out from the depth of the brush. There was a wild yell from the man bent over the boat. "Come on, boys," shouted one of the attackers. "We got him?" Trembling with excitement, the Hardy boys looked on. They saw the three men close in. One of the fellows at the boat made a dash for liberty, but he was tripped up and flung heavily into the brook. The other fought back, but he was quickly overpowered. The struggle was sharp but brief, and in a few minutes the two men were prisoners and were taken out into the moonlight. "You came once too often, Jed," said one of their captors. "We've been watchin' for you." "You ain't got anything on us," said Jed. "Oh, yes we have, caught you red-handed. Any of your pals around? Just the two of us. Boat, lantern, and everything, eh? You were too sharp for us most of the time, Jed, but we were bound to catch you sooner or later." Greatly puzzled by this dialogue, wondering who the newcomers were, and wondering why Jed and his companion had thus been captured, the haughty boys rose slightly from their hiding place to get a better view of proceedings. Just then, they heard a heavy footstep in the bushes immediately behind them. They dropped again to the earth, but it was too late. They had been seen. "Who's there?" growled a husky voice, and someone came plunging in through the bushes toward them. Frank got to his feet and scrambled wildly for safety. Joe did likewise. The man behind them gave a loud shout. "Here's some more of 'em," he called. Joe tripped over a root and went sprawling. In the darkness, it was almost impossible to see a clear way to safety. Frank paused to help his brother to his feet, and their pursuer was upon them. He seized Frank by the coat collar. One of the other men came crashing through the underbrush. "I've caught him," announced the captor. "Two more." The newcomer emerged from a thicket and pounced on Joe. "Good work?" he said exultantly. The haughty boys were hauled roughly out of the bushes and down into the moonlight, where the two captives were being held. "Caught him hiding right in the bushes," said the man who had discovered them, tightening his grip on Frank's collar. "Boys, eh?" said the leader, coming forward and peering closely at them. "Since when have you had boys helping you, Jed?" The prisoner called Jed looked at the haughty boys suspiciously. "I never saw him in my life before," he growled. "What are they doing here, then?" "How should I know?" asked Jed. "I tell you I don't know anything about them." "Why were you hiding in those bushes?" demanded the leader of Frank. "We were watching those two men," Frank returned promptly, indicating Jed and his companion. "Watching them? Helping them, you mean?" "We don't know yet what they were up to. We were watching the Shaw Road for automobile thieves, and we saw those men going down into the woods, so we followed them." The boys were still completely mystified. Just what errand had brought Jed and the other man to this lonely place at that hour of night, and just who were their captors, remained a puzzle to them. "You didn't come here to spear fish." "Spear fish?" exclaimed Frank. "Don't be so innocent. You know Jed and this fellow were coming down to spear fish by nightlight, and it's against the law?" The whole situation was now clear. Frank and Joe felt supremely foolish. Instead of trailing two automobile thieves, they had merely been following two farmers of the neighborhood who had been engaged in the lawless activity of spearing fish by night. This explained the mysterious conversation and their allusions to fearing capture. The other men were nothing more or less than game wardens. "We didn't know," said Frank. "We thought perhaps they were the auto thieves." The game wardens began to laugh. "You were on the wrong track that time, son," said one. "I guess they are all right, Dan. Let them go." The man who had stumbled on them in the bush released Frank reluctantly. "They gave me a start," he said. "Hidden there so quiet, I was sure they were with this other pair." "Never saw either one of them before," repeated Jed. "Well, if you stand up for them, I guess they're telling the truth. You boys beat it out of here and don't go interfering with our work again. You might have scared these two away if they'd caught sight of you." "I wish we had seen 'em," said Jed. "We wouldn't be in this mess now. You'd have been caught sooner or later. You've been spearing fish in the brooks and ponds around here for the past 3 weeks, and you know it. You'll stand a fine and police caught tomorrow." The haughty boys did not wait to hear the rest of the argument. Sheepishly, they left the group, thankful to be at liberty again, and retraced their steps up the trail through the wood until they again reached the road. Neither said a word. This inglorious end to the adventure had left them crestfallen. They mounted their motorcycles and drove back to Bayport. The house was in darkness. Quietly, they went up the back stairs and gained their bedroom. "Spearing fish?" said Frank in a disgusted voice, as he began to unlace his boots. He glanced at Joe, who was grinning broadly. Then, as they thought of their cautious pursuit of the two fishermen and of their certainty that they had found the automobile thieves at last, they began to laugh. "The joke is on us?" snickered Joe. "It sure is. I hope the game wardens don't tell anyone about this. If Chet Martin ever gets hold of it, we'll never hear the end of the affair." But Chet, who had a way of picking up information in the most unexpected quarters, did hear of it. Roman 11 Fish, one of the game wardens, chanced to live near the Martin farm, and as he was on his way into Bayport next morning to give evidence against the two men arrested, he fell in with Chet, and in the course of their conversation chanced to mention the two boys who had so neatly blundered into the trap the previous night. Said they were looking for auto thieves. He chuckled. "What did they look like?" asked Chet, interested. One was dark and tall. The other was about a year younger, a fair-haired chap. Chet snorted, the haughty boys, no one else. What are you laughing about? Asked the game warden. Nothing, I just happened to think of something. On his way to school, Chet stopped off at a butcher's shop long enough to purchase a small fish, which he carefully wrapped in paper. He was one of the first students in the classroom and he watched his opportunity, putting the parcel in Frank Hardy's desk. Then, before the Hardy boys arrived, he put in the time acquainting his chums with the events of the previous night, so that by the time Frank and Joe came in sight, there was scarcely a student in the school who did not know of their blunder. It sure is one on the Hardy boys, remarked Tony Prito. I'll say it is, returned Biff Hooper. They don't usually trip up like that. Trip up? They never do, that is, hardly ever, put in another pupil. They are the cleverest fellows in this burg, came from one of the other students. Of course, everybody falls down once in a while. Just the same, it must gall them to think of how they were fooled. You bet. Frank and Joe did not at first notice the air of mystery and the grinning faces as they entered the schoolyard, but they were soon enlightened. A freshman, apparently very much frightened, came over to them at Chet's bidding. Please, he said, my mother wants to know if you'll call at our house after school. What for? Asked Joe. She wants to know if you have any fish to sell. Whereupon the freshman took to his heels. There was a roar of laughter from a group of boys who were within hearing. The haughty boys flushed. Then Chet approached. Hello, boys, he said innocently. You look sleepy? Do we? What's the matter? Been up all night? No, we got lots of sleep. Fine, little boys shouldn't stay out late at night. It's bad for 'em, by the way, continued Chet airily. I'm going out fishing tonight. I wonder if you'd like to come and sit on the shaw and watch me. Frank took careful aim with an algebra and hurled it at the jester, but Chet dodged and took to flight, chuckling haughtily. Fish? Shrieked Jerry Gilroy from a point of vantage on the steps. Fresh fish? Rod Phil Cohen. Whales for sale, 10 cents a pound, chimed in Biff Hooper. How on earth did they hear about it? Gasped Joe. We're in for it now. Just have to grin and bear it. Let's get into the classroom. Pursued by cries of fish, the haughty boys hastened into the schoolroom and sat down at their desks, where they took refuge in study, although the bell had not yet rung. Chet came in. Not in police caught this morning? He asked politely. I heard you had been arrested for spearing fish last night. Just you wait, retorted Frank darkly. He thrust his hand into his desk for a book and encountered the package. In another moment he would have withdrawn it, but a suspicion of the truth dawned on him. He knew that Chet was a practical joker, and with a chance like this, almost anything might be expected. So, thinking quickly, he left the package where it was and took out a history. By the expression of disappointment on Chet's face, he knew his suspicions had been correct. There were still a few minutes before school opened. Get him out of the room, whispered Frank to his brother, as Chet went over to his own desk. Mystified, Joe obeyed. Well, he said to their chum, we can stand a bit of kidding, come on out and I'll tell you all about it. They went out into the hall. Frank took the package from his desk. The odor was enough. If ever a fish smelled fishy, it was that fish. One stride, and he was over at Chet's desk. In a moment, the package was nestling among Chet's books, and Frank was back at his own desk, working busily. The bell rang. The students came into the classroom, Chet among them. He sat down, chuckling at some private jest, and began opening his school bag. Mr. Dowd, the mathematics teacher, entered for the first class of the day. Mr. Dowd was a tall, lean man with very little sense of humor, and Chet Martin was one of his pet aversions. He went up to his desk and looked around, peering through his glasses. First exercise, he announced. Most of the students had their textbooks in readiness, but Chet usually took his time. Mr. Dowd frowned. Martin, where is your book? Right here, sir, replied Chet cheerfully. He groped in the desk and took out the textbook. With a sickening thud, the package dropped to the floor. Chet's eyes bulged. He recognized it in an instant. A guilty flush spread over his face. What have you there, Martin? Nothing, sir. Don't leave it lying there on the floor. Pick it up. Chet gingerly picked up the package. Your lunch, suggested Mr. Dowd. No, sir. I mean, yes, sir. Just what do you mean? Why are you looking at it with that idiotic expression on your face? I didn't expect to find it there, sir. Martin, is this another of your jokes? If so, I wish you'd let us all enjoy it. Do you mind telling us what's in that package? I'd rather not, sir. It's just a little present. A little present? Mr. Dowd was convinced, by Chet's guilty expression, that there was more behind this than appeared on the surface. Open it this instant. Please, sir. Martin. Miserably, Chet obeyed. Before the eyes of his grinning schoolmates, he untied the string, removed the paper, and produced the fish. There was a gasp of amazement from Mr. Dowd and a smothered chuckle from everyone else. A fish? Exclaimed the master. Why, yes, sir. What do you mean, Martin, by having a fish in your desk? I don't know, sir. You don't know? Don't you know where the fish came from? Chet Martin, for all his jokes, always told the truth. He did know where the fish came from. Yes, sir, he answered feebly. Where? Hogan's butcher shop. Did you buy it? Yes, sir. And you brought it to school with you? Yes, sir. The master shook his head in resignation. You're quite beyond me, Martin, he said. You have done a great many odd things since you've been in this school, but this is the oddest. Bringing a fish to school. Your lunch, indeed. Stay in for half an hour after school. Mr. Dowd sniffed. And throw that fish out. Yes, sir. Chet departed in disgrace, carrying the fish gingerly by the tail, while his classmates tried to stifle their laughter. Halfway across the hall, the unfortunate Chet met the principal, who spied the fish and demanded explanations. These not being satisfactory, he ordered Chet to write 200 lines of Latin prose. By the time the jester returned to the classroom, after consigning the fish to the janitor, who put it carefully away with a view to taking it home so his wife could fry it for dinner, he was hotly regretting the impulse that had made him stop at the butcher's shop. For the rest of the morning, he was conscious of the smothered snickers of the Hardy boys and his chums. Just before the recess period, a note flicked onto his desk. He opened it and read, "He laughs best who laughs last." Chet glared and looked back at Frank Hardy. But that youth was innocently engaged in his studies. There was a twinkle in his eye, however, that told better than words just who had written the note. Roman 12, the new car as days passed, and the Shaw Road mystery was no nearer solution. Police activity was redoubled. Motorists became caustic in their comments, and Chief Collig felt it as a reflection on his farce that no clues had been unearthed. The matter, however, was not wholly in the hands of the Bayport farce, inasmuch as the Shaw Road was beyond Chief Collig's jurisdiction, and the state troopers were also made aware of their responsibility. So, with local police, detectives and troopers on the case, it seemed that the auto thieves could scarcely hope to evade capture. However, the search was in vain. Not a trace of the missing cars could be found. Even Fenton Hardy had to confess himself baffled. "Looks as if there's a chance for us yet," said Frank Hardy. "Looks to me as if there isn't. How can we hope to catch the auto thieves when everyone else has fallen down on the job?" demanded his brother. "We might be lucky. And anyway, I've had an idea that might be worked out." "What is it?" "Come with me and I'll show you." Mystified, Joe followed his brother out of the house and they went down the street in the direction of a well-known local automobile agency. As they walked, Frank explained his plan. At first, Joe was dubious. It couldn't be done. Why not? All we need is a little capital, and we have that. Then if we have nerve enough to go through with the rest of it, we may be lucky enough to trap the thieves. Too many ifs and maybes to suit me, demurred Joe. Still, if you think we could get away with it, I'm with you. We may fail, but our money won't be altogether wasted. We've always wanted a car anyway. That's true, we'll go and look this one over. Arriving at the automobile agency, they were greeted by the manager, who knew them well. "What is it this morning, boys?" he asked with a smile. "Can I sell you a car today?" He meant it as a joke, and he was greatly surprised when Frank answered, "It all depends. We'll buy one if you can make us a good price." "Why, that's fine," said the manager, immediately becoming businesslike. "What would you like to see? One of the new Spot models?" "No," replied Joe. "We're in the market for a used car." "We heard you had Judge Keene's old car here," added Frank. "Why, yes, we have. He turned it in and bought a new model, but you wouldn't want that car, boys. It looks like $1 million, but it's all on the surface. I'll be frank with you. Judge Keene said the engine was no good, and I agree with him. It was put out by a new company that went bankrupt about a year later. They put all their money into the bodies of the cars and not very much into the engines. You would be wasting your money. We want a good-looking car, cheap," insisted Frank. "I don't care so much about the engine. It's the looks that count this time." The manager shook his head. "Well," he said, "I suppose you lads like to have a car that'll knock everybody's eye out, and I'm not denying this is a dandy-looking boat, but I won't guarantee its performance. We don't care if the price is right. Where is it?" The manager led the boys to the back of the showrooms, where they found a luxurious-looking auto. It looked, so Joe afterward said, like $1 million. With a fresh coat of paint, it would have seemed like a model straight from the factory. "What do you think of it?" Frank asked his brother. "A peach. Boys, I hate to see you buy this car," the manager protested. "Take the money and put it into a good, standard car that you can depend on. You'll have more trouble running this automobile than the looks are worth. If you weren't friends of mine, I wouldn't waste my time telling you this, for I'm anxious to get this mass of junk off my hands. But your father would never forgive me if he thought I'd stung you boys with a cement mixer like this one. It's the looks that count with us," said Frank. "How much do you want for it?" I'll sell it to you for $400. $400? Exclaimed Joe. Why, that looks like a $3,000 car. It looks like one, but it isn't, said the manager. You'll be lucky to drive 1,000 miles in it before the engine gives out. We won't drive any 1,000 miles in it, Joe remarked mysteriously. Don't let anyone else have the car, and we'll go and get the money, Frank told the man. They left the manager smoothing his hair and pondering on the folly of boys in general, although he was secretly relieved at having got rid of the imposing-looking car, which he had regarded as a dead loss. Going directly to the bank, the boys withdrew $400 from their account, after cautioning the teller not to mention the matter to their father. We're going to give him a little surprise, said Frank. All right, said the teller, wondering what the boys wanted with such a large sum. I won't tell him. Back to the agency they went, handed over the money, and drove out in state, Frank at the wheel of their new possession. The car was indeed a splendid-looking vehicle, having excellent lines, good fittings, and a quantity of nickel trimmings that enhanced its luxurious appearance. Frank soon found that the manager had spoken correctly when he said that the value was all on the surface, for the engine began giving trouble before they had driven 2 blocks. However, he said to his brother, this old boat may earn us a lot more than the money we paid for it, and if it doesn't, we'll have plenty of fun tinkering around and putting a real engine in it. They drove into the yard of their home. Aunt Gertrude spied them first and uttered a squawk of astonishment, then fled into the house to inform Mrs. Hardy of this latest evidence of imbecility on the part of the lads. Their mother came out, and the boys admitted that the car was theirs. We are not extravagant, Mother, they protested. We got it for a certain reason, and we'll tell you all about it later. The old boat isn't as expensive as it looks. We picked it up cheap. Mrs. Hardy had implicit confidence in her sons, and when they said there was a reason behind the purchase, she was content to bide her time and await their explanations. She was curious to know why they had made this extraordinary move, but was too discreet to ask any questions. With the car in the garage, the boys went downtown again and bought several cans of automobile paint. And for the rest of the week, they busied themselves transforming the automobile into a thing of beauty and a joy forever. Their parents were puzzled, but said nothing. Aunt Gertrude was frankly indignant, and at mealtimes made many veiled references to the luxury-loving tendencies of modern youth. It's not enough for them to have motorcycles and a motorboat, but now they must have an automobile? She sniffed. And it's not enough for them to buy an ordinary flivver, they must have a car that a millionaire would be proud to own. Secretly, the boys considered this a compliment. They felt that their aunt would be vastly surprised if she knew the low price they had paid. Wait till she sees it when we have it painted, said Frank. Their chums, too, were unable to imagine what had possessed the Hardy boys to purchase a so large and expensive-looking car. Frank and Joe did not enlighten them. They had bought the car for a certain purpose, and they were afraid that if they confided in anyone, their plans might leak out. So they busied themselves with painting the new car and said nothing of their intentions to anyone, not even to Chet Martin. At last the work was finished. On Friday night after school, Frank applied the last dab of paint, and the brothers stood back to survey their handiwork. She's a beauty, declared Joe. I'll tell the world. The automobile was resplendent in its fresh coat of paint. The nickel glittered. Looks like a Rolls-Royce. A car like that would tempt any auto thief in the world. I hope it does. Well, we're all set for Act 2, said Frank. I think we'll go out tonight. Our bait is ready. I hope we catch something. With this mysterious dialogue, the boys went into the house for supper. They were so excited over their impending journey that they could scarcely take time to eat. Some mischief on foot, commented Aunt Gertrude. Roman 13 in the locker. The massive roadster rolled smoothly out of the garage that evening, and the Hardy boys drove down High Street, greatly enjoying the attention their new car attracted. Freshly painted, the automobile had not the slightest evidence of being a second-hand car. It was long and low-slung, with a high hood, and there was a big locker at the back. The upholstery was in good condition, and the fittings were ornate and handsome. All in all, it was a car to arouse the envy of all their chums, and one that would arouse the covetousness of any auto thief. This was precisely what the Hardy boys were counting on. They drove about the streets until it was almost dark. They met Biff, Hooper, and Tony Prito, who exclaimed over the luxurious appearance of the roadster and immediately wanted a ride, but the boys were obliged to refuse. Sorry, said Frank. We'll take you out any other time, but tonight, we have business in hand. I'd like to know what it's all about, remarked Biff. You two have been mighty mysterious about something lately. Sometime you'll understand, sang out Joe, as they drove off. They headed out the Shaw Road. It was getting dark and the headlights cut a brilliant slash through the gloom, leaving Bayport behind. The boys drove about 2 miles out until they came to a place where a grassy meadow beside the road provided a favorite parking place for motorists who wished to descend the path leading down through the woods to the beach below. "This is about as good a place as any," said Frank. "Suits me." He drove the car off the road onto the grass. It came to a stop. "Anyone around, Joe?" Joe looked back. "No other cars in sight," he reported a moment later. "Then make it snappy." Anyone observing the roadster at that moment would have seen the two boys clamber out, but in the gloom, they would not have seen what followed. For the boys suddenly disappeared. The roadster remained where it was, parked by the road, in solitary magnificence. A few minutes later, an automobile passed by. It belonged to a Bayport merchant, out for an evening drive. He saw the splendid car by the roadside and said to his wife, "Somebody is taking an awful chance. I wouldn't leave a fine-looking automobile like that out here without someone to watch it. I guess the owner is down on the beach. If one of those auto thieves happens along, there'll be another good car listed among the missing." "Well, it's their own lookout," returned his wife. They drove past, but the roadster was not deserted, as it seemed. So quickly had the Hardy boys concealed themselves that, even had anyone been watching, it would have been difficult to follow their movements. The roadster, having been built for show, had a large and roomy locker at the back. By experimenting in the privacy of the garage and by clearing this locker of all odds and ends, the boys found it was just large enough to accommodate them both. Here they were hidden. They were not uncomfortable, and the darkness did not bother them, for each was equipped with a small flashlight. "You didn't forget your revolver, did you?" whispered Frank. "No, I have it here," answered his brother. "Have you got yours? Ready in case I need it." Although there would seem to be no purpose in spending an evening crouched in the locker of a parked roadster, the Hardy boys had laid definite plans. From the morning, they had bought the car, they had perfected the various details of their scheme to capture the auto thieves on the Shaw Road. "Most of the cars have been stolen while they were parked on the Shaw Road," Frank had argued. "It stands to reason that the auto thieves are operating along there. Since the first few scares, not many people have been parking their cars along there, so the thieves have taken to stealing cars in town and to holdups. If we park the roadster, it's 10 chances to 1 the thieves won't be able to resist the temptation." "And we lose a perfectly good car," objected Joe. "We won't lose it because we'll be right in it all the time. The thieves won't be likely to steal it if we're in it. They won't see us. We'll be hiding in the locker." Joe saw the merits of the plan at once. "And they'll kidnap us without knowing it?" He chuckled. "That's the idea. They'll drive the car to wherever they are in the habit of hiding the stolen autos, and then we can watch our chance to either round them up then and there or else steal away and come back with the police." This, then, was the explanation of their mysterious behavior, and as they crouched in the locker, they were agog with expectation. "We'll just have to be patient," whispered Frank, when they had been in hiding for more than half an hour. "Can't expect the fish to bite the minute we put out the bait." Joe settled himself into a more comfortable position. "This is the queerest fishing I've ever done," he mused. It was very quiet. They had no difficulty in breathing, as the locker had a number of air spaces that they had barred in the top and sides, invisible to a casual glance. Once in a while, they could hear a car speeding past on the Shaw Road. Minute after minute went by. They were becoming cramped. Presently Joe yawned loud and long. "I guess it's no use," said Frank at last. "We're out of luck tonight." "Can't expect to be lucky the first time," replied his brother philosophically. "We might as well go home." Frank raised the lid of the locker and peeped out. It was quite dark. The Shaw Road was deserted. "Coast is clear," he said. They got quickly out of the locker. They lost no time, for there was a possibility that one of the auto thieves might be in the neighborhood, watching the roadster, and if their trap was discovered, it would be useless to make a second attempt. They got back into the car, Joe taking the wheel this time. He drove the roadster back onto the highway, turned it around, and they set out back for Bayport. Both lads were disappointed, although they had not yet given up hope. They had been so confident that their plan would be successful that this failure took some of the wind out of their sails, so to speak. "We'll just try again tomorrow night," said Frank. "Perhaps the auto thieves have quit. Not them. They'll fall for our trap yet. I'm glad we didn't tell any of the fellows. We'll look mighty foolish if it doesn't work." The car sped along the Shaw Road, the headlights casting a brilliant beam of illumination. As they rounded a curve, they caught a glimpse of a dark figure trudging along in the shadow of the trees bordering the ditch. "Wonder who that is," Frank remarked, peering at the man. Joe bowed down on the wheel, swinging the car around so that the headlights fell full on the man beside the road. Then he swung the car back into its course again. The fellow had flung up his arm to shield his face from the glare, but he had not been quick enough to hide his features altogether. Frank had recognized him at once. "So," he remarked thoughtfully, "our friend again." "I didn't get a good look at him," Joe said. "Somehow he seemed familiar." I'd recognize that face anywhere now." "Who was it?" "Gus Montrose." Joe whistled. "I wonder what he's doing, skulking along here at this time of night. I have an idea that we'll find out before long. Do you think he has anything to do with the car thefts? Shouldn't be surprised. He seems a rather suspicious sort of character." They sped past the dark figure, who went on, head down, hands thrust deep in his coat pockets. "I'd like to know more about that chap," mused Frank. "I'll bet he's not hanging around here for any good reason." Roman 14 Montrose again. The Hardy boys were not discouraged by this failure. They realized that it was too much to hope for success in their venture at the first trial, and resolved to lay their trap again. If their parents were curious as to why they had remained out so late, they gave no sign of it, and the following night Frank and Joe again drove out along the Shaw Road in their new car. This time they went to another parking place, not far from the spot where Isaac Fussy's automobile had been stolen. Again they turned out the lights, again they crawled into the locker at the back, and again they remained in hiding, while car after car went by on the Shaw Road. An hour passed. "Looks as if we're out of luck again," whispered Joe. "We'll stay with it a while longer." Frank switched on his flashlight and glanced at his watch. It was almost 10 o'clock. They heard an automobile raw past at tremendous speed, and a few moments later there was the heavy rumble of a truck. "Funny time of night for a truck to be out," Frank remarked. That first car was sure breaking all speed laws. After a long time, Frank again looked at his watch. 10:30. Another evening wasted. "Are you getting tired?" "My legs are so cramped I don't think I'll ever be able to walk straight again." Joe had inadvertently raised his voice. Suddenly, Frank gripped his arm. "SHH?" They listened. They heard footsteps coming along the road. The steps sounded clear and distinct on the hard highway. Then they became soft and muffled as the pedestrian turned out onto the grassy slope. "Coming this way," whispered Frank. Someone approached the roadster cautiously. The boys could hear him moving around the car. After a moment or so, one of the doors was opened and someone clambered into the seat. The boys were breathless with excitement. Was this one of the auto thieves? But the intruder made no move to drive the car away. Instead, when he had snapped the lights on and off, he got out, closed the door behind him, and strode off through the grass. The first impulse of the two brothers was to clamber out, but they realized that this would be folly. They remained quiet as the footsteps receded into the distance. The man gained the road again and walked slowly away. Finally, they heard the footsteps no more. Frank sighed with disappointment. "I thought sure we had a bite that time," he said. "It was only a nibble." When the lads were quite sure their unknown visitor had gone, Frank raised the lid of the locker and the boys got out. "I guess it was only some farmer on the way home. He probably just got into the car out of curiosity. He wasn't an auto thief, that's certain, or he would have driven off with it. Not much use staying around any longer." They got back into the seat. Nothing had been disturbed. Beyond turning the lights on and off, the stranger had tampered with nothing. Frank started up the engine and drove the car back onto the Shaw Road. There was not much room in which to turn around, so he drove on down the road for about a quarter of a mile until he came to a lane which offered sufficient space. Just as he was bringing the car around to head back toward Bayport, the headlights shone on two figures coming up the road. In the glare, the men were clearly revealed. "There's our friend Gus again," remarked Frank quietly. He was right. There was no mistaking the surly visage of the ex-farmhand. The man with him was unknown to the boys, but he was no more prepossessing than his companion. Broad of build, unshaven of face, he was not the sort of fellow one would care to meet alone on a dark night. "Handsome-looking pair," Joe commented. The car swung out into the road and the two men stepped out into the ditch, turning their faces away. Frank stepped on the accelerator and the roadster shot ahead. "This seems to be Gus Montrose's beat," he said when they had driven beyond hearing distance. "Wonder what takes him out along here every night. Perhaps he was the chap who got into the roadster." But Frank shook his head. "That fellow went away in the direction Montrose is coming from," he pointed out. "And besides, he was alone." "That's true, too." Wondering what brought Montrose and his villainous-looking companion out the Shaw Road on foot at that hour, the Hardy boys drove back into Bayport. "Better luck next time," said Frank, cheering up. "We won't give up yet. Third time's luck, you know." "Let's hope so. Tomorrow night may tell." They drove back into the city without incident, and when they reached their home, they saw that there was a light in their father's study. Frank's face lengthened. I'll bet we're in for it now. He doesn't often stay up this late. He's likely sitting up to lecture us. They put the car into the garage. The light in the study seemed ominous just then. Well, said Joe, I guess we might as well go in and face the music. If the worst comes to the worst, we'll tell him just what we were up to. They went into the house. It would have been easy for them to have gained their room by the back stairs, but the boys had too much principle to dodge any unpleasantness in this manner, so they made a point of passing by their father's study. The door was open, and they saw Fenton Hardy sitting at his desk. He was not writing, but was gazing in front of him with a fixed expression on his face. A telephone was at his elbow. To their relief, he smiled when he saw them. Come in, he invited. Frank and Joe entered the study. Did you catch any auto thieves? Asked their father. The boys were astonished. How did you know we were after auto thieves, Dad? Asked Frank. It doesn't take a great deal of perception to find that out, their father answered. All these mysterious doings can have only one reason. Well, we didn't catch any, Joe admitted. I didn't think so. They've been busy tonight. Again? Fenton Hardy nodded. I've just been talking to the secretary of the Automobile Club. He telephoned me a short time ago. The thieves cut loose in earnest this evening. Did they steal another car? 2. They made off with a new Buick that was parked down on Oak Street, and then they stole a truck from one of the wholesale companies. Can you beat that? Breathed Joe. 2 more gone. They were taken within a few minutes of each other, evidently. The reports reached the police station almost at the same time. The truck mightn't have been missed until morning, but one of the wholesale company employees was coming home, and he recognized it as it was driven away. He thought it rather suspicious, so he went on up to the company garage and found the truck had disappeared. The brothers looked at one another. A truck and a pleasure car? Exclaimed Frank. Why, that must have been. The same thought had struck Joe. The 2 cars that passed us on the Shaw Road, what time were they stolen, Dad? Sometime between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. Why, did you see them? 2 cars went out the Shaw Road a little before 10 o'clock. They were both going at a fast clip. I remember we remarked at the time that it was a funny hour of the night for a truck to be out. The Shaw Road, eh? Did you get a good look at them? The boys were embarrassed. Well, to tell the truth, said Frank hesitatingly, we didn't exactly see them, we heard them. You didn't see them, but you heard them, and you were on the Shaw Road. That's a little mystery in itself, remarked their father with a smile. He reached for the telephone and asked for a number. In a short time his party answered. Hello, Chief. This is Fenton Hardy speaking. Yes, I've just had information that the big car and the truck went out the Shaw Roadway a few minutes before 10 o'clock. Yes, you've made inquiries? I see. That's strange, isn't it? Yes, my information is quite reliable. All right. Let me know if you hear anything. Don't mention it. Thank you, Chief. Goodbye. He put down the telephone. I was talking to Chief Collig. He says the 3 towns at the other end of the Shaw Road were notified immediately after the thefts were discovered, and that they had officers watching the roads from 10 o'clock on. And they didn't see the cars? Fenton Hardy shook his head. Not the slightest trace of either of them. Frank and Joe looked at one another blankly. Well, if that don't beat the Dutch, Frank exclaimed. You're quite sure of the time? Positive. I had just looked at my watch. Well, said Fenton Hardy, since the cars haven't been seen in any of the other towns and since there aren't any other roads, the Shaw Road must hold the solution. I think I'll do a little prospecting around the farms out that way tomorrow. We've been doing a little prospecting ourselves, admitted Joe, but we haven't been very successful so far. Keep at it, their father said encouragingly. And good luck to you both. Roman 15, the suspect. It was late before the Hardy boys got to sleep that night. The events of the evening, culminating in the discovery that the auto thieves had been at work in Bayport while they were lying in wait for them on the Shaw Road, gave the lads plenty to talk about before they were finally claimed by slumber. In the morning, it required 2 calls to arouse them. They dressed sleepily and had to hurry downstairs in order to be in time for breakfast. This did not escape the notice of ever-watchful Aunt Gertrude. When I was a girl, she said pointedly, young people went to bed at a reasonable hour and didn't go gallivanting all over the country half the night. Every growing boy and girl needs 8 or 9 hours sleep. I'd be ashamed to come down to breakfast rubbing my eyes and gaping. It isn't very often they get up late, said Mrs. Hardy. We can overlook it once in a while, I suppose. Overlook it? Snotted Aunt Gertrude. Mark my words, Laura. Those boys will come to no good end if you encourage them in coming in at all hours of the night. Goodness knows what mischief they were up to. She glared severely at them. Frank and Joe realized that their aunt was curious as to where they had been the past 2 evenings and was using this roundabout method of tempting them into an explanation. However, as Joe expressed it later, they refused to bite. Instead, they hastily consumed their breakfast, drawing from the good lady a lecture on the dreadful consequences of eating in a hurry, illustrated by an anecdote concerning a little boy named Hector, who met a lamentable and untimely death by choking himself on a piece of steak and passed away surrounded by weeping relatives. The boys, however, were evidently not impressed by the fate of the unfortunate Hector, for they gulped down their meal, snatched up their books, and rushed off to school without waiting for Aunt Gertrude's account of the funeral. They were crossing the schoolyard when the bell rang, and they reached the classroom just in time. "I feel like a stewed owl," was Joe's comment. "Never ate stewed owl," returned his brother promptly. "How does it taste?" "I said I felt, I didn't say I ate," retorted Joe. "Gee, but your eyes do look bunged up. What about your own?" "Oh, if only I had had just 1 more hour's sleep. I could go 2 or 3. Aunt Gertrude was on to us." "Yes, but she didn't get anywhere with it. Hope I don't fall asleep over my desk." "Same here." The morning dragged. They were very sleepy. Once or twice, Joe yawned openly, and Miss Petty, who taught history, accused him of lack of interest in the proceedings. "You may keep yourself awake by telling us what you know of the Roman system of government under Julius Caesar," she said. Joe got to his feet. He floundered through a more or less acceptable account of Roman government. It was dreary stuff, and Frank, listening to the droning voice, became drowsier and drowsier. His head nodded, and finally he went to sleep altogether and had a vivid dream in which he chased Julius Caesar, attired in a toga and with a laurel wreath on his head, along the Shaw Road in a steamroller. Miss Petty left the Romans and began comparing ancient and modern systems of government, which led her into a discourse on the life of Abraham Lincoln. She was just reaching Lincoln's death when there was a loud snore. Miss Petty looked up. "Who made that noise?" Another snore. Joe dug his brother in the ribs with a ruler, and Frank looked up with an expression of surprise on his face. "Frank Hardy, are you paying attention?" "Yes, ma'am," replied Frank, now wide awake. In his dream he imagined Julius Caesar had turned on him and had poked him in the ribs with a spear. "Do you know who we were talking about?" "Oh, yes, ma'am." "Do you know anything about his death?" "Yes, ma'am," said Frank, under the impression that the lesson still dealt with Caesar. "How did he die?" "He was stabbed." "He was stabbed, was he? Where?" In the Forum. He was murdered by some of the senators led by Cassius and Brutus, and Mark Antony made a speech. The class could contain itself no longer. Snickers burst out, and these welled into a wave of laughter in which even Miss Petty was forced to join. Frank looked around in vast surprise. "This," said the teacher, "is an interesting fact about Lincoln. I don't remember having heard of it before. So he was stabbed to death by the senators and Mark Antony made a speech? I was talking about Caesar, Miss Petty. And I was talking about Abraham Lincoln. Will you be good enough to stay awake for the remainder of the lesson, Hardy?" Frank looked sheepishly at his book, while Chet Martin doubled up in his seat and gave vent to a series of explosive chuckles that soon brought the teacher's attention to him, and he was required to recite the Gettysburg Address, stalling completely before he had gone a dozen words. By the time the teacher had finished her comments on his poor memory, Chet had other things to occupy his mind. Frank and Joe Hardy were wide awake for the rest of the morning. After lunch, they were on their way back to school, resolving to cut out the late hours, so as not to risk a repetition of the ridicule they had suffered that morning, when Frank suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure not far ahead. "Why, there's Gus Montrose again," he said. "Wonder what he's doing in town?" "Let's trail him," Joe suggested. "Good idea. We'll find out what he does with his time." The former hired man of the Dodds was shambling down the street at a lazy gait, apparently wrapped up in his own concerns. Frank and Joe followed, at a respectful distance. When Montrose reached a busy corner, he turned down a side street, and here his demeanor changed. His shoulders were straighter and his step more purposeful. Taking the opposite side of the street, the boys strolled along, keeping well behind Montrose, but not letting him out of sight. They followed him for about 2 blocks and then, leaning against a telegraph pole at the next corner, they saw Montrose's companion of the previous night. He looked up as Montrose approached, and then the pair met and joined in earnest conversation. There was something peculiarly furtive about the 2 men. Not wishing to be observed, the Hardy boys stepped into a soft drink place nearby and bought some ginger ale, which they drank in the stall, keeping an eye on the pair across the street, through the window. Finally, Montrose's companion moved slowly away, and Montrose himself shambled across the road. He was lost to sight for a moment. We'll trail him a little while longer, said Frank. We have about a quarter of an hour before school opens. They paid for the ginger ale and stepped out of the shop. To their astonishment, Gus Montrose was coming directly toward them. They had lost sight of him in the window and had assumed that he had gone on down the street. Instead, he had turned back. They affected not to notice him and were starting back up the street when Montrose overtook them and brushed against Frank rudely. Look here, he said in a gruff voice. What's the idea of following me, hey? Following you? Said Frank in tones of simulated surprise. Yes, following me, I saw you. What do you mean by it? Can't we walk down the same street? Inquired Joe. You didn't walk down here by accident, you followed me here. You must have something on your conscience if you think that. Frank told him. This is a free country, we can walk where we like. Is that so? Well, I'm not going to put up with having a pair of young whippersnappers trailing me around town, snarled Gus Montrose. Hear that? We hear you. Well, remember it then, you just mind your own business after this, see? If you think we were following you, that's your own affair, returned Frank. We're on our way to school if you'd like to know. Well, see that you go there. You're better off in school than monkeying in my affairs, let me tell you. And a sight safer, too. The man's tone was truculent. Oh, I think you're pretty harmless, laughed Joe. You'll find out how harmless I am if I catch you following me around again. Just mind your own business after this and keep going in the opposite direction when you see me coming. The man's insulting tone annoyed Frank. Look here, he said, sharply, facing Montrose. If you don't start off in the opposite direction right now, I'll call a policeman. Now, get out of here. Somewhat taken aback, Gus Montrose halted. You were following me, he growled. You heard what I said. Clear out of here and stop annoying us. If Montrose had hoped to frighten the lads, he was disappointed. Like most cowardly men, he backed down readily when confronted with opposition. Grumbling to himself, he turned away and crossed the street. The haughty boys went on toward school. That'll give him something to think about, remarked Frank. You hit the right note when you said he must have something on his conscience, or he wouldn't have thought we were following him. I'm sure he has. A man with a clear conscience would never suspect he was being trailed. There's something mighty fishy about Gus Montrose and his queer-looking friend. Too bad he saw us. He'll be on his guard against us now. That doesn't matter. We can keep an eye on him just the same. I'd give a farm to know what the pair of them were talking about. And I'd give a $5 bill just to know if he put that fishing pole in the car up at the Dodds and got Jack into trouble. So would I. The boys were greatly puzzled. They were convinced that Gus Montrose was up to no good, and this conviction had only been strengthened by their encounter. They reasoned that a law-abiding man would scarcely have shown such resentment as Montrose had evidenced. Well, whether he's one of the thieving party or not, we'll take another whirl at the Shaw Road tonight, said Frank, as the two brothers entered the schoolyard. Joe glanced at the sky. Mass clouds were gathering, and the air was close. Looks as if we'll have to call it off. There's going to be a storm. Storm or no storm, I have a hunch that we'll get some action before the day is out. Both Frank and Joe were right. There was a storm, and before midnight, they had more action than they had ever bargained for. Roman 16 kidnapped rain threatened throughout the afternoon, but although the sky darkened and there was an ominous calm, the storm held off. After supper, the haughty boys went outside and looked at the clouds. It's sure going to be a jim dandy, declared Joe. Do you think we really should go out tonight? A little thing like a storm won't hold the car thieves back. They'll operate in any weather. Won't they think it queer to see a car parked out in the rain? They'll probably think it was stalled and that the owner went to get help. That's right, too, Joe agreed. I guess we can chance it. We'll put the top up to protect ourselves, and anyway, it's dry in the locker. The rain will be the least of our worries in there, said Joe, with a grin. Let's be going. They went out to the garage and put up the top of the roadster, then got in. As they drove down High Street, there was a low rumble of thunder and a splash of rain against the windshield. Storm's coming, right enough, Frank said. Still, I have a hunch. Ever since the previous night, he had been possessed by a feeling that their next venture would be crowned with success. He could not explain it, but the feeling was there nevertheless. They spied Con Riley, in oilskins against the approaching downpour, patrolling his beat, and drew up at the curb. New car, eh? Said Riley, surveying the roadster grimly. I'll be running you in for speeding some of these days, I'll be bound. Not in this boat, Frank assured him. If we ever hit higher than 30, the engine would fly out. 30? Scoffed the constable. That looks like a real Racine car, you mean 90. We'll take you for a drive sometime when you're off duty. We just stopped to ask if there was anything new about the auto thieves. Riley looked very grave, as he always did when anyone asked him questions pertaining to police matters. Well, he said, there is and there isn't. That means there isn't, We ain't found 'em yet, but that don't mean they won't be found, said the officer darkly. We're following up clues. What kind of clues? Oh, just clues, said the officer vaguely. We'll have 'em behind the bars before long, but you'd better keep an eye on that car of yours. It's just the kind somebody would steal. Trust us, there's been no trace of the other cars then? Riley shook his head. Not a sign, but them thieves will go too far some of these fine days, and then we'll catch 'em. Well, we hope you're the man who lands them, said Frank cheerfully, as he edged the car out from the curb again. So long. The boys drove away, and Con Riley patiently resumed his beat. The game is still open, remarked Joe. If the police had learned anything new, Riley would have heard about it. Whenever he says they're following up clues, you can be certain that they're up against it. The thieves are just as much at large as they ever were. It was beginning to rain heavily before they reached the outskirts of Bayport, and by the time they were well out on the Shaw Road, the storm was upon them. Thunder rolled and rumbled in the blackening sky, and jagged streaks of lightning flickered through the clouds. Rain streamed down in the glare of the headlights. As the downpour grew in violence, the road became more treacherous. Without chains, the rear wheels of the car skidded and slithered on the greasy surface. One of the numerous defects of the Roadster's mechanism was a loose steering wheel. Under ordinary circumstances, it gave little trouble, but on this treacherous road, Frank experienced difficulty in keeping the car on its course. Just outside Bayport was a steep hill, dipping to the bluffs that overhung the bay. Under the influence of the rain, the sloping road had become wet and sticky, and as the Roadster began the descent, Frank knew he was in for trouble. The car skidded wildly, and the faulty brakes did not readily respond. Once, the nose of the Roadster appeared to be heading directly toward the steep bluff, where only a narrow ledge separated the boys from a terrible plunge onto the rocks of the beach below. Joe gave a gasp of apprehension, but Frank bore down on the wheel and managed to swing the car back onto the road again in the nick of time. But the danger was not yet over. The car was tobogganing down the slope as though entirely out of control. The rear wheels skidded crazily, and several times the car was almost directly across the road, sliding sideways, and when it did regain the ruts, it shot ahead with breathtaking speed. Almost any second the boys expected the Roadster would leave the slippery clay and either shoot across the ledge into space or crash into the rocky wall at the left. Somehow, luck was with them. Luck and Frank's quick work at the unreliable wheel saved them from disaster. The car gained the level ground, settled into the ruts, and went speeding on at a more reasonable rate. The lads now breathed more easily. Looked like our finish that time, observed Joe. I'll say it did. I wouldn't have given a nickel for our chances when we were about halfway down the hill. Well, a miss is as good as a mile. We're still alive. And the old boat is still rolling along. When we get back, I'm going to have that steering wheel fixed. It very nearly cost us our lives. On through the storm the haughty boys drove, until at last they reached the place where they had parked on the previous night. There was no one in sight as they drove out onto the grass, and Frank turned off the engine and switched out the lights. Quickly, they scrambled out, raised the lid of the locker, and got inside. The locker was warm and dry. The boys were comfortable enough, aside from being somewhat cramped, and they could hear the rain roaring down on the top of the Roadster as the storm grew in violence. Warned by their former experience, the boys had made themselves more comfortable than they had previously been. On the floor of the locker they had spread a soft rug, and they had also supplied themselves with 2 small but comfortable pillows. I am not going to wear out my knees and elbows, Frank had said. The last time we were out my left elbow was black and blue. We'll fix it up as comfortable as a bed, Joe had answered. In addition to the rug and pillows, the boys had brought along a small box of fancy crackers and also a bottle of cold water, for hiding in the locker for hours had made them both hungry and thirsty. I could eat a few crackers right now, remarked Joe, shortly after they had settled down to their vigil. Same here, answered his brother. Passed the box over. Each lad had several crackers and followed them with a swallow of water. As they munched the crackers, the thunder rolled and rolled in the distance, and they could see an occasional flash of lightning through a crack of the locker door. It sure is a dirty night, Frank whispered, as they crouched in the darkness of their voluntary prison, even for auto thieves. Thunder rolled and grumbled, and the rain pawed down in drenching torrents. They could hear the beating of the surf on the distant shore of Barmet Bay. Far below, minutes passed with only the monotonous roar of the storm. What's the time? Asked Joe finally. Frank switched on the flashlight and glanced at his watch. 9:30. Time enough yet. They settled down to wait. Scarcely 5 minutes had passed before they heard a new sound above the clamor of the rain and wind. someone stepped up on the running board of the roadster, flung open the door, and sat down behind the wheel. The boys had not heard the intruder's approach, owing to the noise of the storm, and they sat up, startled. The newcomer lost no time. In a moment, the engine roared, and then the car started forward with a jerk. It lurched across the grassy ground, then climbed up onto the Shaw Road. Back in the locker, the lads were bounced and jolted against one another. They did not mind this, for there was wild joy in their hearts. At last, their patient vigil had been rewarded. "Kidnapped?" whispered Frank exultantly. Once on the road, the car set off at rapidly increasing speed through the storm. The man at the wheel was evidently an expert driver, for he got every ounce of power the engine was capable of and held the roadster to the highway. The roar of the motor could be heard high above the drumming of the rain. In the darkness of the locker, the boys sat tight, not knowing where the car was going, not knowing how long this wild journey might last. They kept alert for any turns from the Shaw Road, realizing that they might have to find their way back by memory. For above 5 minutes, the car held to the Shaw Road, and then suddenly swerved to the right. Neither of the boys had any recollection of a side road in this part of the country, and they were immediately surprised. However, by the violent lurching and jolting of the roadster, they were soon aware that they were on no traveled thoroughfare, and that they were descending a slope over rough ground. There was a loud swishing of branches and the sharp snapping of twigs that indicated the roadster was passing through the woods. The man at the wheel was driving more carefully now that he was off the Shaw Road and comparatively safe from observation. He was evidently following a road of sorts, although the car swerved and jolted unmercifully, but at length he came to even more precarious ground. The rear of the roadster went high in the air and came down with a crash. Frank and Joe were flung violently to the bottom of the locker, and Frank felt a most stunning blow on the head. Thud, another terrific jolt. The car pitched and tossed like a ship in a storm. Bang, a tire had blown out. But this did not appear to worry the driver. The car canted far over on one side, lurched forward, and then came down on all four wheels with a terrific impact. The boys were badly shaken up. They tried to brace themselves against the sides of the locker, but this was of little use as the roadster's bumpy and erratic progress inevitably dislodged them. They were thrown against one another, bounced from side to side, bruised and battered. It was apparent to them that the roadster was being driven over some rocks, not the boulders of the beach, but over a rocky section of ground where there was no road. They shielded their heads with their arms as well as they could, to prevent themselves from being knocked senseless against the sides of the locker. The speed of the car slackened. Then they felt a long series of sharp bumps, as though the car were being driven over pebbles. Stones banged against the mudguards. "We're on the beach," reflected Frank. They did not suffer the jouncing and jolting that had given them such discomfort a short time previously. The car traveled along the beach for a short distance, then turned to the left and ran quietly and smoothly over what the boys judged to be a stretch of sand. It then began to climb. The ascent flung the lads against the back of the locker. It was of short duration, however. The roadster came to level ground again, then rattled and rumbled on over an uneven surface. The boys noticed a peculiar, hollow sound. The roar of the motor seemed to be echoing from all sides. The car had slowed down, and at last it came to a stop. Battered and bruised, the lads crouched in their hiding place, wondering what would happen next. They could hear the driver scrambling out of the front seat. Then there was a voice. "That you, Alex?" "Yep. What have you got?" "Big roadster. The one we were talking about?" "You bet." Other voices followed, voices that echoed and reechoed, and then footsteps clattered on rock. "A beauty?" exclaimed someone. "Have any trouble?" "None at all," said the voice of the man who had been addressed as Alex. "Nobody in sight, so I just hopped in and drove it out." "Swell boat," declared someone else. "Fine night to leave it out in the rain." "That's what I thought," said Alex. "So I drove it in out of the wet." There was a general laugh. From the number of voices, the lads judged that there were at least 3 or 4 men standing near the big car. "Wonder who owns it," said one of the several men. "I don't know who did own it, but I know that we own it now," answered Alex promptly. "What'll we do? Leave it here? There isn't room inside, might as well leave it." "I guess nobody will come along and steal it," remarked Alex, who was evidently the wit of the party, for another burst of laughter greeted his words. "Want to look the car over?" he asked. "Oh, it looks good enough from here." "What's in that locker?" said one of the men. "There might be something valuable." A thrill of fear went through the 2 boys. One of the men approached the back of the car. Frank gripped his revolver firmly. Romans 17, the cave. In a moment, the lid of the locker would have been raised. Then came an interruption. "The boss wants us," said one of the men. The man approaching the back of the car halted. "All right," he growled. "We'll leave this." He turned away. The haughty boys sighed with relief. "I guess he's waitin' for repot," observed a voice as the men began to move off. Their footsteps sounded sharp and clear on the rocks. The sounds died away. Complete silence prevailed. Not even a murmur broke the stillness. The lads remained quiet in the darkness of their hiding place. Finally, Frank stirred. "They've gone," he whispered. "What shall we do now?" asked Joe. "Let's get out of here first. They may come back at any minute." Frank raised the lid cautiously. The blackness without was as utter and complete as the darkness within. He could see nothing. He listened for a moment, thinking possibly some of the gang had remained behind, but he heard nothing. Quickly, he got out of the locker and leaped to the ground. Joe followed. They closed the lid. "Boy, I thought it was all up with us," whispered Joe. "When he came over to open the locker, my heart was thumping so loudly I was sure he could hear it." "Me too. Well, we can thank their boss, whoever he is. I wonder what kind of place we're in anyway." Frank switched on his flashlight. By its brilliant gleam, he saw that they were in a rocky passageway, a large tunnel evidently in the bluffs along Barmet Bay. It was wide enough to accommodate the roadster, but did not offer a great deal of leeway on either side. It appeared to be a natural tunnel, although there was evidence that human toil had been responsible for widening it and clearing it out. Frank stepped forward and cast the ray of light before him. It revealed a blank wall of rock. Then, as he moved the flashlight to one side, he saw that the tunnel slanted toward the left. "What'll we do?" asked Joe. "Follow it up along?" He spoke in a whisper, but the walls magnified his voice and he awakened uncanny echoes. "Sure, we'll have to be careful, though, or we might meet them on the way back." Frank took the lead. He stepped forward very carefully, making no move that might dislodge a loose fragment of rock and start a tumult of echoes that would bring the gang upon them. Cautiously, they advanced. Joe took his revolver from his pocket and gripped it tightly. They realized that they were dealing with a band of desperate men who would stop at nothing if they were discovered. The haughty boys rounded the corner of the passageway, and Frank's flashlight revealed a number of large boxes stacked up against the side of the tunnel. They halted and Frank scrutinized some lettering on the boxes. "The Easton Importing Company," he read. "Why, that's the name of the company that lost the truck?" Joe exclaimed. "Remember, the two men who were held up and rolled down the bluff. It's the same name? All right. I'll bet this is some of the truck cargo." The boxes were 7 in number, and on each was inscribed the name of the Easton Importing Company. There was no doubt in the minds of the haughty boys now that they had made a momentous discovery. This was plainly the hiding place of the auto thieves, and although none of the stolen cars were in evidence, the big packing boxes spoke for themselves. "We'll see what's farther on," Frank decided. He went ahead. Joe tiptoed close behind. The flashlight illuminated the rocky floor of the tunnel. It began to widen out. Stacked against the wall, they came upon more packing boxes, some of which had been torn open. "More loot," Joe commented in a whisper. Every few steps, Frank halted and switched out the light. Then they stood in the darkness, listening. They had no desire to stumble on the auto thieves or reveal their own presence. However, the boys heard not a sound. There was not a glimmer of light in the impenetrable gloom that lay before them. A few yards farther, the tunnel widened out into a veritable cave. Here, as Frank turned the flashlight to and fro, and the boys were confronted by a sight that made them gasp for the moment. In the great rocky chamber, they saw 3 large pleasure cars and a small truck, parked close by the clammy walls. "The stolen autos?" breathed Joe. There stood 4 of the missing cars, undamaged in this secret cavern in the bluffs. They had been driven in along the tunnel from the beach. It was an ideal hiding place, and as the entrance to the tunnel was doubtless well masked, the cars were as safe from discovery as though they had been driven into the ocean. At least, so the thieves probably thought. "We've found them?" Frank exclaimed. All the missing cars were not hidden here, but the boys judged that the rest were probably stowed farther on, for the flashlight revealed a dark opening in the rock at the other end of the cavern, an opening to a tunnel that no doubt led to other caves farther on. The haughty boys knew that the Shaw Road bluffs, in certain places, contained caves and passages, some of which had never been entered. Although, like most Bayport boys, they had done a certain amount of exploring along the beach, they had never heard of the existence of this underground labyrinth. It seemed strange to them that so elaborate a series of caves had never been explored, and their existence was comparatively unknown. "Wait until Bayport hears of this," Joe said. "Let's get out of here and hurry back to town." "I suppose we should," Frank admitted. "I'd like to know where those men went. If we go any farther, they may catch us, and then we'd be out of luck. But if we start back to town, we'll have to walk, and they might all clear out in the meantime. It would be a few hours before we could get back here with the police. We'd have the satisfaction of recovering the cars anyway, Joe pointed out. I believe in playing safe. I'd like the satisfaction of rounding up this gang as well. Frank advanced toward the opening at the far side of the cave. I think I'll just poke along in here a little way and see where it leads, he said. Joe was dubious. He was of a more cautious nature than his brother, and was satisfied to let well enough alone. They had found the missing cars. This alone was sufficient, he reasoned. Having come this far without mishap, he did not like to risk spoiling their success. However, he followed Frank into the tunnel. It was narrower than the one which had led them to the cave, and its sides were rocky and uneven, while the roof was low. It was quite evident that none of the cars could have been driven through this narrow space, and as the boys went on, they found that the roof was lower and the walls even closer together. Finally, the flashlight showed them that it was almost impossible to continue, as projecting rocks jutted out and there was just enough space to admit passage of one person. Beyond that, the tunnel seemed to close altogether. Guess this is a blind alley, said Frank. We may as well turn back. He handed the flashlight to Joe, who led the way on the return trip through the tunnel. Suddenly there was an uproar immediately ahead, a clamorous, deafening crash. The boys jumped with astonishment. In the darkness of the subterranean cavern, their nerves had been keyed up to a high pitch, and this tremendous clatter was so unexpected in the dead silence that had surrounded them that they were almost paralyzed with momentary fright. There followed a rattling and bumping of rocks, and then silence once more. "What was that?" exclaimed Joe, recovering from his scare. "Sounded to me like a fall of rock." Frank's voice was shaky, for he had a suspicion of what had actually happened. "It seemed mighty close. That's what I'm afraid of. It may have blocked up this tunnel." Hastily, the boys went forward. In a few moments the flashlight revealed a sight at which their hearts sank. The passage before them was completely closed up. Great boulders, ledges of rock, and a heavy downpouring of earth formed an apparently impenetrable barrier ahead. A loose stone, no doubt dislodged when they went by a short time before, had given way and had brought down this miniature avalanche from the roof and sides of the tunnel. "We're trapped?" Frank exclaimed. Roman 18, the auto thieves the cave-in had imprisoned the Hardy boys. The flashlight revealed not a single opening. The tunnel was blocked up, and for all the boys knew, the barrier continued right to the outer cave. "Now, we're in for it," remarked Joe dubiously. The boys realized that there was nothing to be gained by shouting for help. Even if their cries were heard, which would be unlikely with that solid mass of rock before them, it would only bring the auto thieves upon them. "We'll have to work fast," said Frank. "There isn't any too much air in this place now, and if we don't get that rock cleared out of the way, we'll be smothered." "Do you mean to say we'll have to move all that rock aside? What else is there to do? It might take hours." "That's better than dying in here," returned Frank philosophically. "You hold the light and I'll get busy." He flung off his coat and attacked the formidable barrier. Starting at the top, he moved rock after rock aside, placing them on the floor of the tunnel. The work was slow, and he seemed to make little progress. For as the rocks were taken away, they showed only more rocks behind. It was evident that the cave-in had been of considerable extent. Joe became impatient. "I feel useless," he said. "You hold the light for a while and let me work. Put it in a ledge someplace and we can both work." Joe hunted around and managed to find a convenient ledge of rock on which to rest the flashlight. Its beam was directed at the barrier, and, rid of the encumbrance, Joe was then able to lend a hand to the work of removing the debris. Patiently, the brothers toiled, lifting aside the rocks and putting them back on the floor. Every little while a fresh shower of dirt and stones would come rattling down from the roof. The task seemed hopeless. "Looks as if this goes on for yards," panted Joe wearily. "We might get out in a couple of years," Frank said, resting for a moment. "Still, if we can only clear a small opening, it'll be enough to let us out." He attacked the barricade again with renewed vigor. Wrenching at a large rock, he tugged and pulled until it became dislodged from the surrounding debris. Frank was just dragging the huge stone away when there came a warning rumble, a cry of alarm from Joe, and he leaped back. He was just in time. With a crash, a large section of the roof caved in, a flat ledge of rock just missing his head by inches. A mass of rubbish descended with a roar. "Get out of the way." "Get out yourself?" "Gee, it looks as if the whole roof might come down. I got some dust in my eyes." "Same here. Say, this is the worst yet." "Humph, we'll be lucky if we are not buried alive." Much crestfallen, the boys bumped into each other, rubbing their eyes and clearing their throats of the dry dust that had come down with the rocks. Then they gazed at each other in dismay, and not without reason. All the boys' work was undone. The barrier was now larger than it had ever been. "That fixes it?" said Frank gloomily. The ledge of rock that had given way was of such extent that it was impossible for anyone to move it. Their path was completely blocked. "No use working at that anymore." Frank sat down on a rock, regarding the impassable heap. "Buried alive," he remarked at last. "No one will ever find us here." The boys realized the gravity of their plight. No one knew they were in the tunnel. No one had seen them enter. If they perished here, their bodies might never be recovered. "Think we ought to start calling?" asked Joe hopefully. "Looks as if we'll have to do something. Perhaps if we do call, the men won't hear us." "How about going back along the tunnel?" There was still a sort of opening. "You remember, it's our only chance." Frank had little hope that the tunnel had another outlet. However, he grabbed up the flashlight and the boys picked their way back along the rocky passage. When they came to the place where the tunnel had seemed to end, they surveyed it dubiously. "I'll go ahead," said Frank. "Like as not, I'll get stuck in here and you'll have to come in and pull me out." He wedged himself into the opening between the rocks, holding the flashlight before him. To his surprise, he found that although there was a blank wall immediately ahead, the tunnel turned sharply to one side, and in the glow of the light he saw that it continued for some little distance. A very narrow passage, but one that offered sufficient space for him to continue. "It doesn't end here after all," he called back to Joe. "Perhaps it does lead outside." He went on. Joe scrambled through the opening and followed close behind. With growing elation, Frank found that the tunnel continued. When he had gone about 15 yards, he rounded a sharp corner and gave a cry of delight. Here, on the wet floor, he spied the imprint of a man's shoe. "There's been someone here before us," he said to Joe, in excitement. "A footprint? Which way does it lead?" "The way we're going. This isn't so hopeless after all." This evidence that another human being had been in the tunnel gave the boys new courage. "We'd better go quietly. Chances are that the auto thieves are somewhere around." A few steps farther, and Frank spied a light in the distance. At first he thought it was only a reflection from his own flashlight, but when he switched it out, the light still glowed steadily through the darkness ahead. They moved cautiously. Frank did not turn on the flashlight again. He was afraid it might be seen. Step by step, they moved forward, and the glow of the mysterious light became brighter. It was soon so strong that it even cast a certain amount of illumination into the tunnel, and the boys saw that the passage was almost at an end. Then they heard a voice. They could not distinguish the words, but they could hear someone talking in a quick, rasping tone. Then another voice interrupted. Frank laid a warning hand on his brother's sleeve. "Quiet, does it?" he warned. They crept forward. The tunnel evidently opened into another cave. Edging ahead as close to the entrance of the passage as they dared, the boys saw that the light was from a huge lamp. It was not turned toward them, or the tunnel would have been bathed in a strong glare, and they would have been seen, but it cast a strong radiance over a small cave in which 6 men were sitting. The cavern was bare, but there were boxes scattered about on the rocky floor, and these provided makeshift seats. The lads caught only a glimpse of the eerie scene, the shadowy figures, and then they drew back, for 2 of the men were facing them, and for a moment they thought the fellows could not have failed to see them. However, the glare of the immense lamp evidently blinded them to anything beyond, for they did not move. A gruff voice spoke. "Well, we can run that big touring car out tonight. Clancy says he can do the repainting tomorrow, and we can get rid of it in a day or so if everything goes well." He took his time about selling that coupe. There was a hitch somewhere. He thought the Dicks were watching his place, so he had to lay low for a few days. "Well, I guess it's all right. I don't blame him for not taking any more chances than he has to." "Rats," said someone else. "He's taken no chances. We've got away with everything fine so far, and the cops haven't suspected any of us yet." "Clancy's different," said the man with the gruff voice. "He's at the selling end, and that's where the danger lies. It's no trouble to steal these boats. The Dicks don't try to trace him from that end, for they know there isn't much use. They watch until we try to get rid of him. Clancy's smart. He even burns out the engine numbers. When one of those cars leaves his hands, even the owner wouldn't recognize it if you took him for a ride in it. We've been making out all right so far, but we can't get too bold. The whole countryside is stirred up, and the farther we go the more chances we're taking." "That's true. Just the same, we're about as safe here as anyone can be. Nobody knows about these caves. Lucky break for us that they don't. If I didn't know about them, I could walk up and down that beach for a month of Sundays and never spot an opening." "That's a nice-looking roadster you landed tonight. It's been parked out on the Shaw Road for 2 nights past. It seemed a shame to neglect a nice boat that way, so I took it in. What would anybody park a car out there for on a night like this? Wasn't there anybody around?" "Not a soul. Meb the driver was out fishing and got caught in the rain and didn't get back. Or he might have had engine trouble. It ran for you, didn't it? Sure, but I can make 'em run when nobody else can. You sure know how to handle a car, I'll say that for you. There was a stir in the cave. Here he comes now, announced someone. Then the boys heard a familiar voice, a voice that sent a thrill of excitement through them. Coast is clear, you can run that car out now, Dan. It was the voice of Gus Montrose. Roman 19 captured tensely. The haughty boys crouched in the tunnel as they heard the voice of the Dodds farmer hired man. It's a dirty night out, he was saying. You're welcome to the trip, Dan. Still raining? Pouring? I'm soaked to the skin, grumbled Montrose. It's no fun, plowing down through that gully. Well, you won't have much more to do tonight, said one of the men placatingly. We landed a fine roadster while you were out. The one I was telling you about? The same. Seems funny about that car being parked on the Shaw Road 3 nights in a row. I saw it there the other evening and passed it up. Then last night I got in and would have driven it away, only I couldn't get it started. Different kind of car than any I've ever been in. I went out and found Sam and we were going back when we ran right into the car turning around in a lane. Didn't see who was in it, did you? No. The headlights shone right in our eyes. Seemed like a couple of young fellows. If they had been a little slower, we'd have had the car. Well, we have it now. They'll wish they wasn't so smart, leaving it out in the rain that way. Nice wet walk they'll have if they live in Bayport, laughed Gus Montrose shortly. I know who I wish owned it. Your little friends? Those brats of haughty boys, returned Gus. Followed me for about 3 blocks today when I went uptown to meet Sam. What was the big idea? They kid themselves that they're a couple of amateur detectives, rasped Montrose. Just because they've been lucky in a couple of cases, they think they gotta go spying on everybody. What made 'em spy on you? How should I know? I guess Dad must have put them up to it. They don't figure you're mixed up with these missing cars, do they? How could they? Nobody has anything on me, bragged Gus. But I told them a few things anyway. I told them to lay off following me, or they'd get something they wasn't looking for. What they say? They backed down, got scared and beat it. That's the way to talk to them, approved the man called Dan. Scare the daylights out of them. Speaking of daylight, it'll be daylight before you reach Atlantic City with that car if you don't hurry up. All right, I'll start moving, Dan growled. You might as well take some of that junk we got from the importing company's truck and ask Clancy to sell it for us. And don't you forget to collect the money from him for the lost car we turned over to him. I won't forget. Some of you guys had better come along and load a couple of those boxes for me. There was a heavy tramping of feet that indicated the men were leaving the cave. The haughty boys could hear their receding footsteps and the diminishing voices. Finally, the cave was in silence. Frank peeped out of the tunnel. They've gone? He whispered. Are you going in? Questioned Joe. Sure, there's no one around. He stepped out onto the rocky floor with Joe at his heels. The cave was not as large as the one in which the cars were stored, but from the boxes scattered around and from a litter of empty cigarette packages, burnt matches, old clothes, and other things lying about, it was clearly the meeting place of the gang. Well, we've found the auto thieves, all right. The next thing is to trap them. We can't do it alone, that's certain, said Joe. I think we ought to get out of here as quickly as we can. There's probably only one opening to this place, answered Frank, flashing the light about the walls. It fell on a dark opening through which the thieves had departed. There was no other passage apparent beyond the one through which the boys had entered. Not much use going after them. They're probably all out in the cave where the cars are kept, remarked Joe. We'll just have to watch our chance. Let's take a look around here, remarked Frank after a minute of silence. We'll have to be careful. They may come back and catch us, answered his brother. We'll watch out for that. With caution the boys began to look around them. Look, cried Frank in a low tone. He bent down and from the rocky floor picked up a big bunch of keys. Auto keys, came from Joe. Yes, and all different. I suppose they have all the keys necessary to unlock any car. More than likely. Near the keys they found a dock coat and a cap. I guess the keys dropped out of that coat, remarked Frank. Looks like it. Joe's gaze traveled to a spot back of the coat. Look, a wig, he exclaimed. That shows they go out disguised. It sure does. Say, we're getting to the bottom of this mystery? I hope so. The boys explored the underground chamber but found nothing of further interest. So we were right, after all, Frank said. Gus Montrose is mixed up with the auto thieves. He probably discovered these caves in the first place and saw how they could be used for concealing stolen goods. Perhaps this place was used by smugglers long ago. Probably. They are natural caves, and it's easily seen that they've been used for a long time. Some of the tunnels look as if they'd been blasted out to widen them. We're certainly lucky to have found their hiding place, for we'd never have found it unless we'd been brought here. From their talk, they evidently drive the cars to Atlantic City from here. Must have a secret road of some kind, or they'd never get through. Montrose spoke of coming through a gully. There is a gully near the Dodd farm. Now that I come to think of it, I believe there is an abandoned road through it. The place has been overgrown with brush for the past 5 years, though. Perhaps they cleared it out. The road used to lead out to one of the private, right-of-way roads in the back township. Since the Shaw Road was extended, it's never been used. I'll bet that's what they're doing, using that old road and bringing the cars out the back way. The police haven't been watching the private roads at all. It's a smart scheme. Well, it won't last much longer. Suddenly, a voice rang out, clear and sharp. I'll get the lantern. It's right here. Startled, the boys wheeled about. The voice seemed to be right beside them. Instantly, they realized that it was only a trick of the echoes, and that the voice came from the passage leading into the cave. Someone was approaching. They could hear his heavy boots clumping on the rocky floor. Quick, the tunnel? Whispered Frank. He sped across the cave toward the opening in the wall, but they had moved farther away from their hiding place than they imagined. By the time the brothers reached the passage, they heard a cry of alarm behind them. Who's that? They scrambled into the tunnel. Another shout, footsteps across the floor, and then the lantern cast its beam directly on the entrance of the passage. It was a powerful light, and the boys knew they had been seen. The man in the cave began shouting for help. Gus, Sam, come here, quick. His voice echoed from the walls. The haughty boys heard a faint shout from outside the cave. What's the matter? Someone in here. Hurry up. The uproar out in the cave grew in volume as other members of the gang joined their comrade. There was a hasty gabble of voices. There was someone in the cave when I came back for the light, shouted the man who had discovered the boys. They beat it into that tunnel. I just saw them. Sam, go around and watch the other side, ordered someone sharply. That tunnel goes out into the big cave. The thieves were evidently unaware of the cave-in that had blocked the passage. Frank and Joe retreated beyond the first bend. They were trapped. The barricade cut off their flight, and they knew they were facing certain capture. The guns, snapped Frank. He drew his revolver from his pocket and fired into the darkness around the corner. There was a shout of alarm. Get back, Gus, they've got guns. Then followed a wild scrambling as the man who had pursued them into the tunnel hustled back to safety. Frank pressed himself against the rocky wall in case any of the gang should enter and open fire on them, but the thieves had been frightened by his shot. That'll hold them for a while. How long? Joe reminded him. They have us trapped, Frank. We can't go back. They'll starve us out. We won't give up without a fight. There was a tremendous uproar out in the cave. The men were talking loudly and their voices were intensified by the tumultuous echoes of the place. Follow them in? Someone shouted. But Gus snarled. We can't. They're armed. Well, said Frank quietly, we have enough bullets to keep them back for a while at any rate. They'll get us in the long run. I suppose so. Then the haughty boys heard the voice of the man called Sam. He came into the cave, shouting. They can't get out. There's been a cave-in and the tunnel is jammed up with rock. Good, exclaimed Gus exultantly. Here, hand me that light. There was a moment of silence. Then the powerful lantern was evidently turned toward the mouth of the tunnel, for the light gleamed on the walls. As they were just around the bend in the passage, the boys could not be seen, but the glaring light was reflected from the rocks. They're out of sight, muttered someone. Try a shot. Instantly, there was an explosion as a revolver rod. The echoes were deafening in that confined space. Something whizzed past Frank's head and smacked against the rock. The bullet, aimed for the rock wall, had ricocheted across the bend and had missed him by a hairbreadth. This was too close for comfort. The revolver crashed again, and there was a cry from Joe. Are you hurt? Asked Frank anxiously. No, but the bullet glanced off the rocks. I think it went through my sleeve. It sure was close. Their voices had been heard by the men in the cave. That's got 'em scared? Yelled Gus. The boys retreated out of range of the glancing bullets. We're up against it, Frank admitted. If we stay here, they'll starve us out. If we try to rush them, we'll get shot. I guess we'll have to surrender. Looks as if there's nothing else for it. We'll give ourselves up and take our chances on escape. The way things are, we're liable to be shot. He edged back toward the bend in the passage. There was a lull in the firing. We give up? He shouted. A yell of triumph followed. Now you're talkin' sense, shouted Gus. Throw your gun out here. Frank hurled his revolver around the corner and it clattered on the rocks. Someone crawled into the passage and retrieved it. Now come out with your hands up. Bitter though their defeat was, the haughty boys had to acknowledge that the odds were against them. With their arms in the air, they came around the corner, into the glare of the big lamp. Step by step, they advanced until, at the junction of cave and tunnel, they were seized by their captors. Roman 2 Circumstantial evidence. For a moment Frank Hottie lay in the thicket, stunned by the shock of his fall, with the breath knocked out of him. Gradually, he recovered himself and managed to scramble to his feet. His first thought was for the other boys, but a quick glance showed that both Chet and Joe were unhurt, beyond a few bruises. Joe was sitting in the ditch, looking around him in bewilderment, as though he had not yet realized exactly what had happened, while Chet Martin was picking himself up out of a clump of undergrowth near the fence. In the road, the driver of the hay wagon was trying to calm his startled horses, who were rearing and plunging in fright. "Any bones broken?" asked Frank of his two companions. Chet carefully counted his ribs. "Guess not," he announced cheerfully. "I think I'm all here safe and sound. Wow, what a spill that was." Joe got to his feet. "Good thing this is a soft ditch," he said. "It's lucky somebody didn't get a broken neck." "Well, nobody did, and that's that." "How about the bikes?" Frank examined his own motorcycle, righted it, and found that the machine was not damaged beyond a bent mudguard. He had managed to slow down sufficiently before careering into the ditch, so that much of the shock had been averted and the motorcycle had simply turned over into the spongy turf. "My bike's all right," announced Chet. "It's bent a little here and there, but it's good for a few more miles yet." "Same here," said Joe Hottie, looking up. "I think we're mighty lucky to get off so easily. You might 'a' run me down," Rod, the driver of the hay wagon, now that he had recovered from his fright. "Tearin' and snottin' down the road on them contraptions. Why don't you watch the road?" asked Frank. "You heard us coming, we couldn't see you. You might have killed the three of us driving out like that. You didn't have anything to worry about." "I didn't, eh?" "No. What if I'd been killed? You could hear our bikes half a mile off unless you were deaf," put in Joe. "It ain't my business to listen for them contraptions," growled the man on the hay wagon. "I got my work to do." "Well, don't blame us," said Frank. "And the next time you drive out of a side road like that, stop, look, and listen. Say, who do you think you're givin' orders to?" And now the man reached for his whip and acted as if he meant to get down and thrash somebody. "None of that, if you know when you are well off," cried Joe, his eyes blazing. Chet stepped forward. "If you say the word, we'll give you all that is coming to you," he put in. All of the boys looked so determined that the man let his whip alone. "Get out o' my way, I got to be goin'," he growled. "Well, after this you be more careful," said Frank. The driver grumbled, but the boys were not disposed to remain and argue the rights and wrongs of the matter. It had been an accident, pure and simple, with a certain amount of blame on both sides, so they mounted their motorcycles and drove on. Because of the spill, the boys realized that their chances of overtaking the car thieves were correspondingly lessened, but they decided to continue the pursuit. "At the rate they're going," said Chet hopefully, "they may have an upset themselves." While the Hottie boys and their chum are speeding along the Shaw Road on the trail of the stolen sedan, it will not be out of place to introduce them more fully to new readers. Frank and Joe Hottie were the sons of Fenton Hottie, a famous detective who had made a national reputation for himself while on the detective force of the New York Police Department, and who had retired to set up a private practice of his own. Frank Hottie was a tall, dark lad, 16 years old, while his brother Joe was a fair, curly-headed chap, a year younger. Both boys were students at the high school in Bayport. When Fenton Hottie retired from the Metropolitan Force, owing to the great demand for his services in private investigations, he had moved with his family to Bayport, a thriving city of 50,000 on Barmet Bay, on the Atlantic seaboard. Here the two boys attended school, and here it was that they met with the first adventures that strengthened their resolution to follow in their father's footsteps and themselves become detectives when they grew older. Fenton Hottie was one of the greatest American criminologists, and his sons had inherited much of his ability. From their earliest boyhood, it had been their united ambition to be detectives, but in this, they had been discouraged by their parents, who preferred to see them inclined toward medicine or the bar. However, these professions held little attraction for the lads, and when they eventually had an opportunity to display their ability as amateur detectives, they felt that they had scored a point toward realizing their ambition. In the first volume of this series, The Hottie Boys, The Tower Treasure, the lads cleared up a mystery centering about a strange mansion on the outskirts of Bayport, recovering a quantity of stolen jewelry and bonds after the police, and even Fenton Hottie had been forced to admit themselves baffled. Thereafter, their father had made but mild objections to the pursuit of their hobby and was, indeed, secretly proud of the ability displayed by his sons. Further mysteries were solved by the boys, the stories of which have been recounted in previous volumes of this series, the preceding book, Hunting for Hidden Gold, relating their adventures in the far west, where they faced a bandit gang and went after a fortune in hidden gold in the depths of an abandoned mine. Chet Martin, who was with the Hardy Boys this afternoon, was one of their high school chums, a plump, good-natured lad with a weakness for food, and lots of it, as he frequently said. He lived on a farm about a mile outside Bayport and, like the Hardy Boys, was the proud owner of a motorcycle. Frank and Joe also owned a motorboat, the Sleuth, which they had bought from the proceeds of a reward they had earned by their work in solving a mystery. Tony Prito, an Italian-American lad, and Biff Hooper, two other high school chums of the Hardy Boys, also owned motorboats in which the boys spent many happy hours on Barmet Bay and in which they had, incidentally, experienced a number of thrilling adventures. "Often wished I owned a boat," said Chet as they sped along, "but now I'm just as glad I have a motorcycle instead. I'd have missed all this fun this afternoon if I hadn't." "You have a queer idea of fun," Joe remarked. "Getting dumped out on my head into a wet ditch doesn't make me laugh very hard. Better than studying algebra." Chet's aversion to schoolwork was well known. For a while they sped on without talking. There was no sign of the stolen automobile, but the boys did not entirely give up hope of catching up with it. When they had gone about 3 miles, however, even Frank was forced to admit that the fugitives had doubtless given them the slip. "What's going on over there?" said Frank suddenly. "There's a state trooper and 3 men over in that farmyard. And a big car, too," said Chet. "Why, I know this place," Joe declared. "This is Dodd's farm. Not Jack Dodd, the chap who goes to Bayport High. Sure, this is where he lives. I remember the place was pointed out to me once. I knew Jack Dodd lived on a farm, but I didn't know it was this far out," said Chet. "Let's drop in and see what's up." With Frank in the lead, the 3 boys turned down the lane leading in to the Dodd place. "I wonder what that trooper is here for," he said. "They all seem to be having an argument over something." "Perhaps the trooper met the auto thieves?" conjectured Chet. When they drove into the barnyard, they saw a boy running toward them, and they recognized him as Jack Dodd, a quiet, likable lad who was in their class at the Bayport High School. "Hello, fellows?" he called to them, but they saw that there was a worried expression on his face. "What brings you away out here today?" "Hunting trip," said Chet, with a curious glance toward the state trooper, who was standing over by the fence with Mr. Dodd and 2 burly strangers. Their voices were raised in a loud argument, in which Mr. Dodd appeared to be opposed to the others. "Hunting trip. Hunting for auto thieves," Frank explained. "Isaac Fussy's car was stolen a little while ago. When we saw that trooper here, we had an idea that perhaps he might know something about it." "What's that?" shouted the trooper, a broad-shouldered young chap. "A car stolen?" "Yes, sir, we were chasing it, a big Cadillac." "Didn't see it," replied the trooper. "It didn't pass this way, I'm sure of that. We've just found one stolen car anyway." "I tell you I didn't steal it," declared Mr. Dodd heatedly. "I haven't the least idea how that car got there." "That's all right," interposed one of the other men gruffly. "You can tell that to the judge. The fact is, we've found the car behind your barn, and it's one of the cars that were stolen in the past couple of weeks." The chums glanced questioningly at Jack Dodd. "These men are detectives," he said, in a low voice. "They came out from the city with the trooper a little while ago." "Did they really find a stolen car here?" asked Chet. Jack nodded. "They found one all right, but how on earth it got here, I don't know. It's a Packard and somebody must have driven it in and left it among the bushes behind the barn. We never noticed it." "Well," the state trooper was saying, "I'm going to drive the car back to Bayport and return it to the owner." "You don't claim it's yours, do you?" He gestured toward a splendid touring car nearby. "Of course it isn't mine," said Mr. Dodd. "I've never seen it before, and I never want to see it again." "I guess you don't," growled one of the detectives. "How it got here, I can't tell. I certainly had nothing to do with stealing it." "People don't leave perfectly good cars hidden behind other people's barns," said the other detective. "You'd better tell us a straight story, Dodd. It'll be easier for you. I've told you all I know about it." "Well then, if you don't know any more about it, perhaps your son does." "I don't know any more than Dad," declared Jack stoutly. "I've never seen the car before." "Never?" "No." One of the detectives stepped swiftly over to the automobile and produced an object from the back seat. He held it out toward the boy. "What's this?" he asked. Jack gasped. "My fishing rod." "It's yours, is it? How did it get there if you've never seen the car before?" Roman 20 tables turned. The dazzling glare of the big lamp was turned full in the faces of the Hardy Boys. They heard a gasp of astonishment. "Why, it's a couple of kids," exclaimed one of the men. "Couple of kids?" rasped Gus Montrose in astonishment. "Do you know who we've got here?" "Who?" "Them Hardy Boys, the pair that followed me yesterday." "What?" It's them, the very same spine pair of brats. A rough hand seized Frank's shoulder and swung him around. I'd know them anywhere, Fenton Hardy's kids. The name of Fenton Hardy made a distinct impression on the gang. There were mutterings of anger and fear. The detectives' boys, eh? Growled one. What are you doing here, boys? That's for you to find out, replied Frank shortly. Is that so? Well, you've got no business here. You know that, don't you? Your own business here doesn't seem any too lawful. Never mind about us. You come spying around here and you've got to expect to take the consequences. What'll we do with them, Gus? They're not going out of here, that's certain. We're not going to let them go back home and tell what they've seen. Or what they heard. How long were you two boys hidden in that tunnel? You can try to find that out, too, retorted Frank. Smart, ain't you? Snarled Montrose. You won't be so smart when we get through with you. Anybody got a rope? Here's some, said a man in the background. Give it here, then. We'll tie these brats up and keep them until we figure out what to do with them. You let us alone, said Frank. You have no right to make us prisoners, added Joe. We'll take the right. You are mighty high-handed. Rats, you'll be lucky if you don't get worse, growled one of the auto thieves. We ought to throw him into the bay, added another. Yes, with a few big stones in each pocket to hold him down, came the response from a third. Shut up, you all talk too much, commanded Montrose. Where is that rope you spoke of? He snatched a length of heavy cord from the man who handed it to him. Frank was turned roughly around and his arms thrust behind his back. In a moment his wrists were firmly tied. Joe received the same treatment. The boys were bound and helpless. Put him over in the corner, ordered Montrose. The boys were pushed and jostled across the rocky floor and were made to sit down against the wall at the back of the cave. The big lamp was turned on them all this time, and they could see the faces of none of their captors. This is a fine mess, grumbled one of the men. It ruins the whole game. Montrose turned on him. We were going to clear out tomorrow anyway, weren't we? He said. We'll just have to work a little quicker, that's all. Instead of sending one car out tonight and the rest tomorrow night, we'll get busy and drive 'em all out right now. What about these kids? Leave 'em here. They'll starve, said one man dubiously. What of that? Demanded Gus Montrose. They'd have had us all landed in jail if they could. Well, I don't hold. They brought it on themselves. Who'll ever find 'em here anyway? I'd rather take 'em out to the railway and dump 'em into an empty box car. They might be 500 miles away before anybody found 'em. That would give us plenty of time to scatter. Murmurs of approval from the other men greeted this plan. Do as you like, growled Montrose. I figure we ought to clear out and leave 'em here. Suddenly, the big lamp, which one of the gang was holding, dimmed and went out. What's the matter now? Turn on that light, Joe. It's gone out? Do you think we're blind? Of course it's out. Turn it on. The lamp's gone dead. I think there's something wrong with it. It won't light again. They could hear the man tinkering at the lamp. No use, he said at last. The cave was in pitch blackness. One of the men struck a match and it cast a faint illumination. There's candles around here somewhere, ain't there? Asked Gus Montrose. Whole box of 'em around if I can find them. The man with the match moved off into another part of the cave. He fumbled around for a while, then announced with a grunt of satisfaction, Here they are. He lit one of the candles, brought it over, and stood it on a box. Light some more, ordered Gus. The man did as he was told. In a few moments 6 candles provided a fair amount of light in the gloom of the cave. That's better. Just then there was a shout from the passage leading into the main cave. Gus Montrose wheeled about. Who's that? The men crouched tensely. I don't know, whispered one. We're all here but Dan. In a moment footsteps could be heard in the passage, then a voice. Hey, come out and help me. My car got stuck. It's Dan, said Montrose in a tone of relief. A man entered the cave. He stopped short in surprise. For the love of Pete, he exclaimed. What's this, prayer meetin'? The lamp went out, explained Gus. We caught a couple of kids spying on us. The newcomer whistled. Spies, eh? Where are they? We got 'em tied up in the corner there. Dan, who was evidently the man who had driven the roadster down from the Shaw Road, came over and regarded the Hardy boys. This don't look so good, he said. What are we going to do? We'll attend to 'em, growled Montrose. Your job is to drive that car into Clancy's place. The rest of us are bringin' the other cars in tonight. Clearin' out a day earlier, eh? That's the idea. Well, you'll have to come out and help me get my car out of the mud or none of us will get away. You're bogged. Up to the hubs, there's been so much rain that the gully road is now knee-deep in mud. All right, we'll come and get you out. How many men do you want? It'll take the whole crowd of us. No, it won't. We're not going to leave these kids here alone. Joe here can stay and watch 'em. They're tied, ain't they? What of it? I'm not trustin' to no ropes. Somebody's got to stay and keep an eye on them. I'll stay, grumbled the man addressed as Joe. I don't care who stays, snapped Dan. If you don't come out and help drag that car out of the mud, it'll be in so deep we'll never get it out. Come on. The men trooped out of the cave. Joe, who was left behind, sat down on a box and regarded the lads balefully. However, he said nothing. Gus came back through the passage. You might as well be loading some of those boxes into the other cars while we're away, he said. Take a look in every little while and see that those kids are still tied up. The man grumbled assent and followed Gus back down the passage. The Hottie boys were left alone in the light of the flickering candles ranged about the gloomy cave. Well, we've lost out, I guess, remarked Frank bitterly. If we ever do get back to Bayport, it won't be until the auto thieves have all cleared out of here with the cars. It doesn't look very bright, sighed Joe. Suddenly, Frank sat up. Say, he exclaimed, did they take your revolver? No, I guess they didn't know I had one. They took mine and missed yours. You still have it? Right in my pocket. Good. What good is it when I can't get at it? If you can, we have only this chap Joe to deal with. The flame of the candle caught Frank's eye. He had an inspiration. If only I could just get these ropes off my wrists, he said. Frank edged over toward the candle. Then, with his back to the flame, he lowered his arms until the cord that bound his wrists was within an inch of the wick. A candle does not throw out much heat, but that little flame seared Frank's wrists, and he had to clench his teeth to keep from crying out with the pain. He could hold the rope in the flame for a few moments only, and then he withdrew it. When the scorching pain had somewhat subsided, he tried again. The flame licked at the heavy cord, weakening it strand by strand. Look out, Frank, warned Joe. Frank scrambled back to the corner. He was just in time. Heavy footsteps in the passage announced the approach of their guard, who came to the entrance, looked at them sullenly for a moment, then turned away again. He went back to the outer cave. Hardly had he disappeared when Frank was back at the candle. He thrust the rope into the flame again. When he could stand the burning heat no longer, he withdrew and tried to break his bonds by sheer force. But although the ropes had been weakened, they refused to break. He returned to the flame again, and on the next attempt he was successful. So many strands had been burned through that the cord snapped, and his hands were free. Quickly, Frank went over to his brother. First of all, he took the revolver from Joe's pocket and put it on the rock beside him, in readiness. Then he knelt down and tugged at the strong ropes that bound Joe's wrists so tightly. The knots were stubborn, but he finally undid them. The ropes fell apart and Joe was free. Now, gritted Frank, picking up the revolver, we'll go and attend to our friend in the cave. Hadn't we better wait here for him? There may be someone with him. I guess you're right. We'll take him by surprise the next time he comes back. Frank went over to the side of the tunnel that led out into the main cave. Bring those ropes with you, Joe. Take the other side. Joe picked up the cords that had bound his own wrists and took up his position at the other side of the entrance. There the boys waited. In a short time they heard heavy footsteps in the tunnel. Their guard was returning. Frank gripped the revolver. The lads pressed themselves against the wall. The footsteps drew closer. Then a dark figure emerged from the opening. Frank stepped swiftly out behind the rascal and pressed the revolver against his back. Hands up? He ordered sharply. The victim gave a cry of fright. He had been startled almost out of his wits. His hands shot up. Stand where you are. Frank still pressed the muzzle of the revolver against their erstwhile captor while Joe searched the man for weapons and found a small automatic in the fellow's hip pocket. This he took. Put your hands behind your back, ordered Frank. The prisoner obeyed. Quickly, Joe tied the man's wrists. Go over and sit on that box. Muttering and grumbling with rage, the fellow did so. Joe hunted around until he found another length of rope, and with this he bound the man's feet. I guess you'll be all right here until the others come back, Frank told the captive. If ever I get free of these ropes, keep quiet, ordered Frank, brandishing the revolver menacingly. Their prisoner was silenced abruptly. Blow out the candles, Joe. He might think of the same idea. The candles were blown out. The boys were in complete darkness. Hey, Rod, their prisoner. You're not going to leave me here alone in the dark, are you? Exactly. Where's our flashlight, Joe? I have it here. It was in my pocket. Joe turned on the light. In its glow, they saw their prisoner, bound hand and foot, sitting disconsolately on the box. Fine, we'll go now. They left the cave, unmindful of the appeals of the auto thief, and made their way down a passage that led into the outer cavern where the stolen cars were stored. The light showed them a large opening that they had not seen when they were in the place on the first occasion. I guess this is the way they drive the cars out, remarked Frank. We'll go out the way we came in. We won't be so likely to meet the others. The boys hastened down the far passage. They hurried past their roadster, on through the tunnel. At last they saw a gleam of light ahead, shining faintly in the distance. Roman 21 at the farmhouse in a few moments. The haughty boys had emerged from the passage and stood in a heavy clump of bushes that obscured the entrance to the tunnel in the bluff. Brushing aside the trees, they stepped out onto the beach. The light they had seen was from a ship steaming into Bayport Harbor, and in the distance they could see a dim yellow haze, the lights of the city. Above them towered the rocky bluff. Farther down the beach they saw the break in the cliffs where the gully ran back toward the Shaw Road. "We can't go that way," Frank decided quickly. "The thieves are up in the gully helping get that car out of the mud." Joe looked up at the steep cliff. "We certainly can't climb up here. We can go out the way we came in. The roadster came down the beach, you remember? We may find the trail back." The storm had spent its force, and a fine drizzle of rain was now falling. The boys went back down the beach, the flashlight illuminating the way. By the smoothness of the beach they knew that this was the route the car had followed on the way in. Later on they came to an open stretch of sand. Beyond that lay rocks. There was a break in the cliff, and by the flashlight, the boys picked out an automobile track in a patch of sand, leading toward low bushes that masked the entrance to a gully. "This is the place we're looking for," said Frank. "I'll bet the roadster came down through here." He pushed aside the wet bushes. In the damp grass, the track was still plainly visible. The gully was dank with undergrowth, but there were evidences of a wide trail. "We're getting there anyway. From the direction, this ought to take us up to the Shaw Road." "What shall we do then?" asked Joe. "Walk to Bayport?" "We shouldn't have to. There are farms along the road. We ought to be able to telephone to town." "To the police?" "Sure, police and state troopers. We can't round up this gang by ourselves, and we haven't any too much time to get help as it is." "Well, we at least know where they can trace the stolen cars. That's one consolation." "You mean Clancy? In Atlantic City? The police ought to be able to catch him without any trouble." The boys struggled on up the gully, along the trail that led through the wet woods toward the Shaw Road. The underbrush had been cleared away for the passage of the stolen cars, and they found no difficulty following this strange road. Finally, Frank gave a cry of delight. "We're at the road?" He emerged from the bushes, raced across a grassy stretch, and scrambled up onto the highway. It was indeed the Shaw Road at last. The boys looked about them. Some distance away they saw a gleam of light. "A farmhouse? We'll try it." They hurried down the road, and at length the flashlight revealed the entrance to a lane. Splashing through the water-filled ruts, the boys made their way between the crooked fences toward the dim mass of farm buildings. "This place seems sort of familiar," remarked Joe. "I was thinking the same thing." "I know now. It's the Dodd Farm." Joe was right. When the boys entered the barnyard, in spite of the fact that darkness obscured their surroundings, they knew from the size and position of the buildings that they had reached the Dodd place. "This makes it easier. They have a telephone," said Frank, "and that light in the window shows that someone is up." They hurried to the door of the farmhouse and knocked. In a little while the door was flung open and Jack Dodd confronted them. "Who's there?" he asked, peering out into the darkness. Then he exclaimed with astonishment, "The Haughty boys, what on earth are you doing here at this hour? Come in." Frank and Joe entered. They were wet and bedraggled, and Jack Dodd looked at them curiously. "I was working late at my studies," he explained. "What happened? Did your car get stalled?" "We've found the auto thieves and the stolen cars," Frank told him quickly. "They're not far from here either. We want to use your telephone," added Joe. "The auto thieves?" gasped Jack incredulously. "You've found them?" "The whole gang, and if we move fast, we'll be able to land the outfit," answered Frank. Jack quickly realized the situation. There was no time to be lost. He led the way into a hallway and pointed to the telephone. "There you are." As it was a rural telephone line, he had to explain to the Haughty boys the proper number of rings necessary to arouse Central. It took Frank some little time to get Central, as calls at that hour were infrequent out the Shaw Road. The boys waited impatiently, but at last a sleepy voice answered the ring, and Frank hurriedly demanded the Bayport Police Headquarters. He was soon in touch with the desk sergeant. He outlined the situation quickly. "The gang were all up in the gully hauling a car out of the mud when we left. They'll be clearing out as soon as they discover their man in the cave, so you'll have to hurry," said Frank. "I'll put every man available on it right away," the sergeant promised. "I'll call up Chief Cullig at his house and tell him too." "Fine. Will you notify the state troopers? It's outside the city limits, you know." "I'll call them up. You'll need a strong force of men, for this crowd are armed, and they'll have 100 hiding places in the woods and along that beach. We'll keep a watch on the gully roads until you get here, and we'll wait for you." "Good work. Are you sure it's the gang we've been after?" "Certain. We found most of the stolen cars." The sergeant was astonished. "Found 'em where?" "We'll tell you all about it later. In the meantime, get as many men out here as you can." The sergeant disconnected abruptly. Frank had a mental picture of the activity that would follow in Bayport police circles on receipt of the news. Jack Dodd was eagerly waiting for information. "You mean to say you've actually found the thieves?" he exclaimed joyfully. "Then that means Dad and I will be cleared?" "I hope so," Frank told his chum. Briefly, the Hardy lads explained how they had hidden in the locker of the roadster, how the car had been driven away by one of the thieves, how they had overheard the conversation of the gang in the cave, how they had been captured, and how they had escaped. The Dodd household had been aroused, and Mr. Dodd came hurrying downstairs, half-dressed. When he learned what had happened, he hustled into the rest of his clothes and produced an ancient rifle from the back shed. "I want to be in on this," he said grimly. "Those thieves have caused us more trouble than enough, and I'd like to get some of my own back." Jack snatched up a flashlight. "We'd better go out and watch the gully roads," Frank said. "I know the road they drive out," exclaimed Jack. "It's just a little below the end of our lane. There's an abandoned road that used to lead back to that old right-of-way, but I don't see how they reach it, for there's a fence to cross." "Probably they take down the bars and drive through the field," said Mr. Dodd. "Now that you mention it, I always did think part of that fence looked pretty rickety." They left the house and hurried down the lane toward the main road. "We'd better split up," Frank suggested. "I have a revolver, it's Joe's, by the way, and Mr. Dodd has a rifle. Jack has a flashlight, and so has Joe. 2 of us can watch the first gully." "You and Joe know the place where you came out onto the Shaw Road," said Jack. "You'd better watch there. Dad and I will take the upper gully." "Good, we'll just keep watch until the police arrive." They separated at the end of the lane. Frank and Joe hurried off down the road, while the Dodds went in the opposite direction. When the boys reached the gully that led down to the beach, they settled down to wait. Because they were impatient, and because they realized that the gang would doubtless scatter to points of safety as soon as their escape was discovered, it seemed to them that the police were a long time in coming. In reality, it was not long, because the desk sergeant had lost no time in sending out the alarm. The roar of approaching motorcycles and the drone of a speeding motor car were the first intimations of the arrival of the police and the state troopers. Even before the machines came into view, their clamor could be heard. Then dazzling headlights flashed over the rise. Frank ran out into the road, waving the flashlight, and in a few moments the first motorcycle skidded to a stop. "Where are they?" shouted a trooper. "There are 2 ways in. We have 2 men watching the other gully. If you'll put some of your men up there on guard, we can take you down to the beach from here." The other motorcycles came up, and finally an automobile which was crowded with police officers. Everybody talked at once. The first trooper, however, quickly took charge of the impending raid, and in decisive tones he gave his orders. "Johnson, take 3 policemen and go on up to the other gully. These lads say you'll find a farmer and his son on guard. They have a flashlight, so you can't miss them. Watch that gully and grab anyone who comes out." One of the troopers got back onto his motorcycle. All but 3 of the policemen scrambled out of their car. The motorcycle leaped forward with a roar, and the automobile followed close behind. "All right," said the trooper. "We'll leave 1 man here to watch the road in case any of them slip through our fingers. The rest of us will go on down this gully. Callahan, stay on duty here," ordered the sergeant in charge of the police officers. Callahan, a burly policeman, saluted. His face, revealed for a moment in the glare of a flashlight, showed that he did not relish the assignment, evidently preferring to go where there was promise of some excitement. "All right, boys, lead the way." Frank and Joe went across the grass beside the road and plunged into the undergrowth at the entrance of the gully. Their hearts were pounding with excitement. The moment of success was at hand. Behind them trooped 9 stalwart officers, heavily armed. Down the sloping gully they went. The trooper in charge fell in step beside Frank, and the boy explained the situation that lay ahead. "2 openings to the caves, eh?" said the trooper. "Well, we have them cornered, that is, if the birds haven't flown." They came to the beach. Their boots clattered on the rocks as the men hurried forward. At length, the bushes that concealed the entrance to the first tunnel were in sight. "Roman 22, the roundup, this is the place?" Frank Hardy excitedly told the officer in charge of the party. "The tunnel is right behind those bushes." "Mighty well hidden," the trooper commented. "Do you think you can find the other opening?" "It's farther down the beach." "I think I could find it," volunteered Joe. "Take 3 of these men and watch that part of the beach at any rate." The trooper detailed 3 men to accompany Joe. "I'll wait until I see your flashlight signal," he said. "When you find the place where they drive the cars out, turn the light on and off, then wait for my whistle." Joe and the men with him hurried on down the beach. The others waited in silence near the entrance to the tunnel. Eventually, they saw the blinking light that plainly told them that the outer passage was guarded. "Fine," said the trooper. He raised the whistle to his lips. "All ready, men?" "All set," answered one of the constables in a low voice. The shrill blast of the whistle sounded through the night. With one accord, the men leaped forward, plunged into the bushes, and crowded into the tunnel. Their flashlights made the dark passage as bright as day. As they entered, they could hear a confused uproar ahead. The roar of an automobile, the sound magnified tenfold in the subterranean passages, crashed out. There were shouts, cries of warning and alarm. "We've got them trapped," shouted the trooper. They stumbled down the rocky passage. A man came blundering around a corner, right into the arms of the foremost officer. He was seized, there was a gleam of metal, a click, and the auto thief was handcuffed before he fully realized what had happened. "One," counted the sergeant. "Now for the others." They passed the Hardy Boys' roadster and caught a glimpse of a man fleeing before them into the main cave. The trooper drew his revolver and sent a shot over the fellow's head. The man came to an abrupt stop and raised his arms. He surrendered without a fight. "Two," yelled the sergeant gleefully, pouncing on his prisoner. Another pair of handcuffs was produced, the chain was slipped through the chain of the other thief's shackles, and the pair were swiftly manacled together. The officers plunged on into the main cave. In the glare of the flashlights, they saw the truck and one of the pleasure cars standing by the wall. The two other cars that had been in the cave had disappeared. No men were in sight. The raiding party heard the roar of a racing engine, a grinding of brakes, and a confusion of shouts. "They're getting out?" Frank Hardy shouted. He pointed to the huge opening in the wall through which the car had disappeared. With the police at his heels, he headed down the passage. It was wider than the one through which they had entered, and the rocky floor gave way to earth, in which ruts were clearly visible. Ahead of them they heard a shot, then more yells. "Joe and his men are on the job," Frank reflected. He was right. They reached the mouth of the passage, and there they came upon a large touring car. Two men were standing up in the front seat, arms upraised, and in the glare of the headlights they could see Joe and the three officers pointing their weapons at the pair. The roundup was soon over. One of the policemen scrambled into the automobile and clapped handcuffs on the two men. The trooper, standing on the running board, turned a flashlight upon them. The surly features of Gus Montrose were revealed. The other man was his companion Sam. "All out," snapped the officer, urging the crestfallen thieves out of the car. They stepped out sullenly. "Well, here's four of 'em anyway," declared the trooper. He turned to Frank. "Do you think there are any more?" "There's still another. He was the chap who got stuck in the mud up in the gully. Perhaps he's up there yet, if the Dodds haven't caught him on the way out." The trooper dispatched two of his men up the gully road at once, to see if they could locate the other member of the gang. "Well, Montrose," he said, turning to the former hired man, "so we've landed you at last." Gus looked down at the handcuffs. "I'd have been clear away if it wasn't for them brats of boys," he said viciously. "They were a little too smart for you and your gang." The four auto thieves were herded together, and an officer with drawn revolver was put on guard. "I guess we'll go back into the cave and see what we can find," decided the trooper. Leaving the prisoners under guard, he and some of his men, together with the Hardy Boys, went back into the main cavern, where the officers inspected the remaining cars and the loot that they found stored there. The sergeant rubbed his hands gleefully. "Everything's here," he said. "At least, everything we need to make an airtight case against that gang. And we'll recover the rest of the stuff without much trouble. I imagine." He turned to Joe Hardy. "You said you learned where they were sending the cars?" he inquired. "They spoke of a man named Clancy in Atlantic City. They drove the stolen cars out through the gully, across the Shaw Road onto one of those old private roads, and then down the coast. That's all we want to know. We'll wire the Atlantic City police as soon as we get back to headquarters. We might as well bring back as much of this stuff as we can," said the trooper. "Make a triumphal procession of it." Some of the loot they found already loaded into the small truck, in preparation for the getaway, and in a short time they had cleared the cave and the passage of the other packing boxes. One of the officers was assigned to the wheel of the truck, and another was detailed to drive the other car. Frank and Joe announced their intention of driving their own roadster back to Bayport. Before long, the little cavalcade was in readiness to start. In the lead was the touring car, with four sullen and defeated auto thieves huddled in the back seat, a trooper and a constable in front. Next came the truck, loaded with stolen goods. It was followed by the other pleasure car, with the sergeant and the other officers sitting at their ease. Behind it came the roadster, with the Hardy Boys. The foremost car followed the gully road without difficulty. The headlights illuminated the way clearly, and the automobiles lumbered up toward the Shaw Road. They had no trouble in the muddy section where Dan had come to grief, for the thieves had covered the spot with branches, and the cars crossed without becoming stalled. The road led through the woods and finally ended in a seemingly impenetrable screen of trees. Gus Montrose jeered. "Try and get through there," he said. Puzzled, the driver got out and advanced toward the heavy thickets. It seemed impossible to go any farther, and yet the tire marks of other cars were visible right up to the undergrowth. He gave one of the trees a kick, and it fell back. The secret was revealed. A cunningly contrived platform held the trees in place, and it swung back, in the manner of a gate. When a car passed through, it was drawn shut again, and gave the appearance of an unbroken mass of foliage. This explained why the secret road had never been discovered, and why the thieves were able to drive their cars out through the gully without great risk of detection. The loose trees formed a perfect screen. At last the Shaw Road was in sight. The foremost car lumbered up onto the highway. In its headlights a strange group stood revealed. There, in front of a fine sedan, stood Mr. Dodd, rifle in hand, confronting the remaining auto thief. With him were Jack Dodd and the officer who had been dispatched to their assistance. The thief, presumably the man called Dan, was sitting disconsolately on the bumper of the car, handcuffs about his wrists. "We got him?" shouted Jack in excitement as the cars lumbered out of the bush. "Held him up just as he came out onto the road." "Fine work," applauded the sergeant, scrambling out. "This just about cleans up the gang, all except Clancy." Dan looked up sharply. "How do you know about Clancy?" "Never mind, we know all about him, and he'll be behind the bars with the rest of you before long, if I'm not mistaken." The trooper who had been in charge of the roundup came up at this juncture. "Another, eh?" he said cheerfully. "Well, the little procession is growing. Better join the parade, boys." He assigned one of the men to replace Dan at the wheel of the stolen car. "We'll let you be a passenger for a change," he said, motioning the thief to the back seat. "Guest of honor." From Dan's expression as he took his seat, he did not appreciate the compliment. "You'd better come to town with us for the finish," called Frank to the Dodds. "I wouldn't miss it for a farm," Jack said, as he scrambled into the roadster with them. So, with police, auto thieves, troopers, the Dodds and the Hardy boys duly seated in the various cars, the procession started for Bayport. One of the officers drove back the police car, with the motorcycles securely lashed in place on the running boards, and one piled in the back seat. In the Hardy boys' roadster, jubilation prevailed. Jack Dodd was loud in his praises of the work the lads had done, and beneath it all was the undercurrent of intense relief because he knew the capture of the gang would clear himself and his father from suspicion. "That's the best part of it for us," said Joe Hardy, when their chum mentioned this. Roman 23, the mystery solved, the capture and subsequent trial of the automobile thieves provided Bayport with one of its biggest sensations in many a day. Although some of the gang stubbornly insisted on their innocence, the evidence against them was so complete that the state had no trouble in securing prosecutions against them all, and they were sentenced to long terms of imprisonment in the state penitentiary. The man, Clancy, was arrested in Atlantic City and was convicted with the rest of the gang on charges of receiving and disposing of stolen property. The Bayport police notified Atlantic City detectives, and Clancy's arrest was accomplished within an hour after the other members of the gang were lodged in the cells. Gus Montrose was questioned by detectives shortly after the triumphant procession reached the city. This was done at the request of Mr. Dodd, who was anxious that he and Jack should be cleared of all suspicion in connection with the thefts as quickly as possible. Montrose saw that the game was up. He admitted that his former employer knew nothing of the stolen cars. "It was while I was working for Mr. Dodd that I found the caves in the bluffs," he confessed. "I used to go down to the beach a lot to fish, and one day I found the opening into the tunnel and explored the big cave. I thought at the time that it would be a good place to hide stolen goods. Then one day I met Sam. He had just been released from the pen and we got to talking together, and he said he thought there would be good money to be picked up stealing cars." "Where did you pick up the rest of the crowd?" "Sam's friends, mostly. When I told Sam about the caves in the bluffs, he said it was just what we needed, and he asked me if there was any roads in. I said there wasn't, but we could make roads in and out through the gullies and cover 'em up. Then I told him about the old private road through to the back townships. He come with me and we looked the place over, and he said it was just right. He wrote to some of his friends and they come on here, and we started to work." "That was when you quit your job at the Dodd place?" "I didn't want to quit, for I figured people wouldn't be so likely to think I was mixed up with the car stealing if I kept on working, but it took up so much of my time that Mr. Dodd let me go." "Who did the actual car stealing?" "The rest of the fellows. My job was to keep my eyes open for good chances." People would see me going along the Shaw Road and think nothing of it, but if any of the other boys went out, somebody might see 'em and think it queer, because they was strangers. Mostly I stayed down on the beach fishin', and kept watchin' the road for places people parked their cars. Then I'd signal to Dan or one of the others, and they'd come and drive the car away. Fishing? Exclaimed Jack Dodd. I'll bet that's how my rod disappeared. I took it after your father fired me, Montrose admitted. How did it come to get into the car found behind Dodd's barn? One of the detectives demanded. That was a car Dan had stolen, but the owner chased him in another car, and he couldn't get down the gully without Baines seen. Dan had picked me up, and I had the rod with me. He drove the car up behind the barn and hid it there, and we got back to the cave on foot. I left the rod in the car. Well, that explains everything, the detective remarked. He turned to Mr. Dodd. There shouldn't be any difficulty withdrawing the charges against you and your son. It takes a big load off my mind, declared the farmer. It was a terrible worry to have that hanging over our heads when we knew we were innocent. You must admit that the circumstances looked bad. We only did what we thought was our duty. I suppose so. Well, if the charges are withdrawn, we won't say anything more about it. Withdrawal of the charges was a formality that was soon executed. In the week following, both Mr. Dodd and Jack were congratulated by scores of people on having been cleared of all suspicion in connection with the Shaw Road mystery. The bail money was returned to Mr. Hardy and the boys. Frank and Joe Hardy were the real heroes of the case. Their good work in discovering the hiding place of the auto thieves and in notifying the police in time to capture the gang earned them praise from all quarters. The Bayport newspaper gave much space to the affair, and the story of the lads' adventures in the cave provided thrilling reading. Some detectives, Frank and Joe, commented Biff. Headliners, right on the front page, came from Chet. Well, they deserve it, don't they? Put in another high school student. They certainly do, answered Chet. And to think Jack Dodd and his dad are cleared, went on Biff. That's the best yet. Jack's smiling like a basket of chips, said Tony, mouth all on a broad grin. So the talk ran on among the boys. The girls were equally enthusiastic. Oh, I think Frank and Joe are too wonderful for anything, remarked Callie Shaw, who had always been looked on with favor by Frank. I never thought Joe could be so brave, breathed Iola Martin. They are sure a pair of heroes, said Paula Robinson. I really think they ought to be in a book, added Tessie, her twin. Even the Applegates, for whom the Hardy boys had solved the mystery of the Tower treasure, had their word of commendation. As brave as the knights of old, said Miss Adelia. If I had my say, I'd print a stamp in their honor, said Herd Applegate, who was an expert on stamp collecting. The new roadster became famous in Bayport as the car that had lured the auto thieves to their downfall. Motorists in general were able to breathe easier when they learned that the gang had been rounded up, a little to their embarrassment and much to their delight. At a banquet of the Automobile Club, Frank and Joe were the guests of honor. I am sure, said the president of the club in a speech, that the automobile owners of the city are grateful to these two boys for the courage and ingenuity they displayed in running down the gang when even the organized police had failed. They ran grave risks, for they were dealing with desperate and experienced criminals. If the hiding place had not been discovered, it seems likely that the thefts might have continued for some time, and it is certain that none of the cars would have been recovered. As it is, all the automobiles have been located and returned to their owners, as well as all the stolen goods. As you all know, various rewards were offered by this association and by a number of the car owners, and to these rewards the Hardy boys are justly entitled. I have great pleasure, then, in presenting them with the sum of $1,500, comprising the 3 separate rewards of $500 each. Amid cheers, 2 checks for $750 were presented to Frank and Joe. Mr. Hardy, who was present at the banquet, beamed with pleasure. But when he returned home with the lads, he invited them into his study and closed the door. Wondering what was coming, the boys faced their father. I think you've had enough congratulations for 1 week, he said to his sons. Don't let it turn your heads. We won't, Dad, they promised. It was a good idea, hiding in that locker, their father remarked. It was a good idea and it worked out very well. There was only one thing wrong with it. What was that? Asked Frank. It was too dangerous. Too dangerous? You took too many chances dealing with a gang like that. Don't try anything like that again, or I may have to hunt up my old shaving strop. But Fenton Hardy smiled indulgently as he spoke. He wasn't real mad, whispered Joe, as he and his brother left their father. He was only a little bit provoked. Well, it really was dangerous, hiding in that locker, admitted Frank. Those thieves might have caught us like rats in a trap. I wonder if we'll have any more such thrilling adventures, mused Joe. Additional thrilling adventures were still in store for the brothers, and what some of them were will be related in another volume, to be entitled, The Hardy Boys, The Secret of the Caves. In that volume, we shall meet all our old friends again and learn how a peculiar accident led up to a most unlooked-for climax. The reception Frank and Joe received at the Automobile Club was tame in comparison to the way they were greeted by their chums. The biggest little detectives in the world, was the way Chet expressed himself. They can't be beat, came from Tony Prito, but it's nothing to what I expect them to do in the future, was Biff Hooper's comment. Roman 3 under suspicion for a moment. After the detective's question there was dead silence. Jack Dodd stared at the fishing rod as though stupefied. Then mechanically, he took it in his hands. Yes, it's mine, all right, he admitted. I lost it. Oh, you lost it, did you? Said the detective unpleasantly. That's very likely. You lost it in that car. I didn't. I've never seen the car. I left my fishing rod out by the front fence about a week ago, and when I came to look for it the rod was gone. The other detective snickered incredulously. It's true, protested Mr. Dodd. Jack told me at the time that he had lost his rod. You'd back him up, of course, but that story won't go down. If he never saw the car before, how does his fishing rod happen to be in it? Jack and his father looked blankly at one another. Clearly, they were utterly astounded by this unexpected development and at a loss to account for it. I think this pretty well clinches it, declared the trooper. The rod couldn't have got there unless the boy was in the car, that's certain. But I wasn't in the car. I lost the rod a week ago. You'd say that anyway, declared one of the detectives roughly. Bring the car back to town, Jim. He turned to Mr. Dodd. This isn't the end of the matter. There's not much doubt in my mind that you and your boy took that car. You certainly haven't been able to give us much of an explanation of how it came to be on your property, and the boy has told a pretty thin story to explain away that fishing rod. You're not going to arrest me? Exclaimed Mr. Dodd. No, said the detective reluctantly. You don't have to come back with us. I guess you won't go very far away. But we're going to lay charges against you and your son. For what? For stealing that car. What else do you think? And we're going to do a little more investigating about those other cars that were stolen too. Mr. Dodd said nothing. He realized the futility of objection. Nothing he might say would swerve the detectives from their determination to charge him and Jack with car stealing. On circumstantial evidence, they would be branded as thieves. The state trooper turned to the Hardy boys and Chet, who had remained silent during this exchange of words. You boys said there was another car stolen? Frank nodded. A Cadillac sedan. It was stolen about half an hour ago on the Shaw Road. Describe it? The trooper took out his notebook. We don't know the number. It was a blue sedan. Who did it belong to? Isaac Fussy, the rich old fisherman. I've seen that car, said the trooper. I'd recognize it anywhere. It didn't pass along this road. You've been following it. We were right behind it until we had a spill a few miles back. That held us up for a while. I see. Well, the car has probably got away by a side road. I'll report it at headquarters anyway. He turned briskly away and went over to the Packard, getting into the front seat and taking his place at the wheel. The two detectives followed. You'll hear from us again in a day or so, said one gruffly to Mr. Dodd. See that you stay here. I have nothing at all to fear. I didn't steal the car. You can tell that in court. Tell your boy to think up a better yarn about the fishing rod. With this parting shot, the officers drove away. Stunned by the misfortune that had befallen them, Mr. Dodd and Jack were silent. Frank Hardy was the first to speak. I'm sure it'll turn out all right, Jack. There's been a big mistake somewhere. Of course there's been a mistake, returned the boy heavily. But it looks mighty bad for us. I've been living on this farm for more than 30 years, said Henry Dodd. And there's never been anyone could say anything against my good name or the name of anyone in my family. I've no more idea how that automobile got here than, he shrugged his shoulders and moved slowly away toward the house. We've told the truth, declared Jack. We never saw the car before. We didn't know it was here. And I told them the truth about my fishing rod. I lost it last week and I didn't see it until that detective took it out of the automobile. How it got there, I don't know. The chums were sympathetic. They tried, to the best of their ability, to cheer up Jack Dodd, although in their hearts they knew that the evidence against the boy would weigh heavily in a court of law. If you had known anything about the car, and if you had left your fishing rod there you wouldn't have identified it so readily, said Frank shrewdly. That was what made me certain you were telling the truth. I was so surprised at seeing the rod I couldn't help it. I told them just what they wanted to know. I suppose if I had lied about it, they wouldn't have been so sure. It's always best to tell the truth in the long run, declared Frank. It looks rather black for you just now, but after all, they haven't very much to go on. The main thing is to find out who did hide that car behind the barn, and who put the fishing rod in it, added Joe Hardy. I don't suppose you suspect anyone? Jack Dodd was thoughtful. I hadn't thought of it before, he said slowly, but we had a hired man here up until last week who wouldn't be above playing a trick like that on us. Who was he? His name was Gus Montrose. He worked here for about 2 months, but we had to let him go. He was lazy and he drank a lot, and last week he had a quarrel with my father, so he was dismissed. I wouldn't say he stole the car and left it here, but he's the only person I can think of who might have cause to do anything like that. He might have had something to do with the fishing rod, at any rate, said Chet. He was a surly, bad-tempered fellow, and when he left he swore that he'd get even with us, but of course that may have been only talk. Talk or no talk, it's something to work on, Frank Hardy remarked. Have you seen him around since? Jack shook his head. Haven't seen or heard of him. It's rather suspicious, having a thing like this happen so soon after he left. He might have found the stolen car himself and concluded that it was a good chance to pay off his grudge. Or he may have found the car hidden here and deliberately put the fishing rod in the seat so it would appear that you knew something about it. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Gus Montrose were mixed up in the affair in some way or another. Jack's face flushed. I wish I had him here right now. I'd make him talk. Just sit tight, advised Frank. I know things look pretty bad, but something may turn up. We'll see if perhaps we can't do something for you. Jack brightened up at this, for he knew that the help of the Hardy boys was not to be despised. The case looked black against him, but with Frank and Joe on his side he did not feel quite so disconsolate. Thanks ever so much, he said gratefully. I'm glad someone believes me. Those city detectives can't see any farther than the end of their noses, Chet Martin declared warmly. Don't worry about them. If they put you in jail, we'll dynamite the place to get you out. He grinned as he said this, and his good humor alleviated the tension that had fallen over the group. Well, I guess we'll have to be going, said Frank as he mounted his motorcycle. Don't think too much about this, Jack. Something will turn up. I hope so, answered the boy. Chet Martin and the Hardy lads said goodbye to their chum and rode out of the farmyard. No use chasing Mr. Fussy's car now, decided Joe. Gone but not forgotten, Chet said. We might as well go home. So, leaving Jack Dodd standing disconsolately in the yard, the three headed their motorcycles back toward Bayport. Roman IV out on bail on the following Monday. Frank and Joe Hardy noticed that Jack Dodd was not at school. They had heard no more about the case, although the disappearance of Isaac Fussy's automobile had increased public interest in the car thefts, and the local newspapers were making much of the failure of the police to bring the thieves to justice. The Bayport Automobile Club had already taken action by offering a reward of $500 for information, leading to the recovery of any of the stolen cars and the arrest of those responsible. 3 of the victims had also posted rewards of varying amounts, comprising another $500 all told, for the return of their automobiles. The affairs had mystified Bayport because of the fact that not a trace of any of the cars had been found, save in the case of Martin's Packard, and motorists were apprehensive. No one knew whose turn would come next. As the Hardy boys were on their way to school on Tuesday morning, Frank pointed out one of the Automobile Club posters in a window. I sure wish we could land those car thieves. That's a nice fat reward. If we caught the thieves, we'd likely get the cars too, replied Joe. $1,000 is a nice little bit of money. It would come in handy. Added to the rewards we collected in the other cases, we'd have a good fat bank account. Reward or no reward, I'd like to catch the thieves just for the satisfaction of clearing up the affair. Most of all, so we could prove the Dodds haven't had anything to do with it. I wonder if the police have done anything about Jack yet. He surely was mighty blue on Saturday. Can't blame him, Joe said. I'd be blue myself if I was accused of stealing a car I'd never even seen before. As the Hardy boys entered the school, they were met by Chet Martin, who called them over to one side. Have you heard? He asked. About what? About Jack Dodd and his father? No, what's happened? They were arrested last night for stealing Martin's car. They're both in the Bayport jail right now. There was a low whistle of consternation from Frank. Isn't that a shame? He declared indignantly. They had no more to do with stealing that car than the man in the moon. Of course it was found on their farm, Chet pointed out. I know they didn't do it, but you can't blame the police for taking action when you come to think it over. The public are raising such an uproar about these missing cars that they have to do something to show they're awake. It's too bad Jack and his father should be made the goats. Sure is. They're in jail now? Asked Joe. Chet nodded. They're coming up for hearing this morning, but it's sure to be remanded. It's mighty tough, because they haven't much money and it will be hard for them to raise bail. Chet's news disturbed the Hardy boys profoundly. For that matter, it had a depressing effect on all the boys in the class, for Jack Dodd was well liked, and all his chums were quite convinced of his innocence of the charge against him. At recess, they gathered in little groups, discussing the misfortune that had befallen him, and at noon a number of the lads stopped Officer Con Riley on the street and asked if he had heard the outcome of the morning's hearing. Remanded, said Riley briefly. For how long? A week. They'll get about 5 years each, I guess, been too much of this here car stealing going on. They're not convicted yet, Frank Hardy pointed out. They will be, declared Riley confidently. We got the goods on him. It was one of Mr. Riley's little eccentricities that he preferred to refer to the entire Bayport police force as we, as though he had charge of most of its activities, instead of being merely a patrolman on the beat adjacent to the high school. Got the goods on them? Nothing, snorted Chet Martin. A car was found on the Dodd farm, that's all. It's enough, said the unruffled Con. Men have been hung on less evidence than that. Are the Dodds out on bail? Frank inquired. The officer shook his head. Couldn't raise it, he said. They've got to stay in the coop. Even if they may be found innocent later on, exclaimed Chet. That's the law, said Riley imperturbably. If they can dig up $5,000 bail, they'll be free until the case comes up. 5,000? They'll never be able to raise that much money. Then, said Officer Riley as he stalked away, they'll stay in the coop. Frank and Joe Hardy went home thoughtfully. At lunch, their father noticed their preoccupation and asked what the matter was. They told him the whole story of the discovery of the automobile on the farm, the finding of the rod, Jack's repeated declarations of innocence. I'm sure he didn't do it, Frank declared. He's just not that sort of fellow, and his father is as honest as you are. Thanks for the compliment, laughed Fenton Hardy. And you say they're being held on $5,000 bail. Joe nodded. They'll never raise it, I wonder. Dad, if you'd help us fix it up. The boys looked at their father hopefully. Joe and I can put up some of our reward money, interjected Frank. We hate to see the Dodds kept in jail. Mr. Hardy was thoughtful. You must have great faith in them. We have, Frank declared. They had nothing to do with stealing the car, we're certain. It seems tough that they should have to stay in jail just because it was found on their property. It's the law of the land, however. As you say, it is rather hard on them. If you lads have enough confidence in the Dodds to put up some of your own money for their bail, I suppose I can do the same. I'll make up the rest of the 5,000. Hooray! Shouted Joe. I knew you'd say that, Dad. Mrs. Hardy smiled indulgently from the end of the table. Aunt Gertrude, a peppery old lady who was visiting the Hardys at the time, sniffed in derision. Aunt Gertrude was a maiden lady of advancing years who had very little faith in human nature. Chances are they'll go out and steal another car and run away, she snapped. Waste of money, I call it. I'll take my chances with the boys, laughed Mr. Hardy. $5,000 gone, Aunt Gertrude predicted. I don't think it'll be as bad as all that, Auntie, said Frank, winking at his brother. Wait and see, young man, wait and see. I've lived in this world a good deal longer than you have. Years longer, said Joe innocently. This reference to her age drew a glare of wrath from over Aunt Gertrude's spectacles. I'm older than you are, and I know the ways of the world. It seems you can't trust anybody nowadays. However, in spite of Aunt Gertrude's doleful predictions, Fenton Hardy stood by his promise, and after lunch was over, he went with the boys to the office of the district attorney, where they put up bail to the amount of $5,000 for the release of Jack Dodd and his father, pending trial. In a few minutes, father and son were free. When they learned the identity of their benefactors, their gratitude was almost unbounded. We'd have been behind the bars right until the day of the trial, declared Mr. Dodd. I don't know how to thank you. I give you my word you'll have no cause to regret it. We know that, Mr. Hardy assured him. Don't worry, you're real chums, declared Jack to the boys. Forget it, Joe said, embarrassed. You'd do the same for us if it were the other way around. If you run across any information that might help us find who left the car on your farm, let us know, put in Frank. And by the way, see if you can find out where Gus Montrose is now and what he is doing. I have an idea that fellow knows something. I haven't heard anything about him, but I'll try to find out. Jack promised. Are you going back home now? I don't know. I hate to miss any more school, for I've been a bit behind in my work. Go on to school with the boys, advised Mr. Dodd. I'll go back home alone. No use losing any more time than can be helped. Fenton Hardy nodded his head in approval of this sensible advice, and the boys went on to school together, where Jack Dud received an enthusiastic welcome from his classmates, all of whom stoutly asserted their belief in his innocence and confidently predicted that he would come through his ordeal with flying colors. "It's a crying shame ever to have arrested you," said one of the lads loyally. "Oh, the police of this town are a lot of doughheads," said another. "It's not the fault of the police, exactly," Frank pointed out. "It was also the state troopers and detectives. But Jack is innocent?" came from several of the lads in unison. "Of course he is, and so is his father," answered Joe. "Gee, if only they round up the real thieves," sighed one of the other boys. "Why, my dad won't let me park our car anywhere near the Shaw Road anymore. My dad is getting so he won't hardly park anywhere," added another lad, and at this there was a general laugh. "Those thieves are getting on everybody's nerves, they ought to be rounded up." "Yes, and the sooner the better," declared Frank. The kind words of his chums were very pleasing to Jack Dud. Yet he was very sober as he entered the school building. He could not help but think of what might happen if he and his father could not clear their name. "We may have to go to prison after all," he sighed dolefully. More thieving after school the following afternoon, the Hottie boys repaired to the boathouse at the end of the street, where they kept their fast motorboat, the Sleuth. They had bought this boat out of money they had received as a reward for their work in clearing up the mystery of the Tower treasure and in the capture of a band of smugglers. It was a speedy craft, and the boys had enjoyed many happy hours in it. Tony Prito, one of their chums, an Italian-American lad, also owned a motorboat, the Napoli, as did Biff Hooper, the proud skipper of the Envoy. Tony's boat had been the fastest craft on Barmet Bay until the arrival of the Sleuth, and there was much friendly rivalry between the boys as to the speed of their respective boats. Chet Martin was sitting in the Sleuth, awaiting Joe and Frank by appointment. "Come on," he said. "Tony and Biff are out in the bay already." The Hottie boys sprang into their craft, and in a few minutes the Sleuth was nosing its way out into Barmet Bay. The boys could see the other boats circling about as Tony and Biff awaited their arrival. Tony waved to them, and in a short time they drew alongside the Napoli. "Where shall we go?" shouted Frank. "Anywhere suits me, might as well just cruise around." There was a roar as the Envoy surged up, with Biff at the wheel. Jerry Gilroy and Phil Cohen were with him. "I don't suppose you want to go to Blacksnake Island, do you, Biff?" called out Joe. "I'll say I don't, once is enough." "Me too," chimed in Chet as the three boats, running abreast, headed in the direction of Barmet Village. Blacksnake Island, out in the open some distance down the coast, had been the scene of perilous adventures for the chums. Some time previous Chet Martin and Biff Hooper had gone out in Biff's launch, and had been kidnapped by a gang of crooks who mistook them for the Hottie boys and who wished to revenge themselves upon Fenton Hottie. They had been taken to Blacksnake Island, as has already been told in the 4th volume of this series, The Missing Chums. "I never want to see the place again," shouted Biff. "I had enough of it to last me a lifetime." "Between snakes and crooks, we had plenty of excitement," Frank said. "Excitement?" declared Chet, settling back comfortably. "Why, I am sure that was nothing." "What do you mean, nothing?" demanded Joe. "If anything more exciting ever happened to you, I'd like to hear of it. Haven't I ever told you of the time I was the only survivor of a shipwreck that cost 94 lives? His comrades looked at Chet suspiciously. Chet Martin's joking proclivities were well known. His jests were invariably harmless, but he dearly loved a laugh, and some of his hair-raising fictions were famous among the boys. "First time I've ever heard of it," Frank said. "When were you ever in a shipwreck that cost 94 lives? Off Cape Cod in 23, declared Chet dramatically. "It was the night the good ship Brannigan went down with all on board." "Ah, but that was a terrible night. As long as I live, I'll never forget it." "Never? I don't think you even remember it," sniffed Frank. But Chet went on, getting up steam. "The Brannigan left Boston Harbor at 4 bells, and there was a dirty sea running, with a stiff breeze from the north. I had booked my passage early in the morning, but as sailing time approached, my friends beseeched me not to go. 'It is death,' they told me, but I merely laughed. 'Chet Martin is not afraid of storms. I shall sail.' The Brannigan was not out of sight of Shaw before the storm broke in all its fury. Thunder and lightning and a roaring rain. It was the worst storm in 20 years, the captain said. The passengers huddled in their cabins, sick with fear. Some of them were seasick too. The storm grew worse." "This sounds like a big whopper," declared Joe, interested in spite of himself. Chet's face was solemn as he continued. Night fell. The waves rolled over the staunch little ship. The helmsman clung to the wheel. Down in the lay scuppers, whatever they are, the first mate lay with a broken leg. Down in the forecastle the crew talked mutiny. Then came a dreadful cry. "A leak? The ship has sprung a leak?" And by golly, it had. The skipper came down from the bridge. "Take to the boats," he cried, "women and children first." But the Brannigan was sinking fast by the stern. Before they could launch a single boat, the ship sank swiftly, and 85 people went to a watery grave. He shook his head sadly, as though reflecting on this horrible tragedy. 85? Said Frank. "A little while ago you told us 94. 94 lives," Chet pointed out. 85 people but 94 lives. The ship's cat was drowned too. Joe snorted as he saw how neatly Frank had fallen into the trap. Frank looked foolish. Then Joe spoke, chuckling. "And you were the only survivor?" he exclaimed. "How did you escape?" Chet stood up and gazed out over the waves. "I missed the boat," he explained gently. Joe glared wrathfully at the jester, then jumped for the wheel. He bore down on it so suddenly that the nose of the sleuth veered into the wind, and Chet was thrown off his balance, sitting down heavily in the bottom of the craft, with a yelp of surprise. "That'll teach you?" said Joe grimly, struggling to suppress his laughter at Chet's melodramatic tale of the shipwreck. But the plump youth only grinned. "Oh boy, how you both bit," he exploded. "How you gaped, you didn't know whether to believe it or not." He roared with laughter. "Wait till I tell the others about this. How about the other 9 lives? How did you escape?" "Wow." He sat in the bottom of the boat and laughed until the tears came to his eyes. Frank and Joe joined in the laugh against themselves, for they were accustomed to Chet by now. Biff and Tony steered their boats over toward the sleuth to learn the cause of all this mirth, but the boys refused to enlighten them, as Chet wanted to reserve the yarn for a more convenient occasion when he might have some fresh victims. For over an hour, the 3 motorboats raced about the bay, until the boys were aware that it was time to go home. The sleuth reached the boathouse first, with the Napoli close behind, Biff Hooper's craft bringing up the rear. The launches safely in the slips, the 6 boys went up the street toward their homes. "Going to try for the rewards?" asked Jerry Gilroy of the Hardy Boys. Frank smiled. "We won't turn them down if we happen to run into the auto thieves," he said. $1,000 is a lot of money." "Not to you," said Biff. "What do you two want with money after landing a fat reward in that gold case out west?" He was referring to a case centering about some missing gold, in which the boys had gone all the way to Montana from their home on the Atlantic coast in order to help their father, who had fallen ill while tracking down the criminals. Their good work in this case had netted them a handsome sum of money, and they had the satisfaction of seeing their friend Jadbury Wilson, an old-time prospector who had come to Bayport to live, relieved from poverty. He had been one of the original owners of the gold and, following its disappearance, had fallen upon evil days. "One can always use more money, you know," said Frank. "It'll come in handy if ever we go to college." "I'll tell the world," declared Chet. "Your father won't have to worry much about that. I wish my dad could say the same." They had now reached the Hardy home, and Frank and Joe said goodbye to their chums. When they went into the house, they found that supper was almost ready. Aunt Gertrude sniffed as they appeared and expressed her amazement that they had managed to get home before mealtime. "For a wonder?" she said grimly. Fenton Hardy emerged from his study. His face was serious. "Well," he said, "I suppose you've heard the latest development?" The boys looked at him blankly. "Development in what?" asked Joe. "In the car thefts." "We haven't heard anything," Frank said. "Have they found the thieves?" Mr. Hardy shook his head. "No such luck. The thieves are still very much at large." "You don't mean to say another car was stolen?" exclaimed Joe. "Not only one, 2 cars." "2 more?" Their father nodded. 2 brand-new autos, a Franklin and a Studebaker, were stolen last night, he told them. "Right in the city." "Good night, and there's been no trace of them?" "Not a sign. The police kept it quiet all day, hoping to recover them without any fuss, but they've had to admit themselves beaten. The cars have absolutely disappeared." Aunt Gertrude spoke up. "Mighty funny there were no cars stolen while those duds were in jail," she said pointedly. "The minute they get out, away go 2 new automobiles." The boys glanced at one another uncomfortably. They were quite convinced that Jack Dodd and his father were innocent of any complicity in the car thefts, but they had to admit to themselves that their aunt had expressed a suspicion that might be commonly maintained throughout Bayport. "The Dodds didn't have anything to do with it," said Fenton Hardy quietly. "I'm sure of that. Still, it looks bad." "It certainly does," declared Aunt Gertrude. Frank turned to his brother. "It's time for us to get busy," he said. "We'll go out on the Shaw Road again tomorrow afternoon." VI on the Shaw Road. The Hardy Boys were not the only investigators on the Shaw Road the next afternoon. The daring thefts of the 2 new cars from the very streets of Bayport had aroused public resentment to a high pitch, and the police were thrown into a flurry of activity. Motorists were beginning to clamor for action. No one dared leave his car parked on the street without seeing that it was securely locked, even if only for a few minutes. The Automobile Club held a meeting at noon and passed a resolution urging Chief Collig to put all his available men on the case. The Shaw Road was patrolled by Bayport police and detectives, as well as by state troopers. All outgoing automobiles were stopped and credentials demanded of the drivers. It was a case, however, of locking the stable door after the horse was stolen, for no more cars disappeared that day. Most of the people who were stopped took the matter good-naturedly, but some were exceedingly bitter. "How dare you take me for a thief?" shrilled Miss Agatha Mitz, a rich and peppery maiden lady who lived in an ancient mansion down the coast. "It's outrageous. I won't show my license. You'll have to go to jail," answered the trooper who had halted her. "The idea, how dare you talk to me like that? You know well enough who I am." "Sorry, but I don't know you from Adam, and anyway, it doesn't make any difference. Show your license or I'll take you to the lockup." "I am Miss Agatha Middleton Mitz of Oldham Towers," said the maiden lady heatedly. "And I, going to show your license or not, if you haven't one?" "Oh yes, I've got a license, but I want you to understand. Let me see it, quick, you are holding up traffic." "Well, it's outrageous anyway," sighed Miss Mitz, but she had to rummage through her bag for the card and show it. Then she drove on, threatening all sorts of punishment to all the troopers in sight. Drawn by the hope of earning the rewards offered for the apprehension of the thieves and recovery of the missing cars, a number of amateur detectives went scouting around the adjoining townships, harassing innocent farmers who had already been badgered and pestered into a state of exasperation by the officials. The Dodd family, in particular, suffered from these attentions. The Hardy boys and Chet Martin dropped in to see Jack Dodd and found him sitting disconsolately on top of the barnyard fence. "It's bad enough to have detectives and troopers coming around and asking us to account for every minute of our time since we were let out on bail," said Jack. "But when nosy people come prying and prowling around, it's a little too much." "You're not the only ones," consoled Frank. "Every farmer around Bayport has been chasing sleuths off the grounds all day. They keep popping up from behind the woodshed and under fences like jackrabbits," said Jack with a grin. "I suppose it would be funny if we hadn't gone through so much trouble already. One chap sat up in an apple tree half the morning watching the house. He thought we couldn't see him. I suppose he expects to catch us driving a stolen car into the barn." "Is he there yet?" asked Chet. Jack nodded. "He went away for a while. I guess he went home for lunch, but he came back. He's patient, I'll say that much for him. He's up in the tree now with a pair of field glasses." "The genuine detective?" said Chet approvingly. "Does he know you saw him?" Jack shook his head. "We didn't pay any attention. I suppose he thinks he's been very clever." "Well, if he likes sitting in a tree so much, he'll have enough to suit him for a long while. You have a dog, haven't you, Jack?" Jack nodded. "A bulldog, I'll call him." He whistled sharply, and in a few minutes an extremely ferocious-looking bulldog came around the corner of the house, wagging his tail. "Fine, got a chain for him?" The boys looked at Chet, puzzled, but Jack went away and returned with a long chain, which he attached to the dog's collar. "I don't think you should let a dog run around loose," said Chet gravely. "It isn't good for him. I think he'd better be chained up. And if you'll show me just which apple tree contains our detective friend, I'll show you the apple tree that should shelter Toza." The others were beginning to see Chet's plan now. The Haughty boys grinned in anticipation. "It's the tree right beside the orchard gate," said Jack. "You can see it from here." "Come, Toza," said Chet and stalked away. The bulldog waddled obediently behind, the chain clinking. Chet went into the orchard and, without looking up, without giving any sign that he had noticed the man perched in the leafy branches above, he snapped the chain around the tree trunk, leaving Toza sitting in the shade. The bulldog looked puzzled, but he made no protest and settled down on his haunches. "I guess that will hold our inquisitive friend for a while," said Chet cheerfully, as he came back with the air of one who had just accomplished a worthy deed. "If he wants to leave that tree, he'll have to argue the matter with Toza." Hastily, the boys retired behind the stable so that the victim in the tree would not witness their mirth. They peeked around the corner every little while to see if there was any disturbance in the orchard, but the watcher stayed where he was, probably waiting for the dog to fall asleep. "He'll get tired of that," predicted Chet, with a snicker. "I think we will see some action around that apple tree before long." Just then, the boys spied a familiar figure coming down the lane. A car was parked out in the main road, and a bulky, stolid man was advancing toward them. "Why, it's dear old Detective Smuff," declared Chet. Detective Smuff was one of the detectives on the Bayport police force. He was a worthy man, not over-blessed with brains, and as a detective, His successes had been mainly due to a dogged persistence rather than to any brilliant deductive abilities. 3 of the cases on which he had been engaged had been solved by the Hardy boys, which had not tended to increase his liking for the lads, but he was cordial enough and bore no malice. "Hello, Mr. Smuff," Frank called. The detective nodded ponderously. "More amateurs," he sighed. "What chance has a regular officer on a case like this when everybody else in town is puttin' their oar in?" "Working on the car thefts?" asked Joe. "I am." Smuff turned to Jack Dodd. "Just where were you night before last, young man?" "At home," replied Jack shortly. "There's no use asking me any more questions, Mr. Smuff. Chief Collig was out here yesterday morning, and Dad and I were able to satisfy him that we hadn't been out of the house all evening." "Oh," said Smuff, evidently disappointed. "The chief was here, was he?" "Yes." "Well, I guess there ain't any use of me asking questions then," returned the detective. "No sign of any of the cars, officer?" Frank asked. "Not a trace." "Any word from the other towns?" Detective Smuff shook his head. "There was 3 different ways they could have gone," he said. "The Shaw Road branches off into 3 roads, and we've sent men out along every one of them, and every inch of the highway has been searched. Them cars have just plain vanished." "The police in the other towns didn't see them?" "No reports at all." "Perhaps they were taken right through Bayport and out the other side," Joe suggested. "They weren't taken through Bayport. The cars were missed within 5 minutes after they were stolen, and all the patrolmen were told about 'em and kept a lookout. There was nobody on the Shaw Road side, so this is the only way they could have come without being stopped. That's what makes it so queer," went on Detective Smuff. "The police in the other towns was given word, and they were waitin' for the cars if they came through, but they never showed up." "Then the cars must be hidden somewhere along the Shaw Road?" Frank exclaimed. "Looks like it, but we've searched every inch of the ground, and there's no place they could be hid." Detective Smuff shook his head sadly. "It's a deep case, a deep case." "Well, I'll do my best on it," he said with the air of a martyr. "I'm sure you will," said Chet. He did not add that his private opinion of Detective Smuff's best was far from high. A terrific barking from the direction of the orchard interrupted the conversation. The detective looked up, surprised. A loud howl and a protesting voice added to the uproar. "The chap in the tree?" shouted Chet. He raced around the corner of the stable, and the others quickly followed. Detective Smuff, left alone, looked around in bewilderment, then jogged heavily after the boys. Toza, beneath the apple tree, was doing his duty as guardian. The amateur detective in the tree had attempted to escape, perhaps lulled to a sense of false security, because Toza had apparently gone into a doze. He was halfway down the tree trunk now, and the bulldog was leaping and snapping at him from beneath. The chain was just long enough to hold the dog in check, and he fell short of the unfortunate victim by a few inches. But the frightened sleuth was unable to scramble back to safety and was clinging wretchedly to the tree, unable to retreat or descend. In the meantime, he roared loudly for help. Chet burst into peals of laughter, and the others, in spite of their sympathy for the inquisitive one in his plight, could restrain themselves no longer. The boys shrieked with merriment, Toza barked and leaped in renewed fury, and Detective Smuff came waddling up, audibly wondering what it was all about. A whistle from Jack Dodd, as soon as he was able to stifle his laughter sufficiently, attracted Toza's attention. He stopped barking and looked inquiringly at his master. "Down," shouted Jack. Obediently, the dog lay down. "He won't hurt you." The man in the tree, somewhat reassured, began to descend. The dog, beyond a low growl or two, paid no further attention. The moment the spy reached the ground, he started for the fence at a run, scrambled over it, and headed across the field toward the open road. "What was he doing?" asked Detective Smuff suspiciously. "Watching us," Jack returned. "Seems as if half the people in the county have their eye on us since those cars were stolen. I think that chap is cured." "He should be," said Smuff, gazing respectfully at Toza. "If anyone bothers you after this, let me know. Us regular detectives can't have anyone button into our work like that." He glanced severely at the Hardy boys as he spoke. "We certainly can't," said Joe innocently. Then, as Detective Smuff glared, he turned to his companions. "Come on, fellows. Let's take a look through the woods on the other side of the road. We might find some trace of the cause there." Roman 7 Gus Montrose. Detective Smuff walked back as far as the road with the boys, and then clambered into his car, where another detective on the Bayport Foss was waiting for him. "You're just wasting your time hunting through the woods," he told the boys heavily. "A car couldn't get down there anyway, and we've hunted through there pretty thoroughly in the second place." "It'll give us something to do," Frank said cheerfully. "Keep you out of mischief, I guess," agreed Smuff, as though this were some consolation at any rate. He nodded to the boys and the car sped off toward Bayport. Dumb but good-hearted, said Chet. He isn't a bad sort, Joe remarked. He's no great shakes as a detective, that's sure, but there are lots worse. The boys crossed the road and struck off down a narrow trail that led through the undergrowth into the woods on the sloping land between the Shaw Road and Barmet Bay. For the most part, there were steep bluffs lining the bay, but at this point, the declivity was more gradual. I think he's right about searching down through here, said Jack Dodd dubiously. A car could never get down into this bush. A car mightn't, but the car thieves might, Frank pointed out. It seems mighty queer that none of the stolen cars have been traced at either end of the Shaw Road. Those automobiles stolen the other night should have been picked up in one of the 3 towns on the branch roads. Smuff said the thefts were discovered in plenty of time to send out warning. It does seem strange. Out of so many cars, you'd imagine at least 1 or 2 would have been traced outside Bayport. I have a hunch that this whole mystery begins and ends right along the Shaw Road, said Frank. It won't hurt to scout around and see what we can find. Maybe there's a hidden machine shop where they alter the appearance of the autos. I was reading of a case in New York City not long ago, remarked Joe, as they pushed along. The auto thieves got cars downtown and drove them to someplace uptown. The police followed half a dozen gangsters for 2 weeks before they got on to their trick, which was to drive into an alleyway that looked as if it came to an end at the back of a barn. They found that a section of the side of the barn went up like a sliding door. The thieves would drive in with a stolen car. Inside the old barn was an elevator running down to a cellar. In the cellar was a machine and paint shop, and 5 or 6 workmen down there could so alter a car in a few hours that the owner himself couldn't tell his own machine. Can you beat it? Exclaimed Chet. Gee, it's a wonder they wouldn't work at something honest. Among the woods on the slope, the boys wandered aimlessly. The sun cast great shafts of light through openings in the leaves above, and once in a while, they could catch glimpses of the blue waters of the bay in the distance. Frank was in the lead. He was proceeding down a narrow defile in the forest when the others saw him suddenly stop and turn toward them with a finger on his lips, cautioning silence. They remained stock still until he beckoned to them, and then moved quietly forward, their feet making no noise in the heavy grass. I heard voices, Frank whispered as they came up to him. Ahead? Asked his brother. Frank nodded. We'll go easy. He moved on cautiously, and the others followed. In a few moments they heard a dull murmur of voices and smelled the unmistakable odor of a wood fire. So far they could see no one, but soon the faint trail wound around in the direction of a clearing ahead, and those in the rear saw Frank crouch among the bushes, peering through the leaves. Quietly, the others came up. The 4 boys gazed through the undergrowth at the scene in the grassy clearing. 3 men were seated about a small fire, over which one was holding a tin pail suspended from a green branch. They were unshaven, frowsy-headed, untidy fellows, and they sprawled on the ground in careless attitudes. Tramps, whispered Chet, but Frank pressed a restraining hand on his arm. There was one thought in the minds of the 4 boys, that this trio might be the automobile thieves. Not far from Bayport, are we? Growled one of the men. Not many miles farther on, replied the man holding the branch. It's the first time I've ever been in these parts. It ain't so bad, volunteered the 3rd man, lighting his pipe. Easy pickings around the farmhouses. It didn't take me 10 minutes to rustle that grub tonight. You did well, Bill, said the man at the fire, glancing at a package of food nearby. I wonder where that guy is that we met on our way in here. He gave us a funny look. He minded his own business anyway. Good thing for him that he did. I don't hold with Bain-asked questions. Me neither. A good rap over the dome for anybody that wants to know too much, that's my motto. Is that mulligan ready? Not yet, we'll be eaten in about 5 minutes. Frank turned and gestured to the others, indicating that they might as well withdraw. It seemed clear to him that these men were simply tramps preparing their evening meal in the shelter of the woods, and nothing would be gained by making their presence known. Jack Dodd and Joe turned and moved silently away, but the luckless Chet had not gone 2 paces before he tripped over a root and fell sprawling on the ground, with a grunt of pain and surprise. One of the tramps looked up. What was that? Somebody in the bushes, said another. The 2 men scrambled to their feet and came directly toward the boys. Jack and Joe took to their heels, but Frank waited to help Chet up, and the delay was fatal. The tramps came crashing through the bushes and caught sight of them. Kids, eh? Rod one. He sprang toward Frank and caught him by the shoulder. The other seized Chet. Joe and Jack were out of sight beyond the trees by now, and the tramps were evidently unaware of their presence. Take your hands off me, said Frank coolly. Somewhat taken aback, the tramp regarded him for a moment in a surly manner. What do you mean by spying on us? He demanded. We weren't spying on you. What brings you around here then? The other tramp had abandoned the pail of stew at the fire and came through the bushes toward them. What's the matter? He asked. What's going on here? A couple of kids spying on us, said Frank's captor, and tightening his grip on the boy's shoulder. We ought to skin 'em alive, declared the newcomer. How long have you been hiding in them bushes, boy? We just came up a minute ago, and when we heard voices, we looked to see who was there. We were just going away. You were, eh? What were you going away for? It wasn't any of our business if you wanted to cook your supper in the woods. This answer seemed to placate the tramps, for they glanced from one to the other, seemingly reassured. You weren't going for the police? Asked one suspiciously. Both boys shook their heads. Did somebody send you here? No, we were just wandering through the wood and we came on your fire. That fellow we met a little while ago didn't send you here, did he? We haven't seen anybody, said Frank. What did he look like? Thin, hard-looking guy with a hook nose. We haven't seen anyone like that. He was prowling around here a little while ago, said the tramp, in a more friendly tone. I guess you boys are all right. If we let you go, will you promise not to run and tell the police? Oh, sure, piped Chet in vast relief. We're not doing any harm here. We're just three poor chaps that's out of work and we're on our way to Bayport to look for a job, whined one of the others. You wouldn't set the police on us, would you? It's none of our business who you are or what you're doing, Frank assured them. We won't mention seeing you. All right then. His captor released his grip on Frank's shoulder. Beat it away from here and don't bother us again. The two boys lost no time in making their way out of that vicinity. The three tramps stood watching until they disappeared beyond the trees at the bend in the trail, then went back to their fire. Some distance away, Frank and Chet came upon the other boys, who had halted and were devising ways and means of rescue. Golly, said Joe, we thought you were in for it. We were just going to toss up and see who would go back to find out what had happened to you. Why couldn't you both come back? Chet asked. We thought if one of us went back he might be caught too, and that would still leave somebody to go for help. Good idea. They were only tramps, gave us a bit of a scare, said Chet airily. He had been almost frightened out of his wits. We just talked right up to them and they let us go. I wonder who is this hook-nosed man they were talking about, said Frank. They seem to be worrying more about him than about us. A hook-nosed man? Exclaimed Jack Dodd. What about him? You remember when they were talking by the fire, they mentioned meeting somebody on their way into the wood. They asked us about him, and seemed to think he may have sent us in to spy on them. Thin, hard-looking chap, Chet remarked, remembering the description the tramp had given. Why, that must be, but it couldn't be him, exclaimed Jack. Who? Gus Montrose, the hired man that Dad discharged a little while ago. I was telling you about him. The description fits him exactly. I thought he went away, said Joe. We haven't seen him since he left the farm, but I've always had an idea he was prowling around. Just then Frank clutched Chet's arm. Listen. The boys halted. They could plainly hear the sound of snapping twigs and a scuffing that indicated the approach of someone on the trail ahead. A moment later, a man came into view. He stepped out from among the trees and came to a stop, staring at the lads, plainly astonished at seeing them. Then he wheeled about and sprang into the bushes. They could hear him plunging through the undergrowth as he disappeared. Although they had only a momentary glance, the boys readily identified him as the man the tramps had mentioned. Disreputably clad, he was a thin man with a cruel mouth and a hooked nose. Gus Montrose? Exclaimed Jack Dodd. Roman 8, the missing truck, let's tackle that fellow, exclaimed Frank Hardy. We can ask him about your fishing rod, Jack. Frank scrambled into the bushes where Gus Montrose had disappeared, and in a moment his companions were hurrying after him. But although Frank had lost little time making up his mind to question the farmer hired man, Montrose had been too quick for him. The fellow was nowhere to be seen. Shall I call to him? Asked Jack Dodd. You can if you want to, answered Frank. I doubt if he'll answer. Might scare him into running faster, suggested Joe. I reckon he's running about as fast as he can now. Gus Montrose, yelled Jack. Come back here, we want to talk to you. All listened, but no reply came to this call. Silence fills the air profound, came soberly from Joe. So much noise it would wake a tombstone, added Chet. Again Jack called, and with no better results. Let's all yell together, suggested Joe. This was done, but no answer came back. Sorry, but I've got a date elsewhere, mimicked Joe. Be back next month at 3 o'clock. That fellow is no good, and I know it, murmured Frank. An honest man would come back and face us. Listen, cried Jack, putting up his hand. All listened with strained ears. Don't hear a thing, began Chet. I hear it, interrupted Frank. A snapping and crackling sound among the bushes ahead lured the boys on, and they went plunging through the woods. They failed to catch sight of the quarry, however. Evidently Montrose was well acquainted with this part of the country, for after a while the sounds of his retreat died away. Frank, who was in the lead, came to a stop, realizing that further pursuit was useless. In a few minutes the others came up, panting. "Did he get away?" asked Joe. Frank nodded. "He was too quick for us. When he knew we were after him, he didn't lose any time. I wish we had been able to talk to the rascal," said Jack Dodd. "I would have had a few things to tell him. Probably we wouldn't have got much satisfaction out of him anyway," Frank remarked. "Still, you could have asked him what he knew about that fishing rod. It's something to know that he's still hanging around this part of the country," pointed out Chet. "He has evidently been lying low since he left your farm. He's up to some mischief, I'm sure of that. Probably built himself a shack somewhere in the woods," suggested Joe. "Well, we may run across him some other time. It's getting late and I think we'd better be starting home," said Frank. Chet and Joe agreed that it was about time, and as there seemed little to be gained by continuing the search for Gus Montrose, or for any evidence of the stolen cars, the boys retraced their steps back through the woods until they reached the Shaw Road. Their motorcycles had been parked in the shelter of the trees. "About time for my supper, too," said Jack Dodd. "If you're out this way again, look me up and we'll make another search through the woods." His friends promised to do this, and, bidding Jack goodbye, they mounted their motorcycles and were soon roaring off in the direction of Bayport. They had spent more time in the wood than they had been aware of, and were anxious to get back to the city without being too late for the evening meal. Mrs. Hardy seldom scolded, but the boys had vivid recollections of Aunt Gertrude's acid remarks on similar occasions. They emerged on an open stretch of road, where a sand embankment sloped steeply down to Barmet Bay. The beach lay beneath them, at the foot of the sheer declivity, and the waters of the bay sparkled in the rays of the late afternoon sun. A movement on the beach caught Frank's eye and he brought his motorcycle to a sudden stop. "What's the matter?" asked Joe, swerving wildly to avoid piling headlong into Frank's machine. "Run out of gas?" inquired Chet, putting on the brakes, but Frank had dismounted and was walking over to the side of the road, out onto the top of the embankment. "There's somebody down on the beach." "What of it? Somebody swimming or fishing? Do you mean to say you stopped just because of that?" But Frank was gazing down the steep, sandy slope. "There's something queer about this," he said slowly. "There are two men down there, lying on the sand." Joe and Chet, immediately interested, came running over. The three boys looked down at the two figures on the beach far below. "They're not asleep," said Joe. "One of them seems to be rolling around." "They're tied?" shouted Frank. "Look, you can see the ropes. I was wondering what was so queer about them. Those men are tied hand and foot." Joe was examining the embankment at their feet. "Why, they've been rolled down the side," he exclaimed. "Look where the sand has been disturbed." True enough, sand and gravel at the top of the slope showed a distinct depression, and all the way down the embankment this depression continued, as though a heavy object had slid to the bottom. From the beach below came a faint shout. "Help! Help!" The men on the Shaw had seen them. "We'd better go down," said Frank. "I wonder if there isn't a path of some kind around here." "Let's slide," Chet suggested. "We're liable to break our necks tobogganing down this slope." "No, there should be a path." Frank ran along the top of the embankment toward a clump of trees a few yards away, where the slope was not so steep, and there he found a footpath that led a winding course down the side of the hill toward the beach. It wound about across the face of the slope and covered twice the distance they would have had to go if they had adopted Chet's suggestion, though it was a great deal surer. They emerged on the open shore eventually and saw the two bound figures lying on the beach not 50 yards off. In a short time, the boys were bending over the prostrate victims. The men, who were clad in overalls, were bound hand and foot with heavy rope, at which the lads slashed vigorously with their pocket knives. The strands fell apart, and the two men were able to sit up, rubbing their limbs, which had been chafed by the ropes in their efforts to free themselves. "I thought we'd be here all night," declared one of the men, a plump, grimy young fellow about 20 years of age. "Mighty lucky thing for us that you saw us," said the other, who was older in appearance. "We shouted and shouted. At least a dozen cars must have passed along the road and no one saw us." They got to their feet. "What happened?" asked Frank. "How on earth do you come to be down here tied up like this?" "Hold up," said the older man briefly. He looked up toward the road, an anxious expression on his face. "I don't suppose you met a truck along the road anywhere?" The boys shook their heads. "It's gone then," said the younger man with a gesture of resignation. $6,000 worth of goods. We'll have to get back to town and report this." "We can take you back," said Frank quickly. "We have motorcycles up on the road." "Fine, let's hurry." The two men started back toward the path at a rapid gait, and the three boys hurried along. As they ascended the slope, the plump young chap explained what had happened. "We are truck drivers for the Eastern Importing Company, and we were bringing a load of silk into Bayport," he said. "Right at the top of the embankment we were held up by those two men." "How long ago?" Joe asked. "A little over an hour ago. They stepped out of the bushes, each man masked and carrying a revolver. Bill was at the wheel, and I was on the seat beside him. They made him stop the truck, and then they made us get down into the road. When we did that, one of the hold-up men covered us with his revolver while the other tied us up. He made a good job of it, too, I'll tell the world. We couldn't move hand or foot." "How did they get you down onto the beach?" "They rolled us down the embankment. Don't we look it?" The clothes of both men had been badly tattered and torn, while their arms and faces also gave evidence of the bruises and lacerations they had suffered in their descent. "I thought we'd roll clean into the bay," said the other man. "If we had, it would have been all up with us. We'd have been drowned, without a chance to save ourselves," his companion agreed. "As it was, we came pretty close to the water's edge, banged and battered from that toboggan slide, and then we just had to lie there until somebody came along and set us free. At first we thought someone would surely see us from the road, but as car after car went by we began to lose hope. I was afraid it would get dark and then no one would be able to see us, even if they did chance to look down this way. It wouldn't have been very pleasant, staying out on that beach all night." "Did you see where the truck went to?" asked Frank. The men shook their heads. "The hold-up men drove away in it, that's all we know," said one. "It took us a few minutes to recover our senses after the slide down the embankment, and by that time the truck was gone. Whether it went on toward Bayport or turned around, we can't tell," added the other. "It certainly didn't pass in the other direction," said Chet, but Frank was dubious. "We were down in the woods quite a while, remember?" he pointed out. "It might have gone by during that time." They regained the road. "Perhaps we can find the marks of the tires," suggested Joe. Assisted by the two men, the lads searched about in the dust of the roadway, but so many cars had passed in the intervening time that all trace of the truck had been obliterated. "No use searching now," said the driver. "If you lads will get us into Bayport, we'll report the case to the police." They abandoned the quest, and in a short time the party had arrived in the city, Frank and Joe taking the two men as passengers on their motorcycles. At the police station, the holdup was duly reported, and immediately word was flashed to the police in other cities and to officers out in the country. But to no avail. By 9 o'clock that night, there had been no report on the missing truck. It had not passed through any of the 3 cities at the other end of the Shaw Road, and Bayport police were positive it had never entered the city. The truck, with its $6,000 cargo, had utterly disappeared. Roman 9 following clues, this new sensation soon had Bayport by the ears. Although the owners of private cars had been content to leave the matter of their stolen property in the hands of the police, the Eastern Importing Company went a step farther. They not only demanded the fullest official investigation, but they retained Fenton Hardy to take up the case as well. They were by no means resigned to losing a valuable load of silk without a struggle. In his study, next day, Mr. Hardy called in his sons and told them the importing company had asked him to do what he could toward recovering the stolen goods. "Aside from my fee," he said, "they are offering a reward of $500 if the silk is returned to them. What I want to ask you is this. Do you think there is any chance that the truck driver and his assistant may have been lying?" The boys scouted this theory. "I don't think so, Dad," returned Frank. "They told a perfectly straight story. As a matter of fact, they were so anxious to get to Bayport and report the robbery that it was some time before we could get them to tell us what actually happened. And they could never have tied themselves up as thoroughly as they were tied," Joe declared. "Men have been known to rob their employers before this," said Mr. Hardy. "We can't afford to overlook any possibilities." "I think you can afford to overlook that one, sir. These men were honest. I'm sure of that." "Well, Frank, I'll trust your judgment. I've investigated the records of the two men and they have never had anything against them, so I suppose it was an honest-to-goodness holdup. It was real enough. We could see the marks in the embankment where they had been rolled down from the road," put in Joe. "I'm sorry they couldn't give a better description of the holdup men. All they could say was that they were both of medium height and that they wore masks. It isn't very much to go on. However, I may be able to get a line on the case when they try to get rid of the silk. The stuff is bound to turn up sooner or later, and I may be able to trace it back to the thieves." However, although Fenton Hardy devoted the next 2 days to the case, he made little progress toward locating either the missing truck or its cargo. As in the case of the other stolen cars, the truck seemed to have vanished into thin air, and although its description was broadcast all through the state, and police officials and garage mechanics were asked to be on the lookout for it, the mystery remained unsolved. One evening toward the latter part of the week, the Hardy boys mounted their motorcycles and rode down High Street in the direction of the Shaw Road. This was in accordance with a plan made earlier in the day. It stands to reason that if any of the cars ever got out into the state, at least one or two of them would be found, said Frank. I have a mighty strong hunch that the whole mystery begins and ends right along that road. Perhaps those tramps we saw in the woods might have something to do with it. They may have had something to do with the holdup, although it's not very probable. They looked as if they'd been sitting around that fire for quite a while, and it was a good distance from the place where the truck was robbed. However, it won't hurt us to do a little sentry duty and keep an eye on the Shaw Road. We may have our trouble for nothing, but you never know what will turn up. The lads drove out the road to a point midway between the scene of the truck holdup and the Dodd farm. It was growing dark by the time they drew their motorcycles beneath the shelter of some trees. We might as well wait right here, said Frank, making himself comfortable on the grass. If we see anything suspicious, we can follow it up. In the heavy shade, the boys could not be seen from the road. They talked in whispers. They had no clear idea of what they expected to find, but they were convinced that the Shaw Road hid the mystery of the stolen automobiles, and their experience in previous cases had taught them that patience was often rewarded. A few cars passed by, some bound toward Bayport, others in the opposite direction, but they were obviously pleasure cars, and there was nothing about them to arouse suspicion. Once in a while, through the trees on top of the bluff, the boys could see the twinkling lights of a boat out on Barmet Bay. In the summer night, the silence was only broken by the trilling of frogs in the ditches along the road. Presently they heard voices. There was no one approaching along the highway, but as the voices grew louder, they appeared to come from a field beyond the fence. At that moment, the moon appeared from behind a cloud, and in its ghostly light, the Hardy boys distinguished two figures moving toward them in the meadow. Silently, the lads crouched in the shadow of the trees, watching. This is a good night for it, growled one of the men. It's a good night if we don't get caught. Joe's hand tightened about Frank's arm. What are you worrying about? We won't get caught. It isn't the first time we've got away with it. Yes, I know, but somehow, I'm nervous tonight. I'm afraid we'll land up in the police caught some of these fine days. If you're scared, go on home. I'll go on alone, said the first man scornfully. I'm not scared. Who says I'm scared? Well, if you're not scared, shut up. I know we're breaking the law, but we've never been caught yet. The men scrambled over the fence. The boys saw that the first fellow was carrying two long poles and that the other carried a bag over his shoulder. Have you got all the stuff? Yes. We'd better not walk along the road. Somebody's liable to spot us. Keep to the shadow and then we'll cut down into the woods. The men hastily crossed the road in the moonlight. They were only a few yards away from the boys, but fortunately did not see them. In the dim light, the watchers could not distinguish the features of the pair. There's a path here somewhere, isn't there? Asked one. Don't you remember it? If it hadn't been for that path the other night, we'd have been nabbed. That's right, you know this country pretty well. I've lived around here long enough. About 50 yards away, the men turned down toward the woods and vanished in the darkness of the trees. Their voices receded. Frank and Joe scrambled to their feet. Come on, said Frank in excitement. We'll follow them. Do you think they're the thieves? I'm sure of it. They're up to some kind of monkey business anyway. We'll find out where they're going. In the soft grass, the boys made not a sound as they sped along in the shade of the trees toward the path the two men had taken. They found it without difficulty, a fairly well-defined trail that was quite visible in the moonlight. The lads plunged into the depths of the woods, and there the moonlight did not penetrate. They had to feel their way forward, moving slowly in order to keep their progress silent. After a while, they could hear the voices of the two men again, not far ahead. Go easy, one was saying. You never know who's likely to be prowling around here these nights. Too many police been nosing around these parts to suit me. We've got to take those chances. The boys emerged into a clearing on the slope just in time to see the two men disappearing into the heavy wood on the opposite side. The clearing lay wide and deserted in the bright moonlight. They're up to some mischief, said Frank. We'll have to be careful they don't see us. I wonder what those long poles are for. They're not fishing poles, too short and straight for that. Well, we'll soon find out. I think we're on the trail of something big. I'm sure of it. The boys sped across the clearing and went on down the trail through the dark wood beyond. They were drawing closer to a brook now, and they could plainly hear the lapping of the water against the rocks in the distance. In this vicinity, there were several brooks flowing down into Barmet Bay. Frank suddenly came to a stop. "Look," he said. The boys peered through the gloom. Beyond the branches of the trees they saw a glimmer of light. It disappeared, then shone again, steadily. The Food of the Gods by H.G. Wells. The discovery of the food in the middle years of the 19th century, there first became abundant in this strange world of ours a class of men tending for the most part to become elderly, who are called, and who are very properly called, but who dislike extremely to be called, scientists. They dislike that word so much that from the columns of Nature, which was from the first their distinctive and characteristic paper, it is as carefully excluded as if it were that other word which is the basis of all really bad language in this country. But the great public and its press know better, and scientists they are, and when they emerge to any sort of publicity, distinguished scientists and eminent scientists and well-known scientists is the very least we call them. Certainly, both Mr. Bensington and Professor Redwood quite merited any of these terms long before they came upon the marvelous discovery of which this story tells. Mr. Bensington was a Fellow of the Royal Society and a former President of the Chemical Society, and Professor Redwood was Professor of Physiology in the Bond Street College of the London University, and he had been grossly libeled by the anti-vivisectionists time after time, and they had led lives of academic distinction from their very earliest youth. They were of course quite undistinguished-looking men, as indeed all true scientists are. There is more personal distinction about the mildest-mannered actor alive than there is about the entire Royal Society. Mr. Bensington was short and very, very bald, and he stooped slightly. He wore gold-rimmed spectacles and cloth boots that were abundantly cut open because of his numerous corns, and Professor Redwood was entirely ordinary in his appearance. Until they happened upon the food of the gods, as I must insist upon calling it, they led lives of such eminent and studious obscurity that it is hard to find anything whatever to tell the reader about them. Mr. Bensington won his spurs, if one may use such an expression of a gentleman in boots of slashed cloth, by his splendid researches upon the more toxic alkaloids, and Professor Redwood rose to eminence. I do not clearly remember how he rose to eminence. I know he was very eminent, and that's all. Things of this sort grow. I fancy it was a voluminous work on reaction times with numerous plates of sphygmograph tracings, I write subject to correction, and an admirable new terminology that did the thing for him. The general public saw little or nothing of either of these gentlemen. Sometimes at places like the Royal Institution and the Society of Arts it did in a sort of way see Mr. Bensington, or at least his blushing baldness and something of his collar and coat, and hear fragments of a lecture or paper that he imagined himself to be reading audibly. And once I remember, one midday in the vanished past, when the British Association was at Dover, coming on section C or D, or some such letter, which had taken up its quarters in a public house, and following two serious-looking ladies with paper parcels, out of mere curiosity, through a door labeled billiards and pool into a scandalous darkness, broken only by a magic lantern circle of Redwood's tracings. I watched the lantern slides come and go, and listened to a voice, I forget what it was saying, which I believe was the voice of Professor Redwood, and there was a sizzling from the lantern and another sound that kept me there, still out of curiosity, until the lights were unexpectedly turned up. And then, I perceived that this sound was the sound of the munching of buns and sandwiches and things that the assembled British associates had come there to eat under cover of the magic lantern darkness. And Redwood, I remember, went on talking all the time the lights were up and dabbing at the place where his diagram ought to have been visible on the screen, and so it was again so soon as the darkness was restored. I remember him then as a most ordinary, slightly nervous-looking dark man, with an air of being preoccupied with something else, and doing what he was doing just then under an unaccountable sense of duty. I heard Bensington also once, in the old days, at an educational conference in Bloomsbury. Like most eminent chemists and botanists, Mr. Bensington was very authoritative upon teaching, though I am certain he would have been scared out of his wits by an average Bod School class in half an hour. And so far as I can remember now, he was propounding an improvement of Professor Armstrong's heuristic method, whereby, at the cost of £300 or £400 worth of apparatus, a total neglect of all other studies, and the undivided attention of a teacher of exceptional gifts, an average child might with a peculiar sort of thoroughness learn, in the course of 10 or 12 years, almost as much chemistry, as one could get in one of those objectionable shilling textbooks that were then so common. Quite ordinary persons you perceive, both of them, outside their science, or if anything on the unpractical side of ordinary, and that you will find is the case with scientists as a class all the world over. What there is great of them is an annoyance to their fellow scientists and a mystery to the general public, and what is not is evident. There is no doubt about what is not great. No race of men have such obvious littlenesses. They live in a narrow world so far as their human intercourse goes. Their researches involve infinite attention and an almost monastic seclusion, and what is left over is not very much. To witness some queer, shy, misshapen, gray-headed, self-important, little discoverer of great discoveries, ridiculously adorned with the wide ribbon of some order of chivalry, and holding a reception of his fellow men, ought to read the anguish of nature at the neglect of science, when the angel of the birthday honors passes the Royal Society by, ought to listen to one indefatigable lichenologist commenting on the work of another indefatigable lichenologist. Such things force one to realize the unfaltering littleness of men, and with all the reef of science that these little scientists built and are yet building is so wonderful, so portentous, so full of mysterious half-shapen promises for the mighty future of man. They do not seem to realize the things they are doing. No doubt long ago even Mr. Bensington, when he chose this calling, when he consecrated his life to the alkaloids and their kindred compounds, had some inkling of the vision, more than an inkling. Without some such inspiration, for such glories and positions only as a scientist may expect, what young man would have given his life to such work, as young men do? No, they must have seen the glory, they must have had the vision, but so near that it has blinded them. The splendor has blinded them, mercifully, so that for the rest of their lives, they can hold the lights of knowledge in comfort, that we may see, and perhaps it accounts for Redwood's touch of preoccupation, that there can be no doubt of it now. He among his fellows was different. He was different inasmuch as something of the vision still lingered in his eyes. Roman 2, the food of the gods I call it, this substance that Mr. Bensington and Professor Redwood made between them, and having regard now to what it has already done and all that it is certainly going to do, there is surely no exaggeration in the name, so I shall continue to call it therefore throughout my story. But Mr. Bensington would no more have called it that in cold blood than he would have gone out from his flat in Sloane Street, clad in regal scarlet and a wreath of laurel. The phrase was a mere first cry of astonishment from him. He called it the food of the gods, in his enthusiasm, and for an hour or so at the most altogether. After that he decided he was being absurd. When he first thought of the thing he saw, as it were, a vista of enormous possibilities, literally enormous possibilities. But upon this dazzling vista, after one stare of amazement, he resolutely shut his eyes, even as a conscientious scientist should. After that, the food of the gods sounded blatant to the pitch of indecency. He was surprised he had used the expression, yet for all that something of that clear-eyed moment hung about him and broke out ever and again. Really, you know, he said, rubbing his hands together and laughing nervously, it has more than a theoretical interest. For example, he confided, bringing his face close to the professor's and dropping to an undertone, it would perhaps, if suitably handled, sell. Precisely, he said, walking away, as a food, or at least a food ingredient, assuming of course that it is palatable, a thing we cannot know till we have prepared it. He turned upon the hearthrug, and studied the carefully designed slits upon his cloth shoes. Name? He said, looking up in response to an inquiry. For my part, I incline to the good old classical illusion. It makes science gives it a touch of old-fashioned dignity. I have been thinking. I don't know if you will think it absurd of me. A little fancy is surely occasionally permissible. Heracleophobia, the nutrition of a possible Hercules. You know it might, of course, if you think not. Redwood reflected with his eyes on the fire and made no objection. You think it would do? Redwood moved his head gravely. It might be titanophobia, you know, food of titans. You prefer the former? You're quite sure you don't think it a little too? No. Ah, I'm glad. And so they called it Heracleophobia throughout their investigations and in their report, the report that was never published, because of the unexpected developments that upset all their arrangements. It is invariably written in that way. There were 3 kindred substances prepared before they hit on the one their speculations had foretold, and these they spoke of as Heracleophobia I, Heracleophobia Roman 2, and Heracleophobia Roman 3. It is Heracleophobia Roman 4 which I, insisting upon Bensington's original name, Call here the food of the gods. Roman 3, the idea was Mr. Bensington's, but as it was suggested to him by one of Professor Redwood's contributions to the Philosophical Transactions, he very properly consulted that gentleman before he carried it further. Besides which it was, as a research, a physiological, quite as much as a chemical inquiry. Professor Redwood was one of those scientific men who are addicted to tracings and curves. You are familiar, if you are at all the sort of reader I like, with the sort of scientific paper I mean. It is a paper you cannot make head nor tail of, and at the end come 5 or 6 long folded diagrams that open out and show peculiar zigzag tracings, flashes of lightning overdone, or sinuous inexplicable things called smoothed curves, set up on ordinates and rooting in abscissae, and things like that. You puzzle over the thing for a long time and end with the suspicion that not only do you not understand it, but that the author does not understand it either. But really, you know, many of these scientific people understand the meaning of their own papers quite well. It is simply a defect of expression that raises the obstacle between us. I am inclined to think that Redwood thought in tracings and curves, and after his monumental work upon reaction times, the unscientific reader is exhorted to stick to it for a little bit longer, and everything will be as clear as daylight. Redwood began to turn out smoothed curves and sphygmographies upon growth, and it was one of his papers upon growth that really gave Mr. Bensington his idea. Redwood, you know, had been measuring growing things of all sorts, kittens, puppies, sunflowers, mushrooms, bean plants, and until his wife put a stop to it, his baby, and he showed that growth went out not at a regular pace, as he put it, but with bursts and intermissions of this sort, and that apparently nothing grew regularly and steadily, and so far as he could make out nothing could grow regularly and steadily. It was as if every living thing had just to accumulate fast to grow, grew with vigor only for a time, and then had to wait for a space before it could go on growing again. And in the muffled and highly technical language of the really careful scientist, Redwood suggested that the process of growth probably demanded the presence of a considerable quantity of some necessary substance in the blood that was only formed very slowly, and that when this substance was used up by growth, it was only very slowly replaced, and that meanwhile the organism had to mark time. He compared his unknown substance to oil in machinery. A growing animal was rather like an engine, he suggested, that can move a certain distance and must then be oiled before it can run again. But why shouldn't one oil the engine from without? Said Mr. Bensington, when he read the paper. And all this, said Redwood, with the delightful nervous inconsecutiveness of his class, might very probably be found to throw a light upon the mystery of certain of the ductless glands, as though they had anything to do with it at all. In a subsequent communication, Redwood went further. He gave a perfect Brooks benefit of diagrams, exactly like rocket trajectories they were, and the gist of it, so far as it had any gist, was that the blood of puppies and kittens and the sap of sunflowers and the juice of mushrooms in what he called the growing phase differed in the proportion of certain elements from their blood and sap on the days when they were not particularly growing. And when Mr. Bensington, after holding the diagrams sideways and upside down, began to see what this difference was, a great amazement came upon him. Because, you see, the difference might probably be due to the presence of just the very substance he had recently been trying to isolate in his researches upon such alkaloids as are most stimulating to the nervous system. He put down Redwood's paper on the patent reading desk that swung inconveniently from his armchair, took off his gold-rimmed spectacles, breathed on them, and wiped them very carefully. "By Jove," said Mr. Bensington. Then replacing his spectacles again, he turned to the patent reading desk, which immediately, as his elbow came against its arm, gave a coquettish squeak and deposited the paper, with all its diagrams in a dispersed and crumpled state, on the floor. "By Jove?" said Mr. Bensington, straining his stomach over the armchair with a patient disregard of the habits of this convenience, and then, finding the pamphlet still out of reach, he went down on all fours in pursuit. It was on the floor that the idea of calling it the food of the gods came to him. For you see, if he was right and Redwood was right, then by injecting or administering this new substance of his in food, he would do away with the resting phase, and instead of growth going on in this fashion, it would, if you follow me, go thus. Roman for the night after his conversation with Redwood, Mr. Bensington could scarcely sleep a wink. He did seem once to get into a sort of doze, but it was only for a moment, and then he dreamt he had dug a deep hole into the earth and pawed in tons and tons of the food of the gods, and the earth was swelling and swelling, and all the boundaries of the countries were bursting, and the Royal Geographical Society was all at work like one great guild of tailors letting out the equator. That of course was a ridiculous dream, but it shows the state of mental excitement into which Mr. Bensington got, and the real value he attached to his idea, much better than any of the things he said or did when he was awake and on his guard. Or I should not have mentioned it, because as a general rule, I do not think it is at all interesting for people to tell each other about their dreams. By a singular coincidence, Redwood also had a dream that night, and his dream was this. It was a diagram done in fire upon a long scroll of the abyss. And he, Redwood, was standing on a planet before a sort of black platform lecturing about the new sort of growth that was now possible to the more than Royal Institution of Primordial Forces which had always previously, even in the growth of races, empires, planetary systems, and worlds, gone so, and even in some cases so. And he was explaining to them quite lucidly and convincingly that these slow, these even retrogressive methods would be very speedily quite put out of fashion by his discovery. Ridiculous of course, but that too shows that either dream is to be regarded as in any way significant or prophetic beyond what I have categorically said, I do not for one moment suggest. Roman 3 young cattles in London, I all unaware of the trend of events, unaware of the laws that were closing in upon all the brethren, unaware indeed that there lived a brother for him on the earth, young Cattles chose this time to come out of his chalk pit and see the world. His brooding came at last to that. There was no answer to all his questions in Cheesing Eyebright. The new vicar was less luminous even than the old, and the riddle of his pointless labor grew at last to the dimensions of exasperation. Why should I work in this pit day after day? He asked. Why should I walk within bounds and be refused all the wonders of the world beyond there? What have I done to be condemned to this? And one day he stood up, straightened his back, and said in a loud voice, "No, I won't," he said, and then with great vigor cursed the pit. Then, having few words, he sought to express his thought in acts. He took a truck half filled with chalk, lifted it, and flung it, smash, against another. Then he grasped a whole row of empty trucks and spun them down a bank. He sent a huge boulder of chalk bursting among them, and then ripped up a dozen yards of rail with a mighty plunge of his foot. So he commenced the conscientious wrecking of the pit. "Work all my days," he said. "At this?" It was an astonishing 5 minutes for the little geologist he had, in his preoccupation, overlooked. This poor little creature, having dodged 2 boulders by a hairbreadth, got out by the westward corner and fled athwart the hill, with flapping rucksack and twinkling knickerbockered legs, leaving a trail of Cretaceous echinoderms behind him, while young Cattles, satisfied with the destruction he had achieved, came striding out to fulfill his purpose in the world. Work in that old pit until I die and rot and stink. What worm did they think was living in my giant body? Dig chalk for God knows what foolish purpose. Not I? The trend of road and railway perhaps, or mere chance it was, turned his face to London, and thither he came striding, over the downs and athwart the meadows through the hot afternoon, to the infinite amazement of the world. It signified nothing to him that torn posters in red and white bearing various names flapped from every wall and barn. He knew nothing of the electoral revolution that had flung Caterham, Jack the Giant Killer, into power. It signified nothing to him that every police station along his route had what was known as Caterham's ukase upon its notice board that afternoon, proclaiming that no giant, no person whatever over 8 feet in height, should go more than 5 miles from his place of location without a special permission. It signified nothing to him that on his wake belated police officers, not a little relieved to find themselves belated, shook warning handbills at his retreating back. He was going to see what the world had to show him, poor incredulous blockhead, and he did not mean that occasional spirited persons shouting, "Hi!" at him should stay his course. He came on down by Rochester and Greenwich towards an ever-thickening aggregation of houses, walking rather slowly now, staring about him and swinging his huge chopper. People in London had heard something of him before, how that he was idiotic but gentle, and wonderfully managed by Lady Wondershoot's agent and the vicar, how in his dull way he revered these authorities and was grateful to them for their care of him, and so forth. So that when they learnt from the newspaper placards that afternoon that he also was on strike, the thing appeared to many of them as a deliberate, concerted act. "They mean to try our strength," said the men in the trains going home from business. "Lucky we have Caterham." It's in answer to his proclamation. The men in the clubs were better informed. They clustered round the tape or talked in groups in their smoking rooms. He has no weapons. He would have gone to Sevenoaks if he had been put up to it. Caterham will handle him. The shopmen told their customers. The waiters in restaurants snatched a moment for an evening paper between the courses. The cabmen read it immediately after the betting news. The placards of the chief government evening paper were conspicuous with grasping the nettle. Others relied for effect on. Giant Redwood continues to meet the princess. The Echo struck a line of its own with rumored revolt of giants in the north of England. The Sunderland giants start for Scotland. The Westminster Gazette sounded its usual warning note. Giants beware, said the Westminster Gazette, and tried to make a point out of it that might perhaps serve towards uniting the Liberal Party, at that time greatly torn between 7 intensely egotistical leaders. The later newspapers dropped into uniformity. The giant in the New Kent Road, they proclaimed. What I want to know, said the pale young man in the tea shop, is why we aren't getting any news of the young Cossars. You'd think they'd be in it most of all. They tell me there's another of them young giants got loose, said the barmaid, wiping out a glass. I've always said they was dangerous things to ave about. Right away from the beginning, it ought to be put a stop to. Anyhow, I hope he won't come along I'd like to ave a look at him, said the young man at the bar recklessly, and added, I seen the princess. Do you think they'll hurt him? Said the barmaid. May ave too, said the young man at the bar, finishing his glass. Amidst a hum of 10 million such sayings, young Cattles came to London. Roman II, I think of young Cattles always as he was seen in the New Kent Road, the sunset warm upon his perplexed and staring face. The road was thick with its varied traffic. Omnibuses, trams, vans, cots, trolleys, cyclists, motors, and a marveling crowd. Loafers, women, nursemaids, shopping women, children, venturesome hobbledehoys, gathered behind his gingerly moving feet. The hoardings were untidy everywhere with the tattered election paper. A babblement of voices surged about him. One sees the customers and shopmen crowding in the doorways of the shops, the faces that came and went at the windows, the little street boys running and shouting, the policemen taking it all quite stiffly and calmly, the workmen knocking off upon scaffoldings, the seething miscellany of the little folks. They shouted to him, vague encouragement, vague insults, the imbecile catchwords of the day, and he stared down at them, at such a multitude of living creatures as he had never before imagined in the world. Now that he had fairly entered London, he had to slacken his pace more and more. The little folks crowded so mightily upon him. The crowd grew denser at every step, and at last, at a corner where 2 great ways converged, he came to a stop, and the multitude flowed about him and closed him in. There he stood, with his feet a little apart, his back to a big corner gin palace that towered twice his height and ended in a sky sign, staring down at the pygmies and wondering, trying, I doubt not, to collate it all with the other things of his life, with the valley among the downlands, the nocturnal lovers, the singing in the church, the chalk he hammered daily, and with instinct and death and the sky, trying to see it all together coherent and significant. His brows were knit. He put up his huge paw to scratch his coss hair and groaned aloud. I don't see it, he said. His accent was unfamiliar. A great babblement went across the open space, a babblement amidst which the gongs of the trams, ploughing their obstinate way through the mass, rose like red poppies amidst corn. What did he say? Said he didn't see. Said where is the sea? Said where is a seat? He wants a seat. Can't the brasted fool sit on a ooze or something? What are ye for, ye swarming little people? What are ye all doing? What are ye all for? What are ye doing up here, ye swarming little people, while I'm a-cuttin' chalk for ye, down in the chalk pits there? His queer voice, the voice that had been so bad for school discipline at Cheesing Eyebright, smote the multitude to silence while it sounded and splashed them all to tumult at the end. Some wit was audible screaming, speech, speech. What's he saying? Was the burden of the public mind, and an opinion was abroad that he was drunk. Hi, 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 bawled the omnibus drivers, threading a dangerous way. A drunken American sailor wondered about tearfully inquiring, what's he want anyhow? A leathery-faced rag dealer upon a little pony-drawn cot sawed up over the tumult by virtue of his voice. Gone 'ome, you brasted giant, he brawled. Gone 'ome, you brasted great dangerous thing. Can't you see you're a-frightening the 'osses? Go 'ome with you. Hasn't anyone 'ad the sense to tell you the law? And over all this uproar young Cattles stared, perplexed, expectant, saying no more. Down a side road came a little string of solemn policemen, and threaded itself ingeniously into the traffic. Stand back, said the little voices. Keep moving, please. Young Cattles became aware of a little dark blue figure thumping at his shin. He looked down and perceived two white hands gesticulating. "What?" he said, bending forward. "Can't stand about here," shouted the inspector. "No, you can't stand about here," he repeated. "But where am I to go?" "Back to your village, place of location. Anyhow now, you've got to move on, you're obstructing the traffic." "What traffic?" "Along the road." "But where is it going? Where does it come from? What does it mean? They're all round me. What do they want? What are they doin'? I want to understand. I'm tired of cuttin' chalk and bane all alone. What are they doin' for me while I'm cuttin' chalk? I may just as well understand here and now as anywhere. Sorry, but we aren't here to explain things of that sort. I must ask you to move on." "Don't you know?" "I must ask you to move on. If you please, I'd strongly advise you to get off 'ome. We've had no special instructions yet, but it's against the law. Clear away there." Clear away. The pavement to his left became invitingly bare, and young Cattles went slowly on his way. But now his tongue was loosened. "I don't understand," he muttered. "I don't understand." He would appeal brokenly to the changing crowd that ever trailed beside him and behind. "I didn't know there were such places as this. What are all you people doing with yourselves? What's it all for? What is it all for, and where do I come in?" He had already begotten a new catchword. Young men of wit and spirit addressed each other in this manner. "Ullo arayo cock, what's it all for? What's it all bloomin' well for?" To which there sprang up a competing variety of repartees, for the most part impolite. The most popular and best adapted for general use appears to have been "shut it," or, in a voice of scornful detachment, "gone." There were others almost equally popular. Roman 3, what was he seeking? He wanted something the pygmy world did not give, some end which the pygmy world prevented his attaining, prevented even his seeing clearly, which he was never to see clearly. It was the whole gigantic social side of this lonely dumb monster crying out for his race, for the things akin to him, for something he might love and something he might serve, for a purpose he might comprehend and a command he could obey. And all this was dumb, raged dumbly within him, could not even, had he met a fellow giant, have found outlet and expression in speech. All the life he knew was the dull round of the village, all the speech he knew was the talk of the cottage, that failed and collapsed at the bare outline of his least gigantic need. He knew nothing of money, this monstrous simpleton, nothing of trade, nothing of the complex pretenses upon which the social fabric of the little folks was built. He needed, whatever he needed, he never found his need. All through the day and the summer night he wandered, growing hungry, but as yet untired, mocking the varied traffic of the different streets, the inexplicable businesses of all these infinitesimal beings. In the aggregate, it had no other color than confusion for him. He is said to have plucked a lady from her carriage in Kensington, a lady in evening dress of the smartest sort, to have scrutinized her closely, train and shoulder blades, and to have replaced her, a little carelessly, with the profoundest sigh. For that I cannot vouch. For an hour or so he watched people fighting for places in the omnibuses at the end of Piccadilly. He was seen looming over Kennington Oval for some moments in the afternoon, but when he saw these dense thousands were engaged with the mystery of cricket, and quite regardless of him, he went his way with a groan. He came back to Piccadilly Circus between 11 and 12 at night and found a new sort of multitude. Clearly they were very intent, full of things they, for inconceivable reasons, might do, and of others they might not do. They stared at him and jeered at him and went their way. The cabmen, vulture-eyed, followed one another continually along the edge of the swarming pavement. People emerged from the restaurants or entered them, grave, intent, dignified, or gently and agreeably excited or keen and vigilant, beyond the cheating of the sharpest wait a bon. The great giant, standing at his corner, peered at them all. "What is it all for?" he murmured in a mournful vast undertone. "What is it all for? They are all so earnest. What is it I do not understand?" And none of them seemed to see, as he could do, the drink-sodden wretchedness of the painted women at the corner, the ragged misery that sneaked along the gutters, the infinite futility of all this employment. The infinite futility? None of them seemed to feel the shadow of that giant's need, that shadow of the future that lay athwart their paths. Across the road, high up, mysterious letters flamed and went, that might, could he have read them, have measured for him the dimensions of human interest, have told him of the fundamental needs and features of life as the little folks conceived it. First would come a flaming T, then you would follow too, then P tup, until at last there stood complete across the sky, this cheerful message to all who felt the burden of life's earnestness, Tuppa's tonic wine for vigor. Snap, and it had vanished into night to be followed in the same slow development by a second universal solicitude, beauty soap. Not, you remark, mere cleansing chemicals, but something, as they say, ideal. And then, completing the tripod of the little life, Tanka's yellow pills. After that there was nothing for it but Tupper again, in naming crimson letters, snap, snap, across the void. TUPP. Early in the small hours, it would seem that young Cattles came to the shadowy quiet of Regent's Park, stepped over the railings, and lay down on a grassy slope near where the people skate in winter time, and there he slept an hour or so. And about 6 o'clock in the morning, he was talking to a draggled woman he had found sleeping in a ditch near Hampstead Heath, asking her very earnestly what she thought she was for. Roman Faw, the wandering of Cattles about London, came to a head on the second day in the morning, for then his hunger overcame him. He hesitated where the hot-smelling loaves were being tossed into a cart, and then very quietly knelt down and commenced robbery. He emptied the cart while the baker's man fled for the police, and then his great hand came into the shop and cleared counter and cases. Then, with an armful, still eating, he went his way looking for another shop to go on with his meal. It happened to be one of those seasons when work is scarce and food dear, and the crowd in that quarter was sympathetic, even with a giant who took the food they all desired. They applauded the second phase of his meal, and laughed at his stupid grimace at the policeman. "I wuff hungry," he said, with his mouth full. "Bravo!" cried the crowd. "Bravo!" Then, when he was beginning his third baker's shop, he was stopped by half a dozen policemen hammering with truncheons at his shins. "Look here, my fine giant, you come along o' me," said the officer in charge. "You ain't allowed away from home like this. You come off home with me." They did their best to arrest him. There was a trolley, I am told, chasing up and down streets at that time, bearing rolls of chain and ship's cable to play the part of handcuffs in that great arrest. There was no intention then of killing him. "He is no party to the plot," Caterham had said. "I will not have innocent blood upon my hands," and added, "until everything else has been tried." At first Cattles did not understand the import of these attentions. When he did, he told the policemen not to be fools, and set off in great strides that left them all behind. The bakers' shops had been in the Harrow Road, and he went through Canal London to St. John's Wood, and sat down in a private garden there to pick his teeth and be speedily assailed by another posse of constables. "You leave me alone," he growled, and slouched through the gardens, spoiling several lawns and kicking down a fence or so, while the energetic little policemen followed him up, some through the gardens, some along the road in front of the houses. Here there were one or two with guns, but they made no use of them. When he came out into the Edgware Road there was a new note and a new movement in the crowd, and a mounted policeman rode over his foot and got upset for his pains. "You leave me alone," said Cattles, facing the breathless crowd. "I ain't done anything to you." At that time he was unarmed, for he had left his chalk chopper in Regent's Park. But now, poor wretch, he seems to have felt the need of some weapon. He turned back towards the goods yard of the Great Western Railway, wrenched up the standard of a tall arc light, a formidable mace for him, and flung it over his shoulder. And finding the police still turning up to pester him, he went back along the Edgware Road, towards Cricklewood, and struck off sullenly to the north. He wandered as far as Waltham, and then turned back westward and then again towards London, and came by the cemeteries, and over the crest of Highgate about midday, into view of the greatness of the city again. He turned aside and sat down in a garden, with his back to a house that overlooked all London. He was breathless, and his face was lowering, and now the people no longer crowded upon him as they had done when first he came to London, but lurked in the adjacent garden and peeped from cautious securities. They knew by now the thing was grimmer than they had thought. "Why can't they leave me alone?" growled young Cattles. "I must eat. Why can't they leave me alone?" He sat with a darkling face, gnawing at his knuckles and looking down over London. All the fatigue, worry, perplexity, and impotent wrath of his wanderings was coming to a head in him. "They mean nothing," he whispered. "They mean nothing, and they won't let me alone, and they will get in my way." And again, over and over to himself, "meanin' nothing. Ugh, the little people?" He bit harder at his knuckles and his scowl deepened. "Cuttin' chalk for 'em," he whispered, "and all the world is theirs. I don't come in nowhere." Presently, with a spasm of sick anger, he saw the now familiar form of a policeman astride the garden wall. "Leave me alone," grunted the giant. "Leave me alone." "I got to do my duty," said the little policeman, with a face that was white and resolute. "You leave me alone. I got to live as well as you. I got to think. I got to eat. You leave me alone." "It's the law," said the little policeman, coming no further. "We never made the law." "Naw me," said young Cattles. "You little people made all that before I was born. You and your law, what I must and what I mustn't. No food for me to eat unless I work a slave, no rest, no shelter, nothin', and you tell me. I ain't got no business with that, said the policeman. I'm not one to argue, all I got to do is to carry out the law. And he brought his second leg over the wall and seemed disposed to get down. Other policemen appeared behind him. I got no quarrel with you, mind, said young Cattles, with his grip tight upon his huge mace of iron, his face pale, and a lank explanatory great finger to the policeman. I got no quarrel with you, but you leave me alone. The policeman tried to be calm and commonplace, with a monstrous tragedy clear before his eyes. Give me the proclamation, he said to some unseen follower, and a little white paper was handed to him. Leave me alone, said Cattles, scowling, tense and drawn together. This means, said the policeman before he read, go 'ome to your chalk pit, if not you'll be hurt. Cattles gave an inarticulate growl. Then, when the proclamation had been read, the officer made a sign. 4 men with rifles came into view and took up positions of affected ease along the wall. They wore the uniform of the Rat Police. At the sight of the guns, young Cattles blazed into anger. He remembered the sting of the Rexstone farmers' shotguns. You going to shoot off those at me? He said, pointing, and it seemed to the officer he must be afraid. If you don't march back to your pit. Then in an instant the officer had slung himself back over the wall, and 60 feet above him the great electric standard whirled down to his death. Bang, 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 went the heavy guns, and smash, the shattered wall, the soil and subsoil of the garden flew. Something flew with it, that left red drops on one of the shooter's hands. The riflemen dodged this way and that, and turned valiantly to fire again. But young Cattles, already shot twice through the body, had spun about to find who it was had hit him so heavily in the back. Bang, bang, he had a vision of houses and greenhouses and gardens, of people dodging at windows, the whole swaying fearfully and mysteriously. He seems to have made 3 stumbling strides, to have raised and dropped his huge mace, and to have clutched his chest. He was stung and wrenched by pain. What was this, warm and wet, on his hand? One man peering from a bedroom window saw his face, saw him staring, with a grimace of weeping dismay, at the blood upon his hand, and then his knees bent under him, and he came crashing to the earth, the first of the giant nettles to fall to Caterum's resolute clutch, the very last that he had reckoned would come into his hand. Roman 4 Redwoods 2 days, so soon as Caterham knew the moment for grasping his nettle had come, he took the law into his own hands and sent to arrest Cossa and Redwood. Redwood was there for the taking. He had been undergoing an operation in the side, and the doctors had kept all disturbing things from him until his convalescence was assured. Now they had released him. He was just out of bed, sitting in a fire-warmed room, with a heap of newspapers about him, reading for the first time of the agitation that had swept the country into the hands of Caterham, and of the trouble that was darkening over the princess and his son. It was in the morning of the day, when young Cattles died, and when the policeman tried to stop young Redwood on his way to the princess. The latest newspapers Redwood had did but vaguely prefigure these imminent things. He was rereading these first adumbrations of disaster with a sinking heart, reading the shadow of death more and more perceptibly into them, reading to occupy his mind until further news should come. When the officers followed the servant into his room, he looked up eagerly. I thought it was an early evening paper, he said, then standing up and with a swift change of manner. What's this? After that Redwood had no news of anything for 2 days. They had come with a vehicle to take him away, but when it became evident that he was ill, it was decided to leave him for a day or so, until he could be safely removed, and his house was taken over by the police and converted into a temporary prison. It was the same house in which Giant Redwood had been born, and in which Heracleophobia had for the first time been given to a human being, and Redwood had now been a widower and had lived alone in it 8 years. He had become an iron-gray man, with a little pointed gray beard and still active brown eyes. He was slender and soft-voiced, as he had ever been, but his features had now that indefinable quality that comes of brooding over mighty things. To the arresting officer, his appearance was in impressive contrast to the enormity of his offenses. Here's this fella, said the officer in command, to his next subordinate, has done his level best to bust up everything, and he's got a face like a quiet country gentleman. And here's Judge Hangbrow keepin' everything nice and in order for everyone. And he's got a eed like a og. Then their manners. One all consideration and the other snot and grunt, which just shows you, doesn't it, that appearances aren't to be gone upon, whatever else you do. But his praise of Redwood's consideration was presently dashed. The officers found him troublesome at first until they had made it clear that it was useless for him to ask questions or beg for papers. They made a sort of inspection of his study, indeed, and cleared away even the papers he had. Redwood's voice was high and expostulatory. "But don't you see," he said over and over again, "it's my son, my only son, that is in this trouble. It isn't the food I care for, but my son." "I wish indeed I could tell you, sir," said the officer, "but our orders are strict." "Who gave the orders?" cried Redwood. "Ah, that, sir," said the officer, and moved towards the door. "'E's going up and down his room," said the second officer when his superior came down. "That's all right, he'll walk it off a bit." "I hope he will," said the chief officer. "The fact is I didn't see it in that light before, but this here giant what's been going on with the princess, you know, is this man's son." The two regarded one another and the third policeman for a space. "Then it is a bit rough on him," the third policeman said. It became evident that Redwood had still imperfectly apprehended the fact that an iron curtain had dropped between him and the outer world. They heard him go to the door, try the handle and rattle the lock, and then the voice of the officer who was stationed on the landing telling him it was no good to do that. Then afterwards they heard him at the windows and saw the men outside looking up. "It's no good that way," said the second officer. Then Redwood began upon the bell. The senior officer went up and explained very patiently that it could do no good to ring the bell like that, and if it was rung for nothing now, it might have to be disregarded presently when he had need of something. "Any reasonable attendance, sir," the officer said. "But if you ring it just by way of protest, we shall be obliged, sir, to disconnect." The last word the officer heard was Redwood's high-pitched, "But at least you might tell me if my son—" II. After that Redwood spent most of his time at the windows, but the windows offered him little of the march of events outside. It was a quiet street at all times, and that day it was unusually quiet. Scarcely a cab, scarcely a tradesman's cart passed all that morning. Now and then men went by, without any distinctive air of events, now and then a little group of children, a nursemaid and a woman going shopping, and so forth. They came onto the stage right or left, up or down the street, with an exasperating suggestion of indifference to any concerns more spacious than their own. They would discover the police-guarded house with amazement and exit in the opposite direction, where the great trusses of a giant hydrangea hung across the pavement, staring back or pointing. Now and then, a man would come and ask one of the policemen a question, and get a curt reply. Opposite the houses seemed dead. A housemaid appeared once at a bedroom window and stared for a space, and it occurred to Redwood to signal to her. For a time she watched his gestures as if with interest, and made a vague response to them, then looked over her shoulder suddenly and turned and went away. An old man hobbled out of number 37 and came down the steps and went off to the right, altogether without looking up. For 10 minutes the only occupant of the road was a cat. With such events that interminable momentous morning lengthened out. About 12 there came a bawling of newsvendors from the adjacent road, but it passed. Contrary to their wont they left Redwood Street alone, and a suspicion dawned upon him that the police were guarding the end of the street. He tried to open the window, but this brought a policeman into the room forthwith. The clock of the parish church struck 12, and after an abyss of time, 1. They mocked him with lunch. He ate a mouthful and tumbled the food about a little in order to get it taken away, drank freely of whiskey, and then took a chair and went back to the window. The minutes expanded into gray immensities, and for a time perhaps he slept. He woke with a vague impression of remote concussions. He perceived a rattling of the windows like the quiver of an earthquake that lasted for a minute or so and died away. Then after a silence it returned. Then it died away again. He fancied it might be merely the passage of some heavy vehicle along the main road. What else could it be? After a time he began to doubt whether he had heard this sound. He began to reason interminably with himself. Why, after all, was he seized? Caterham had been in office 2 days, just long enough to grasp his nettle. Grasp his nettle? Grasp his giant nettle? The refrain once started sang through his mind and would not be dismissed. What, after all, could Caterham do? He was a religious man. He was bound in a sort of way by that not to do violence without a cause. Grasp his nettle? Perhaps, for example, the princess was to be seized and sent abroad. There might be trouble with his son, in which case? But why had he been arrested? Why was it necessary to keep him in ignorance of a thing like that? The thing suggested something more extensive. Perhaps, for example, they meant to lay all the giants by the heels. They were all to be arrested together. There had been hints of that in the election speeches. And then, no doubt they had got Cossar also. Caterham was a religious man. Redwood clung to that. The back of his mind was a black curtain, and on that curtain there came and went a word written in letters of fire. He struggled perpetually against that word. It was always as it were beginning to get written on the curtain and never getting completed. He faced it at last. Massacre? There was the word in its full brutality. No, 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 it was impossible. Caterham was a religious man, a civilized man. And besides, after all these years, after all these hopes. Redwood sprang up, he paced the room. He spoke to himself, he shouted. No, mankind was surely not so mad as that, surely not. It was impossible, it was incredible, it could not be. What good would it do to kill the giant human when the gigantic in all the lower things had now inevitably come? They could not be so mad as that. I must dismiss such an idea, he said aloud. Dismiss such an idea? Absolutely. He pulled up short. What was that? Certainly the windows had rattled. He went to look out into the street. Opposite, he saw the instant confirmation of his ears. At a bedroom at number 35 was a woman, towel in hand, and at the dining room of number 37, a man was visible behind a great vase of hypertrophied maidenhair fern, both staring out and up, both disquieted and curious. He could see now, too, quite clearly, that the policeman on the pavement had heard it also. The thing was not his imagination. He turned to the Darkling room. Guns, he said, he brooded. Guns? They brought him in strong tea, such as he was accustomed to have. It was evident his housekeeper had been taken into consultation. After drinking it, he was too restless to sit any longer at the window, and he paced the room. His mind became more capable of consecutive thought. The room had been his study for 24 years. It had been furnished at his marriage, and all the essential equipment dated from then: the large, complex writing desk, the rotating chair, the easy chair at the fire, the rotating bookcase, the fixture of indexed pigeonholes that filled the further recess. The vivid turkey carpet, the later Victorian rugs and curtains had mellowed now to a rich dignity of effect, and copper and brass shone warm about the open fire. Electric lights had replaced the lamp of former days. That was the chief alteration in the original equipment. But among these things, his connection with the food had left abundant traces. Along one wall, above the dado, ran a crowded array of black-framed photographs and photogravures, showing his son and Kossa's sons and others of the Boom children at various ages and amidst various surroundings. Even young Cattle's vacant visage had its place in that collection. In the corner stood a sheaf of the tassels of gigantic meadow grass from Cheesing Eyebright, and on the desk there lay 3 empty poppy heads as big as hats. The curtain rods were grass stems, and the tremendous skull of the great hog of Oakham hung, a portentous ivory overmantel, with a Chinese jar in either eye socket, snout down above the fire. It was to the photographs that Redwood went, and in particular to the photographs of his son. They brought back countless memories of things that had passed out of his mind, of the early days of the food, of Bensington's timid presence, of his cousin Jane, of Kossa and the night work at the experimental farm. These things came to him now very little and bright and distinct, like things seen through a telescope on a sunny day. And then there was the giant nursery, the giant childhood, the young giant's first efforts to speak, his first clear signs of affection. Guns, it flowed in on him, irresistibly, overwhelmingly, that outside this accursed silence and mystery, his son and Kossa's sons, and all these glorious first fruits of a greater age were even now fighting. Fighting for life? Even now his son might be in some dismal quandary, cornered, wounded, overcome. He swung away from the pictures and went up and down the room gesticulating. "It cannot be," he cried. "It cannot be. It cannot end like that. What was that?" He stopped, stricken rigid. The trembling of the windows had begun again, and then had come a thud, a vast concussion that shook the house. The concussion seemed to last for an age. It must have been very near. For a moment it seemed that something had struck the house above him, an enormous impact that broke into a tinkle of falling glass, and then a stillness that ended at last with a minute-clear sound of running feet in the street below. Those feet released him from his rigor. He turned towards the window, and saw it starred and broken. His heart beat high with a sense of crisis, of conclusive occurrence, of release. And then again, his realization of impotent confinement fell about him like a curtain. He could see nothing outside except that the small electric lamp opposite was not lighted. He could hear nothing after the first suggestion of a wide alarm. He could add nothing to interpret or enlarge that mystery, except that presently there came a reddish fluctuating brightness in the sky towards the southeast. This light waxed and waned. When it waned, he doubted if it had ever waxed. It had crept upon him very gradually with the darkling. It became the predominant fact in his long night of suspense. Sometimes it seemed to him it had the quiver one associates with dancing flames. At others he fancied it was no more than the normal reflection of the evening lights. It waxed and waned through the long hours, and only vanished at last when it was submerged altogether under the rising tide of dawn. Did it mean? What could it mean? Almost certainly it was some sort of fire, near or remote, but he could not even tell whether it was smoke or cloud drift that streamed across the sky. But about 1 o'clock there began a flickering of searchlights athwart that ruddy tumult, a flickering that continued for the rest of the night. That too might mean many things. What could it mean? What did it mean? Just this stained, unrestful sky he had, and the suggestion of a huge explosion to occupy his mind. There came no further sounds, no further running, nothing but a shouting that might have been only the distant efforts of drunken men. He did not turn up his lights. He stood at his draughty broken window, a distressful, slight black outline to the officer who looked ever and again into the room and exhorted him to rest. All night, Redwood remained at his window, peering up at the ambiguous drift of the sky, and only with the coming of the dawn did he obey his fatigue and lie down upon the little bed they had prepared for him between his writing desk and the sinking fire in the fireplace under the great hog's skull. Roman 3, for 36 long hours, did Redwood remain imprisoned, closed in and shut off from the great drama of the 2 days, while the little people in the dawn of greatness fought against the children of the food. Then abruptly the iron curtain rose again, and he found himself near the very center of the struggle. That curtain rose as unexpectedly as it fell. In the late afternoon he was called to the window by the clatter of a cab that stopped without. A young man descended, and in another minute stood before him in the room, a slightly built young man of 30 perhaps, clean-shaven, well-dressed, well-mannered. "Mr. Redwood, sir," he began, "would you be willing to come to Mr. Caterham? He needs your presence very urgently." "Needs my presence?" There leapt a question into Redwood's mind that for a moment he could not put. He hesitated. Then in a voice that broke he asked, "What has he done to my son?" and stood breathless for the reply. "Your son, sir, your son is doing well, so at least we gather." "Doing well? He was wounded, sir, yesterday, have you not heard?" Redwood smote these pretenses aside. His voice was no longer colored by fear, but by anger. "You know I have not heard, you know I have heard nothing." Mr. Caterham feared, sir, it was a time of upheaval, everyone taken by surprise. He arrested you to save you, sir, from any misadventure? He arrested me to prevent my giving any warning or advice to my son. Go on, tell me what has happened. Have you succeeded? Have you killed them all? The young man made a pace or so towards the window and turned. "No, sir," he said concisely. "What have you to tell me?" "It's our proof, sir, that this fighting was not planned by us. They found us totally unprepared." "You mean?" "I mean, sir, the giants have to a certain extent held their own." The world changed for Redwood. For a moment something like hysteria had the muscles of his face and throat. Then he gave vent to a profound ah. His heart bounded towards exultation. The giants have held their own. There has been terrible fighting, terrible destruction. It is all a most hideous misunderstanding. In the North and Midlands giants have been killed everywhere. They are fighting now? No, sir, there was a flag of truce. From them? No, sir, Mr. Caterham sent a flag of truce. The whole thing is a hideous misunderstanding. That is why he wants to talk to you, and put his case before you. They insist, sir, that you should intervene." Redwood interrupted. "Do you know what happened to my son?" he asked. "He was wounded." Tell me. He and the princess came before the movement to surround the Kossar camp was complete, the Kossar pit at Chislehurst. They came suddenly, sir, crashing through a dense thicket of giant oats near river, upon a column of infantry. Soldiers had been very nervous all day, and this produced a panic. They shot him. No, sir, they ran away. Some shot at him wildly against orders. Redwood gave a note of denial. "It's true, sir. Not on account of your son, I won't pretend, but on account of the princess." "Yes, that's true." The two giants ran shouting towards the encampment. The soldiers ran this way and that, and then some began firing. They say they saw him stagger? Ugh. Yes, sir, but we know he is not badly hurt. How? He sent the message, sir, that he was doing well. To me? Who else, sir? Redwood stood for nearly a minute with his arms tightly folded, taking this in. Then his indignation found a voice. "Because you were fools in doing the thing, because you miscalculated and blundered, you would like me to think you are not murderers in intention. And besides, the rest." The young man looked interrogation. "The other giants?" The young man made no further pretense of misunderstanding. His tone fell. 13, sir, are dead, and others wounded." "Yes, sir. And Cataram, he gasped, wants to meet me? Where are the others? Some got to the encampment during the fighting, sir. They seem to have known. Well, of course they did. If it hadn't been for Kossar is there. Yes, sir, and all the surviving giants are there. The ones who didn't get to the camp in the fighting have gone, or are going now under the flag of truce. That means, said Redwood, that you are beaten. We are not beaten. No, sir. You cannot say we are beaten, but your sons have broken the rules of war, once last night and now again, after our attack had been withdrawn. This afternoon they began to bombard London. That's legitimate. They have been firing shells filled with poison. Poison? Yes, poison, the food, Heracleophobia. Yes, sir, Mr. Cataram, sir. You are beaten. Of course that beats you. It's Kossar. What can you hope to do now? What good is it to do anything now? You will breathe it in the dust of every street. What is there to fight for more? Rules of war, indeed. And now Cataram wants to humbug me to help him bargain. Good heavens, man, why should I come to your exploded windbag? He has played his game, murdered and muddled. Why should I? The young man stood with an air of vigilant respect. It is a fact, sir, he interrupted, that the giants insist that they shall see you. They will have no ambassador but you, unless you come to them. I am afraid, sir, there will be more bloodshed. On your side, perhaps? No, sir, on both sides. The world is resolved, the thing must end. Redwood looked about the study. His eyes rested for a moment on the photograph of his boy. He turned and met the expectation of the young man. Yes, he said at last, I will come. Roman Faw, his encounter with Cataram was entirely different from his anticipation. He had seen the man only twice in his life, once at dinner and once in the lobby of the house, and his imagination had been active not with the man but with the creation of the newspapers and caricaturists, the legendary Cataram, Jack the Giant Killer, Perseus, and all the rest of it. The element of a human personality came in to disorder all that. Here was not the face of the caricatures and portraits, but the face of a wan and sleepless man, lined and drawn, yellow in the whites of the eyes, a little weakened about the mouth. Here, indeed, were the red-brown eyes, the black hair, the distinctive aquiline profile of the great demagogue, but here was also something else that smote any premeditated scorn and rhetoric aside. This man was suffering, he was suffering acutely, he was under enormous stress. From the beginning he had an air of impersonating himself. Presently, with a single gesture, the slightest movement, he revealed to Redwood that he was keeping himself up with drugs. He moved a thumb to his waistcoat pocket, and then, after a few sentences more, threw concealment aside, and slipped the little tabloid to his lips. Moreover, in spite of the stresses upon him, in spite of the fact that he was in the wrong, and Redwood's junior by a dozen years, that strange quality in him, the something, personal magnetism, one may call it for want of a better name, that had won his way for him to this eminence of disaster, was with him still. On that also Redwood had failed to reckon. From the first, so far as the course and conduct of their speech went, Cataram prevailed over Redwood. All the quality of the first phase of their meeting was determined by him, all the tone and procedure were his. That happened as if it was a matter of course. All Redwood's expectations vanished at his presence. He shook hands before Redwood remembered that he meant to parry that familiarity. He pitched the note of their conference from the outset, sure and clear, as a search for expedients under a common catastrophe. If he made any mistake, it was when ever and again his fatigue got the better of his immediate attention, and the habit of the public meeting carried him away. Then he drew himself up. Through all their interview both men stood, and looked away from Redwood, and began to fence and justify. Once even he said, "Gentlemen." Quietly, expandingly, he began to talk. There were moments when Redwood ceased even to feel himself an interlocutor, when he became the mere auditor of a monologue. He became the privileged spectator of an extraordinary phenomenon. He perceived something almost like a specific difference between himself and this being whose beautiful voice enveloped him, who was talking. This mind before him was so powerful and so limited. From its driving energy, its personal weight, its invincible oblivion to certain things, there sprang up in Redwood's mind the most grotesque and strange of images. Instead of an antagonist who was a fellow creature, a man one could hold morally responsible, and to whom one could address reasonable appeals, he saw Cataram as something like a monstrous rhinoceros, as it were, a civilized rhinoceros begotten of the jungle of democratic affairs, a monster of irresistible onset and invincible resistance. In all the crashing conflicts of that tangle he was supreme. And beyond, this man was a being supremely adapted to make his way through multitudes of men. For him, There was no fault so impotent as self-contradiction, no science so significant as the reconciliation of interests. Economic realities, topographical necessities, the barely touched minds of scientific expedients, existed for him no more than railways or rifled guns or geographical literature exist for his animal prototype. What did exist were gatherings and caucuses and votes, above all, votes. He was votes incarnate, millions of votes. And now in the great crisis, with the giants broken but not beaten, this vote monster talked. It was so evident that even now he had everything to learn. He did not know there were physical laws and economic laws, quantities and reactions that all humanity voting nemine contradicent cannot vote away, and that are disobeyed only at the price of destruction. He did not know there are moral laws that cannot be bent by any force of glamour, or are bent only to fly back with vindictive violence. In the face of shrapnel, or the judgment day, it was evident to Redwood that this man would have sheltered behind some curiously dodged vote of the House of Commons. What most concerned his mind now was not the powers that held the fastness away there to the south, not defeat and death, but the effect of these things upon his majority, the cardinal reality in his life. He had to defeat the giants or go under. He was by no means absolutely despairful. In this hour of his utmost failure, with blood and disaster upon his hands, and the rich promise of still more horrible disaster, with the gigantic destinies of the world towering and toppling over him, he was capable of a belief that by sheer exertion of his voice, by explaining and qualifying and restating, he might yet reconstitute his power. He was puzzled and distressed, no doubt, fatigued and suffering, but if only he could keep up, if only he could keep talking. As he talked, he seemed to Redwood to advance and recede, to dilate and contract. Redwood's share of the talk was of the most subsidiary sort, wedges as it were suddenly thrust in. That's all nonsense. No, it's no use suggesting that. Then why did you begin? It is doubtful if Caterham really heard him at all. Round such interpolations Caterham's speech flowed indeed like some swift stream about a rock. There this incredible man stood on his official hearthrug, talking with enormous power and skill, talking as though a pause in his talk, his explanations, his presentation of standpoints and lights, of considerations and expedients, would permit some antagonistic influence to leap into being, into vocal being, the only being he could comprehend. There he stood amidst the slightly faded splendors of that official room, in which one man after another had succumbed to the belief that a certain power of intervention was the creative control of an empire. The more he talked, the more certain Redwood's sense of stupendous futility grew. Did this man realize that while he stood and talked there, the whole great world was moving, that the invincible tide of growth flowed and flowed, that there were any hours but parliamentary hours, or any weapons in the hands of the avengers of blood? Outside, darkling the whole room, a single leaf of giant Virginia creeper tapped unheeded on the pane. Redwood became anxious to end this amazing monologue, to escape to sanity and judgment, to that beleaguered camp, the fastness of the future, where, at the very nucleus of greatness, the suns were gathered together. For that, this talking was endured. He had a curious impression that unless this monologue ended he would presently find himself carried away by it, that he must fight against Caterham's voice as one fights against a drug. Facts had altered and were altering beneath that spell. What was the man saying? Since Redwood had to report it to the children of the food, in a sort of way he perceived it did matter. He would have to listen and guard his sense of realities as well as he could. Much about blood-guiltiness. That was eloquence. That didn't matter. Next, he was suggesting a convention. He was suggesting that the surviving children of the food should capitulate and go apart and form a community of their own. There were precedents, he said, for this. We would assign them territory? Where? Interjected Redwood, stooping to argue. Caterham snatched at that concession. He turned his face to Redwood's, and his voice fell to a persuasive reasonableness. That could be determined. That, he contended, was a quite subsidiary question. Then he went on to stipulate. And except for them, and where they are we must have absolute control. The food and all the fruits of the food must be stamped out. Redwood found himself bargaining. The princess? She stands apart. No, said Redwood, struggling to get back to the old footing. That's absurd. That afterwards. At any rate, we are agreed that the making of the food must stop. I have agreed to nothing. I have said nothing. But on one planet, to have two races of men, one great, one small, consider what has happened. Consider that is but a little foretaste of what might presently happen if this food has its way. Consider all you have already brought upon this world. If there is to be a race of giants, increasing and multiplying, it is not for me to argue, said Redwood. I must go to our sons. I want to go to my son. That is why I have come to you. Tell me exactly what you offer. Caterham made a speech upon his terms. The children of the food were to be given a great reservation in North America perhaps or Africa, in which they might live out their lives in their own fashion. But it's nonsense, said Redwood. There are other giants now abroad, all over Europe, here and there. There could be an international convention. It's not impossible. Something of the sort indeed has already been spoken of, but in this reservation they can live out their own lives in their own way. They may do what they like, they may make what they like. We shall be glad if they will make us things. They may be happy. Think, provided there are no more children. Precisely. The children are for us, and so, sir, we shall save the world. We shall save it absolutely from the fruits of your terrible discovery. It is not too late for us. Only we are eager to temper expediency with mercy. Even now we are burning and searing the places their shells hit yesterday. We can get it under. Trust me, we shall get it under. But in that way, without cruelty, without injustice. And suppose the children do not agree? For the first time Caterham looked Redwood fully in the face. They must? I don't think they will. Why should they not agree? He asked in richly toned amazement. Suppose they don't? What can it be but war? We cannot have the thing go on. We cannot, sir. Have you scientific men no imagination? Have you no mercy? We cannot have our world trampled under a growing herd of such monsters and monstrous growths as your food has made. We cannot and we cannot, I ask you, sir, what can it be but war? And remember, this that has happened is only a beginning. This was a skirmish, a mere affair of police. Believe me, a mere affair of police. Do not be cheated by perspective, by the immediate bigness of these newer things. Behind us is the nation, is humanity. Behind the thousands who have died there are millions. Were it not for the fear of bloodshed, sir, behind our first attacks there would be forming other attacks, even now. Whether we can kill this food or not, most assuredly we can kill your sons. You reckon too much on the things of yesterday, on the happenings of a mere score of years, on one battle. You have no sense of the slow course of history. I offer this convention for the sake of lives, not because it can change the inevitable end. If you think that your poor 24 of giants can resist all the forces of our people and of all the alien peoples who will come to our aid, if you think you can change humanity at a blow, in a single generation, and alter the nature and stature of man, he flung out an arm. Go to them now, sir. I see them, for all the evil they have done, crouching among their wounded. He stopped as though he had glanced at Redwood's son by chance. There came a pause. Go to them, he said. That is what I want to do. Then go now. He turned and pressed the button of a bell. Without an immediate response came a sound of opening doors and hastening feet. The talk was at an end. The display was over. Abruptly Caterham seemed to contract, to shrivel up into a yellow-faced, fagged-out, middle-sized, middle-aged man. He stepped forward, as if he were stepping out of a picture, and with a complete assumption of that friendliness that lies behind all the public conflicts of our race, he held out his hand to Redwood. As if it were a matter of course, Redwood shook hands with him for the second time. The giant leaguer, presently Redwood found himself in a train going south over the Thames. He had a brief vision of the river shining under its lights, and of the smoke still going up from the place where the shell had fallen on the north bank, and where a vast multitude of men had been organized to burn the Heracleophobia out of the ground. The southern bank was dark. For some reason, even the streets were not lit. All that was clearly visible was the outlines of the tall alarm towers and the dark bulks of flats and schools, and after a minute of peering scrutiny, he turned his back on the window and sank into thought. There was nothing more to see or do until he saw the sons. He was fatigued by the stresses of the last 2 days. It seemed to him that his emotions must needs be exhausted, but he had fortified himself with strong coffee before starting, and his thoughts ran thin and clear. His mind touched many things. He reviewed again, but now in the enlightenment of accomplished events, the manner in which the food had entered and unfolded itself in the world. Bensington thought it might be an excellent food for infants. He whispered to himself, with a faint smile. Then there came into his mind, as vivid as if they were still unsettled, his own horrible doubts, after he had committed himself, by giving it to his own son. From that, with a steady, unfaltering expansion, in spite of every effort of men to help and hinder, the food had spread through the whole world of man. And now, even if they kill them all, Redwood whispered, the thing is done. The secret of its making was known far and wide. That had been his own work. Plants, animals, a multitude of distressful growing children would conspire irresistibly to force the world to revert again to the food, whatever happened in the present struggle. "The thing is done," he said, with his mind swinging round beyond all his controlling to rest upon the present fate of the children and his son. Would he find them exhausted by the efforts of the battle, wounded, starving, on the verge of defeat, or would he find them still stout and hopeful, ready for the still grimmer conflict of the morrow? His son was wounded, but he had sent a message. His mind came back to his interview with Caterham. He was roused from his thoughts by the stopping of his train in Chislehurst station. He recognized the place by the huge rat alarm tower that crested Camden Hill and the row of blossoming giant hemlocks that lined the road. Caterham's private secretary came to him from the other carriage and told him that half a mile farther the line had been wrecked, and that the rest of the journey was to be made in a motor car. Redwood descended upon a platform lit only by a hand lantern and swept by the cool night breeze. The quiet of that derelict, wood-set, weed-embedded suburb, for all the inhabitants had taken refuge in London at the outbreak of yesterday's conflict, became instantly impressive. His conductor took him down the steps to where a motor car was waiting with blazing lights, the only lights to be seen, handed him over to the care of the driver, and bade him farewell. "You will do your best for us," he said, with an imitation of his master's manner, as he held Redwood's hand. So soon as Redwood could be wrapped about, they started out into the night. At one moment they stood still, and then the motor car was rushing softly and swiftly down the station incline. They turned one corner and another, followed the windings of a lane of villas, and then before them stretched the road. The motor droned up to its topmost speed, and the black night swept past them. Everything was very dark under the starlight, and the whole world crouched mysteriously and was gone without a sound. Not a breath stirred the flying things by the wayside. The deserted, pallid white villas on either hand, with their black unlit windows, reminded him of a noiseless procession of skulls. The driver beside him was a silent man, awe-stricken into silence by the conditions of his journey. He answered Redwood's brief questions in monosyllables, and gruffly. Athwart the southern sky the beams of searchlights waved noiseless passes, the sole strange evidences of life they seemed in all that derelict world about the hurrying machine. The road was presently boarded on either side by gigantic blackthorn shoots that made it very dark, and by tall grass and big campions, huge giant dead nettles as high as trees, flickering past darkly in silhouette overhead. Beyond Keston they came to a rising hill, and the driver went slow. At the crest he stopped, the engine throbbed and became still. "There," he said, and his big gloved finger pointed, a black misshapen thing before Redwood's eyes. Far away as it seemed, the great embankment, crested by the blaze from which the searchlight sprang, rose up against the sky. Those beams went and came among the clouds and the hilly land about them, as if they traced mysterious incantations. "I don't know," said the driver at last, and it was clear he was afraid to go on. Presently a searchlight swept down the sky to them, stopped as it were with a start, scrutinized them, a blinding stare confused rather than mitigated by an intervening monstrous weed stem or so. They sat with their gloves held over their eyes, trying to look under them and meet that light. "Go on," said Redwood after a while. The driver still had his doubts. He tried to express them and died down to "I don't know" again. At last he ventured on. "Here goes," he said, and roused his machinery to motion again, followed intently by that great white eye. To Redwood it seemed for a long time they were no longer on earth, but in a state of palpitating hurry through a luminous cloud. Toof, 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 went the machine, and ever and again, obeying I know not what nervous impulse, the driver sounded his horn. They passed into the welcome darkness of a high-fenced lane, and down into a hollow, and past some houses into that blinding stare again. Then for space the road ran naked across a down, and they seemed to hang throbbing in immensity. Once more giant weeds rose about them and whirled past. Then quite abruptly close upon them loomed the figure of a giant, shining brightly where the searchlight caught him below, and black against the sky above. "Hullo there!" he cried, and "Stop! There's no more road beyond. Is that Father Redwood?" Redwood stood up and gave a vague shout by way of answer, and then Kossar was in the road beside him, gripping both hands with both of his and pulling him out of the car. "What of my son?" asked Redwood. "He's all right," said Kossar. "They've hurt nothing serious in him." "And your lads?" "Well, all of them well, but we've had to make a fight for it." The giant was saying something to the motor driver. Redwood stood aside as the machine wheeled round, and then suddenly Kosa vanished, everything vanished, and he was in absolute darkness for a space. The glare was following the motor back to the crest of the Keston Hill. He watched the little conveyance receding in that white halo. It had a curious effect, as though it was not moving at all, and the halo was. A group of war-blasted giant elders flashed into gaunt-scarred gesticulations and were swallowed again by the night. Redwood turned to Kosa's dim outline again and clasped his hand. "I have been shut up and kept in ignorance," he said, "for 2 whole days. We fired the food at them," said Kosa. "Obviously, 30 shots, eh? I come from Kataram." "I know you do." He laughed with a note of bitterness. "I suppose he's wiping it up." "Roman 2, where is my son?" said Redwood. "He is all right. The giants are waiting for your message." "Yes, but my son." He passed with Kosa down a long slanting tunnel that was lit red for a moment and then became dark again, and came out presently into the great pit of shelter the giants had made. Redwood's first impression was of an enormous arena, bounded by very high cliffs, and with its floor greatly encumbered. It was in darkness save for the passing reflections of the watchmen's searchlights that whirled perpetually high overhead, and for a red glow that came and went from a distant corner where 2 giants worked together amidst a metallic clangor. Against the sky, as the glare came about, his eye caught the familiar outlines of the old worksheds and places that were made for the Kosa boys. They were hanging now, as it were, at a cliff brow, and strangely twisted and distorted with the guns of Kataram's bombardment. There were suggestions of huge gun emplacements above there, and nearer were piles of mighty cylinders that were perhaps ammunition. All about the wide space below, the forms of great engines and incomprehensible bulks were scattered in vague disorder. The giants appeared and vanished among these masses, and in the uncertain light, great shapes they were, not disproportionate to the things amidst which they moved. Some were actively employed, some sitting and lying as if they courted sleep, and one near at hand, whose body was bandaged, lay on a rough litter of pine boughs and was certainly asleep. Redwood peered at these dim forms. His eyes went from one stirring outline to another. "Where is my son, Kosa?" Then he saw him. His son was sitting under the shadow of a great wall of steel. He presented himself as a black shape recognizable only by his pose. His features were invisible. He sat chin upon hand, as though weary or lost in thought. Beside him, Redwood discovered the figure of the princess, the dark suggestion of Ermili, and then, as the glow from the distant iron returned, he saw for an instant, red-lit and tender, the infinite kindliness of her shadowed face. She stood looking down upon her lover with her hand resting against the steel. It seemed that she whispered to him. Redwood would have gone towards them. "Presently," said Kosa. "First there is your message." "Yes," said Redwood, but he stopped. His son was now looking up and speaking to the princess, but in too low a tone for them to hear. Young Redwood raised his face, and she bent down towards him and glanced aside before she spoke. "But if we are beaten," they heard the whispered voice of young Redwood. She paused, and the red blaze showed her eyes bright with unshed tears. She bent nearer him and spoke still lower. There was something so intimate and private in their bearing, in their soft tones, that Redwood, who had thought for 2 whole days of nothing but his son, felt himself intrusive there. Abruptly he was checked. For the first time in his life perhaps he realized how much more a son may be to his father than a father can ever be to a son. He realized the full predominance of the future over the past. Here between these two he had no part. His part was played. He turned to Kosa in the instant realization. Their eyes met. His voice was changed to the tone of a gray resolve. "I will deliver my message now," he said. "Afterwards, it will be soon enough then." The pit was so enormous and so encumbered that it was a long and tortuous route to the place from which Redwood could speak to them all. He and Kosa followed a steeply descending way that passed beneath an arch of interlocking machinery, and so came into a vast, deep gangway that ran athwart the bottom of the pit. This gangway, wide and vacant, and yet relatively narrow, conspired with everything about it to enhance Redwood's sense of his own littleness. It became, as it were, an excavated gorge. High overhead, separated from him by cliffs of darkness, the searchlights wheeled and blazed, and the shining shapes went to and fro. Giant voices called to one another above there, calling the giants together to the council of war, to hear the terms that Kataram had sent. The gangway still inclined downward towards black vastnesses, towards shadows and mysteries and inconceivable things, into which Redwood went slowly with reluctant footsteps and Kosa with a confident stride. Redwood's thoughts were busy. The two men passed into the completest darkness, and Kosa took his companion's wrist. They went now slowly perforce. Redwood was moved to speak. All this, he said, is strange. Big, said Kosa, strange, and strange that it should be strange to me, I, who am, in a sense, the beginning of it all. He stopped, wrestling with his elusive meaning, and threw an unseen gesture at the cliff. I have not thought of it before, I have been busy, and the years have passed. But here I see, it is a new generation, Kosa, and new emotions and new needs. All this, Kosa. Kosa saw now his dim gesture to the things about them. All this is youth. Kosa made no answers, and his irregular footfalls went striding on. It isn't our youth, Kosa, they are taking things over. They are beginning upon their own emotions, their own experiences. Their own way, we have made a new world, and it isn't ours, it isn't even sympathetic. This great place? I planned it, said Kosa, his face close. But now? I have given it to my sons. Redwood could feel the loose wave of the arm that he could not see. That is it, we are over, or almost over. Your message? Yes, and then, we're over. Well, of course we are out of it, we two old men, said Kosa, with his familiar note of sudden anger. Of course we are. Obviously, each man for his own time, and now, it's their time beginning. That's all right. Excavators gang, we do our job and go. See, that is what death is for. We work out all our little brains and all our little emotions, and then this lot begins afresh. Fresh and fresh, perfectly simple. What's the trouble? He paused to guide Redwood to some steps. Yes, said Redwood, but one feels. He left his sentence incomplete. That is what death is for. He heard Kosa below him insisting. How else could the thing be done? That is what death is for. Roman 3, after devious windings and ascents, they came out upon a projecting ledge from which it was possible to see over the greater extent of the giant's pit, and from which Redwood might make himself heard by the whole of their assembly. The giants were already gathered below and about him at different levels, to hear the message he had to deliver. The eldest son of Kosa stood on the bank overhead, watching the revelations of the searchlights, for they feared a breach of the truce. The workers at the great apparatus in the corner stood out clear in their own light. They were near stripped. They turned their faces towards Redwood, but with a watchful reference ever and again to the castings that they could not leave. He saw these nearer figures with a fluctuating indistinctness, by lights that came and went, and the remoter ones still less distinctly. They came from and vanished again into the depths of great obscurities. For these giants had no more light than they could help in the pit, that their eyes might be ready to see effectually any attacking force that might spring upon them out of the darknesses around. Ever and again, some chance glare would pick out and display this group, or that of tall and powerful forms, the giants from Sunderland clothed in overlapping metal plates, and the others clad in leather, in woven rope or in woven metal, as their conditions had determined. They sat amidst or rested their hands upon, or stood erect among machines and weapons as mighty as themselves, and all their faces, as they came and went from visible to invisible, had steadfast eyes. He made an effort to begin, and did not do so. Then for a moment his son's face glowed out in a hot insurgence of the fire, his son's face looking up to him, tender as well as strong, and at that he found a voice to reach them all, speaking across a gulf, as it were, to his son. I come from Caterham, he said. He sent me to you to tell you the terms he offers. He paused. They are impossible terms, I know, now that I see you here all together. They are impossible terms, but I brought them to you because I wanted to see you all and my son. Once more, I wanted to see my son. Tell them the terms, said Kosa. This is what Caterham offers. He wants you to go apart and leave his world. Where? He does not know. Vaguely somewhere in the world a great region is to be set apart, and you are to make no more of the food, to have no children of your own, to live in your own way for your own time, and then to end forever. He stopped. And that is all? That is all. There followed a great stillness. The darkness that veiled the giants seemed to look thoughtfully at him. He felt a touch at his elbow, and Kosa was holding a chair for him, a queer fragment of doll's furniture amidst these piled immensities. He sat down and crossed his legs, and then put one across the knee of the other, and clutched his boot nervously, and felt small and self-conscious and acutely visible and absurdly placed. Then at the sound of a voice he forgot himself again. You have heard, brothers, said this voice out of the shadows, and another answered, We have heard. And the answer, brothers, to Caterham, is no. And then there was a silence for the space of some seconds. Then a voice said, These people are right. After their lights, that is. They have been right in killing all that grew larger than its kind, beast and plant and all manner of great things that arose. They were right in trying to massacre us. They are right now in saying we must not marry our kind. According to their lights they are right. They know, it is time that we also knew, that you cannot have pygmies and giants in one world together. Cataram has said that again and again, clearly their world or ours. We are not 100 now, said another, and they are endless millions. So it may be, but the thing is as I have said. Then another long silence, and are we to die then? God forbid, are they? No, but that is what Cataram says. He would have us live out our lives, die one by one, till only one remains, and that one at last would die also, and they would cut down all the giant plants and weeds, kill all the giant underlife, burn out the traces of the food, make an end to us and to the food forever. Then the little pygmy world would be safe. They would go on, safe forever, living their little pygmy lives, doing pygmy kindnesses and pygmy cruelties each to the other. They might even perhaps attain a sort of pygmy millennium, make an end to war, make an end to overpopulation, sit down in a worldwide city to practice pygmy arts, worshipping one another till the world begins to freeze. In the corner, a sheet of iron fell in thunder to the ground. Brothers, we know what we mean to do. In a spluttering of light from the searchlights, Redwood saw earnest youthful faces turning to his son. It is easy now to make the food. It would be easy for us to make food for all the world. You mean, Brother Redwood, said a voice out of the darkness, that it is for the little people to eat the food. What else is there to do? We are not 100 and they are many millions. But we held our own. So far. If it is God's will, we may still hold our own. Yes, but think of the dead. Another voice took up the strain. The dead, it said. Think of the unborn. Brothers, came the voice of young Redwood, what can we do but fight them, and if we beat them, make them take the food? They cannot help but take the food now. Suppose we were to resign our heritage and do this folly that Cataram suggests. Suppose we could. Suppose we give up this great thing that stirs within us, repudiate this thing our fathers did for us, that you, Father, did for us, and pass, when our time has come, into decay and nothingness? What then? Will this little world of theirs be as it was before? They may fight against greatness in us who are the children of men, but can they conquer? Even if they should destroy us everyone, what then? Would it save them? No, for greatness is abroad, not only in us, not only in the food, but in the purpose of all things. It is in the nature of all things, it is part of space and time. To grow and still to grow, from first to last that is being, that is the law of life. What other law can there be? To help others? To grow? It is still to grow, unless we help them to fail. They will fight hard to overcome us, said a voice. And another, what of that? They will fight, said young Redwood. If we refuse these terms, I doubt not they will fight. Indeed, I hope they will be open and fight. If after all they offer peace, it will be only the better to catch us unawares. Make no mistake, brothers, in some way or other they will fight. The war has begun, and we must fight to the end. Unless we are wise, we may find presently we have lived only to make them better weapons against our children and our kind. This, so far, has been only the dawn of battle. All our lives will be a battle. Some of us will be killed in battle, some of us will be waylaid. There is no easy victory, no victory whatever that is not more than half defeat for us. Be sure of that. What of that? If only we keep a foothold, if only we leave behind us a growing host to fight when we are gone. And tomorrow? We will scatter the food, we will saturate the world with the food. Suppose they come to terms. Our terms are the food. It is not as though little and great could live together in any perfection of compromise. It is one thing or the other. What right have parents to say, my child shall have no light but the light I have had, shall grow no greater than the greatness to which I have grown? Do I speak for you, brothers? Assenting murmurs answered him. And to the children who will be women as well as to the children who will be men, said a voice from the darkness, even more so to be mothers of a new race. But for the next generation there must be great and little, said Redwood, with his eyes on his son's face. For many generations, and the little will hamper the great and the great press upon the little, so it must needs be, Father. There will be conflict, endless misunderstanding. All life is that. Great and little cannot understand one another, but in every child born of man, Father Redwood, lurks some seed of greatness waiting for the food. Then I am to go to Cataram again and tell him, you will stay with us, Father Redwood. Our answer goes to Cataram at dawn. He says that he will fight. So be it, said young Redwood, and his brethren murmured assent. The iron waits, cried a voice, and the two giants who were working in the corner began a rhythmic hammering that made a mighty music to the scene. The metal glowed out far more brightly than it had done before, and gave Redwood a clearer view of the encampment than had yet come to him. He saw the oblong space to its full extent, with the great engines of warfare ranged ready to hand. Beyond and at a higher level, the house of the Kossars stood. About him were the young giants, huge and beautiful, glittering in their mail, amidst the preparations for the morrow. The sight of them lifted his heart. They were so easily powerful. They were so tall and gracious. They were so steadfast in their movements. There was his son amongst them, and the first of all giant women, the princess. There leapt into his mind the oddest contrast, a memory of Bensington, very bright and little. Bensington with his hand amidst the soft breast feathers of that first great chick, standing in that conventionally furnished room of his, peering over his spectacles dubiously as Cousin Jane banged the door. It had all happened in a yesterday of 21 years. Then suddenly a strange doubt took hold of him, that this place and present greatness were but the texture of a dream, that he was dreaming, and would in an instant wake to find himself in his study again, the giants slaughtered, the food suppressed, and himself a prisoner locked in. What else indeed was life but that, always to be a prisoner locked in? This was the culmination and end of his dream. He would wake through bloodshed and battle, to find his food the most foolish of fancies, and his hopes and faith of a greater world to come no more than the colored film upon a pool of bottomless decay. Littleness invincible? So strong and deep was this wave of despondency, this suggestion of impending disillusionment, that he started to his feet. He stood and pressed his clenched fists into his eyes, and so for a moment remained, fearing to open them again and see, lest the dream should already have passed away. The voice of the giant children spoke to one another, an undertone to that clangorous melody of the smiths. His tide of doubt ebbed. He heard the giant voices, he heard their movements about him still. It was real, surely it was real as spiteful acts. More real, for these great things, it may be, are the coming things, and the littleness, bestiality, and infirmity of men are the things that go. He opened his eyes. "Done," cried one of the two ironworkers, and they flung their hammers down. A voice sounded above. The son of Kossar, standing on the great embankment, had turned and was now speaking to them all. "It is not that we would oust the little people from the world," he said, "in order that we, who are no more than one step upwards from their littleness, may hold their world forever. It is the step we fight for and not ourselves. We are here, brothers, to what end? To serve the spirit and the purpose that has been breathed into our lives. We fight not for ourselves, for we are but the momentary hands and eyes of the life of the world. So you, Father Redwood, taught us. Through us and through the little folk the Spirit looks and learns. From us by word and birth and act it must pass, to still greater lives. This earth is no resting place, this earth is no playing place, else indeed we might put our throats to the little people's knife, having no greater right to live than they, and they in their turn might yield to the ants and vermin. We fight not for ourselves but for growth, growth that goes on forever. Tomorrow, whether we live or die, growth will conquer through us. That is the law of the Spirit forevermore. To grow according to the will of God, to grow out of these cracks and crannies, out of these shadows and darknesses, into greatness and the light. Greater, he said, speaking with slow deliberation, greater, my brothers, and then still greater. To grow, and again to grow at last into the fellowship and understanding of God, growing, till the earth is no more than a footstool, till the Spirit shall have driven fear into nothingness and spread. He swung his arm heavenward. There. His voice ceased. The white glare of one of the searchlights wheeled about, and for a moment fell upon him, standing out gigantic with hand upraised against the sky. For one instant he shone, looking up fearlessly into the starry deeps, mail-clad, young and strong, resolute and still. Then the light had passed, and he was no more than a great black outline against the starry sky, a great black outline that threatened with one mighty gesture the firmament of heaven and all its multitude of stars. Roman II, the experimental farm, Mr. Bensington, proposed originally to try this stuff, so soon as he was really able to prepare it, upon tadpoles. One always does try this sort of thing upon tadpoles to begin with, this being what tadpoles are for. And it was agreed that he should conduct the experiments and not Redwood, because Redwood's laboratory was occupied with the ballistic apparatus and animals necessary for an investigation into the diurnal variation in the butting frequency of the young bull calf, an investigation that was yielding curves of an abnormal and very perplexing sort, and the presence of glass globes of tadpoles was extremely undesirable while this particular research was in progress. But when Mr. Bensington conveyed to his cousin Jane something of what he had in mind, she put a prompt veto upon the importation of any considerable number of tadpoles, or any such experimental creatures, into their flat. She had no objection whatever to his use of one of the rooms of the flat for the purposes of a non-explosive chemistry that, so far as she was concerned, came to nothing. She let him have a gas furnace and a sink and a dust-tight cupboard of refuge from the weekly storm of cleaning she would not forego. And having known people addicted to drink, she regarded his solicitude for distinction in learned societies as an excellent substitute for the coarser form of depravity. But any sort of living things in quantity, wriggly, as they were bound to be alive and smelly dead, she could not and would not abide. She said these things were certain to be unhealthy, and Bensington was notoriously a delicate man. It was nonsense to say he wasn't. And when Bensington tried to make the enormous importance of this possible discovery clear, she said that it was all very well, but if she consented to his making everything nasty and unwholesome in the place, and that was what it all came to, then she was certain he would be the first to complain. And Mr. Bensington went up and down the room, regardless of his cons, and spoke to her quite firmly and angrily without the slightest effect. He said that nothing ought to stand in the way of the advancement of science, and she said that the advancement of science was one thing, and having a lot of tadpoles in a flat was another. He said that in Germany, it was an ascertained fact that a man with an idea like his would at once have 20,000 properly fitted cubic feet of laboratory placed at his disposal, and she said she was glad, and always had been glad, that she was not a German. He said that it would make him famous forever, and she said it was much more likely to make him ill to have a lot of tadpoles in a flat like theirs. He said he was master in his own house, and she said that rather than wait on a lot of tadpoles, she'd go as matron to a school. And then he asked her to be reasonable, and she asked him to be reasonable then, and give up all this about tadpoles. And he said she might respect his ideas, and she said not if they were smelly she wouldn't, and then he gave way completely and said, in spite of the classical remarks of Huxley upon the subject, a bad word. Not a very bad word it was, but bad enough. And after that she was greatly offended and had to be apologized to, and the prospect of ever trying the food of the gods upon tadpoles in their flat at any rate vanished completely in the apology. So Bensington had to consider some other way of carrying out these experiments in feeding that would be necessary to demonstrate his discovery, so soon as he had his substance isolated and prepared. For some days, he meditated upon the possibility of botting out his tadpoles with some trustworthy person, and then the chance sight of the phrase in a newspaper turned his thoughts to an experimental farm. And chicks. Directly he thought of it as a poultry farm. He was suddenly taken with a vision of wildly growing chicks. He conceived a picture of coops and runs, outsize and still more outsize coops, and runs progressively larger. Chicks are so accessible, so easily fed and observed, so much drier to handle and measure, that for his purpose tadpoles seemed to him now, in comparison with them, quite wild and uncontrollable beasts. He was quite puzzled to understand why he had not thought of chicks instead of tadpoles from the beginning. Among other things, it would have saved all this trouble with his cousin Jane, and when he suggested this to Redwood, Redwood quite agreed with him. Redwood said that in working so much upon needlessly small animals, he was convinced experimental physiologists made a great mistake. It is exactly like making experiments in chemistry with an insufficient quantity of material. Errors of observation and manipulation become disproportionately large. It was of extreme importance just at present that scientific men should assert their right to have their material big. That was why he was doing his present series of experiments at the Bond Street College upon bull calves, in spite of a certain amount of inconvenience to the students and professors of other subjects caused by their incidental levity in the corridors. But the curves he was getting were quite exceptionally interesting, and would, when published, amply justify his choice. For his own part, were it not for the inadequate endowment of science in this country, he would never, if he could avoid it, work on anything smaller than a whale. But a public vivarium on a sufficient scale to render this possible was, he feared, at present in this country at any rate, a utopian demand. In Germany, etc. As Redwood's bull calves needed his daily attention, the selection and equipment of the experimental farm fell largely on Bensington. The entire cost also was, it was understood, to be defrayed by Bensington, at least until a grant could be obtained. Accordingly, he alternated his work in the laboratory of his flat with farm hunting up and down the lines that run southward out of London, and his peering spectacles, his simple baldness, and his lacerated cloth shoes filled the owners of numerous undesirable properties with vain hopes, and he advertised in several daily papers and Nature for a responsible couple, married, punctual, active, and used to poultry, to take entire charge of an experimental farm of 3 acres. He found the place he seemed in need of at Hicklebrow, near Ershot, in Kent. It was a little queer isolated place, in a dell surrounded by old pine woods that were black and forbidding at night. A humped shoulder of down cut it off from the sunset, and a gaunt well with a shattered penthouse dwarfed the dwelling. The little house was creepoless, several windows were broken, and the cot shed had a black shadow at midday. It was 1.5 miles from the end house of the village, and its loneliness was very doubtfully relieved by an ambiguous family of echoes. The place impressed Bensington as being eminently adapted to the requirements of scientific research. He walked over the premises, sketching out coops and runs with a sweeping arm, and he found the kitchen capable of accommodating a series of incubators and foster mothers with the very minimum of alteration. He took the place there, and then, on his way back to London, he stopped at Dunton Green, and closed with an eligible couple that had answered his advertisements, and that same evening he succeeded in isolating a sufficient quantity of Heracleophobia to more than justify these engagements. The eligible couple who were destined under Mr. Bensington to be the first almoners on earth of the food of the gods were not only very perceptibly aged, but also extremely dirty. This latter point Mr. Bensington did not observe, because nothing destroys the powers of general observation quite so much as a life of experimental science. They were named Skinner, Mr. and Mrs. Skinner, and Mr. Bensington interviewed them in a small room with hermetically sealed windows, a spotted overmantel looking-glass, and some ailing calceolarias. Mrs. Skinner was a very little old woman, capless, with dirty white hair drawn back very, very tightly from a face that had begun by being chiefly, and was now, through the loss of teeth and chin, and the wrinkling up of everything else, ending by being almost exclusively nose. She was dressed in slate color, so far as her dress had any color, slashed in one place with red flannel. She let him in and talked to him guardedly, and peered at him round and over her nose, while Mr. Skinner, she alleged, made some alteration in his toilet. She had one tooth that got into her articulations, and she held her 2 long wrinkled hands nervously together. She told Mr. Bensington that she had managed fowls for years, and knew all about incubators. In fact, they themselves had run a poultry farm at one time, and it had only failed at last through the want of pupils. "It's the pupils as pay," said Mrs. Skinner. Mr. Skinner, when he appeared, was a large-faced man, with a lisp and a squint that made him look over the top of your head, slashed slippers that appealed to Mr. Bensington's sympathies, and a manifest shortness of buttons. He held his coat and shirt together with one hand and traced patterns on the black and gold tablecloth with the index finger of the other, while his disengaged eye watched Mr. Bensington's sword of Damocles, so to speak, with an expression of sad detachment. "You don't want to run this farm for profit, no, thir? Ith all the thame, thir? Eth periminth?" Perthidely. He said they could go to the farm at once. He was doing nothing at Dunton Green except a little tailoring. "It ithn't the th mot play, I thought it what, and what I get ithn't th codly worth having," he said, "though that if it ith any convenienth to you for uth to come." And in a week, Mr. and Mrs. Skinner were installed in the farm, and the jobbing carpenter from Hicklebrow was diversifying the task of erecting runs and henhouses with a systematic discussion of Mr. Bensington. "I haven't seen much of him yet," said Mr. Skinner, "but as far as I can make him out, he seems to be a stupido fool." "I thought he seemed a bit dotty," said the carpenter from Hicklebrow. "He fancyeth himself about poultry," said Mr. Skinner. "Oh my goodness, you'd think nobody knew nothin' about poultry thept him." "He looks like a N," said the carpenter from Hicklebrow, "what with them spectacles of his." Mr. Skinner came closer to the carpenter from Hicklebrow and spoke in a confidential manner, and one sad eye regarded the distant village, and one was bright and wicked. "Got to be methoid every bleth day, every bleth en, thays, though as to thee they grow properly. What every bleth en, every bleth day." And Mr. Skinner put up his hand to laugh behind it in a refined and contagious manner, and humped his shoulders very much, and only the other eye of him failed to participate in his laughter. Then, doubting if the carpenter had quite got the point of it, he repeated in a penetrating whisper, "Methoid, he's worse than our old governor. I'm dratted if he ain't," said the carpenter from Hicklebrow. Roman 2 experimental work is the most tedious thing in the world, unless it be the reports of it in the philosophical transactions, and it seemed a long time to Mr. Bensington before his first dream of enormous possibilities was replaced by a crumb of realization. He had taken the experimental farm in October, and it was May before the first inklings of success began. Heracleophobia, Iron Roman 2 and Roman 3 had to be tried, and failed. There was trouble with the rats of the experimental farm, and there was trouble with the Skinners. The only way to get Skinner to do anything he was told to do was to dismiss him. Then he would nib his unshaven chin. He was always unshaven most miraculously, and yet never bearded, with a flattened hand, and look at Mr. Bensington with one eye, and over him with the other, and say, "Ooh, of course, thur, if you're thurryouth." But at last success dawned, and its herald was a letter in the long, slender handwriting of Mr. Skinner. "The new brood are out," wrote Mr. Skinner, "and don't quite like the look of them. Growing very rank, quite unlike what the similar lot was before your last directions was given. The last, before the cat got them, was a very nice, stocky chick, but these are growing like thistles. I never saw. They peck so hard, striking above boot top, that I'm unable to give exact measures as requested. They are regular giants, and eating as such. We shall want more corn very soon, for you never saw such chicks to eat. Bigger than bantams. Going on at this rate, they ought to be a bird for show, rank as they are. Plymouth Rocks won't be in it. Had a scare last night thinking that cat was at them, and when I looked out at the window could have sworn I see her getting in under the wire. The chicks was all awake and pecking about hungry when I went out, but could not see anything of the cat. So gave them a peck of corn, and fastened up safe. Shall be glad to know if the feeding to be continued as directed. Food you mixed is pretty near all gone, and do not like to mix any more myself on account of the accident with the pudding. With best wishes from us both, and soliciting continuance of esteemed favors, respectfully yours, Alfred Newton Skinner." The allusion towards the end referred to a milk pudding with which some Heracleophobia Roman 2 had got itself mixed with painful and very nearly fatal results to the Skinners. But Mr. Bensington, reading between the lines, saw, in this rankness of growth, the attainment of his long-sought goal. The next morning he alighted at Ershot Station, and in the bag in his hand he carried, sealed in 3 tins, a supply of the food of the gods sufficient for all the chicks in Kent. It was a bright and beautiful morning late in May, and his corns were so much better that he resolved to walk through Hicklebrow to his farm. It was 3 miles and a half altogether, through the park and villages, and then along the green glades of the Hicklebrow preserves. The trees were all dusted with the green spangles of high spring. The hedges were full of stitchwort and campion, and the woods of blue hyacinths and purple orchid. And everywhere there was a great noise of birds, thrushes, blackbirds, robins, finches, and many more. And in one warm corner of the park some bracken was unrolling, and there was a leaping and rushing of fallow deer. These things brought back to Mr. Bensington his early and forgotten delight in life. Before him, the promise of his discovery grew bright and joyful, and it seemed to him that indeed he must have come upon the happiest day in his life. And when in the sunlit, run by the sandy bank under the shadow of the pine trees, he saw the chicks that had eaten the food he had mixed for them, gigantic and gawky, bigger already than many a hen that is married and settled and still growing, still in their first soft yellow plumage, just faintly mocked with brown along the back. He knew indeed that his happiest day had come. At Mr. Skinner's urgency he went into the runs, but after he had been pecked through the cracks in his shoes once or twice he got out again, and watched these monsters through the wire netting. He peered close to the netting, and followed their movements as though he had never seen a chick before in his life. "What they'll be when they're grown up ith impossible to think," said Mr. Skinner. "Big as a hoss," said Mr. Bensington. "Pretty near," said Mr. Skinner. "Several people could dine off a wing," said Mr. Bensington. "They'd cut up into joints like butcher's meat. They won't go on growing at thith pathe, though," said Mr. Skinner. "No," said Mr. Bensington. "No," said Mr. Skinner. "I know thith thought. They begin rank, but they don't go on bleth you?" "No." There was a pause. "Ith management," said Mr. Skinner modestly. Mr. Bensington turned his glasses on him suddenly. "We got almost oth big at the other plathe," said Mr. Skinner, with his better eye piously uplifted and letting himself go a little. "Me and the mithith." Mr. Bensington made his usual general inspection of the premises, but he speedily returned to the new run. It was, in truth, ever so much more than he had dared to expect. The course of science is so tortuous and so slow. After the clear promises, and before the practical realization, arrives that comes almost always year after year of intricate contrivance. And here was the foods of the gods arriving after less than a year of testing. It seemed too good, too good. That hope deferred which is the daily food of the scientific imagination was to be his no more, so at least it seemed to him then. He came back and stared at these stupendous chicks of his, time after time. "Let me see," he said. "They're 10 days old, and by the side of an ordinary chick I should fancy, about 6 or 7 times as big. It's about time we oft for a ride in th crew," said Mr. Skinner to his wife. "Heath oth pleth oth punth about the way we got thoth chickthon in the further run, pleth oth punth heeth." He bent confidentially towards her. "Think it that old food of hith," he said behind his hands and made a noise of suppressed laughter in his pharyngeal cavity. Mr. Bensington was indeed a happy man that day. He was in no mood to find fault with details of management. The bright day certainly brought out the accumulating slovenliness of the Skinner couple more vividly than he had ever seen it before. But his comments were of the gentlest. The fencing of many of the runs was out of order, but he seemed to consider it quite satisfactory when Mr. Skinner explained that it was a fox or a dog or tomathing did it. He pointed out that the incubator had not been cleaned. "That it asn't, sir," said Mrs. Skinner with her arms folded, smiling coyly behind her nose. "We don't seem to have had time to clean it not since we been here." He went upstairs to see some rat holes that Skinner said would justify a trap. They certainly were enormous, and discovered that the room in which the food of the gods was mixed with meal and bran was in a quite disgraceful order. The Skinners were the sort of people who find a use for cracked sauces and old cans, and pickle jars and mustard boxes, and the place was littered with these. In one corner, a great pile of apples that Skinner had saved was decaying, and from a nail in the sloping pot of the ceiling hung several rabbit skins, upon which he proposed to test his gift as a furrier. "There ithn't much about firth and think that I don't know," said Skinner. Mr. Bensington certainly sniffed critically at this disorder, but he made no unnecessary fuss, and even when he found a wasp regaling itself in a gallipot half full of Heracleophobia romanfa, he simply remarked mildly that his substance was better sealed from the damp than exposed to the air in that manner, and he turned from these things at once to remark, what had been for some time in his mind, "I think, Skinner, you know, I shall kill one of these chicks as a specimen. I think we will kill it this afternoon, and I will take it back with me to London." He pretended to peer into another gallipot and then took off his spectacles to wipe them. "I should like," he said, "I should like very much to have some relic, some memento, of this particular brood at this particular day. By the by," he said, "you don't give those little chicks meat?" "Oh, no, thir," said Skinner. "I can assure you, thir, we know far too much about the management of fowlth of all descriptionth to do anything of that thought. Quite sure you don't throw your dinner refuse? I thought I noticed the bones of a rabbit scattered about the far corner of the run, but when they came to look at them, they found they were the larger bones of a cat picked very clean and dry." "Roman 3, that's no chick," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane. "Well, I should think I knew a chick when I saw it," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane hotly. "It's too big for a chick, for one thing, and besides you can see perfectly well it isn't a chick. It's more like a busted than a chick." "For my part," said Redwood, reluctantly allowing Bensington to drag him into the argument, "I must confess that, considering all the evidence—" "Oh, if you do that," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane, "instead of using your eyes like a sensible person. Well, but really, Miss Bensington?" "Oh, go on," said cousin Jane. "You men are all alike. Considering all the evidence, this certainly falls within the definition. No doubt it's abnormal and hypertrophied, but still, especially since it was hatched from the egg of a normal hen. Yes, I think, Miss Bensington, I must admit this, so far as one can call it anything, is a sort of chick." "You mean it's a chick?" said cousin Jane. "I think it's a chick," said Redwood. "What nonsense," said Mr. Bensington's cousin Jane, and directed at Redwood's head, "I haven't patience with you." And then suddenly she turned about and went out of the room with a slam. "And it's a very great relief for me to see it too, Bensington," said Redwood, when the reverberation of the slam had died away. "In spite of its being so big." Without any urgency from Mr. Bensington, he sat down in the low armchair by the fire and confessed to proceedings that even in an unscientific man would have been indiscreet. "You will think it very rash of me, Bensington, I know," he said, "but the fact is I put a little, not very much of it, but some into baby's bottle very nearly a week ago." "But suppose?" cried Mr. Bensington. "I know," said Redwood, and glanced at the giant chick upon the plate on the table. "It's turned out all right, thank goodness, and he felt in his pocket for his cigarettes. He gave fragmentary details. Poor little chap wasn't putting on weight, desperately anxious. Winkles, a frightful duffer, a pupil of mine, no good. Mrs. Redwood, unmitigated confidence in Winkles. You know, man with a manner like a cliff towering. No confidence in me, of course, taught Winkles. Scarcely allowed in the nursery. Something had to be done. Slipped in while the nurse was at breakfast, got at the bottle. But he'll grow, said Mr. Bensington. He's growing. 27 ounces last week. You should hear Winkles. It's management, he said. Dear me, that's what Skinner says. Redwood looked at the chick again. The bother is to keep it up, he said. They won't trust me in the nursery alone because I tried to get a growth curve out of Georgina fillies, you know, and how I'm to give him a second dose. Need you? He's been crying 2 days, can't get on with his ordinary food again anyhow. He wants some more now. Tell Winkles. Hang Winkles? Said Redwood. You might get at Winkles and give him powders to give the child. That's about what I shall have to do, said Redwood, resting his chin on his fist and staring into the fire. Bensington stood for a space, smoothing the down on the breast of the giant chick. They will be monstrous fowls, he said. They will, said Redwood, still with his eyes on the glow. Big as hosses, said Bensington. Bigger, said Redwood. That's just it? Bensington turned away from the specimen. Redwood, he said, these fowls are going to create a sensation. Redwood nodded his head at the fire. And by Jove, said Bensington, coming round suddenly with a flash in his spectacles, so will your little boy. That's just what I'm thinking of, said Redwood. He sat back, sighed, threw his unconsumed cigarette into the fire, and thrust his hands deep into his trousers pockets. That's precisely what I'm thinking of. This Heracleophobia is going to be queer stuff to handle. The pace that chick must have grown at. A little boy growing at that pace, said Mr. Bensington slowly, and stared at the chick as he spoke. I say, said Bensington, he'll be big. I shall give him diminishing doses, said Redwood, or at any rate Winkles will. It's rather too much of an experiment. Much. Yet still, you know, I must confess, some baby will sooner or later have to try it. Oh, we'll try it on some baby, certainly. Exactly so, said Bensington, and came and stood on the hearthrug and took off his spectacles to wipe them. Until I saw these chicks, Redwood, I don't think I began to realize anything of the possibilities of what we were making. It's only beginning to dawn upon me, the possible consequences. And even then, you know, Mr. Bensington was far from any conception of the mine that little train would fire. Roman thaw that happened early in June. For some weeks, Bensington was kept from revisiting the experimental farm by a severe imaginary catarrh, and one necessary flying visit was made by Redwood. He returned an even more anxious-looking parent than he had gone. Altogether, there were 7 weeks of steady, uninterrupted growth. And then the wasps began their career. It was late in July, and nearly a week before the hens escaped from Hicklebrow, that the first of the big wasps was killed. The report of it appeared in several papers, but I do not know whether the news reached Mr. Bensington, much less whether he connected it with the general laxity of method that prevailed in the experimental farm. There can be but little doubt now that while Mr. Skinner was plying Mr. Bensington's chicks with Heracleophobia Roman thaw, a number of wasps were just as industriously, perhaps more industriously, carrying quantities of the same paste to their early summer broods in the sandbanks beyond the adjacent pine woods. And there can be no dispute whatever that these early broods found just as much growth and benefit in the substance as Mr. Bensington's hens. It is in the nature of the wasp to attain to effective maturity before the domestic fowl, and in fact of all the creatures that were, through the generous carelessness of the Skinners, partaking of the benefits Mr. Bensington heaped upon his hens, the wasps were the first to make any sort of figure in the world. It was a keeper named Godfrey, on the estate of Lieutenant Colonel Rupert Hick, near Maidstone, who encountered and had the luck to kill the first of these monsters of whom history has any record. He was walking knee-high in bracken across an open space in the beechwoods that diversify Lieutenant Colonel Hick's park, and he was carrying his gun, very fortunately for him a double-barreled gun, over his shoulder when he first caught sight of the thing. It was, he says, coming down against the light, so that he could not see it very distinctly, and as it came it made a drone, like a motor car. He admits he was frightened. It was evidently as big or bigger than a barn owl, and, to his practiced eye, its flight and particularly the misty whirl of its wings must have seemed weirdly unbirdlike. The instinct of self-defense, I fancy, mingled with long habit when, as he says, he let fly right away. The queerness of the experience probably affected his aim, At any rate, most of his shot missed, and the thing merely dropped for a moment with an angry that revealed the wasp at once, and then rose again, with all its stripes shining against the light. He says it turned on him. At any rate, he fired his second barrel at less than 20 yards and threw down his gun, ran a pace or so, and ducked to avoid it. It flew, he is convinced, within a yard of him, struck the ground, rose again, came down again perhaps 30 yards away, and rolled over with its body wriggling and its sting stabbing out and back in its last agony. He emptied both barrels into it again before he ventured to go near. When he came to measure the thing, he found it was 27.5 inches across its open wings, and its sting was 3 inches long. The abdomen was blown clean off from its body, but he estimated the length of the creature from head to sting as 18 inches, which is very nearly correct. Its compound eyes were the size of penny pieces. That is the first authenticated appearance of these giant wasps. The day after, a cyclist riding, feet up, down the hill between Sevenoaks and Tonbridge, very narrowly missed running over a second of these giants that was crawling across the roadway. His passage seemed to alarm it, and it rose with a noise like a sawmill. His bicycle jumped the footpath in the emotion of the moment, and when he could look back, the wasp was soaring away above the woods towards Westerham. After riding unsteadily for a little time, he put on his brake, dismounted. He was trembling so violently that he fell over his machine in doing so, and sat down by the roadside to recover. He had intended to ride to Ashford, but he did not get beyond Tonbridge that day. After that, curiously enough, there is no record of any big wasps being seen for 3 days. I find on consulting the meteorological record of those days that they were overcast and chilly with local showers, which may perhaps account for this intermission. Then on the 4th day came blue sky and brilliant sunshine, and such an outburst of wasps as the world had surely never seen before. How many big wasps came out that day it is impossible to guess. There are at least 50 accounts of their apparition. There was one victim, a grocer, who discovered one of these monsters in a sugar cask, and very rashly attacked it with a spade as it rose. He struck it to the ground for a moment, and it stung him through the boot as he struck at it again, and cut its body in half. He was first dead of the two. The most dramatic of the 50 appearances was certainly that of the wasp that visited the British Museum about midday, dropping out of the blue serene upon one of the innumerable pigeons that feed in the courtyard of that building, and flying up to the cornice to devour its victim at leisure. After that it crawled for a time over the museum roof, entered the dome of the reading room by a skylight, buzzed about inside it for some little time. There was a stampede among the readers, and at last found another window and vanished again with a sudden silence from human observation. Most of the other reports were of mere passings or descents. A picnic party was dispersed at Aldington Knoll, and all its sweets and jam consumed, and a puppy was killed and torn to pieces near Whitstable, under the very eyes of its mistress. The streets that evening resounded with the cry. The newspaper placards gave themselves up exclusively in the biggest of letters to the gigantic wasps in Kent. Agitated editors and assistant editors ran up and down tortuous staircases bawling things about wasps. And Professor Redwood, emerging from his college in Bond Street at 5, flushed from a heated discussion with his committee about the price of bull calves, bought an evening paper, opened it, changed color, forgot about bull calves and committee forthwith, and took a hansom headlong for Bensington's flat. The flat was occupied, it seemed to him, to the exclusion of all other sensible objects, by Mr. Skinner and his voice, if indeed you can call either him or it a sensible object. The voice was up very high, slopping about among the notes of anguish. It's impossible for us to top thur. We've topped on hoping things would get better, and they've only got worth thur. It isn't ony the waptheth thur, death big earwigs thur, big off that thur. He indicated all his hand and about 3 inches of fat dirty wrist. They pretty near give mithith kin a fit thur. And the tinging nettles by the runt thur, they're growing thur, and the canary creeper thur, what we thowed near the think thur, it put ith tendril through the window in the night thur, and very nearly caught mithith kinna by the leg thur. It that food of yoth thur, wherever we played it about thur, a bit, it that everything growing ranker thur than I ever thought anything could grow. It's impossible to top a month thur. It's more than our lives are worth thur. Even if the waptheth don't ting uth, we'th all be suffocated by the creeper thur. You can't imagine thur, unleth you come down to thee thur. He turned his superior eye to the cornice above Redwood's head. Oh, do we know the rat haven't got it, thur? That th what I think of moth, thur. I haven't theen any big rat, thur, but oh do I know, thur. We been frightened for daith because of the earwigs we've theen, like lobsters they what two of 'em, thur, and the frightful way the canary creeper what growing, and directly I heard the wapthith. Directly I eared 'em, thur, I understood. I didn't wait for nothing except to throw on a button I'd lost, and then I came on up. Even now, thur, I'm off wild with anxiety, thur. Oh, do I know what's happenin' to mithith th kinna, thur? There'th the creeper growing all over the place like a th snake, thur, thwelt me but you ave to watch it, thur, and jump out of ith way. And the earwig's gettin' bigger and bigger, and the wapthith. She athen even got a blue bag, thur, if anything thould happen, thur. But the hens, said Mr. Bensington. How are the hens? We fed 'em up to yesterday, thwelt me, said Mr. Skinner, but this morning we didn't dare. Thur, the noise of the wapthith what, tomathing awful, thur. They what coming on't doth'nth, oth big oth nth. I thaith to I thaith you just thou me on a button or two, I thaith, for I can't go to London like this, I thaith, and I'll go up to Mr. Bensington, I thaith, and explain things to him. And you top in this room till I come back to you, I thaith, and keep the windows hut just oth tight oth ever you can, I thaith. If you hadn't been so confoundedly untidy, began Redwood. Oh, don't they that, thur, said Skinner. Not now, thur. Not with me though dithrift, thur, about mithith kinna, thur. Oh, don't, thur, I haven't the eat to argue with you. Thwelp me, thur, I haven't. It's the rat I keep a-thinking of. Oh, do I know they haven't got at mithith kinna while I been up air. And you haven't got a solitary measurement of all these beautiful growth curves, said Redwood. I been too up that, thur, said Mr. Skinner. If you knew what we been through, me and the mithith, all this last month, we haven't known what to make of it, thur. What with the henth gettin' the rank and the earwigs and the canary creeper, I dunno if I told you, thur, the canary creeper. You've told us all that, said Redwood. The thing is, Bensington, what are we to do? What are we to do? Said Mr. Skinner. You'll have to go back to Mrs. Skinner, said Redwood. You can't leave her there alone all night. Not alone, thur, I don't. Not if there what a dozen mithith kinneth. Ith myth to Bensington. Nonsense, said Redwood. The wasps will be all right at night, and the earwigs will get out of your way. But about the rats? There aren't any rats, said Redwood. Vi Mr. Skinner might have foregone his chief anxiety. Mrs. Skinner did not stop out her day. About 11, the canary creeper, which had been quietly active all the morning, began to clamber over the window and darken it very greatly, and the darker it got the more clearly Mrs. Skinner perceived that her position would speedily become untenable, and also that she had lived many ages since Skinner went. She peered out of the darkling window, through the stirring tendrils, for some time, and then went very cautiously and opened the bedroom door, and listened. Everything seemed quiet, and so, tucking her skirts high about her, Mrs. Skinner made a bolt for the bedroom, and having first looked under the bed and locked herself in, proceeded with the methodical rapidity of an experienced woman to pack for departure. The bed had not been made, and the room was littered with pieces of the creeper that Skinner had hacked off in order to close the window overnight, but these disorders she did not heed. She packed in a decent sheet. She packed all her own wardrobe and a velveteen jacket that Skinner wore in his finer moments, and she packed a jar of pickles that had not been opened, and so far she was justified in her packing. But she also packed 2 of the hermetically closed tins containing Heracleophobia Roman faw that Mr. Bensington had brought on his last visit. She was honest, good woman, but she was a grandmother, and her heart had burned within her to see such good growth lavished on a lot of dratted chicks. And having packed all these things, she put on her bonnet, took off her apron, tied a new bootlace round her umbrella, and after listening for a long time at door and window, opened the door and sallied out into a perilous world. The umbrella was under her arm, and she clutched the bundle with 2 gnarled and resolute hands. It was her best Sunday bonnet, and the 2 poppies that reared their heads amidst its splendours of band and bead seemed instinct with the same tremulous courage that possessed her. The features about the roots of her nose wrinkled with determination. She had had enough of it, all alone there. Skinner might come back there if he liked. She went out by the front door, going that way not because she wanted to go to Hicklebrow. Her goal was Cheesing Eyebright, where her married daughter resided, but because the back door was impassable on account of the canary creeper that had been growing so furiously ever since she upset the can of food near its roots. She listened for a space and closed the front door very carefully behind her. At the corner of the house, she paused and reconnoitred. An extensive sandy scar upon the hillside beyond the pine woods mocked the nest of the giant wasps, and this she studied very earnestly. The coming and going of the morning was over, not a wasp chanced to be in sight then, and except for a sound scarcely more perceptible than a steam wood-saw at work amidst the pines would have been, everything was still. As for earwigs, she could see not one. Down among the cabbage indeed something was stirring, but it might just as probably be a cat stalking birds. She watched this for a time. She went a few paces past the corner, came in sight of the run containing the giant chicks and stopped again. "Ah," she said, and shook her head slowly at the sight of them. They were at that time about the height of emus, but of course much thicker in the body, a larger thing altogether. They were all hens and 5 all told, now that the 2 cockerels had killed each other. She hesitated at their drooping attitudes. "Poor dears," she said, and put down her bundle. "They've got no water, and they've 'ad no food these 24 hours, and such appetites too, as they ave." She put a lean finger to her lips and communed with herself. Then this dirty old woman did what seems to me a quite heroic deed of mercy. She left her bundle and umbrella in the middle of the brick path, and went to the well, and drew no fewer than 3 pailfuls of water for the chickens' empty trough. And then, while they were all crowding about that, she undid the door of the run very softly. After which she became extremely active, resumed her package, got over the hedge at the bottom of the garden, crossed the rank meadows, in order to avoid the wasp's nest, and toiled up the winding path towards Cheesing Eyebright. She panted up the hill, and as she went she paused ever and again, to rest her bundle and get her breath and stare back at the little cottage beside the pine wood below. And when at last, when she was near the crest of the hill, she saw afar off 3 several wasps dropping heavily westward. It helped her greatly on her way. She soon got out of the open, and in the high-banked lane beyond, which seemed a safer place to her, and so up by Hicklebrow Coombe to the downs. There at the foot of the downs, where a big tree gave an air of shelter, she rested for a space on a stile. Then on again very resolutely. You figure her, I hope, with her white bundle, a sort of erect black aunt, hurrying along the little white path thread athwart the downland slopes under the hot sun of the summer afternoon. On she struggled after her resolute, indefatigable nose, and the poppies in her bonnet quivered perpetually, and her springside boots grew whiter and whiter with the downland dust. Flip-flap went her footfalls through the still heat of the day, and persistently, incurably, her umbrella sought to slip from under the elbow that retained it. The mouth wrinkle under her nose was pursed to an extreme resolution, and ever and again she told her umbrella to come up or gave her tightly clutched bundle a vindictive jerk, and at times her lips mumbled with fragments of some foreseen argument between herself and Skinner. And far away, miles and miles away, a steeple and a hanger grew insensibly out of the vague blue to mock more and more distinctly the quiet corner where Cheesing Eyebright sheltered from the tumult of the world, recking little or nothing of the Heracleophobia concealed in that white bundle that struggled so persistently towards its orderly retirement. Romans 7, so far as I can gather. The pullets came into Hicklebrow about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Their coming must have been a brisk affair, though nobody was out in the street to see it. The violent bellowing of little Skelmersdale seems to have been the first announcement of anything out of the way. Miss Durgan of the post office was at the window as usual, and saw the hen that had caught the unhappy child, in violent flight up the street with its victim, closely pursued by 2 others. You know that swinging stride of the emancipated athletic latter-day pullet. You know the keen insistence of the hungry hen. There was Plymouth Rock in these birds, I am told, and even without Heracleophobia, that is a gaunt and striding strain. Probably Miss Durgan was not altogether taken by surprise. In spite of Mr. Bensington's insistence upon secrecy, rumors of the great chicken Mr. Skinner was producing had been about the village for some weeks. "Law," she cried, "it's what I expected." She seems to have behaved with great presence of mind. She snatched up the sealed bag of letters that was waiting to go on to Ershot, and rushed out of the door at once. Almost simultaneously, Mr. Skelmersdale himself appeared down the village, gripping a watering pot by the spout, and very white in the face. And of course, in a moment or so everyone in the village was rushing to the door or window. The spectacle of Miss Durgan all across the road, with the entire day's correspondence of Hicklebrow in her hand, gave pause to the pullet in possession of Master Skelmersdale. She halted through one instant's indecision, and then turned for the open gates of Fulch's yard. That instant was fatal. The second pullet ran in neatly, got possession of the child by a well-directed peck, and went over the wall into the vicarage garden. Chirrock, chalk, 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 chalk. shrieked the hindmost hen, hit smartly by the watering can Mr. Skelmersdale had thrown, and fluttered wildly over Mrs. Glue's cottage and so into the doctor's field, while the rest of those gargantuan birds pursued the pullet, in possession of the child across the vicarage lawn. "Good heavens!" cried the curate, as some say, something much more manly, and ran, whirling his croquet mallet and shouting, to head off the chase. "Stop, you wretch!" cried the curate, as though giant hens were the commonest facts in life. And then, finding he could not possibly intercept her, he hurled his mallet with all his might and main, and out it shot in a gracious curve within a foot or so of Master Skelmersdale's head, and through the glass lantern of the conservatory. Smash, the new conservatory, the vicar's wife's beautiful new conservatory. It frightened the hen. It might have frightened anyone. She dropped her victim into a Portugal laurel, from which he was presently extracted, dissodded, but, save for his less delicate garments, uninjured, made a flapping leap for the roof of Fulcher's stables, put her foot through a weak place in the tiles, and descended, so to speak, out of the infinite into the contemplative quiet of Mr. Bumps the paralytic, who, it is now proved beyond all cavil, did on this one occasion in his life get down the entire length of his garden and indoors without any assistance whatever, bolt the door after him, and immediately relapse again into Christian resignation and helpless dependence upon his wife. The rest of the pullets were headed off by the other croquet players, and went through the vicar's kitchen garden into the doctor's field, to which rendezvous the fifth also came at last, clucking disconsolately after an unsuccessful attempt to walk on the cucumber frames in Mr. Witherspoon's place. They seemed to have stood about in a hen-like manner for a time, and scratched a little, and chirruped meditatively, and then one pecked at and pecked over a hive of the doctor's bees, and after that they set off in a gawky, jerky, feathery, fitful sort of way across the fields towards Ershot, and Hicklebrow Street saw them no more. Near Ershot they really came upon commensurate food in a field of Swedes, and pecked for a space with gusto, until their fame overtook them. The chief immediate reaction of this astonishing eruption of gigantic poultry upon the human mind was to arouse an extraordinary passion to whoop and run and throw things, and in quite a little time almost all the available manhood of Hicklebrows and several ladies were out with a remarkable assortment of flappish and wangable articles in hand, to commence the scooting of the giant hens. They drove them into Ershot, where there was a rural fete, and Ershot took them as the crowning glory of a happy day. They began to be shot at near Findon beaches, but at first only with a rook rifle. Of course birds of that size could absorb an unlimited quantity of small shot without inconvenience. They scattered somewhere near Sevenoaks, and near Tonbridge one of them fled clucking for a time in excessive agitation, somewhat ahead of and parallel with the afternoon boat express, to the great astonishment of everyone therein. And about 5:30, 2 of them were caught very cleverly by a circus proprietor at Tunbridge Wells, who lured them into a cage, rendered vacant through the death of a widowed dromedary, by scattering cakes and bread. Roman 8, when the unfortunate Skinner got out of the southeastern train at Ershot that evening, it was already nearly dusk. The train was late, but not inordinately late, and Mr. Skinner remarked as much to the station-master. Perhaps he saw a certain pregnancy in the station-master's eye. After the briefest hesitation, and with a confidential movement of his hand to the side of his mouth, he asked if anything had happened that day. "How I mean?" said the station-master, a man with a hard, emphatic voice. "Theth waptheth and thinkth." "We haven't had much time to think of waptheth," said the station-master agreeably. "We've been too busy with your brasted ends," and he broke the news of the pullets to Mr. Skinner as one might break the window of an adverse politician. "You ain't 'eard anything of Mithith Th. Kinner?" asked Skinner, amidst that missile shower of pithy information and comment. "No fear," said the station-master, as though even he drew the line somewhere in the matter of knowledge. "I must make inquieth about this," said Mr. Skinner, edging out of reach of the station-master's concluding generalizations about the responsibility attaching to the excessive nurture of hens. Going through Ershot, Mr. Skinner was hailed by a lime-burner from the pits over by Hankey, and asked if he was looking for his hens. "You ain't 'eard anything of Mithith Th. Kinner?" he asked. The lime-burner, his exact phrases need not concern us, expressed his superior interest in hens. It was already dark, as dark at least as a clear night in the English June can be, when Skinner, aw his head at any rate, came into the bar of the Jolly Drovers and said, "Ello, you haven't 'eard anything of thith Th. Tory bout my nth ave you?" "Oh, haven't we?" said Mr. Fulcher. Why, part of the story's been and bust into my stable roof, and one chapter smashed a 'ole in Mrs. Vickers's green ooze. I beg pardon, conservatory. Skinner came in. I'd like Tomathing a little comforting, he said. Ot gin and watteth about my figure, and everybody began to tell him things about the pullets. Grathoth me, said Skinner. You aven't eared anything about Mithith th Kinner, ave you? He asked in a pause. That we aven't? Said Mr. Witherspoon. We aven't thought of we ain't thought nothing of either of you. Ain't you been 'ome today? Asked Fulcher over a tankard. If one of those brasted birds ave pecked began Mr. Witherspoon, and left the full horror to their unaided imaginations. It appeared to the meeting at the time that it would be an interesting end to an eventful day to go on with Skinner and see if anything had happened to Mrs. Skinner. One never knows what luck one may have when accidents are at large. But Skinner, standing at the bar and drinking his hot gin and water, with one eye roving over the things at the back of the bar and the other fixed on the absolute, missed the psychological moment. I thuppo there athn't been any trouble with any of theth big waptheth today anywhere? He asked, with an elaborate detachment of manner. Been too busy with your ends, said Fulcher. I thuppo they've all gone in now anyhow, said Skinner. What, the ends? I what thinking of the waptheth more particularly, said Skinner, and then, with an air of circumspection that would have awakened suspicion in a week-old baby, and laying the accent heavily on most of the words he chose, he asked, I thuppo nobody athn't eared of any other big thingth about, ave they? Big dogth or catth or anything of that thought. Themeth to me if there'th big henth and big waptheth common on. He laughed with a fine pretense of talking idly. But a brooding expression came upon the faces of the Hicklebrow men. Fulcher was the first to give their condensing thought the concrete shape of words. A cat to match them ends, said Fulcher. Aye, said Witherspoon, a cat to match they ends. 'Twould be a tiger, said Fulcher. Mon a tiger, said Witherspoon. When at last Skinner followed the lonely footpath over the swelling field that separated Hicklebrow from the sombre pine-shaded hollow in whose black shadows the gigantic canary creeper grappled silently with the experimental farm, he followed it alone. He was distinctly seen to rise against the skyline, against the warm, clear immensity of the northern sky, for so far public interest followed him, and to descend again into the night, into an obscurity from which it would seem he will never more emerge. He passed into a mystery. No one knows to this day what happened to him after he crossed the brow. When later on the two Fulchers and Witherspoon, moved by their own imaginations, came up the hill and stared after him, the flight had swallowed him up altogether. The three men stood close. There was not a sound out of the wooded blackness that hid the farm from their eyes. It's all right, said young Fulcher, ending a silence. Don't see any lights, said Witherspoon. You wouldn't from here. It's misty, said the elder Fulcher. They meditated for a space. E'd ave come back if anything was wrong, said young Fulcher, and this seemed so obvious and conclusive that presently old Fulcher said, well, and the three went home to bed, thoughtfully I will admit. A shepherd out by Huxter's farm heard a squealing in the night that he thought was foxes, and in the morning one of his lambs had been killed, dragged halfway towards Hicklebrow, and partially devoured. The inexplicable part of it all is the absence of any indisputable remains of Skinner. Many weeks after, amidst the charred ruins of the experimental farm, there was found something which may or may not have been a human shoulder blade, and in another part of the ruins, a long bone greatly gnawed and equally doubtful. Near the stile going up towards Eyebright, there was found a glass eye, and many people discovered thereupon that Skinner owed much of his personal charm to such a possession. It stared out upon the world with that same inevitable effect of detachment, that same severe melancholy that had been the redemption of his else worldly countenance. And about the ruins, industrious research discovered the metal rings and charred coverings of 2 linen buttons, 3 shanked buttons entire, and one of that metallic sort which is used in the less conspicuous sutures of the human economy. These remains have been accepted by persons in authority as conclusive of a destroyed and scattered Skinner. But for my own entire conviction, and in view of his distinctive idiosyncrasy, I must confess I should prefer fewer buttons and more bones. The glass eye, of course, has an air of extreme conviction, but if it really is Skinner's, and even Mrs. Skinner did not certainly know if that immobile eye of his was glass, something has changed it from a liquid brown to a serene and confident blue. That shoulder blade is an extremely doubtful document, and I would like to put it side by side with the gnawed scapulae of a few of the commoner domestic animals before I admitted its humanity. And where were Skinner's boots, for example? Perverted and strange as a rat's appetite must be, is it conceivable that the same creatures that could leave a lamb only half-eaten would finish up Skinner, hair, bones, teeth, and boots? I have closely questioned as many as I could of those who knew Skinner at all intimately, and they one and all agree that they cannot imagine anything eating him. He was the sort of man, as a retired seafaring person living in one of Mr. W. W. Jacobs' cottages at Dunton Green told me, with a guarded significance of manner not uncommon in those parts, who would get washed up anyhow, and as regards the devouring element was fit to put a fire out. He considered that Skinner would be as safe on a raft as anywhere. The retired seafaring man added that he wished to say nothing whatever against Skinner. Facts were facts. And rather than have his clothes made by Skinner, the retired seafaring man remarked he would take his chance of being locked up. These observations certainly do not present Skinner in the light of an appetizing object. To be perfectly frank with the reader, I do not believe he ever went back to the experimental farm. I believe he hovered through long hesitations about the fields of the Hicklebrow glebe, and finally, when that squealing began, took the line of least resistance out of his perplexities into the incognito. And in the incognito, whether of this or of some other world unknown to us, he obstinately and quite indisputably has remained to this day. Roman 3, the giant rat's eye. It was 2 nights after the disappearance of Mr. Skinner that the Podbond doctor was out late near Hankey, driving in his buggy. He had been up all night assisting another undistinguished citizen into this curious world of ours, and his task accomplished, he was driving homeward in a drowsy mood enough. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning, and the waning moon was rising. The summer night had gone cold, and there was a low-lying whitish mist that made things indistinct. He was quite alone, for his coachman was ill in bed, and there was nothing to be seen on either hand but a drifting mystery of hedge running athwart the yellow glare of his lamps, and nothing to hear but the clitter-clatter of his horses and the gride and hedge echo of his wheels. His horse was as trustworthy as himself, and one does not wonder that he dozed. You know that intermittent drowsing as one sits, the drooping of the head, the nodding to the rhythm of the wheels, then chin upon the breast, and at once the sudden start up again. Pitta, litta, patta. What was that? It seemed to the doctor he had heard a thin, shrill squeal close at hand. For a moment he was quite awake. He said a word or two of undeserved rebuke to his horse and looked about him. He tried to persuade himself that he had heard the distant squeal of a fox, or perhaps a young rabbit gripped by a ferret. Swish, 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 pitta, patta, swish, what was that? He felt he was getting fanciful. He shook his shoulders and told his horse to get on. He listened and heard nothing. Or was it nothing? He had the queerest impression that something had just peeped over the hedge at him, a queer big head. With round ears, he peered hard, but he could see nothing. Nonsense, said he. He sat up with an idea that he had dropped into a nightmare, gave his horse the slightest touch of the whip, spoke to it, and peered again over the hedge. The glare of his lamp, however, together with the mist, rendered things indistinct, and he could distinguish nothing. It came into his head, he says, that there could be nothing there, because if there was his horse would have shied at it. Yet for all that, his senses remained nervously awake. Then he heard quite distinctly a soft pattering of feet in pursuit along the road. He would not believe his ears about that. He could not look round, for the road had a sinuous curve just there. He whipped up his horse and glanced sideways again. And then he saw quite distinctly where a ray from his lamp leapt a low stretch of hedge, the curved back of some big animal, he couldn't tell what, going along in quick, convulsive leaps. He says he thought of the old tales of witchcraft. The thing was so utterly unlike any animal he knew, and he tightened his hold on the reins for fear of his horse. Educated man as he was, he admits he asked himself if this could be something that his horse could not see. Ahead, and drawing near in silhouette against the rising moon, was the outline of the little hamlet of Hankey, comforting, though it showed never a light, and he cracked his whip and spoke again, and then in a flash the rats were at him? He had passed a gate, and as he did so, the foremost rat came leaping over into the road. The thing sprang upon him out of vagueness into the utmost clearness. The sharp, eager, round-eared face, the long body exaggerated by its movement, and what particularly struck him, the pink, webbed forefeet of the beast. What must have made it more horrible to him at the time was that he had no idea the thing was any created beast he knew. He did not recognize it as a rat because of the size. His horse gave a bound as the thing dropped into the road beside it. The little lane woke into tumult at the report of the whip and the doctor's shout. The whole thing suddenly went fast. Rattle-clatter, clash-clatter. The doctor, one gathers, stood up, shouted to his hoss, and slashed with all his strength. The rat winced and swerved most reassuringly at his blow. In the glare of his lamp he could see the fur furrow under the lash, and he slashed again and again, heedless and unaware of the second pursuer that gained upon his offside. He let the reins go, and glanced back to discover the third rat in pursuit behind. His hoss bounded forward. The buggy leapt high at a rut. For a frantic minute, perhaps everything seemed to be going in leaps and bounds. It was sheer good luck the hoss came down in hanky, and not either before or after the houses had been passed. No one knows how the hoss came down, whether it stumbled or whether the rat on the offside really got home with one of those slashing down strokes of the teeth, given with the full weight of the body. And the doctor never discovered that he himself was bitten until he was inside the brickmaker's house. Much less did he discover when the bite occurred, though bitten he was, and badly. A long slash like the slash of a double tomahawk that had cut 2 parallel ribbons of flesh from his left shoulder. He was standing up in his buggy at one moment, and in the next he had leapt to the ground with his ankle, though he did not know it, badly sprained, and he was cutting furiously at a third rat that was flying directly at him. He scarcely remembers the leap he must have made over the top of the wheel as the buggy came over. So obliteratingly hot and swift did his impressions rush upon him. I think myself the hoss reared up with the rat biting again at its throat, and fell sideways, and carried the whole affair over, and that the doctor sprang, as it were, instinctively. As the buggy came down, the receiver of the lamp smashed, and suddenly poured a flare of blazing oil, a thud of white flame, into the struggle. That was the first thing the brickmaker saw. He had heard the clatter of the doctor's approach, and though the doctor's memory has nothing of this wild shouting, he had got out of bed hastily, and as he did so came the terrific smash, and up shot the glare outside the rising blind. It was brighter than day, he says. He stood, blind caught in hand, and stared out of the window at a nightmare transformation of the familiar road before him. The black figure of the doctor with its whirling whip danced out against the flame. The hoss kicked indistinctly, half hidden by the blaze, with a rat at its throat. In the obscurity against the churchyard wall, the eyes of a second monster shone wickedly. Another, a mere dreadful blackness with red-lit eyes and flesh-colored hands, clutched unsteadily on the wall, coping to which it had leapt at the flash of the exploding lamp. You know the keen face of a rat, those 2 sharp teeth, those pitiless eyes. Seen magnified to near 6 times its linear dimensions, and still more magnified by darkness and amazement, and the leaping fancies of a fitful blaze, it must have been an ill sight for the brickmaker, still more than half asleep. Then the doctor had grasped the opportunity, that momentary respite the flare afforded, and was out of the brickmaker's sight below, battering the door with the butt of his whip. The brickmaker would not let him in until he had got a light. There are those who have blamed the man for that, but until I know my own courage better, I hesitate to join their number. The doctor yelled and hammered. The brickmaker says he was weeping with terror when at last the door was opened. "Bolt," said the doctor. "Bolt," he could not say, "bolt the door." He tried to help and was of no service. The brickmaker fastened the door, and the doctor had to sit on the chair beside the clock for a space before he could go upstairs. "I don't know what they are," he repeated several times. "I don't know what they are," with a high note on the "ah." The brickmaker would have got him whiskey, but the doctor would not be left alone with nothing but a flickering light just then. It was long before the brickmaker could get him to go upstairs. And when the fire was out, the giant rats came back, took the dead hoss, dragged it across the churchyard into the brickfield, and ate at it until it was dawn, none even then daring to disturb them. Roman II, Redwood went round to Bensington about 11 the next morning with the second editions of 3 evening papers in his hand. Bensington looked up from a despondent meditation over the forgotten pages of the most distracting novel the Brompton Road librarian had been able to find him. "Anything fresh?" he asked. 2 men stung near Chatham. "They ought to let us smoke out that nest, they really did. It's their own fault." "It's their own fault, certainly," said Redwood. "Have you heard anything about buying the farm?" "The house agent," said Redwood, "is a thing with a big mouth and made of dense wood. It pretends someone else is after the house. It always does, you know, and won't understand there's a hurry." "This is a matter of life and death," I said. "Don't you understand?" It drooped its eyes half shut and said, "Then why don't you go the other 200 pounds? I'd rather live in a world of solid wasps than give in to the stonewalling stupidity of that offensive creature." He paused, feeling that a sentence like that might very easily be spoiled by its context. "It's too much to hope," said Bensington, "that one of the wasps, The wasp has no more idea of public utility than a house agent, said Redwood. He talked for a little while about house agents and solicitors and people of that sort, in the unjust, unreasonable way that so many people do somehow get to talk of these business calculi. Of all the cranky things in this cranky world, it is the most cranky to my mind of all, that while we expect honor, courage, efficiency from a doctor or a soldier as a matter of course, a solicitor or a house agent is not only permitted, but expected to display nothing but a sort of greedy, greasy, obstructive, overreaching imbecility, etc. And then, greatly relieved, he went to the window and stared out at the Sloane Street traffic. Bensington had put the most exciting novel conceivable on the little table that carried his electric standard. He joined the fingers of his opposed hands very carefully and regarded them. "Redwood," he said, "do they say much about us?" "Not so much as I should expect. They don't denounce us at all?" "Not a bit. But on the other hand, they don't back up what I point out must be done. I've written to the Times, you know, explaining the whole thing." "We take the Daily Chronicle," said Bensington, "and the Times has a long leader on the subject, a very high-class, well-written leader, with 3 pieces of Times Latin. Status quo is one, and it reads like the voice of somebody impersonal of the greatest importance suffering from influenza headache and talking through sheets and sheets of felt without getting any relief from it whatever. Reading between the lines, you know, it's pretty clear that the Times considers that it is useless to mince matters, and that something, indefinite of course, has to be done at once. Otherwise still more undesirable consequences. Times English, you know, for more wasps and stings, thoroughly statesmanlike article, and meanwhile this bigness is spreading in all sorts of ugly ways. Precisely. I wonder if Skinner was right about those big rats. Oh no, that would be too much, said Redwood. He came and stood by Bensington's chair. By the by, he said with a slightly lowered voice, how does she? He indicated the closed door. Cousin Jane? She simply knows nothing about it, doesn't connect us with it, and won't read the articles. Gigantic wasps. She says I haven't patience to read the papers. That's very fortunate, said Redwood. I suppose Mrs. Redwood? No, said Redwood. Just at present it happens she's terribly worried about the child. You know, he keeps on growing. Yes, put on 41 ounces in 10 days, weighs nearly 4 stone, and only 6 months old, naturally rather alarming. Healthy? Vigorous. His nurse is leaving because he kicks so forcibly. And everything, of course, shockingly outgrown. Everything, you know, has had to be made fresh, clothes and everything. Perambulator, light affair, broke one wheel, and the youngster had to be brought home on the milkman's hand truck. Yes, quite a crowd. And we've put Georgina Phillies back into his cot and put him into the bed of Georgina Phillies. His mother, naturally alarmed, proud at first and inclined to praise Winkles. Not now. Feels the thing can't be wholesome, you know. I imagined you were going to put him on diminishing doses. I tried it. Didn't it work? Howls. In the ordinary way the cry of a child is loud and distressing. It is for the good of the species that this should be so. But since he has been on the Heracleophobia treatment, said Bensington, regarding his fingers with more resignation than he had hitherto displayed. Practically the thing must come out. People will hear of this child, connect it up with our hens and things, and the whole thing will come round to my wife. How she will take it I haven't the remotest idea. It is difficult, said Mr. Bensington, to form any plans, certainly. He removed his glasses and wiped them carefully. It is another instance, he generalized, of the thing that is continually happening. We, if indeed I may presume to the adjective scientific men, we work of course always for a theoretical result, a purely theoretical result. But incidentally, we do set forces in operation, new forces. We mustn't control them, and nobody else can. Practically, Redwood, the thing is out of our hands. We supply the material, and they, said Redwood, turning to the window, get the experience. So far as this trouble down in Kent goes, I am not disposed to worry further, unless they worry us. Exactly. And if they like to muddle about with solicitors and pettifoggers and legal obstructions and weighty considerations of the tomfool order, until they have got a number of new gigantic species of vermin well established, things always have been in a muddle, Redwood. Redwood traced a twisted, tangled line in the air. And our real interest lies at present with your boy. Redwood turned about and came and stared at his collaborator. What do you think of him, Bensington? You can look at this business with a greater detachment than I can. What am I to do about him? Go on feeding him. On Heracleophobia? On Heracleophobia. And then he'll grow. He'll grow, as far as I can calculate from the hens and the wasps, to the height of about 35 feet, with everything in proportion. And then what'll he do? That, said Mr. Bensington, is just what makes the whole thing so interesting. Confound it, man, think of his clothes. And when he's grown up, said Redwood, he'll only be one solitary Gulliver in a pygmy world. Mr. Bensington's eye over his gold rim was pregnant. Why solitary? He said, and repeated still more darkly, why solitary? But you don't propose? I said Mr. Bensington, with the self-complacency of a man who has produced a good significant saying, why solitary? Meaning that one might bring up other children, meaning nothing beyond my inquiry. Redwood began to walk about the room. Of course, he said, one might, but still, what are we coming to? Bensington evidently enjoyed his line of high intellectual detachment. The thing that interests me most, Redwood, of all this, is to think that his brain at the top of him will also, so far as my reasoning goes, be 35 feet or so above our level. What's the matter? Redwood stood at the window and stared at a news placard on a paper cart that rattled up the street. What's the matter? Repeated Bensington, rising. Redwood exclaimed violently. What is it? Said Bensington. Get a paper, said Redwood, moving doorward. Why, get a paper? Something I didn't quite catch. Gigantic rats. Rats? Yes, rats. Skinner was right after all. What do you mean? How the deuce am I to know till I see a paper? Great rats, good Lord. I wonder if he's eaten? He glanced for his hat and decided to go hatless. As he rushed downstairs 2 steps at a time, he could hear along the street the mighty howlings, to and fro, of the hooligan paper sellers making a boom. Horrible affair in Kent, horrible affair in Kent. Doctor eaten by rats. Horrible affair, rats eaten by estupendous rats. Full particulars, horrible affair. Roman 3 Cossar, the well-known civil engineer, found them in the great doorway of the flat mansions. Redwood holding out the damp pink paper, and Bensington on tiptoe, reading over his arm. Cossar was a large-bodied man with gaunt, inelegant limbs casually placed at convenient corners of his body, and a face like a carving abandoned at an early stage as altogether too unpromising for completion. His nose had been left square, and his lower jaw projected beyond his upper. He breathed audibly. Few people considered him handsome. His hair was entirely tangential, and his voice, which he used sparingly, was pitched high, and had commonly a quality of bitter protest. He wore a gray cloth jacket suit and a silk hat on all occasions. He plumbed an abysmal trouser pocket with a vast red hand, paid his cabman, and came panting resolutely up the steps, a copy of the pink paper clutched about the middle, like Jove's thunderbolt, in his hand. Skinner? Bensington was saying, regardless of his approach. Nothing about him, said Redwood. Bound to be eaten, both of them, it's too terrible. Hullo, Cossar, this your stuff? Asked Cossar, waving the paper. Well, why don't you stop it? He demanded. Can't be jiggered, said Cossar. By the place? He cried. What nonsense, burn it, I knew you chaps would fumble this. What are you to do? Why would I tell you? You do. Why, go up the street to the gunsmiths of Kos. Why? For guns? Yes, there's only one shop. Get 8 guns, rifles. Not elephant guns, no, too big. Not army rifles, too small. Say it's to kill a bull. Say it's to shoot buffalo. See? Rats, no. How the deuce are they to understand that? Because we want 8, get a lot of ammunition. Don't get guns without ammunition. No, take the lot in a cab to where's the place? Ershot, Charing Cross then. There's a train, well, the first train that starts after 2. Think you can do it? All right. License? Get 8 at a post office, of course. Gun licenses, you know. Not game, why, it's rats, man. You, Bensington, got a telephone? Yes, I'll ring up 5 of my chaps from Ealing. Why 5? Because it's the right number. Where you going, Redwood? Get a hat. Nonsense, have mine. You want guns, man, not hats. Got money, enough. All right, so long. Where's the telephone, Bensington? Bensington wheeled about obediently and led the way. Cossar used and replaced the instrument. Then there's the wasps, he said. Sulfur and nitrile do that. Obviously, plaster of Paris, you're a chemist. Where can I get sulfur by the ton in potable sacks? What for? Why, Lord bless my heart and soul. To smoke out the nest of Kos? I suppose it must be sulfur, eh? You're a chemist, sulfur best, eh? Yes, I should think sulfur. Nothing better? Right, that's your job, that's all right. Get as much sulfur as you can saltpeter to make it burn. Sent, Charing Cross, right away. See they do it, follow it up. Anything? He thought a moment. Plaster of Paris, any sort of plaster, bung up nest holes, you know, that I'd better get. How much? How much what? Sulfur. Ton, see? Bensington tightened his glasses with a hand tremulous with determination. Right, he said very curtly. Money in your pocket? Asked Cossar. Hang checks, they may not know you, pay cash, obviously. Where's your bank? All right. Stop on the way and get £40, notes and gold. Another meditation. If we leave this job for public officials, we shall have all Kent in tatters, said Cossar. Now is there anything? No, hi. He stretched a vast hand towards a cab that became convulsively eager to serve him. Cab, sir? Said the cabman. Obviously, said Cossar, and Bensington, still hatless, paddled down the steps and prepared to mount. I think, he said, with his hand on the cab apron, and a sudden glance up at the windows of his flat. I ought to tell my cousin Jane. More time to tell her when you come back, said Cossar, thrusting him in with a vast hand expanded over his back. Clever chaps, remarked Cossar, but no initiative whatever. Cousin Jane indeed? I know her. Rot, these cousin Janes, country infested with them. I suppose I shall have to spend the whole blessed night seeing they do what they know perfectly well they ought to do all along. I wonder if it's research makes 'em like that, or cousin Jane or what. He dismissed this obscure problem, meditated for a space upon his watch, and decided there would be just time to drop into a restaurant and get some lunch before he hunted up the plaster of Paris and took it to Charing Cross. The train started at 5 minutes past 3, and he arrived at Charing Cross at 2:45, to find Bensington in heated argument between two policemen and his van driver outside, and Redwood in the luggage office, involved in some technical obscurity about his ammunition. Everybody was pretending not to know anything, or to have any authority, in the way dear to southeastern officials when they catch you in a hurry. Pity they can't shoot all these officials and get a new lot, remarked Cossar with a sigh. But the time was too limited for anything fundamental, and so he swept through these minor controversies, disinterred what may or may not have been the station master from some obscure hiding place, walked about the premises holding him and giving orders in his name, and was out of the station with everybody and everything aboard before that official was fully awake to the breaches in the most sacred routines and regulations that were being committed. Who was he? Said the high official, caressing the arm Cossar had gripped, and smiling with knit brows. "He was a gentleman, sir," said a porter. "Anyhow, 'im and all is party travelled first class. Well, we got him and his stuff off pretty sharp. Whoever he was," said the high official, rubbing his arm with something approaching satisfaction. And as he walked slowly back, blinking in the unaccustomed daylight, towards that dignified retirement in which the higher officials at Charing Cross shelter from the importunity of the vulgar, he smiled still at his unaccustomed energy. It was a very gratifying revelation of his own possibilities, in spite of the stiffness of his arm. He wished some of those confounded armchair critics of railway management could have seen it. Roman 4, by 5 o'clock that evening, this amazing Cossar, with no appearance of hurry at all, had got all the stuff for his fight with insurgent bigness out of Ershot, and on the road to Hicklebrow, 2 barrels of paraffin and a load of dry brushwood he had bought in Ershot, plentiful sacks of sulphur, 8 big game guns and ammunition, 3 light breechloaders, with small-shot ammunition for the wasps, a hatchet, 2 billhooks, a pick and 3 spades, 2 coils of rope, some bottled beer, soda and whiskey, 1 gross of packets of rat poison, and cold provisions for 3 days, had come down from London. All these things he had sent on in a coal trolley and a hay wagon in the most businesslike way, except the guns and ammunition, which were stuck under the seat of the Red Lion, wagonette appointed to bring on Redwood, and the 5 picked men who had come up from Ealing at Cossar's summons. Cossar conducted all these transactions with an invincible air of commonplace, in spite of the fact that Ershot was in a panic about the rats, and all the drivers had to be specially paid. All the shops were shut in the place, and scarcely a soul abroad in the street, and when he banged at a door, a window was apt to open. He seemed to consider that the conduct of business from open windows was an entirely legitimate and obvious method. Finally, he and Bensington got the Red Lion dogcart and set off with the wagonette to overtake the baggage. They did this a little beyond the crossroads, and so reached Hicklebrow first. Bensington, with a gun between his knees, sitting beside Cossar in the dogcart, developed a long-germinated amazement. All they were doing was, no doubt, as Cossar insisted, quite the obvious thing to do, only? In England one so rarely does the obvious thing. He glanced from his neighbour's feet to the boldly sketched hands upon the reins. Cossar had apparently never driven before, and he was keeping the line of least resistance down the middle of the road by some no doubt quite obvious but certainly unusual light of his own. Why don't we all do the obvious? Thought Bensington. How the world would travel if one did. I wonder, for instance, why I don't do such a lot of things I know would be all right to do, things I want to do. Is everybody like that, or is it peculiar to me? he plunged into obscure speculation about the will. He thought of the complex organized futilities of the daily life, and in contrast with them, the plain and manifest things to do, the sweet and splendid things to do, that some incredible influences will never permit us to do. Cousin Jane? Cousin Jane, he perceived, was impotent in the question, in some subtle and difficult way. Why should we after all eat, drink, and sleep, remain unmarried, go here, abstain from going there, all out of deference to Cousin Jane? She became symbolical without ceasing to be incomprehensible. A stile and a path across the fields caught his eye and reminded him of that other bright day, so recent in time, so remote in its emotions, when he had walked from Ershot to the experimental farm to see the giant chicks. Fate plays with us. T-check, said Kosa. Get up. It was a hot midday afternoon, not a breath of wind, and the dust was thick in the roads. Few people were about, but the deer beyond the park palings browsed in profound tranquility. They saw a couple of big wasps stripping a gooseberry bush just outside Hicklebrow, and another was crawling up and down the front of the little grocer's shop in the village street, trying to find an entry. The grocer was dimly visible within, with an ancient fowling piece in hand, watching its endeavors. The driver of the wagonette pulled up outside the Jolly Drovers and informed Redwood that his part of the bargain was done. In this contention he was presently joined by the drivers of the wagon and the trolley. Not only did they maintain this, but they refused to let the hosses be taken further. Them big rats is nuts on osses, the trolley driver kept on repeating. Kosa surveyed the controversy for a moment. Get the things out of that wagonette, he said, and one of his men, a tall, fair, dirty engineer, obeyed. Gimme that shotgun, said Kosa. He placed himself between the drivers. We don't want you to drive, he said. You can say what you like, he conceded, but we want these hosses. They began to argue, but he continued speaking. If you try and assault us, I shall, in self-defense, let fly at your legs. The hosses are going on. He treated the incident as closed. Get up on that wagon, Flack, he said to a thick-set, wiry little man. Boone, take the trolley. The two drivers blustered to Redwood. You've done your duty to your employers, said Redwood. You stop in this village until we come back. No one will blame you, seeing we've got guns. We've no wish to do anything unjust or violent, but this occasion is pressing. I'll pay if anything happens to the hosses, never fear. That's all right, said Kosa, who rarely promised. They left the wagonette behind, and the men who were not driving went afoot. Over each shoulder sloped a gun. It was the oddest little expedition for an English country road, more like a Yankee party, trekking west in the good old Indian days. They went up the road, until at the crest by the stile, they came into sight of the experimental farm. They found a little group of men there with a gun or so. The two Fulches were among them, and one man, a stranger from Maidstone, stood out before the others and watched the place through an opera glass. These men turned about and stared at Redwood's party. Anything fresh? Said Kosa. The waspses keeps a comin' and a goin', said old Fulcher. Can't see as they bring anything. The canary creepers got in among the pine trees now, said the man with the log net. It wasn't there this morning, you can see it grow while you watch it. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his object glasses with careful deliberation. I reckon you're going down there, ventured Skelmersdale. Will you come? Said Kosa. Skelmersdale seemed to hesitate. It's an all-night job. Skelmersdale decided that he wouldn't. Rats about? Asked Kosa. One was up in the pines this morning, rabbiting, we reckon. Kosa slouched on to overtake his party. Bensington, regarding the experimental farm under his hand, was able to gauge now the vigor of the food. His first impression was that the house was smaller than he had thought, very much smaller. His second was to perceive that all the vegetation between the house and the pinewood had become extremely large. The roof over the well peeped amidst tussocks of grass a good 8 feet high, and the canary creeper wrapped about the chimney stack, and gesticulated with stiff tendrils towards the heavens. Its flowers were vivid yellow splashes, distinctly visible as separate specks this mile away. A great green cable had writhed across the big wire enclosures of the giant hen's run, and flung twining leaf stems about 2 outstanding pines. Fully half as tall as these was the grove of nettles running round behind the cot shed. The whole prospect, as they drew nearer, became more and more suggestive of a raid of pygmies upon a doll's house that has been left in a neglected corner of some great garden. There was a busy coming and going from the wasp's nest, they saw. A swarm of black shapes interlaced in the air, above the rusty hill front beyond the pine cluster, and ever and again, one of these would dart up into the sky with incredible swiftness and soar off upon some distant quest. Their humming became audible at more than half a mile's distance from the experimental farm. Once a yellow-striped monster dropped towards them and hung for a space watching them with its great compound eyes, but at an ineffectual shot from Kossar, it darted off again. Down in a corner of the field, away to the right, several were crawling about over some ragged bones that were probably the remains of the lamb the rats had brought from Huckster's farm. The horses became very restless as they drew near these creatures. None of the party was an expert driver, and they had to put a man to lead each horse and encourage it with the voice. They could see nothing of the rats as they came up to the house, and everything seemed perfectly still except for the rising and falling woos, woo-zoo-woo, of the wasp's nest. They led the horses into the yard, and one of Kossar's men, seeing the door open, the whole of the middle portion of the door had been gnawed out, walked into the house. Nobody missed him for the time, the rest being occupied with the barrels of paraffin, and the first intimation they had of his separation from them was the report of his gun and the whiz of his bullet. Bang, bang, both barrels, and his first bullet, it seems, went through the cask of sulphur, smashed out a stave from the further side, and filled the air with yellow dust. Redwood had kept his gun in hand and let fly at something gray that leapt past him. He had a vision of the broad hindquarters, the long scaly tail and long soles of the hind feet of a rat, and fired his second barrel. He saw Bensington drop as the beast vanished round the corner. Then for a time everybody was busy with a gun. For 3 minutes lives were cheap at the experimental farm, and the banging of guns filled the air. Redwood, careless of Bensington in his excitement, rushed in pursuit, and was knocked headlong by a mass of brick fragments, mortar, plaster, and rotten lath splinters that came flying out at him as a bullet whacked through the wall. He found himself sitting on the ground with blood on his hands and lips, and a great stillness brooded over all about him. Then a flattish voice from within the house remarked, "Gee whiz." "Hullo," said Redwood. "Hullo there," answered the voice, and then, "Did you chaps get him?" A sense of the duties of friendship returned to Redwood. "Is Mr. Bensington hurt?" he said. The man inside heard imperfectly. "No one ain't to blame if I ain't," said the voice inside. It became clearer to Redwood that he must have shot Bensington. He forgot the cuts upon his face, arose, and came back to find Bensington seated on the ground and rubbing his shoulder. Bensington looked over his glasses. "We peppered him, Redwood," he said, and then, "He tried to jump over me and knocked me down, but I let him have it with both barrels, and how it has hurt my shoulder, to be sure." A man appeared in the doorway. "I got him once in the chest and once in the side," he said. "Where's the wagons?" said Kossar, appearing amidst a thicket of gigantic canary creeper leaves. It became evident to Redwood's amazement first that no one had been shot, and secondly, that the trolley and wagon had shifted 50 yards, and were now standing with interlocked wheels amidst the tangled distortions of Skinner's kitchen garden. The horses had stopped their plunging. Halfway towards them, the burst barrel of sulphur lay in the path with a cloud of sulphur dust above it. He indicated this to Kossar and walked towards it. "Has anyone seen that rat?" shouted Kossar, following. "I got him in between the ribs once and once in the face as he turned on me." They were joined by 2 men, as they worried at the locked wheels. "I killed that rat," said one of the men. "Have they got him?" asked Kossar. "Jim Bates has found him, beyond the hedge. I got him just as he came round the corner. Whack behind the shoulder." When things were a little ship-shape again, Redwood went and stared at the huge misshapen corpse. The brute lay on its side, with its body slightly bent. Its rodent teeth overhanging its receding lower jaw gave its face a look of colossal feebleness, of weak avidity. It seemed not in the least ferocious or terrible. Its forepaws reminded him of lank, emaciated hands. Except for one neat round hole with a scotched rim on either side of its neck, the creature was absolutely intact. He meditated over this fact for some time. "There must have been 2 rats," he said at last, turning away. "Yes, and the one that everybody hit got away. I am certain that my own shot, a canary creeper leaf tendril, engaged in that mysterious search for a holdfast which constitutes a tendril's career, bent itself engagingly towards his neck and made him step aside hastily. Woo zz 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 zz. From the distant wasp's nest. Woo oo zoo oo. This incident left the party alert but not unstrung. They got their stars into the house, which had evidently been ransacked by the rats after the flight of Mrs. Skinner, and 4 of the men took the 2 horses back to Hicklebrow. They dragged the dead rat through the hedge and into a position commanded by the windows of the house, and incidentally came upon a cluster of giant earwigs in the ditch. These creatures dispersed hastily, but Kossar reached out incalculable limbs and managed to kill several with his boots and gun butt. Then two of the men hacked through several of the main stems of the canary creeper. Huge cylinders they were, a couple of feet in diameter, that came out by the sink at the back. And while Kossa set the house in order for the night, Bensington, Redwood, and one of the assistant electricians went cautiously round by the foul runs in search of the rat holes. They skirted the giant nettles widely, for these huge weeds threatened them with poison thorns a good inch long. Then round beyond the gnawed, dismantled stile, they came abruptly on the huge cavernous throat of the most westerly of the giant rat holes, an evil-smelling profundity that drew them up into a line together. "I hope they'll come out," said Redwood with a glance at the penthouse of the well. "If they don't," reflected Bensington. "They will," said Redwood. They meditated. "We shall have to rig up some sort of flare if we do go in," said Redwood. They went up a little path of white sand through the pinewood and halted presently within sight of the wasp holes. The sun was setting now, and the wasps were coming home for good. Their wings in the golden light made twirling halos about them. The three men peered out from under the trees. They did not care to go right to the edge of the wood, and watched these tremendous insects drop and crawl for a little and enter and disappear. "They will be still in a couple of hours from now," said Redwood. "This is like being a boy again." "We can't miss those holes," said Bensington, "even if the night is dark. By the by, about the light, full moon," said the electrician. "I looked it up." They went back and consulted with Kossa. He said that, obviously, they must get the sulfur, niter, and plaster of Paris through the wood before twilight, and for that, they broke bulk and carried the sacks. After the necessary shouting of the preliminary directions, never a word was spoken, and as the buzzing of the wasp's nest died away, there was scarcely a sound in the world but the noise of footsteps, the heavy breathing of burdened men, and the thud of the sacks. They all took turns at that labor, except Mr. Bensington, who was manifestly unfit. He took post in the Skinner's bedroom with a rifle, to watch the carcass of the dead rat, and of the others, they took turns to rest from sack-carrying, and to keep watch 2 at a time upon the rat-holes behind the nettle grove. The pollen sacks of the nettles were ripe, and every now and then the vigil would be enlivened by the dehiscence of these, the bursting of the sacks sounding exactly like the crack of a pistol, and the pollen grains as big as buckshot patted all about them. Mr. Bensington sat at his window on a hard horsehair-stuffed armchair, covered by a grubby antimacassar that had given a touch of social distinction to the Skinners' sitting room for many years. His unaccustomed rifle rested on the sill, and his spectacles anon watched the dark bulk of the dead rat in the thickening twilight. Anon wandered about him in curious meditation. There was a faint smell of paraffin without, for one of the casks leaked, and it mingled with a less unpleasant odor arising from the hacked and crushed creeper. Within, when he turned his head, a blend of faint domestic scents, beer, cheese, rotten apples, and old boots as the leading motifs, was full of reminiscences of the vanished Skinners. He regarded the dim room for a space. The furniture had been greatly disordered, perhaps by some inquisitive rat, but a coat upon a clothes peg on the door, a razor and some dirty scraps of paper, and a piece of soap that had hardened through years of disuse into a Hawney cube, were redolent of Skinner's distinctive personality. It came to Bensington's mind with a complete novelty of realization that in all probability the man had been killed and eaten, at least in part, by the monster that now lay dead there in the dockling. To think of all that a harmless-looking discovery in chemistry may lead to. Here he was in homely England, and yet in infinite danger, sitting out alone with a gun in a twilit, ruined house, remote from every comfort, his shoulder dreadfully bruised from a gun kick, and, by Jove, he grasped now how profoundly the order of the universe had changed for him. He had come right away to this amazing experience, without even saying a word to his cousin Jane. What must she be thinking of him? He tried to imagine it, and he could not. He had an extraordinary feeling that she and he were parted forever, and would never meet again. He felt he had taken a step and come into a world of new immensities. What other monsters might not those deepening shadows hide? The tips of the giant nettles came out sharp and black against the pale green and amber of the western sky. Everything was very still indeed. He wondered why he could not hear the others away there round the corner of the house. The shadow in the cotched was now an abysmal black. Bang, bang, bang. A sequence of echoes and a shout, a long silence, bang and a diminuendo of echoes, stillness, then, thank goodness, Redwood and Kossa were coming out of the inaudible darknesses, and Redwood was calling, "Bensington? Bensington, we've bagged another of the rats." Kossa's bagged another of the rats. When the expedition had finished refreshment. The night had fully come. The stars were at their brightest, and a growing pallor towards Hanky heralded the moon. The watch on the rat holes had been maintained, but the watchers had shifted to the hill slope above the holes, feeling this a safer firing point. They squatted there in a rather abundant dew, fighting the damp with whiskey. The others rested in the house, and the three leaders discussed the night's work with the men. The moon rose towards midnight, and as soon as it was clear of the downs, everyone except the rat-hole sentinels started off in single file, led by Kosa, towards the wasp's nest. So far as the wasp's nest went, they found their task exceptionally easy, astonishingly easy. Except that it was a longer labor, it was no graver affair than any common wasp's nest might have been. Danger there was, no doubt, danger to life, but it never so much as thrust its head out of that portentous hillside. They stuffed in the sulfur and niter, they bunged the holes soundly, and fired their trains. Then, with a common impulse, all the party but Kosa turned and ran athwart the long shadows of the pines, and finding Kosa had stayed behind, came to a halt together in a knot, 100 yards away, convenient to a ditch that offered cover. Just for a minute or two the moonlit night, all black and white, was heavy with a suffocated buzz that rose and mingled to a deep abundant note and culminated and died, and then almost incredibly the night was still. "By Jove," said Bensington, almost in a whisper, "it's done?" All stood intent. The hillside above the black point lace of the pine shadows seemed as bright as day and as colorless as snow. The setting plaster in the holes positively shone. Kosa's loose framework moved towards them. "So far," said Kosa, crack bang, a shot from near the house and then stillness. "What's that?" said Bensington. One of the rats put its head out, suggested one of the men. "By the by, we left our guns up there," said Redwood. "By the sacks." Everyone began to walk towards the hill again. "That must be the rats," said Bensington. "Obviously," said Kosa, gnawing his fingernails. "Bang!" "Hullo!" said one of the men. Then abruptly came a shout, 2 shots, a loud shout that was almost a scream, 3 shots in rapid succession, and a splintering of wood. All these sounds were very clear and very small in the immense stillness of the night. Then for some moments nothing but a minute muffled confusion from the direction of the rat holes, and then again a wild yell. Each man found himself running hard for the guns. 2 shots. Bensington found himself, gun in hand, going hard through the pine trees after a number of receding backs. It is curious that the thought uppermost in his mind at that moment was the wish that his cousin Jane could see him. His bulbous slashed boots flew out in wild strides, and his face was distorted into a permanent grin because that wrinkled his nose and kept his glasses in place. Also, he held the muzzle of his gun projecting straight before him as he flew through the checkered moonlight. The man who had run away met them full tilt. He had dropped his gun. "Hullo," said Kosa, and caught him in his arms. "What's this?" "They came out together," said the man. "The rats?" "Yes, 6 of them. Where's Flack?" "Down." "What's he say?" panted Bensington, coming up unheeded. "Flack's down?" "He fell down. They came out one after the other." "What?" "Made a rush. I fired both barrels first. You left Flack. They were on to us." "Come on," said Kosa. "You come with us. Where's Flack? Show us." The whole party moved forward. Further details of the engagement dropped from the man who had run away. The others clustered about him, except Kosa, who led. "Where are they?" "Back in their holes, perhaps," I cleared. "They made a rush for their holes." "What do you mean? Did you get behind them?" "We got down by their holes, saw him come out, you know, and tried to cut him off. They lolloped out like rabbits. We ran down and let fly. They ran about wild after our first shot and suddenly came at us, went for us." "How many?" 6 or 7. Kosa led the way to the edge of the pine wood and halted. "I mean they got Flack?" asked someone. "One of 'em was on to him." "Didn't you shoot?" "How could I?" "Everyone loaded?" said Kossar over his shoulder. There was a confirmatory movement. "But Flack," said one. "I mean Flack," said another. "There's no time to lose," said Kossar, and shouted "Flack" as he led the way. The whole force advanced towards the rat holes, the man who had run away a little to the rear. They went forward through the rank exaggerated weeds and skirted the body of the second dead rat. They were extended in a bunchy line, each man with his gun pointing forward, and they peered about them in the clear moonlight for some crumpled, ominous shape, some crouching form. They found the gun of the man who had run away very speedily. "Flack!" cried Kosa. "Flack!" "He ran past the nettles and fell down," volunteered the man who ran away. "Where?" "Round about there." "Where did he fall?" He hesitated and led them athwart the long black shadows for a space and turned judicially. "About here, I think." "Well, he's not here now." "But his gun?" "Confound it!" "Swa Kosa, where's everything got to?" He strode a step towards the black shadows on the hillside that masked the holes and stood staring. Then he swore again. If they have dragged him in? So they hung for a space, tossing each other the fragments of thoughts. Bensington's glasses flashed like diamonds as he looked from one to the other. The men's faces changed from cold clearness to mysterious obscurity as they turned them to awe from the moon. Everyone spoke, no one completed a sentence. Then abruptly Kosa chose his line. He flapped limbs this way and that and expelled otters in pellets. It was obvious he wanted lamps. Everyone except Kosa was moving towards the house. "You're going into the holes?" asked Redwood. "Obviously," said Kosa. He made it clear once more that the lamps of the cart and trolley were to be got and brought to him. Bensington, grasping this, started off along the path by the well. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Kosa's gigantic figure standing out as if he were regarding the holes pensively. At the sight, Bensington halted for a moment and half-turned. They were all leaving Kosa. Kosa was able to take care of himself, of course. Suddenly Bensington saw something that made him shout a windlass high. In a second, 3 rats had projected themselves from the dark tangle of the creeper towards Kosa. For 3 seconds, Kosa stood unaware of them, and then he had become the most active thing in the world. He didn't fire his gun. Apparently he had no time to aim, or to think of aiming. He ducked a leaping rat, Bensington saw, and then smashed at the back of its head with the butt of his gun. The monster gave one leap and fell over itself. Kosa's form went right down out of sight among the reedy grass, and then he rose again, running towards another of the rats and whirling his gun overhead. A faint shout came to Bensington's ears, and then he perceived the remaining 2 rats bolting divergently, and Kosa in pursuit towards the holes. The whole thing was an affair of misty shadows. All 3 fighting monsters were exaggerated and made unreal by the delusive clearness of the light. At moments Kosa was colossal, at moments invisible. The rats flashed athwart the eye in sudden, unexpected leaps, or ran with a movement of the feet so swift they seemed to run on wheels. It was all over in half a minute. No one saw it but Bensington. He could hear the others behind him still receding towards the house. He shouted something inarticulate and then ran back towards Kosa, while the rats vanished. He came up to him outside the holes. In the moonlight, the distribution of shadows that constituted Kosa's visage intimated calm. "Hello," said Kosa. "Back already? Where's the lamps? They're all back now in their holes. One I broke the neck of as it ran past me. See, there?" And he pointed a gaunt finger. Bensington was too astonished for conversation. The lamps seemed an interminable time in coming. At last they appeared, first one unwinking luminous eye, preceded by a swaying yellow glare, and then, winking now and then shining out again, 2 others. About them came little figures with little voices, and then enormous shadows. This group made as it were a spot of inflammation upon the gigantic dreamland of moonshine. "Flack," said the voices. "Flack." An illuminating sentence floated up. "Locked himself in the attic." Kosa was continually more wonderful. He produced great handfuls of cotton wool and stuffed them in his ears. Bensington wondered why. Then he loaded his gun with a quarter charge of powder. Who else could have thought of that? Wonderland culminated with the disappearance of Kosa's twin realms of boot sole up the central hole. Kosa was on all fours with 2 guns, one trailing on each side from a string under his chin, and his most trusted assistant, a little dark man with a grave face, was to go in stooping behind him, holding a lantern over his head. Everything had been made as sane and obvious and proper as a lunatic's dream. The wool, it seems, was on account of the concussion of the rifle. The man had some too. Obviously. So long as the rats turned tail on Kosa, no harm could come to him, and directly they headed for him he would see their eyes and fire between them. Since they would have to come down the cylinder of the hole, Kosa could hardly fail to hit them. It was, Kosa insisted, the obvious method, a little tedious perhaps, but absolutely certain. As the assistant stooped to enter, Bensington saw that the end of a ball of twine had been tied to the tail of his coat. By this, he was to draw in the rope if it should be needed to drag out the bodies of the rats. Bensington perceived that the object he held in his hand was Kosa's silk hat. How had it got there? It would be something to remember him by, anyhow. At each of the adjacent holes stood a little group with a lantern on the ground shining up the hole, and with one man kneeling and aiming at the round void before him, waiting for anything that might emerge. There was an interminable suspense. Then they heard Kosa's first shot, like an explosion in a mine. Everyone's nerves and muscles tightened at that, and bang, 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 the rats had tried a bolt, and 2 more were dead. Then the man who held the ball of twine reported a twitching. He's killed one in there, said Bensington, and he wants the rope. He watched the rope creep into the hole, and it seemed as though it had become animated by a serpentine intelligence, for the darkness made the twine invisible. At last it stopped crawling, and there was a long pause. Then what seemed to Bensington the queerest monster of all crept slowly from the hole, and resolved itself into the little engineer emerging backwards. After him, and ploughing deep furrows, Kossar's boots thrust out, and then came his lantern-illuminated back. Only one rat was left alive now, and this poor, doomed wretch cowered in the inmost recesses until Kossar and the lantern went in again and slew it, and finally Kossar, that human ferret, went through all the runs to make sure. "We got 'em," he said to his nearly awestricken company at last. "And if I hadn't been a mud-headed mucker, I should have stripped to the waist. Obviously. Feel my sleeves, Bensington? I'm wet through with perspiration. Jolly hard to think of everything. Only a halfway up of whiskey can save me from a cold." Romans 7, there were moments during that wonderful night when it seemed to Bensington that he was planned by nature for a life of fantastic adventure. This was particularly the case for an hour or so after he had taken a stiff whiskey. "Shan't go back to Sloane Street," he confided to the tall, fair, dirty engineer. "You won't, eh?" "No fear," said Bensington, nodding darkly. The exertion of dragging the 7 dead rats to the funeral pyre by the nettle grove left him bathed in perspiration, and Kossar pointed out the obvious physical reaction of whiskey to save him from the otherwise inevitable chill. There was a sort of brigand's supper in the old bricked kitchen, with the row of dead rats lying in the moonlight against the henruns outside, and after 30 minutes or so of rest, Kossar roused them all to the labors that were still to do. Obviously, as he said, they had to wipe the place out. No litter, no scandal. See? He stirred them up to the idea of making destruction complete. They smashed and splinted every fragment of wood in the house. They built trails of chopped wood. Wherever big vegetation was springing, they made a pyre for the rat bodies and soaked them in paraffin. Bensington worked like a conscientious navvy. He had a sort of climax of exhilaration and energy towards 2 o'clock, when in the work of destruction he wielded an axe, the bravest, fled his neighborhood. Afterwards he was a little sobered by the temporary loss of his spectacles, which were found for him at last in his side coat pocket. Men went to and fro about him, grimy, energetic men. Kossar moved amongst them like a god. Bensington drank that delight of human fellowship that comes to happy armies, to sturdy expeditions, never to those who live the life of the sober citizen in cities. After Kossar had taken his axe away and set him to carry wood, he went to and fro, saying they were all good fellows. He kept on, long after he was aware of fatigue. At last all was ready, and the broaching of the paraffin began. The moon, robbed now of all its meager night retinue of stars, shone high above the dawn. "Burn everything," said Kossar, going to and fro. "Burn the ground and make a clean sweep of it. See." Bensington became aware of him, looking now very gaunt and horrible in the pale beginnings of the daylight, hurrying past with his lower jaw projected and a flaring torch of touchwood in his hand. "Come away," said someone, pulling Bensington's arm. The still dawn, no birds were singing there, was suddenly full of a tumultuous crackling. A little dull red flame ran about the base of the pyre, changed to blue upon the ground, and set out to clamber, leaf by leaf, up the stem of a giant nettle. A singing sound mingled with the crackling. They snatched their guns from the corner of the Skinners' living room, and then everyone was running. Kossar came after them with heavy strides. Then they were standing looking back at the experimental farm. It was boiling up. The smoke and flames poured out like a crowd in a panic, from doors and windows, and from 1,000 cracks and crevices in the roof. Trust Kossar to build a fire? A great column of smoke, shot with blood-red tongues and darting flashes, rushed up into the sky. It was like some huge giant suddenly standing up, straining upward and abruptly spreading his great arms out across the sky. It cast the night back upon them, utterly hiding and obliterating the incandescence of the sun that rose behind it. All Hicklebrow was soon aware of that stupendous pillar of smoke, and came out upon the crest in various deshabille to watch them coming. Behind, like some fantastic fungus, this smoke pillar swayed and fluctuated up, into the sky, making the downs seem low and all other objects petty, and in the foreground, led by Kossar, the makers of this mischief followed the path. 8 little black figures coming wearily, guns shouldered, across the meadow. As Bensington looked back, there came into his jaded brain, and echoed there, a familiar formula. What was it? "You have lit today? You have lit today?" Then he remembered Latimer's words. We have lit this day such a candle in England as no man may ever put out again. What a man Cossar was, to be sure. He admired his back view for a space and was proud to have held that hat. Proud, although he was an eminent investigator and Cossar only engaged in applied science. Suddenly, he fell shivering and yawning enormously, and wishing he was warmly tucked away in bed in his little flat that looked out upon Sloane Street. It didn't do even to think of Cousin Jane. His legs became cotton strands, his feet lid. He wondered if anyone would get them coffee in Hicklebrow. He had never been up all night for 33 years. Roman 8, and while these 8 adventurers fought with rats about the experimental farm, 9 miles away, in the village of Cheesing Eyebright, an old lady with an excessive nose struggled with great difficulties by the light of a flickering candle. She gripped a sardine tin opener in one gnarled hand, and in the other she held a tin of Heracleophobia, which she had resolved to open or die. She struggled indefatigably, grunting at each fresh effort, while through the flimsy partition the voice of the cattle's infant wailed. "Bless is poor Ot," said Mrs. Skinner, and then, with her solitary tooth biting her lip in an ecstasy of determination, "Come up." And presently, jab, a fresh supply of the food of the gods was let loose to wreak its powers of giantry upon the world. Roman 4, the giant children, for a time at least the spreading circle of residual consequences about the experimental farm, must pass out of the focus of our narrative. How for a long time a power of bigness, in fungus and toadstool, in grass and weed, radiated from that charred, but not absolutely obliterated center. Nor can we tell here at any length how these mournful spinsters, the 2 surviving hens, made a wonder of and a show, spent their remaining years in eggless celebrity. The reader who is hungry for fuller details in these matters is referred to the newspapers of the period, to the voluminous, indiscriminate files of the modern recording angel. Our business lies with Mr. Bensington at the focus of the disturbance. He had come back to London to find himself a quite terribly famous man. In a night the whole world had changed with respect to him. Everybody understood. Cousin Jane, it seemed, knew all about it, the people in the streets knew all about it, the newspapers all and more. To meet Cousin Jane was terrible, of course, but when it was over not so terrible after all. The good woman had limits even to her power over facts. It was clear that she had communed with herself and accepted the food as something in the nature of things. She took the line of huffy dutifulness. She disapproved highly, it was evident, but she did not prohibit. The flight of Bensington, as she must have considered it, may have shaken her, and her worst was to treat him with bitter persistence for a cold he had not caught and fatigue he had long since forgotten, and to buy him a new sort of hygienic all-wool combination underwear that was apt to get involved and turned partially inside out and partially not, and as difficult to get into for an absent-minded man as society. And so for a space, and as far as this convenience left him leisure, he still continued to participate in the development of this new element in human history, the food of the gods. The public mind, following its own mysterious laws of selection, had chosen him as the one and only responsible inventor and promoter of this new wonder. It would hear nothing of redwood, and without a protest, it allowed Cossar to follow his natural impulse into a terribly prolific obscurity. Before he was aware of the drift of these things, Mr. Bensington was, so to speak, stark and dissected upon the hoardings. His baldness, his curious general pinkness, and his golden spectacles had become a national possession. Resolute young men with large, expensive-looking cameras and a general air of complete authorization took possession of the flat for brief but fruitful periods, let off flashlights in it that filled it for days with dense, intolerable vapor, and retired to fill the pages of the syndicated magazines with their admirable photographs of Mr. Bensington complete and at home in his second-best jacket and his slashed shoes. Other resolute-mannered persons of various ages and sexes dropped in and told him things about Boom Food. It was Punch first called the stuff Boom Food, and afterwards reproduced what they had said as his own original contribution to the interview. The thing became quite an obsession with Broadbeam, the popular humorist. He scented another confounded thing he could not understand, and he fretted dreadfully in his efforts to laugh the thing down. One saw him in clubs, a great clumsy presence with the evidences of his midnight oil-burning manifest upon his large, unwholesome face, explaining to everyone he could buttonhole. These scientific chaps, you know, haven't a sense of humor, you know. That's what it is. This science kills it. His jests at Bensington became malignant libels. An enterprising press-cutting agency sent Bensington a long article about himself from a sixpenny weekly, entitled A New Terra, and offered to supply 100 such disturbances for Guinea, and two extremely charming young ladies, totally unknown to him, called, and, to the speechless indignation of Cousin Jane, had tea with him, and afterwards sent him their birthday books for his signature. He was speedily quite hardened to seeing his name associated with the most incongruous ideas in the public press, and to discover in the review's articles written about Boomfood and himself, in a tone of the utmost intimacy, by people he had never heard of. And whatever delusions he may have cherished in the days of his obscurity about the pleasantness of fame were dispelled utterly and forever. At first, except for Broadbeam, the tone of the public mind was quite free from any touch of hostility. It did not seem to occur to the public mind as anything but a mere playful supposition that any more Heracleophobia was going to escape again. And it did not seem to occur to the public mind that the growing little band of babies now being fed on the food would presently be growing more up than most of us ever grow. The sort of thing that pleased the public mind was caricatures of eminent politicians after a course of boom feeding, uses of the idea on hoardings, and such edifying exhibitions as the dead wasps that had escaped the fire and the remaining hens. Beyond that the public did not care to look, until very strenuous efforts were made to turn its eyes to the remoter consequences, and even then, for a while, its enthusiasm for action was partial. "There's always something new," said the public, a public so glutted with novelty that it would hear of the earth being split as one splits an apple without surprise, and "I wonder what they'll do next." But there were one or two people outside the public, as it were, who did already take that further glance, and some, it seems, were frightened by what they saw there. There was young Caterham, for example, cousin of the Earl of Pewterstone, and one of the most promising of English politicians, who, taking the risk of being thought a faddist, wrote a long article in the 19th century and after to suggest its total suppression. And in certain of his moods there was Bensington. "They don't seem to realize," he said to Cossat. "No, they don't. And do we, sometimes when I think of what it means, this poor child of redwoods, and of course you're 340 feet high perhaps, after all, ought we to go on with it?" "Go on with it?" cried Cossat, convulsed with inelegant astonishment and pitching his note higher than ever. "Of course you'll go on with it. What do you think you were made for? Just to loaf about between meal times? Serious consequences," he screamed, "of course, enormous. Obviously. Obviriously. Why, man, it's the only chance you'll ever get of a serious consequence, and you want to shirk it?" For a moment his indignation was speechless. "It's downright wicked," he said at last, and repeated explosively, "Wicked." But Bensington worked in his laboratory now with more emotion than zest. He couldn't tell whether he wanted serious consequences to his life or not. He was a man of quiet tastes. It was a marvelous discovery, of course, quite marvelous. But he had already become the proprietor of several acres of scotched, discredited property near Hicklebrow, at a price of nearly 90 an acre, and at times he was disposed to think this as serious a consequence of speculative chemistry as any unambitious man could wish. Of course he was famous, terribly famous. More than satisfying, altogether more than satisfying, was the fame he had attained, but the habit of research was strong in him. And at moments, rare moments in the laboratory chiefly, he would find something else than habit and Cossat's arguments to urge him to his work. This little spectacled man, poised perhaps with his slashed shoes wrapped about the legs of his high stool and his hand upon the tweezer of his balance weights, would have again a flash of that adolescent vision, would have a momentary perception of the eternal unfolding of the seed that had been sown in his brain, would see as it were in the sky, behind the grotesque shapes and accidents of the present, the coming world of giants and all the mighty things the future has in store, vague and splendid, like some glittering palace seen suddenly in the passing of a sunbeam far away. And presently it would be with him as though that distant splendor had never shone upon his brain, and he would perceive nothing ahead but sinister shadows, vast declivities and darknesses, inhospitable immensities, cold, wild, and terrible things. II, amidst the complex and confused happenings, the impacts from the great outer world that constituted Mr. Bensington's fame, a shining and active figure presently became conspicuous, became almost, as it were, a ladder and marshal of these externalities in Mr. Bensington's eyes. This was Dr. Winkles, that convincing young practitioner, who has already appeared in this story as the means whereby Redwood was able to convey the food to his son. Even before the great outbreak, it was evident that the mysterious powders Redwood had given him had awakened this gentleman's interest immensely, and so soon as the first wasps came he was putting two and two together. He was the sort of doctor that is in manners, in morals, in methods and appearance, most succinctly and finally expressed by the word rising. He was large and fair, with a hard, alert, superficial, aluminium-colored eye, and hair like chalk mud, even-featured and muscular about the clean-shaven mouth, erect in figure and energetic in movement, quick and spinning on the heel, and he wore long frock coats, black silk ties and plain gold studs and chains, and his silk hats had a special shape and brim that made him look wiser and better than anybody. He looked as young or old as anybody grown up, and after that first wonderful outbreak, he took to Bensington and Redwood and the food of the gods with such a convincing air of proprietorship that at times, in spite of the testimony of the press to the contrary, Bensington was disposed to regard him as the original inventor of the whole affair. "These accidents," said Winkles, when Bensington hinted at the dangers of further escapes, "are nothing. Nothing. The discovery is everything. Properly developed, suitably handled, sanely controlled, we have something very portentous indeed in this food of ours. We must keep our eye on it, we mustn't let it out of control again, and we mustn't let it rest." He certainly did not mean to do that. He was at Bensington's now almost every day. Bensington, glancing from the window, would see the faultless equipage come spanking up Sloane Street, and after an incredibly brief interval Winkles would enter the room with a light, strong motion, and pervade it, and protrude some newspaper and supply information and make remarks. "Well," he would say, rubbing his hands, "how are we getting on?" And so pass to the current discussion about it. "Do you see," he would say, for example, "that Caterham has been talking about our stuff at the Church Association?" "Dear me," said Bensington, "that's a cousin of the Prime Minister, isn't it?" "Yes," said Winkles, "a very able young man, very able. Quite wrong-headed, you know, violently reactionary, but thoroughly able, and he's evidently disposed to make capital out of this stuff of ours. Takes a very emphatic line. Talks of our proposal to use it in the elementary schools. Our proposal to use it in the elementary schools? I said something about that the other day, quite in passing, little affair at a polytechnic, trying to make it clear the stuff was really highly beneficial, not in the slightest degree dangerous in spite of those first little accidents, which cannot possibly occur again. You know it would be rather good stuff, but he's taken it up. What did you say? Mere obvious nothings, but as you see, takes it up with perfect gravity. Treats the thing as an attack. Says there is already a sufficient waste of public money in elementary schools without this. Tells the old stories about piano lessons again, you know. No one, he says, wishes to prevent the children of the lower classes obtaining an education suited to their condition, but to give them a food of this sort will be to destroy their sense of proportion utterly. Expands the topic. What good will it do? He asks to make poor people 36 feet high. He really believes, you know, that they will be 36 feet high. So they would be, said Bensington, if you gave them our food at all regularly. But nobody said anything. I said something. But my dear Winkles? They'll be bigger, of course, interrupted Winkles with an air of knowing all about it and discouraging the crude ideas of Bensington. Bigger indisputably. But listen to what he says. Will it make them happier? That's his point. Curious, isn't it? Will it make them better? Will they be more respectful to properly constituted authority? Is it fair to the children themselves? Curious how anxious his sought are for justice, so far as any future arrangements go. Even nowadays, he says, the cost of feeding and clothing children is more than many of their parents can contrive, and if this sort of thing is to be permitted, you see he makes my mere passing suggestion into a positive proposal, and then he calculates how much a pair of breeches for a growing lad of 20 feet high or so will cost, just as though he really believed, £10, he reckons, for the merest decency. Curious this Caterham, so concrete. The honest and struggling ratepayer will have to contribute to that, he says. He says we have to consider the rights of the parent. It's all here. 2 columns. Every parent has a right to have his children brought up in his own size. Then comes the question of school accommodation, cost of enlarged desks and forms for our already too greatly burdened national schools. And to get what? A proletariat of hungry giants. Winds up with a very serious passage. Says even if this wild suggestion, mere passing fancy of mine, you know, and misinterpreted at that, this wild suggestion about the schools comes to nothing. That doesn't end the matter. This is a strange food, so strange as to seem to him almost wicked. It has been scattered recklessly, so he says, and it may be scattered again. Once you've taken it, it's poison unless you go on with it. So it is, said Bensington. And in short he proposes the formation of a national society for the preservation of the proper proportions of things. Odd, eh? People are hanging on to the idea like anything. But what do they propose to do? Winkles shrugged his shoulders and threw out his hands. Form a society, he said, and fuss. They want to make it illegal to manufacture this Heracleophobia, or at any rate to circulate the knowledge of it. I've written about a bit to show that Caterham's idea of the stuff is very much exaggerated indeed, but that doesn't seem to check it. Curious how people are turning against it. And the National Temperance Association, by the by, has founded a branch for temperance in growth. Said Bensington and stroked his nose. After all that has happened, there's bound to be this uproar. On the face of it, the thing's startling. Winkles walked about the room for a time, hesitated, and departed. It became evident there was something at the back of his mind, some aspect of crucial importance to him, that he waited to display. One day, when Redwood and Bensington were at the flat together, he gave them a glimpse of this something in reserve. "How's it all going?" he said, rubbing his hands together. "We're getting together a sort of report. For the Royal Society?" "Yes, HM," said Winkles very profoundly and walked to the hearthrug. "HM, but here's the point, ought you?" "Ought we what? Ought you to publish?" "We're not in the Middle Ages," said Redwood. "I know. As Cossa says, swapping wisdom, that's the true scientific method. In most cases, certainly, but this is exceptional. We shall put the whole thing before the Royal Society in the proper way," said Redwood. Winkles returned to that on a later occasion. "It's in many ways an exceptional discovery." "That doesn't matter," said Redwood. "It's the sort of knowledge that could easily be subject to grave abuse, grave dangers, as Caterham puts it." Redwood said nothing. "Even carelessness? You know, if we were to form a committee of trustworthy people to control the manufacture of boom food, Heracleophobia, I should say, we might." He paused, and Redwood, with a certain private discomfort, pretended that he did not see any sort of interrogation. Outside the apartments of Redwood and Bensington, Winkle, in spite of the incompleteness of his instructions, became a leading authority upon boom food. He wrote letters defending its use. He made notes and articles explaining its possibilities. He jumped up irrelevantly at the meetings of the scientific and medical associations to talk about it. He identified himself with it. He published a pamphlet called The Truth About Boom Food, in which he minimized the whole of the Hicklebrow affair almost to nothing. He said that it was absurd to say boom food would make people 37 feet high. That was obviously exaggerated. It would make them bigger, of course, but that was all. Within that intimate circle of two, it was chiefly evident that Winkles was extremely anxious to help in the making of Heracleophobia, help in correcting any proofs there might be of any paper there might be in preparation upon the subject. Do anything, indeed, that might lead up to his participation in the details of the making of Heracleophobia. He was continually telling them both that he felt it was a big thing, that it had big possibilities, if only they were safeguarded in some way. And at last one day he asked outright to be told just how it was made. "I've been thinking over what you said," said Redwood. "Well," said Winkles brightly, "it's the sort of knowledge that could easily be subject to grave abuse," said Redwood. "But I don't see how that applies," said Winkles. "It does," said Redwood. Winkles thought it over for a day or so. Then he came to Redwood and said that he doubted if he ought to give powders about which he knew nothing to Redwood's little boy. It seemed to him it was uncommonly like taking responsibility in the dark. That made Redwood thoughtful. "You've seen that the Society for the Total Suppression of Boom Food claims to have several thousand members," said Winkles, changing the subject. "They've drafted a bill," said Winkles. "They've got young Caterham to take it up, readily enough. They're in earnest. They're forming local committees to influence candidates. They want to make it penal to prepare and store Heracleophobia without special license, and felony, matter of imprisonment without option, to administer boom food, that's what they call it, you know, to any person under 1 and 20. But there's collateral societies, you know, all sorts of people. The Society for the Preservation of Ancient Statues is going to have Mr. Frederick Harrison on the council, they say. You know he's written an essay about it. Says it is vulgar, and entirely inharmonious with that revelation of humanity that is found in the teachings of Kant. It is the sort of thing the 18th century couldn't have produced even in its worst moments. The idea of the food never entered the head of Kant, which shows how wicked it really is. No one, he says, who really understood Kant. "But you don't mean to say," said Redwood, alarmed out of his disdain for Winkles. "They'll not do all that," said Winkles. "But public opinion is public opinion, and votes are votes. Everybody can see you are up to a disturbing thing. And the human instinct is all against disturbance, you know. Nobody seems to believe Caterham's idea of people 37 feet high who won't be able to get inside a church, or a meeting house, or any social or human institution. But for all that they're not so easy in their minds about it, they see there's something more than a common discovery." "There is," said Redwood, "in every discovery. Anyhow, they're getting restive. Caterham keeps hopping on what may happen if it gets loose again. I say over and over again, it won't and it can't, but there it is." And he bounced about the room for a little while as if he meant to reopen the topic of the secret, and then thought better of it and went. The two scientific men looked at one another. For a space only their eyes spoke. "If the worst comes to the worst," said Redwood at last in a strenuously calm voice, "I shall give the food to my little Teddy with my own hands." Roman 3. It was only a few days after this that Redwood opened his paper to find that the Prime Minister had promised a royal commission on boom food. This sent him, newspaper in hand, round to Bensington's flat. "Winkles, I believe, is making mischief for the stuff. He plays into the hands of Caterham. He keeps on talking about it and what it is going to do, and alarming people. If he goes on, I really believe he'll hamper our inquiries. Even as it is, with this trouble about my little boy," Bensington wished Winkles wouldn't. "Do you notice how he has dropped into the way of calling it boom food?" "I don't like that name," said Bensington, with a glance over his glasses. "It is just so exactly what it is to Winkles. Why does he keep on about it? It isn't his?" "It's something called booming," said Redwood. "I don't understand. If it isn't his, everybody is getting to think it is. Not that that matters." "In the event of this ridiculous agitation becoming serious," began Bensington. "My little boy can't get on without the stuff," said Redwood. "I don't see how I can help myself now. If the worst comes to the worst." A slight bouncing noise proclaimed the presence of Winkles. He became visible in the middle of the room, rubbing his hands together. "I wish you'd knock," said Bensington, looking vicious over the gold rims. Winkles was apologetic. Then he turned to Redwood. "I'm glad to find you here," he began. "The fact is, have you seen about this royal commission?" interrupted Redwood. "Yes," said Winkles, thrown out. "Yes, what do you think of it?" "Excellent thing," said Winkles. "Bound to stop most of this clamor. Ventilate the whole affair. Shut up Caterham." "But that's not what I came round for, Redwood. The fact is, I don't like this royal commission," said Bensington. "I can assure you it will be all right, I may say. I don't think it's a breach of confidence that very possibly I may have a place on the commission." Said Redwood, looking into the fire. "I can put the whole thing right. I can make it perfectly clear, first, that the stuff is controllable, and secondly, that nothing short of a miracle is needed before anything like that catastrophe at Hicklebrow can possibly happen again. That is just what is wanted, an authoritative assurance. Of course, I could speak with more confidence if I knew, but that's quite by the way. And just at present there's something else, another little matter, upon which I'm wanting to consult you." "The fact is, well, I happen to be in a slight difficulty, and you can help me out." Redwood raised his eyebrows, and was secretly glad. "The matter is highly confidential." "Go on," said Redwood. "Don't worry about that. I have recently been entrusted with a child, the child of an exalted personage." Winkles coughed. "You're getting on," said Redwood. "I must confess it's largely your powders, and the reputation of my success with your little boy. There is, I cannot disguise, a strong feeling against its use, and yet I find that among the more intelligent, one must go quietly in these things, you know, little by little. Still, in the case of Her Serene High, I mean this new little patient of mine, as a matter of fact, the suggestion came from the parent, or I should never." He struck Redwood as being embarrassed. "I thought you had a doubt of the advisability of using these powders," said Redwood. "Merely a passing doubt. You don't propose to discontinue, in the case of your little boy?" "Certainly not. So far as I can see, it would be murder. I wouldn't do it for the world." "You shall have the powders," said Redwood. "I suppose you couldn't?" "No fear," said Redwood. "There isn't a recipe. It's no good, Winkles, if you'll pardon my frankness, I'll make you the powders myself." "Just as well, perhaps," said Winkles, after a momentary hard stare at Redwood. "Just as well. And then, I can assure you I really don't mind in the least." Roman 4. When Winkles had gone, Bensington came and stood on the hearthrug and looked down at Redwood. "Her Serene Highness?" he remarked. "Her Serene Highness?" said Redwood. "It's the Princess of Wessa Drayburgh, no further than a third cousin." "Redwood," said Bensington, "it's a curious thing to say, I know, but do you think Winkles understands?" "What?" just what it is we have made. Does he really understand? Said Bensington, dropping his voice and keeping his eye downward. That in the family of his new patient. Go on, said Redwood. Who have always been, if anything, a little under the average? Yes, and so very tactfully undistinguished in any way he is going to produce a royal personage, an outsized royal personage of that size. You know, Redwood, I'm not sure whether there is not something almost treasonable. He transferred his eyes from the daw to Redwood. Redwood flung a momentary gesture, index finger erect, at the fire. By Jove, he said, he doesn't know? That man, said Redwood, doesn't know anything. That was his most exasperating quality as a student, nothing. He passed all his examinations, he had all his facts, and he had just as much knowledge as a rotating bookshelf containing the Times Encyclopedia. And he doesn't know anything now. He's Winkles, and incapable of really assimilating anything not immediately and directly related to his superficial self. He is utterly void of imagination and, as a consequence, incapable of knowledge. No one could possibly pass so many examinations and be so well dressed, so well done, and so successful as a doctor without that precise incapacity. That's it. And in spite of all he's seen and heard and been told, there he is. He has no idea whatever of what he has set going. He has got a boom on, he's working it well on boom food, and someone has let him into this new royal baby, and that's boomier than ever. And the fact that Wessa Drayberg will presently have to face the gigantic problem of a 30-odd-foot princess not only hasn't entered his head, but couldn't. There'll be a fearful row, said Bensington, in a year or so. So soon as they really see she is going on growing. Unless after their fashion they hush it up. It's a lot to hush up. Rather, I wonder what they'll do. They never do anything, royal tact. They're bound to do something. Perhaps she will. Oh Lord, yes, they'll suppress her. Such things have been known. Redwood burst into desperate laughter. The redundant royalty, the bouncing babe in the iron mask, he said. They'll have to put her in the tallest tower of the old Wessa Drayberg castle and make holes in the ceilings as she grows from flaw to flaw. Well, I'm in the very same pickle. And Cossa and his 3 boys. And well, there'll be a fearful row, Bensington repeated, not joining in the laughter. A fearful row. I suppose, he argued, you've really thought it out thoroughly, Redwood. You're quite sure it wouldn't be wiser to wean your little boy gradually, and rely upon the theoretical triumph? I wish to goodness you'd spend half an hour in my nursery when the food's a little late, said Redwood, with a note of exasperation in his voice. Then you wouldn't talk like that, Bensington. Besides, fancy wanting Winkles no. The tide of this thing has caught us unawares, and whether we're frightened or whether we are not, we've got to swim. I suppose we have, said Bensington, staring at his toes. Yes, we've got to swim, and your boy will have to swim, and Cossa's boys, he's given it to all 3 of them. Nothing partial about Cossa, all or nothing, and Her Serene Highness, and everything. We are going on making the food, Cossa also. We're only just in the dawn of the beginning. Redwood, it's evident all sorts of things are to follow. Monstrous great things, but I can't imagine them, Redwood. Except, he scanned his fingernails. He looked up at Redwood with eyes bland through his glasses. I've half a mind, he adventured, that Caterham is right. At times, it's going to destroy the proportions of things. It's going to dislocate. What isn't it going to dislocate? Whatever it dislocates, said Redwood. My little boy must have the food. They heard someone falling rapidly upstairs. Then Cossa put his head into the flat. Hullo, he said at their expressions, and entering, well, they told him about the princess. Difficult question, he remarked. Not a bit of it, she'll grow, your boy'll grow, all the others you give it till grow, everything, like anything. What's difficult about that? That's all right, a child could tell you that, where's the bother? They tried to make it clear to him. Not go on with it? He shrieked. But, you can't help yourselves now, it's what you're for, it's what Winkles is for, it's all right. Often wondered what Winkles was for, now it's obvious, what's the trouble? Disturbance, obviously, upset things, upset everything. Finally, upset every human concern. Plain as a pikestaff. They're going to try and stop it, but they are too late. It's their way to be too late. You go on and start as much of it as you can. Thank God he has a use for you. But the conflict, said Bensington, the stress, I don't know if you have imagined. You ought to have been some sort of little vegetable, Bensington, said Cossa. That's what you ought to have been. Something growing over a rockery. Here you are, fearfully and wonderfully made, and all you think you're made for is just to sit about and take your victuals. Do you think this world was made for old women to mop about in? Well, anyhow, you can't help yourselves now. You've got to go on. I suppose we must, said Redwood. Slowly. No, said Cossa in a huge shout. No, make as much as you can and as soon as you can. Spread it about. He was inspired to a stroke of wit. He parodied one of Redwood's curves with a vast upward sweep of his arm. Redwood? He said, to point the illusion, make it so. There is, it seems, an upward limit to the pride of maternity, and this in the case of Mrs. Redwood was reached when her offspring completed his 6th month of terrestrial existence, broke down his high-class bassinet perambulator, and was brought home, bawling, in the milk truck. Young Redwood at that time weighed 59.5 pounds, measured 48 inches in height, and gripped about 60 pounds. He was carried upstairs to the nursery by the cook and housemaid. After that, discovery was only a question of days. One afternoon, Redwood came home from his laboratory to find his unfortunate wife deep in the fascinating pages of the mighty atom, and at the sight of him she put the book aside and ran violently forward and burst into tears on his shoulder. "Tell me what you have done to him," she wailed. "Tell me what you have done." Redwood took her hand and led her to the sofa, while he tried to think of a satisfactory line of defense. "It's all right, my dear," he said. "It's all right. You're only a little overwrought. It's that cheap perambulator. I've arranged for a bathchair man to come round with something stouter tomorrow." Mrs. Redwood looked at him tearfully over the top of her handkerchief. "A baby in a bathchair?" she sobbed. "Well, why not? It's like a cripple. It's like a young giant, my dear, and you've no cause to be ashamed of him." "You've done something to him, Dandy," she said. "I can see it in your face." "Well, it hasn't stopped his growth anyhow," said Redwood heartlessly. "I knew," said Mrs. Redwood, and clenched her pocket handkerchief ball fashion in one hand. She looked at him with a sudden change to severity. "What have you done to our child, Dandy? What's wrong with him? He's so big, he's a monster." "Nonsense, he's as straight and clean a baby as ever a woman had. What's wrong with him? Look at his size. That's all right. Look at the puny little brutes about us. He's the finest baby." "He's too fine," said Mrs. Redwood. "It won't go on," said Redwood reassuringly. "It's just a start he's taken." But he knew perfectly well it would go on. And it did. By the time this baby was 12 months old, he tottered just 1 inch under 5 feet high and scaled 8 stone 3. He was as big in fact as a St. Peter's in Vaticano cherub, and his affectionate clutch at the hair and features of visitors became the talk of West Kensington. They had an invalid's chair to carry him up and down to his nursery, and his special nurse, a muscular young person just out of training, used to take him for his airings in a Panhard 8 HP hill-climbing perambulator specially made to meet his requirement. It was lucky in every way that Redwood had his expert witness connection, in addition to his professorship. When one got over the shock of little Redwood's enormous size, he was, I am told by people who used to see him almost daily toof-toofing slowly about Hyde Park, a singularly bright and pretty baby. He rarely cried or needed a comforter. Commonly, he clutched a big rattle, and sometimes he went along hailing the bus drivers and policemen along the road outside the railings as Dada and Baba, in a sociable, democratic way. "There goes that their great boom-food baby," the bus driver used to say. "Looks ealthy," the forward passenger would remark. "Bottle-fed," the bus driver would explain. "They say it 'olds a gallon and 'ad to be specially made for him." "Very ealthy child any'ow," the forward passenger would conclude. When Mrs. Redwood realized that his growth was indeed going on indefinitely and logically, and this she really did for the first time when the motor perambulator arrived, she gave way to a passion of grief. She declared she never wished to enter her nursery again, wished she was dead, wished the child was dead, wished everybody was dead, wished she had never married Redwood, wished no one ever married anybody, Ajaxed a little, and retired to her own room, where she lived almost exclusively on chicken broth for 3 days. When Redwood came to remonstrate with her, she banged pillows about and wept and tangled her hair. "He's all right," said Redwood. "He's all the better for being big. You wouldn't like him smaller than other people's children." "I want him to be like other children, neither smaller nor bigger. I wanted him to be a nice little boy, just as Georgina Phillies is a nice little girl, and I wanted to bring him up nicely in a nice way, and here he is." And the unfortunate woman's voice broke, wearing number 4 grown-up shoes and being wheeled about by Boo-Boo. "Petroleum? I can never love him," she wailed. "Never, he's too much for me. I can never be a mother to him, such as I meant to be." But at last they contrived to get her into the nursery, and there was Edward Monson Redwood. Pantagruel was only a later nickname, swinging in a specially strengthened rocking chair and smiling and talking goo and wow. And the heart of Mrs. Redwood warmed again to her child, and she went and held him in her arms and wept. "They've done something to you," she sobbed, "and you'll grow and grow, dear. But whatever I can do to bring you up nice I'll do for you. whatever your father may say. And Redwood, who had helped to bring her to the door, went down the passage much relieved. Eh? But it's a base job, this being a man, with women as they are. Vi before the year was out there were, in addition to Redwood's pioneer vehicle, quite a number of motor perambulators to be seen in the west of London. I am told there were as many as 11, but the most careful inquiries yield trustworthy evidence of only 6 within the metropolitan area at that time. It would seem the stuff acted differently upon different types of constitution. At first, Heracleophobia was not adapted to injection, and there can be no doubt that quite a considerable proportion of human beings are incapable of absorbing this substance in the normal course of digestion. It was given, for example, to Winkle's youngest boy, but he seems to have been as incapable of growth as, if Redwood was right, his father was incapable of knowledge. Others again, according to the Society for the Total Suppression of Boom Food, became in some inexplicable way corrupted by it, and perished at the onset of infantile disorders. The Kossar boys took to it with amazing avidity. Of course, a thing of this kind never comes with absolute simplicity of application into the life of man. Growth in particular is a complex thing, and all generalizations must needs be a little inaccurate. But the general law of the food would seem to be this, that when it could be taken into the system in any way, it stimulated it in very nearly the same degree in all cases. It increased the amount of growth from 6 to 7 times, and it did not go beyond that, whatever amount of the food in excess was taken. Excess of Heracleophobia indeed beyond the necessary minimum led, it was found, to morbid disturbances of nutrition, to cancer and tumors, ossifications, and the like. And once growth upon the large scale had begun, it was soon evident that it could only continue upon that scale, and that the continuous administration of Heracleophobia in small but sufficient doses was imperative. If it was discontinued while growth was still going on, there was first a vague restlessness and distress, then a period of voracity, as in the case of the young rats at Hankey, and then the growing creature had a sort of exaggerated anemia and sickened and died. Plants suffered in a similar way. This, however, applied only to the growth period. So soon as adolescence was attained, in plants this was represented by the formation of the first flower buds, the need and appetite for Heracleophobia diminished, and so soon as the plant or animal was fully adult, it became altogether independent of any further supply of the food. It was, as it were, completely established on the new scale. It was so completely established on the new scale that, as the thistles about Hicklebrow and the grass of the downside already demonstrated, its seed produced giant offspring after its kind. And presently little Redwood, pioneer of the new race, first child of all who ate the food, was crawling about his nursery, smashing furniture, biting like a hoss, pinching like a vice, and bawling gigantic baby talk at his nanny and mammy and the rather scared and awestricken daddy, who had set this mischief going. The child was born with good intentions. "Patta be good," he used to say as the breakables flew before him. Patta was his rendering of Pantagruel, the nickname Redwood imposed on him. And Kossar, disregarding certain ancient lights that presently led to trouble, did, after a conflict with the local building regulations, get building on a vacant piece of ground adjacent to Redwood's home, a comfortable well-lit playroom, schoolroom, and nursery for their 4 boys. 60 feet square about this room was, and 40 feet high. Redwood fell in love with that great nursery as he and Kossar built it, and his interest in curves faded, as he had never dreamt it could fade, before the pressing needs of his son. "There is much," he said, "in fitting a nursery. Much. The walls, the things in it, they will all speak to this new mind of ours, a little more, a little less eloquently, and teach it, or fail to teach it 1,000 things." "Obviously," said Kossar, reaching hastily for his hat. They worked together harmoniously, but Redwood supplied most of the educational theory required. They had the walls and woodwork painted with a cheerful vigor. For the most part a slightly warmed white prevailed, but there were bands of bright clean color to enforce the simple lines of construction. "Clean colors we must have," said Redwood, and in one place had a neat horizontal band of squares, in which crimson and purple, orange and lemon, blues and greens, in many hues and many shades, did themselves honor. These squares the giant children should arrange and rearrange to their pleasure. "Decorations must follow," said Redwood. "Let them first get the range of all the tints, and then this may go away. There is no reason why one should bias them in favor of any particular color or design." "Then, the place must be full of interest," said Redwood. Interest is food for a child, and blankness torture and starvation. He must have pictures galore. There were no pictures hung about the room for any permanent service, however, but blank frames were provided into which new pictures would come and pass thence into a portfolio so soon as their fresh interest had passed. There was one window that looked down the length of a street, and in addition, for an added interest, Redwood had contrived above the roof of the nursery a camera obscura that watched the Kensington High Street and not a little of the gardens. In one corner that most worthy implement, an abacus, 4 feet square, a specially strengthened piece of ironmongery with rounded corners, awaited the young giant's incipient computations. There were few woolly lambs and such-like idols, but instead Kosa, without explanation, had brought one day in 3 four-wheelers a great number of toys, all just too big for the coming children to swallow, that could be piled up, arranged in rows, rolled about, bitten, made to flap and rattle, smacked together, felt over, pulled out, opened, closed, and mauled and experimented with to an interminable extent. There were many bricks of wood in diverse colors, oblong and cuboid, bricks of polished china, bricks of transparent glass, and bricks of India rubber. There were slabs and slates. There were cones, truncated cones, and cylinders. There were oblate and prolate spheroids, balls of varied substances, solid and hollow, many boxes of diverse size and shape, with hinged lids and screw lids and fitting lids, and 1 or 2 to catch and lock. There were bands of elastic and leather, and a number of rough and sturdy little objects of a size together that could stand up steadily and suggest the shape of a man. "Give him these," said Kosa, "one at a time." These things Redwood arranged in a locker in one corner. Along one side of the room, at a convenient height for a 6 or 8 foot child, there was a blackboard, on which the youngsters might flourish in white and colored chalk, and near by a sort of drawing block, from which sheet after sheet might be torn, and on which they could draw in charcoal, and a little desk there was, furnished with great carpenter's pencils of varying hardness and a copious supply of paper, on which the boys might first scribble and then draw more neatly. And moreover Redwood gave orders, so far ahead did his imagination go, for specially large tubes of liquid paint and boxes of pastels against the time when they should be needed. He laid in a cask or so of plasticine and modeling clay. "At first he and his tutor shall model together," he said, "and when he is more skilful he shall copy casts and perhaps animals. And that reminds me, I must also have made for him a box of tools. Then books. I shall have to look out a lot of books to put in his way, and they'll have to be big type. Now what sort of books will he need? There is his imagination to be fed. That, after all, is the crown of every education. The crown, as sound habits of mind and conduct are the throne. No imagination at all is brutality. A base imagination is lust and cowardice. But a noble imagination is God walking the earth again. He must dream too of a dainty fairyland, and of all the quaint little things of life, in due time. But he must feed chiefly on the splendid real. He shall have stories of travel through all the world, travels and adventures, and how the world was won. He shall have stories of beasts, great books splendidly and clearly done of animals and birds and plants and creeping things, great books about the deeps of the sky and the mystery of the sea. He shall have histories and maps of all the empires the world has seen, pictures and stories of all the tribes and habits and customs of men. And he must have books and pictures to quicken his sense of beauty, subtle Japanese pictures to make him love the subtler beauties of bird and tendril and falling flower, and Western pictures too, pictures of gracious men and women, sweet groupings, and broad views of land and sea. He shall have books on the building of houses and palaces. He shall plan rooms and invent cities. I think I must give him a little theatre. Then there is music. Redwood thought that over, and decided that his son might best begin with a very pure-sounding harmonicon of 1 octave, to which afterwards there could be an extension. He shall play with this first, sing to it, and give names to the notes, said Redwood. And afterwards? He stared up at the windowsill overhead and measured the size of the room with his eye. "They'll have to build his piano in here," he said. "Bring it in pieces." He hovered about amidst his preparations, a pensive, dark little figure. If you could have seen him there he would have looked to you like a 10-inch man amidst common nursery things. A great rug. Indeed, it was a Turkey carpet, 400 square feet of it, upon which young Redwood was soon to crawl, stretched to the grill-guarded electric radiator that was to warm the whole place. A man from Kosa's hung amidst scaffolding overhead, fixing the great frame that was to hold the transitory pictures. A blotting paper book for plant specimens as big as a house door leant against the wall, and from it, projected a gigantic stalk, a leaf edge or so, and one flower of chickweed. All of that gigantic size that was soon to make Urshot famous throughout the botanical world. A sort of incredulity came to Redwood as he stood among these things. "If it really is going on," said Redwood, staring up at the remote ceiling. From far away came a sound like the bellowing of a maffecking bull, almost as if in answer. "It's going on all right," said Redwood. "Evidently." There followed resounding blows upon a table, followed by a vast crowing shout, "Gulu, Buzu, BZZ. The best thing I can do," said Redwood, following out some divergent line of thought, "is to teach him myself." That beating became more insistent. For a moment, it seemed to Redwood that it caught the rhythm of an engine's throbbing, the engine he could have imagined of some great train of events that bore down upon him. Then a descendant flight of Shapa beats broke up that effect, and were repeated. "Come in," he cried, perceiving that someone rapped, and the door that was big enough for a cathedral opened slowly a little way. The new winch ceased to creak, and Bensington appeared in the crack, gleaming benevolently under his protruded baldness and over his glasses. "I've ventured round to see," he whispered in a confidentially furtive manner. "Come in," said Redwood, and he did, shutting the door behind him. He walked forward, hands behind his back, advanced a few steps, and peered up with a bird-like movement at the dimensions about him. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Every time I come in," he said, with a subdued note in his voice, "it strikes me as big." "Yes," said Redwood, surveying it all again also, as if in an endeavor to keep hold of the visible impression. "Yes, they're going to be big too, you know." "I know," said Bensington, with a note that was nearly awe. "Very big." They looked at one another, almost, as it were, apprehensively. "Very big indeed," said Bensington, stroking the bridge of his nose and with one eye that watched Redwood doubtfully for a confirmatory expression. "All of them, you know, fearfully big. I don't seem able to imagine, even with this, just how big they're all going to be." The minimificence of Mr. Bensington. It was while the Royal Commission on Boom Food was preparing its report that Heracleophobia really began to demonstrate its capacity for leakage. And the earliness of this second outbreak was the more unfortunate, from the point of view of Kossar at any rate, since the draft report still in existence shows that the Commission had, under the tutelage of that most able member, Dr. Stephen Winkles, FRS, MD, FRCP, DSc, JP, DL, etc., already quite made up its mind that accidental leakages were impossible, and was prepared to recommend that to entrust the preparation of boom food to a qualified committee, Winkles chiefly, with an entire control over its sale, was quite enough to satisfy all reasonable objections to its free diffusion. This committee was to have an absolute monopoly, and it is, no doubt, to be considered as a part of the irony of life that the first and most alarming of this second series of leakages occurred within 50 yards of a little cottage at Keston, occupied during the summer months by Dr. Winkles. There can be little doubt now that Redwood's refusal to acquaint Winkles with the composition of Heracleophobia Roman IV had aroused in that gentleman a novel and intense desire towards analytical chemistry. He was not a very expert manipulator, and for that reason probably, he saw fit to do his work, not in the excellently equipped laboratories that were at his disposal in London, but without consulting anyone, and almost with an air of secrecy, in a rough little garden laboratory at the Keston establishment. He does not seem to have shown either very great energy or very great ability in this quest. Indeed, one gathers he dropped the inquiry after working at it intermittently for about a month. This garden laboratory, in which the work was done, was very roughly equipped, supplied by a standpipe tap with water, and draining into a pipe that ran down into a swampy rush-botted pool under an alder tree in a secluded corner of the common just outside the garden hedge. The pipe was cracked, and the residuum of the food of the gods escaped through the crack into a little puddle amidst clumps of rushes, just in time for the spring awakening. Everything was astir with life in that scummy little corner. There was frog spawn adrift, tremulous with tadpoles just bursting their gelatinous envelopes. There were little pond snails creeping out into life, and under the green skin of the rush, stems the larvae of a big water beetle were struggling out of their egg cases. I doubt if the reader knows the larva of the beetle called, I know not why, Dytiscus. It is a jointed, queer-looking thing, very muscular and sudden in its movements, and given to swimming head downward with its tail out of water. The length of a man's top thumb joint it is, and 2 inches, that is for those who have not eaten the food, and it has 2 sharp jaws that meet in front of its head. tubular jaws with sharp points, through which its habit is to suck its victim's blood. The first things to get at the drifting grains of the food were the little tadpoles and the little water snails. The little wriggling tadpoles in particular, once they had the taste of it, took to it with zest. But scarcely did one of them begin to grow into a conspicuous position in that little tadpole world and try a smaller brother also as an aid to a vegetarian dietary, when Nip, one of the beetle larvae, had its curved blood-sucking prongs gripping into his heart, and with that red stream went Heracleophobia Roman Faw, in a state of solution, into the being of a new client. The only thing that had a chance with these monsters to get any share of the food were the rushes and slimy green scum in the water and the seedling weeds in the mud at the bottom. A clean-up of the study presently washed a fresh spate of the food into the puddle and overflowed it, and carried all this sinister expansion of the struggle for life into the adjacent pool under the roots of the alder. The first person to discover what was going on was a Mr. Lukey Carrington, a special science teacher under the London Education Board, and, in his leisure, a specialist in freshwater algae, and he is certainly not to be envied his discovery. He had come down to Keston Common for the day, to fill a number of specimen tubes for subsequent examination, and he came, with a dozen or so of cocked tubes clanking faintly in his pocket, over the sandy crest and down towards the pool, spiked walking stick in hand. A garden lad standing on the top of the kitchen steps clipping Dr. Winkle's hedge saw him in this unfrequented corner, and found him and his occupation sufficiently inexplicable and interesting to watch him pretty closely. He saw Mr. Carrington stoop down by the side of the pool, with his hand against the old alder stem, and peer into the water, but of course he could not appreciate the surprise and pleasure with which Mr. Carrington beheld the big, unfamiliar-looking blobs and threads of the algal scum at the bottom. There were no tadpoles visible. They had all been killed by that time, and it would seem Mr. Carrington saw nothing at all unusual except the excessive vegetation. He bared his arm to the elbow, leant forward, and dipped deep in pursuit of a specimen. His seeking hand went down. Instantly there flashed out of the cool shadow under the tree roots something flash. It had buried its fangs deep into his arm. A bizarre shape it was, a foot long and maw, brown and jointed like a scorpion. Its ugly apparition and the sharp, amazing painfulness of its bite were too much for Mr. Carrington's equilibrium. He felt himself going, and yelled aloud. Over he toppled, face foremost, splash, into the pool. The boy saw him vanish, and heard the splashing of his struggle in the water. The unfortunate man emerged again into the boy's field of vision, hatless and streaming with water, and screaming. Never before had the boy heard screams from a man. This astonishing stranger appeared to be tearing at something on the side of his face. There appeared streaks of blood there. He flung out his arms as if in despair, leapt in the air like a frantic creature, ran violently 10 or 12 yards, and then fell and rolled on the ground and over and out of sight of the boy. The lad was down the steps and through the hedge in a trice, happily with the garden shears still in hand. As he came crashing through the gorse bushes, he says he was half-minded to turn back, fearing he had to deal with a lunatic, but the possession of the shears reassured him. I could have jabbed his eyes, he explained, anyhow. Directly Mr. Carrington caught sight of him, his demeanor became at once that of a sane but desperate man. He struggled to his feet, stumbled, stood up, and came to meet the boy. "Look," he cried, "I can't get him off." And with a qualm of horror the boy saw that, attached to Mr. Carrington's cheek, to his bare arm, and to his thigh, and lashing furiously with their lithe, brown, muscular bodies, were 3 of these horrible larvae, their great jaws buried deep in his flesh and sucking for dear life. They had the grip of bulldogs, and Mr. Carrington's efforts to detach the monsters from his face had only served to lacerate the flesh to which it had attached itself, and streak face and neck and coat with living scarlet. "I'll cut him," cried the boy. "Hold on, sir." And with the zest of his age in such proceedings, he severed one by one the heads from the bodies of Mr. Carrington's assailants. "Yup," said the boy with a wincing face as each one fell before him. Even then, so tough and determined was their grip that the severed heads remained for a space, still fiercely biting home and still sucking, with the blood streaming out of their necks behind. But the boy stopped that with a few more slashes of his scissors, in one of which Mr. Carrington was implicated. "I couldn't get him off," repeated Carrington, and stood for a space, swaying and bleeding profusely. He dabbed feeble hands at his injuries and examined the result upon his palms. Then he gave way at the knees and fell headlong in a dead faint at the boy's feet, between the still leaping bodies of his defeated foes. Very luckily, it didn't occur to the boy to splash water on his face, for there were still more of these horrors under the alder roots, and instead he passed back by the pond and went into the garden with the intention of calling assistance. And there, he met the gardener coachman and told him of the whole affair. When they got back to Mr. Carrington, he was sitting up, dazed and weak, but able to warn them against the danger in the pool. Roman 2 Such were the circumstances by which the world had its first notification that the food was loose again. In another week, Keston Common was in full operation as what naturalists call a center of distribution. This time there were no wasps or rats, no earwigs and no nettles, but there were at least 3 water spiders, several dragonfly larvae which presently became dragonflies, dazzling all Kent with their hovering sapphire bodies, and a nasty gelatinous, scummy growth that swelled over the pond margin, and sent its slimy green masses surging halfway up the garden path to Dr. Winkle's house. And there began a growth of rushes and equisetum and potamogeton that ended only with the drying of the pond. It speedily became evident to the public mind that this time there was not simply one center of distribution, but quite a number of centers. There was one at Ealing, there can be no doubt now, and from that came the plague of flies and red spider. There was one at Sunbury, productive of ferocious great eels that could come ashore and kill sheep, and there was one in Bloomsbury that gave the world a new strain of cockroaches of a quite terrible sort. An old house it was in Bloomsbury, and much inhabited by undesirable things. Abruptly, the world found itself confronted with the Hicklebrow experiences all over again, with all sorts of queer exaggerations of familiar monsters in the place of the giant hens and rats and wasps. Each center burst out with its own characteristic local fauna and flora. We know now that every one of these centers corresponded to one of the patients of Dr. Winkle's, but that was by no means apparent at the time. Dr. Winkle's was the last person to incur any odium in the matter. There was a panic, quite naturally, a passionate indignation, but it was indignation not against Dr. Winkle's, but against the food, and not so much against the food as against the unfortunate Bensington, whom from the very first the popular imagination had insisted upon regarding as the sole and only person responsible for this new thing. The attempt to lynch him that followed is just one of those explosive events that bulk largely in history and are in reality the least significant of occurrences. The history of the outbreak is a mystery. The nucleus of the crowd certainly came from an anti-boom food meeting in Hyde Park, organized by extremists of the Caterham Party, but there seems no one in the world who actually first proposed. No one who ever first hinted a suggestion of the outrage at which so many people assisted. It is a problem for M. Gustave Le Bon, a mystery in the psychology of crowds. The fact emerges that about 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, a remarkably big and ugly London crowd, entirely out of hand, came rolling down Thursday Street intent on Bensington's exemplary death as a warning to all scientific investigators, and that it came nearer accomplishing its object than any London crowd has ever come since the Hyde Park railings came down in remote Middle Victorian times. This crowd came so close to its object indeed, that for the space of an hour or more a word would have settled the unfortunate gentleman's fate. The first intimation he had of the thing was the noise of the people outside. He went to the window and peered, realizing nothing of what impended. For a minute perhaps he watched them seething about the entrance, disposing of an ineffectual dozen of policemen who barred their way, before he fully realized his own importance in the affair. It came upon him in a flash that roaring, swaying multitude was after him. He was all alone in the flat, fortunately perhaps, his cousin Jane having gone down to Ealing to have tea with a relation on her mother's side, and he had no more idea of how to behave under such circumstances than he had of the etiquette of the Day of Judgment. He was still dashing about the flat, asking his furniture what he should do, turning keys in locks and then unlocking them again, making dots at door and window and bedroom, when the floor clock came to him. "There isn't a moment, sir," he said. "They've got your number from the bod in the hall. They're coming straight up." He ran Mr. Bensington out into the passage, already echoing with the approaching tumult from the great staircase, locked the door behind them, and led the way into the opposite flat by means of his duplicate key. "It's our only chance now," he said. He flung up a window which opened on a ventilating shaft, and showed that the wall was set with iron staples that made the rudest and most perilous of wall ladders to serve as a fire escape from the upper flats. He shoved Mr. Bensington out of the window, showed him how to cling on, and pursued him up the ladder, goading and jabbing his legs with a bunch of keys whenever he desisted from climbing. It seemed to Bensington at times that he must climb that vertical ladder forevermore. Above, the parapet was inaccessibly remote, a mile perhaps below. He did not care to think of things below. "Steady on!" cried the clock and gripped his ankle. It was quite horrible having his ankle gripped like that, and Mr. Bensington tightened his hold on the iron staple above to a drowning clutch, and gave a faint squeal of terror. It became evident the clock had broken a window, and then it seemed he had leapt a vast distance sideways, and there came the noise of a window frame sliding in its sash. He was bawling things. Mr. Bensington moved his head round cautiously until he could see the clock. "Come down 6 steps," the clock commanded. All this moving about seemed very foolish, but very, very cautiously Mr. Bensington lowered a foot. "Don't pull me," he cried as the clock made to help him from the open window. It seemed to him that to reach the window from the ladder would be a very respectable feat for a flying fox, and it was rather with the idea of a decent suicide than in any hope of accomplishing it that he made the step at last, and quite ruthlessly the clock pulled him in. "You'll have to stop here," said the clock. "My keys are no good here. It's an American lock. I'll get out and slam the door behind me and see if I can find the man of this flaw. You'll be locked in. Don't go to the window, that's all. It's the ugliest crowd I've ever seen. If only they think you're out, they'll probably content themselves by breaking up your stuff." "The indicator set in," said Bensington. "The devil it did? Well, anyhow, I'd better not be found." He vanished with a slam of the door. Bensington was left to his own initiative again. It took him under the bed. There presently he was found by Cossar. Bensington was almost comatose with terror when he was found, for Cossar had burst the door in with his shoulder by jumping at it across the breadth of the passage. "Come out of it, Bensington," he said. "It's all right, it's me. We've got to get out of this. They're setting the place on fire. The potters are all clearing out. The servants are gone. It's lucky I caught the man who knew. Look here." Bensington, peering from under the bed, became aware of some unaccountable garments on Cossar's arm, and, of all things, a black bonnet in his hand. "They're having a clear out," said Cossar. "If they don't set the place on fire, they'll come here. Troops may not be here for an hour yet. 50%. Hooligans in the crowd, and the more furnished flats they go into the better they'll like it. Obviously. They mean a clear out. You put this skirt and bonnet on, Bensington, and clear out with me." "Do you mean?" began Bensington, protruding a head tortoise fashion. "I mean, put 'em on and come, obviously." And with a sudden vehemence he dragged Bensington from under the bed, and began to dress him for his new impersonation of an elderly woman of the people. He rolled up his trousers and made him kick off his slippers, took off his collar and tie and coat and vest, slipped a black skirt over his head, and put on a red flannel bodice and a body over the same. He made him take off his all too characteristic spectacles and clapped the bonnet on his head. "You might have been born an old woman," he said as he tied the strings. Then came the springside boots, a terrible wrench for cons, and the shawl, and the disguise was complete. "Up and down," said Cossar, and Bensington obeyed. "You'll do," said Cossar. And in this guise it was, stumbling awkwardly over his unaccustomed skirts, shouting womanly imprecations upon his own head in a weird falsetto to sustain his pot, and to the roaring note of a crowd bent upon lynching him, that the original discoverer of Heracleophobia Roman Faw proceeded down the corridor of Chesterfield Mansions, mingled with that inflamed disorderly multitude, and passed out altogether from the thread of events that constitutes our story. Never once after that escape did he meddle again with the stupendous development of the food of the gods he of all men had done most to begin. Roman 3, this little man who started the whole thing passes out of the story, and after a time he passed altogether out of the world of things, visible and tellable. But because he started the whole thing, it is seemly to give his exit an intercalary page of attention. One may picture him in his later days as Tunbridge Wells came to know him. For it was at Tunbridge Wells he reappeared after a temporary obscurity, so soon as he fully realized how transitory, how quite exceptional and unmeaning that fury of rioting was. He reappeared under the wing of Cousin Jane, treating himself for nervous shock to the exclusion of all other interests, and totally indifferent, as it seemed, to the battles that were raging then about those new centers of distribution, and about the baby children of the food. He took up his quarters at the Mount Glory Hydrotherapeutic Hotel, where there are quite extraordinary facilities for baths, carbonated baths, creosote baths, galvanic and ferritic treatment, massage, pine baths, starch and hemlock baths, radium baths, light baths, heat baths, bran and needle baths, tar and birdstown baths, all sorts of baths, and he devoted his mind to the development of that system of curative treatment that was still imperfect when he died. And sometimes he would go down in a hired vehicle and a sealskin-trimmed coat, and sometimes, when his feet permitted, he would walk to the Pantiles, and there he would sip chalybeate water under the eye of his cousin Jane. His stooping shoulders, his pink appearance, his beaming glasses, became a feature of Tunbridge Wells. No one was the least bit unkind to him, and indeed the place and the hotel seemed very glad to have the distinction of his presence. Nothing could rob him of that distinction now. And though he preferred not to follow the development of his great invention in the daily papers, yet when he crossed the lounge of the hotel or walked down the Pantiles and heard the whisper, "There he is, that's him," it was not dissatisfaction that softened his mouth and gleamed for a moment in his eye. This little figure, this minute little figure, launched the food of the gods upon the world. One does not know which is the most amazing, the greatness or the littleness of these scientific and philosophical men. You figure him there on the Pantiles, in the overcoat trimmed with fur. He stands under that chinaware window where the spring spouts, and holds and sips the glass of chalybeate water in his hand. One bright eye over the gilt rim is fixed, with an expression of inscrutable severity, on Cousin Jane. He says, and sips. So we make our souvenir, so we focus and photograph this discoverer of ours for the last time, and leave him, a mere dot in our foreground, and pass to the greater picture that has developed about him, to the story of his food, how the scattered giant children grew up day by day into a world that was all too small for them, and how the net of boom food laws and boom food conventions, which the Boom Food Commission was weaving even then, drew closer and closer upon them with every year of their growth, until the coming of the food IR theme, which began so compactly in Mr. Bensington's study, has already spread and branched until it points this way and that, and henceforth our whole story is one of dissemination. To follow the food of the gods further is to trace the ramifications of a perpetually branching tree. In a little while, in the quarter of a lifetime, the food had trickled and increased from its first spring in the little farm near Hicklebrow until it had spread, it and the report and shadow of its power, throughout the world. It spread beyond England very speedily. Soon in America, all over the continent of Europe, in Japan, in Australia, at last all over the world, the thing was working towards its appointed end. Always it worked slowly, by indirect causes and against resistance. It was bigness insurgent. In spite of prejudice, in spite of law and regulation, in spite of all that obstinate conservatism that lies at the base of the formal order of mankind, the food of the gods, once it had been set going, pursued its subtle and invincible progress. The children of the food grew steadily through all these years. That was the cardinal fact of the time. But it is the leakages make history. The children who had eaten grew, and soon there were other children growing, and all the best intentions in the world could not stop further leakages, and still further leakages. The food insisted on escaping with the pertinacity of a thing alive. Flour treated with the stuff crumbled in dry weather, almost as if by intention into an impalpable powder, and would lift and travel before the lightest breeze. Now, it would be some fresh insect won its way to a temporary fatal new development. Now some fresh outbreak from the sewers of rats and such-like vermin. For some days the village of Pangbourne in Berkshire fought with giant ants. 3 men were bitten and died. There would be a panic, there would be a struggle, and the salient evil would be fought down again, leaving always something behind, in the obscura things of life, changed forever. Then again another acute and startling outbreak, a swift upgrowth of monstrous weedy thickets, a drifting dissemination about the world of inhumanly growing thistles, of cockroaches men fought with shotguns, or a plague of mighty flies. There were some strange and desperate struggles in obscure places. The food begot heroes in the cause of littleness, and men took such happenings into their lives, and met them by the expedients of the moment, and told one another there was no change in the essential order of things. After the first great panic, Caterham, in spite of his power of eloquence, became a secondary figure in the political world, remained in men's minds as the exponent of an extreme view. Only slowly did he win away towards a central position in affairs. There was no change in the essential order of things. That eminent ladder of modern thought, Dr. Winkles, was very clear upon this, and the exponents of what was called in those days progressive liberalism grew quite sentimental upon the essential insincerity of their progress. Their dreams, it would appear, ran wholly on little nations, little languages, little households, each self-supported on its little farm. A fashion for the small and neat set in. To be big was to be vulgar, and dainty, neat, mignon, miniature, minutely perfect, became the key words of critical approval. Meanwhile, quietly, taking their time as children must, the children of the food, growing into a world that changed to receive them, gathered strength and stature and knowledge, became individual and purposeful, rose slowly towards the dimensions of their destiny. Presently, they seemed a natural part of the world. All these stirrings of bigness seemed a natural part of the world, and men wondered how things had been before their time. There came to men's ears stories of things the giant boys could do, and they said, "Wonderful," without a spark of wonder. The popular papers would tell of the 3 sons of Kosar, and how these amazing children would lift great cannons, hurl masses of iron for hundreds of yards, and leap 200 feet. They were said to be digging a well, deeper than any well or mine that man had ever made, seeking, it was said, for treasures hidden in the earth since ever the earth began. These children, said the popular magazines, will level mountains, bridge seas, tunnel your earth to a honeycomb. Wonderful, said the little folks, isn't it? What a lot of conveniences we shall have, and went about their business, as though there was no such thing as the food of the gods on earth. And indeed, these things were no more than the first hints and promises of the powers of the children of the food. It was still no more than child's play with them, no more than the first use of a strength in which no purpose had arisen. They did not know themselves for what they were. They were children, slow-growing children of a new race. The giant strength grew day by day. The giant will had still to grow into purpose and an aim. Looking at it in a shortened perspective of time, those years of transition have the quality of a single consecutive occurrence. But indeed no one saw the coming of bigness in the world, as no one in all the world till centuries had passed saw, as one happening, the decline and fall of Rome. They who lived in those days were too much among these developments to see them together as a single thing. It seemed even to wise men that the food was giving the world nothing but a crop of unmanageable, disconnected irrelevancies that might shake and trouble indeed, but could do no more to the established order and fabric of mankind. To one observer, at least the most wonderful thing throughout that period of accumulating stress is the invincible inertia of the great mass of people. Their quiet persistence in all that ignored the enormous presences, the promise of still more enormous things that grew among them. Just as many a stream will be at its smoothest, will look most tranquil, running deep and strong, at the very verge of a cataract. So all that is most conservative in man seemed settling quietly into a serene ascendancy during these latter days. Reaction became popular. There was talk of the bankruptcy of science, of the dying of progress, of the advent of the mandarins. Talk of such things amidst the echoing footsteps of the children of the food, the fussy, pointless revolutions of the old time, a vast crowd of silly little people chasing some silly little monarch and the like, had indeed died out and passed away. But change had not died out. It was only change that had changed. The new was coming in its own fashion and beyond the common understanding of the world. To tell fully of its coming would be to write a great history, but everywhere there was a parallel chain of happenings. To tell therefore of the manner of its coming in one place is to tell something of the whole. It chanced one stray seed of immensity fell into the pretty, petty village of Cheasing Eyebright in Kent, and from the story of its queer germination, there and of the tragic futility that ensued, one may attempt, following one thread, as it were, to show the direction in which the whole great interwoven fabric of the thing rolled off the loom of time. Roman II, Cheasing Eyebright, had of course a vicar. There are vicars and vicars, and of all sorts I love an innovating vicar, a piebald progressive professional reactionary, the least. But the vicar of Cheasing Eyebright was one of the least innovating of vicars, a most worthy, plump, ripe, and conservative-minded little man. It is becoming to go back a little in our story to tell of him. He matched his village, and one may figure them best together as they used to be, on the sunset evening when Mrs. Skinner, you will remember her flight, brought the food with her, all unsuspected, into these rustic serenities. The village was looking its very best just then, under that western light. It lay down along the valley beneath the beechwoods of the Hanger, a beating of thatched and red-tiled cottages with trellised porches and pyracanthus-lined faces that clustered closer and closer as the road dropped from the yew trees by the church towards the bridge. The vicarage peeped not too ostentatiously between the trees beyond the inn. An early Georgian front ripened by time, and the spire of the church rose happily in the depression made by the valley in the outline of the hills. A winding stream, a thin intermittency of sky blue and foam, glittered amidst a thick margin of reeds and leucostrife and overhanging willows, along the center of a sinuous pennant of meadow. The whole prospect had that curiously English quality of ripened cultivation, that look of still completeness, that ape's perfection, under the sunset warmth. And the vicar, too, looked mellow. He looked habitually and essentially mellow, as though he had been a mellow baby born into a mellow class, a ripe and juicy little boy. One could see, even before he mentioned it, that he had gone to an ivy-clad public school in its anecdotage, with magnificent traditions, aristocratic associations, and no chemical laboratories, and proceeded thence to a venerable college in the very ripest Gothic. Few books he had younger than 1,000 years. Of these, Yarrow and Ellis and good pre-Methodist sermons made the bulk. He was a man of moderate height, a little shortened in appearance by his equatorial dimensions, and a face that had been mellow from the first was now climacterically ripe. The beard of a David hid his redundancy of chin. He wore no watch chain out of refinements, and his modest clerical garments were made by a West End tailor. And he sat with a hand on either shin, blinking at his village in beatific approval. He waved a plump palm towards it. His burden sang out again. What more could anyone desire? We are fortunately situated, he said, putting the thing tamely. We are in a fastness of the hills, he expanded. He explained himself at length. We are out of it all. For they had been talking, he and his friend, of the horrors of the age of democracy and secular education and skyscrapers and motor cars and the American invasion, the scrappy reading of the public, and the disappearance of any taste at all. We are out of it all, he repeated, and even as he spoke the footsteps of someone coming smote upon his ear, and he rolled over and regarded her. You figure the old woman's steadfastly tremulous advance, the bundle clutched in her gnarled lank hand, her nose, which was her countenance, wrinkled with breathless resolution. You see the poppies nodding fatefully on her bonnet, and the dust-white spring-sided boots beneath her skimpy skirts, pointing with an irrevocable slow alternation east and west. Beneath her arm, a restive captive waggled and slipped a scarcely valuable umbrella. What was there to tell the vicar that this grotesque old figure was, so far as his village was concerned at any rate, no less than fruitful chance and the unforeseen, the hag weak men call fate. But for us, you understand, no more than Mrs. Skinner. As she was too much encumbered for a curtsy, she pretended not to see him and his friend at all, and so passed, flip-flop, within 3 yards of them, onward down towards the village. The vicar watched her slow transit in silence and ripened a remark the while. The incident seemed to him of no importance whatever. Old womankind, er perennius, has carried bundles since the world began. What difference has it made? We are out of it all, said the vicar. We live in an atmosphere of simple and permanent things, birth and toil, simple seed time and simple harvest. The uproar passes us by. He was always very great upon what he called the permanent things. Things change, he would say, but humanity er perennius. Thus the vicar, he loved a classical quotation subtly misapplied. Below, Mrs. Skinner, inelegant but resolute, had involved herself curiously with Wilmerding's style. Roman 3, no one knows what the vicar made of the giant puffballs. No doubt he was among the first to discover them. They were scattered at intervals up and down the path between the near down and the village end, a path he frequented daily in his constitutional round. Altogether, of these abnormal fungi there were, from first to last, quite 30. The vicar seems to have stared at each severally, and to have prodded most of them with his stick once or twice. One he attempted to measure with his arms, but it burst at his Iction embrace. He spoke to several people about them, and said they were marvelous. And he related to at least 7 different persons the well-known story of the flagstone that was lifted from the cellar floor by a growth of fungi beneath. He looked up his Sowerby to see if it was Lycopodon celatum or giganteum. Like all his kind since Gilbert White became famous, he Gilbert Whited. He cherished a theory that giganteum is unfairly named. One does not know if he observed that those white spheres lay in the very track that old woman of yesterday had followed, or if he noted that the last of the series swelled not a score of yards from the gate of the cattle's cottage. If he observed these things, he made no attempt to place his observation on record. His observation in matters botanical was what the inferior sort of scientific people call a trained observation. You look for certain definite things and neglect everything else. And he did nothing to link this phenomenon with the remarkable expansion of the Cattles baby that had been going on now for some weeks. Indeed, ever since Cattles walked over one Sunday afternoon a month or more ago to see his mother-in-law and hear Mr. Skinner, since defunct, to brag about his management of hens. Roman far the growth of the puffballs following on the expansion of the Cattles baby really ought to have opened the vicar's eyes. The latter fact had already come right into his arms at the christening, almost overpoweringly. The youngster bawled with deafening violence when the cold water that sealed its divine inheritance and its right to the name of Albert Edward Cattles fell upon its brow. It was already beyond maternal potterage, and Cattles, staggering indeed, but grinning triumphantly at quantitatively inferior parents, bore it back to the free sitting occupied by his party. "I never saw such a child," said the vicar. This was the first public intimation that the Cattles baby, which had begun its earthly career a little under 7 pounds, did after all intend to be a credit to its parents. Very soon it was clear it meant to be not only a credit but a glory. And within a month that glory shone so brightly as to be, in connection with people in the Cattles' position, improper. The butcher weighed the infant 11 times. He was a man of few words, and he soon got through with them. The first time he said, "'E's a good un." The next time he said, "My word." The third time he said, "Well, mum," and after that he simply blew enormously each time, scratched his head, and looked at his scales with an unprecedented mistrust. Everyone came to see the big baby, so it was called by universal consent, and most of them said, "'E's a bouncer," and almost all remarked to him, "Did they?" Miss Fletcher came and said she never did, which was perfectly true. Lady Wondershoot, the village tyrant, arrived the day after the third weighing, and inspected the phenomenon narrowly through glasses that filled it with howling terror. "It's an unusually big child," she told its mother, in a loud, instructive voice. "You ought to take unusual care of it, Cattles. Of course it won't go on like this, being bottle-fed, but we must do what we can for it. I'll send you down some more flannel." The doctor came and measured the child with a tape and put the figures in a notebook, and old Mr. Drifthassock, who farmed by up Marden, brought a manure traveller 2 miles out of their way to look at it. The traveller asked the child's age 3 times over and said finally that he was blowed. He left it to be inferred how and why he was blowed. Apparently it was the child's size blowed him. He also said it ought to be put into a baby show. And all day long, out of school hours, little children kept coming and saying, "Please, Mrs. Cattles, mum, may we have a look at your baby, please, mum?" Until Mrs. Cattles had to put a stop to it. And amidst all these scenes of amazement came Mrs. Skinner, and stood and smiled, standing somewhat in the background, with each sharp elbow in a lank gnarled hand, and smiling under and about her nose, with a smile of infinite profundity. "It makes even that old wretch of a grandmother look quite pleasant," said Lady Wondershoot, "though I'm sorry she's come back to the village." Of course, as with almost all cottages' babies, the eleemosynary element had already come in, but the child soon made it clear by colossal bawling that so far as the filling of its bottle went, it hadn't come in yet nearly enough. The baby was entitled to a 9 days' wonder, and everyone wondered happily over its amazing growth for twice that time and more. And then, instead of its dropping into the background and giving place to other marvels, it went on growing more than ever. Lady Wondershoot heard Mrs. Greenfield, her housekeeper, with infinite amazement. "Cattles downstairs again. No food for the child? My dear Greenfield, it's impossible. The creature eats like a hippopotamus? I'm sure it can't be true." "I'm sure I hope you're not being imposed upon, my lady," said Mrs. Greenfield. "It's so difficult to tell with these people," said Lady Wondershoot. "Now I do wish, my good Greenfield, that you'd just go down there yourself this afternoon and see it have its bottle. Big as it is, I cannot imagine that it needs more than 6 pints a day." "It hasn't no business to, my lady," said Mrs. Greenfield. The hand of Lady Wondershoot quivered with that COS sort of emotion, that suspicious rage that stirs in all true aristocrats, at the thought that possibly the meaner classes are after all as mean as their betters, and where the sting lies, scoring points in the game. But Mrs. Greenfield could observe no evidence of peculation, and the order for an increasing daily supply to the Cattles nursery was issued. Scarcely had the first installment gone, when Cattles was back again at the great house in a state abjectly apologetic. "We took the great's care of 'em, Mrs. Greenfield, I do assure you, mum, but he's regular bust 'em. They flew with such violence, mum, that one button broke a pane of the window, mum, and one hit me a regular stinger just mum." Lady Wondershoot, when she heard that this amazing child had positively burst out of its beautiful charity clothes, decided that she must speak to Cattles herself. He appeared in her presence with his hair hastily wetted and smoothed by hand, breathless, and clinging to his hat brim as though it was a life belt, and he stumbled at the carpet edge out of sheer distress of mind. Lady Wondershoot liked bullying Cattles. Cattles was her ideal lower-class person, dishonest, faithful, abject, industrious, and inconceivably incapable of responsibility. She told him it was a serious matter, the way his child was going on. "It's his appetite, my ladyship," said Cattles with a rising note. "Check him, my ladyship, you can't," said Cattles. "There he lies, my ladyship, and kicks out he does, and owls that distressin. We avent the eat, my ladyship, if we add, the neighbours would interfere." Lady Wondershoot consulted the parish doctor. "What I want to know," said Lady Wondershoot, "is it right this child should have such an extraordinary quantity of milk?" "The proper allowance for a child of that age," said the parish doctor, "is 1.5 pints to 2 pints in the 24 hours. I don't see that you are called upon to provide more. If you do, it is your own generosity. Of course we might try the legitimate quantity for a few days. But the child, I must admit, seems for some reason to be physiologically different, possibly what is called a spot, a case of general hypertrophy." "It isn't fair to the other parish children," said Lady Wondershoot. "I am certain we shall have complaints if this goes on. I don't see that anyone can be expected to give more than the recognized allowance. We might insist on its doing with that, or if it wouldn't, send it as a case into the infirmary." "I suppose," said Lady Wondershoot, reflecting, "that apart from the size and the appetite, you don't find anything else abnormal, nothing monstrous." No, I don't, but no doubt if this growth goes on, we shall find grave moral and intellectual deficiencies. One might almost prophesy that from Max Nordau's law, a most gifted and celebrated philosopher, Lady Wondershoot, he discovered that the abnormal is, abnormal, a most valuable discovery, and well worth bearing in mind. I find it of the utmost help in practice. When I come upon anything abnormal, I say at once, this is abnormal. His eyes became profound, his voice dropped, his manner verged upon the intimately confidential. He raised one hand stiffly. "And I treat it in that spirit," he said. "Tut, tut," said the vicar to his breakfast things, the day after the coming of Mrs. Skinner. "Tut, tut, what's this?" And poised his glasses at his paper with a general air of remonstrance. "Giant wasps, what's the world coming to? American journalists, I suppose. Hang these novelties. Giant gooseberries are good enough for me." "Nonsense," said the vicar, and drank off his coffee at a gulp, eyes steadfast on the paper, and smacked his lips incredulously. "Bosh," said the vicar, rejecting the hint altogether, but the next day there was more of it, and the light came. Not all at once, however. When he went for his constitutional that day, he was still chuckling at the absurd story his paper would have had him believe. Wasps, indeed? Killing a dog? Incidentally, as he passed by the site of that first crop of puffballs, he remarked that the grass was growing very rank there, but he did not connect that in any way with the matter of his amusement. "We should certainly have heard something of it," he said. "Whitstable can't be 20 miles from here." Beyond he found another puffball, one of the second crop, rising like a roc's egg out of the abnormally coarsened turf. The thing came upon him in a flash. He did not take his usual round that morning. Instead he turned aside by the second stile and came round to the Cattles' cottage. "Where's that baby?" he demanded, and at the sight of it, goodness me! He went up the village blessing his heart and met the doctor full tilt coming down. He grasped his arm. "What does this mean?" he said. "Have you seen the paper these last few days?" The doctor said he had. "Well, what's the matter with that child? What's the matter with everything? Wasps, puffballs, babies, eh? What's making them grow so big? This is most unexpected. In Kent, too, if it was America now. It's a little difficult to say just what it is," said the doctor. "So far as I can grasp the symptoms, yes. It's hypertrophy, general hypertrophy." "Hypertrophy?" "Yes, general, affecting all the bodily structures, all the organism. I may say that in my own mind, between ourselves, I'm very nearly convinced it's that, but one has to be careful." "Ah," said the vicar, a good deal relieved to find the doctor equal to the situation. "But how is it it's breaking out in this fashion all over the place?" "That again," said the doctor, "is difficult to say. Urshut, here, it's a pretty clear case of spreading." "Yes," said the doctor. "Yes, I think so. It has a strong resemblance at any rate to some sort of epidemic. Probably epidemic hypertrophy will meet the case." "Epidemic?" said the vicar. "You don't mean it's contagious?" The doctor smiled gently and rubbed one hand against the other. "That I couldn't say," he said. "But," cried the vicar, round-eyed, "if it's catching, it affects us. He made a stride up the road and turned about. "I've just been there," he cried. "Hadn't I better? I'll go home at once and have a bath and fumigate my clothes." The doctor regarded his retreating back for a moment, and then turned about and went towards his own house. But on the way he reflected that one case had been in the village a month without anyone catching the disease, and after a pause of hesitation decided to be as brave as a doctor should be and take the risks like a man. And indeed, he was well advised by his second thoughts. Growth was the last thing that could ever happen to him again. He could have eaten, and the vicar could have eaten, Heracleophobia by the truckful, for Growth had done with them. Growth had done with these two gentlemen forevermore. It was a day or so after this conversation, a day or so, that is, after the burning of the experimental farm, that Winkles came to Redwood and showed him an insulting letter. It was an anonymous letter, and an author should respect his character's secrets. "You are only taking credit for a natural phenomenon," said the letter, "and trying to advertise yourself by your letter to the Times. You and your boom food. Let me tell you, this absurdly named food of yours has only the most accidental connection with those big wasps and rats. The plain fact is there is an epidemic of hypertrophy, contagious hypertrophy, which you have about as much claim to control as you have to control the solar system. The thing is as old as the hills. There was hypertrophy in the family of Anak. Quite outside your range, at Cheesing Eyebright, at the present time there is a baby, shaky up and down writing. Old gentleman apparently," said Redwood. "But it's odd a baby." He read a few lines further and had an inspiration. "By Jove," said he, "that's my missing Mrs. Skinner." He descended upon her suddenly in the afternoon of the following day. She was engaged in pulling onions in the little garden before her daughter's cottage when she saw him coming through the garden gate. She stood for a moment, consternated, as the country folks say, and then folded her arms, and with the little bunch of onions held defensively under her left elbow, awaited his approach. Her mouth opened and shut several times, she mumbled her remaining tooth, and once quite suddenly she curtsied, like the blink of an arc-light. "I thought I should find you," said Redwood. "I thought you might, sir," she said, without joy. "Where's Skinner?" "'E ain't never written to me, sir, not once, nor come nigh of me since I came here, sir." "Don't you know what's become of him?" "Him not having written, no, sir," and she edged a step towards the left with an imperfect idea of cutting off Redwood from the barn door. "No one knows what has become of him," said Redwood. "I dessay 'e knows," said Mrs. Skinner. "He doesn't tell. He was always a great one for looking after himself and leaving them that was near and dear to 'im in trouble, was Skinner. Though clever as could be," said Mrs. Skinner. "Where's this child?" asked Redwood abruptly. She begged his pardon. "This child I hear about, the child you've been giving our stuff to, the child that weighs 2 stone. Mrs. Skinner's hands worked and she dropped the onions. "Really, sir," she protested, "I don't hardly know, sir, what you mean. My daughter, sir. Mrs. Cattles as a baby, sir." And she made an agitated curtsy and tried to look innocently inquiring by tilting her nose to one side. "You'd better let me see that baby, Mrs. Skinner," said Redwood. Mrs. Skinner unmasked an eye at him as she led the way towards the barn. "Of course, sir. There may ave been a little, in a little kind of nicey I give his father to bring over from the farm, or a little perhaps what I happen to bring about with me, so to speak. Me packing in a hurry and all?" Said Redwood, after he had clucked to the infant for a space. He told Mrs. Cattles the baby was a very fine child indeed, a thing that was getting well home to her intelligence, and he ignored her altogether after that. Presently she left the barn, through sheer insignificance. "Now you've started him, you'll have to keep on with him, you know," he said to Mrs. Skinner. He turned on her abruptly. "Don't splash it about this time," he said. "Splash it about, sir?" "Oh, you know." She indicated knowledge by convulsive gestures. "You haven't told these people here? The parents, the squire, and so on at the big house, the doctor, no one?" Mrs. Skinner shook her head. "I wouldn't," said Redwood. He went to the door of the barn and surveyed the world about him. The door of the barn looked between the end of the cottage and some disused piggeries through a 5-barred gate upon the highroad. Beyond was a high, red brick wall rich with ivy and wallflower and pennywort, and set along the top with broken glass. Beyond the corner of the wall, a sunlit notice board amidst green and yellow branches reared itself above the rich tones of the first fallen leaves and announced that trespassers in these woods will be prosecuted. The dark shadow of a gap in the hedge threw a stretch of barbed wire into relief. Said Redwood, then in a deeper note, there came a clatter of horses and the sound of wheels, and Lady Wondershoot's greys came into view. He mocked the faces of coachman and footman as the equipage approached. The coachman was a very fine specimen, full and fruity, and he drove with a sort of sacramental dignity. Others might doubt their calling and position in the world, he at any rate was sure. He drove her ladyship. The footman sat beside him with folded arms and a face of inflexible certainties. Then the great lady herself became visible, in a hat and mantle disdainfully inelegant, peering through her glasses. Two young ladies protruded necks and peered also. The vicar passing on the other side swept off the hat from his David's brow unheeded. Redwood remained standing in the doorway for a long time after the carriage had passed, his hands folded behind him. His eyes went to the green, grey upland of down, and into the cloud-curdled sky, and came back to the glass-set wall. He turned upon the cool shadows within, and amidst spots and blurs of color, regarded the giant child amidst that Rembrandtesque gloom, naked except for a swathing of flannel, seated upon a huge truss of straw and playing with its toes. "I begin to see what we have done," he said. He mused, and young Cattle's and his own child and Cossar's brood mingled in his musing. He laughed abruptly. "Good Lord," he said at some passing thought. He roused himself presently and addressed Mrs. Skinner. "Anyhow, he mustn't be tortured by a break in his food. That at least we can prevent. I shall send you a can every 6 months. That ought to do for him all right." Mrs. Skinner mumbled something about, "If you think so, sir," and probably got packed by mistake. Thought no harm in giving him a little, and so by the aid of various aspen gestures indicated that she understood. So the child went on growing, and growing. "Practically," said Lady Wondershoot, "he's eaten up every calf in the place. If I have any more of this sort of thing from that man Cattles. Romans 7, but even so secluded a place, as Cheesing Eyebright could not rest for long in the theory of hypertrophy, contagious or not, in view of the growing hubbub about the food. In a little while there were painful explanations for Mrs. Skinner. Explanations that reduced her to speechless mumblings of her remaining tooth, explanations that probed her and ransacked her and exposed her, until at last she was driven to take refuge from a universal convergence of blame in the dignity of inconsolable widowhood. She turned her eye, which she constrained to be watery, upon the angry lady of the manor, and wiped suds from her hands. "You forget, my lady, what I'm bearing up under." And she followed up this warning note with a slightly defiant, "It's I think of my lady, night and day." She compressed her lips, and her voice flattened and faltered. "Bain et, my lady." And having established herself on these grounds, she repeated the affirmation her ladyship had refused before. "I had no more idea what I was giving the child, my lady, than anyone could ave." Her ladyship turned her mind in more hopeful directions, wigging Cattles of course tremendously by the way. Emissaries, full of diplomatic threatenings, entered the whirling lives of Bensington and Redwood. They presented themselves as parish councillors, stolid and clinging phonographically to prearranged statements. "We hold you responsible, Mr. Bensington, for the injury inflicted upon our parish, sir. We hold you responsible." A firm of solicitors, with a snake of a style, Banghurst, Brown, Flapp, Codlin, Brown, Tedder, and Snoxton, they called themselves, and appeared invariably in the form of a small, rufous, cunning-looking gentleman with a pointed nose, said vague things about damages, and there was a polished personage, her ladyship's agent, who came in suddenly upon Redwood one day and asked, "Well, sir, and what do you propose to do?" To which Redwood answered that he proposed to discontinue supplying the food for the child, if he or Bensington were bothered any further about the matter. "I give it for nothing as it is," he said, "and the child will yell your village to ruins before it dies if you don't let it have the stuff. The child's on your hands, and you have to keep it. Lady Wondershoot can't always be Lady Bountiful and earthly providence of her parish without sometimes meeting a responsibility, you know. The mischief's done," Lady Wondershoot decided when they told her, with expurgations, what Redwood had said. "The mischief's done?" echoed the vicar, though indeed, as a matter of fact, the mischief was only beginning. Roman 2, the brat gigantic, the giant child was ugly, the vicar would insist. He always had been ugly, as all excessive things must be. The vicar's views had carried him out of sight of just judgment in this matter. The child was much subjected to snapshots, even in that rustic retirement, and the net testimony is against the vicar, testifying that the young monster was at first almost pretty, with a copious curl of hair reaching to his brow, and a great readiness to smile. Usually Cattles, who was slightly built, stands smiling behind the baby, perspective emphasizing his relative smallness. After the second year, the good looks of the child became more subtle and more contestable. He began to grow, as his unfortunate grandfather would no doubt have put it, rank. He lost color and developed an increasing effect of being somehow, albeit colossal, yet slight. He was vastly delicate. His eyes and something about his face grew finer, as people say, interesting. His hair, after one cutting, began to tangle into a mat. "It's the degenerate strain coming out in him," said the parish doctor, mocking these things, but just how far he was right in that, and just how far the youngster's lapse from ideal healthfulness was the result of living entirely in a whitewashed barn upon Lady Wondershoot's sense of charity tempered by justice, is open to question. The photographs of him that present him from 3 to 6 show him developing into a round-eyed, flaxen-haired youngster with a truncated nose and a friendly stare. There lurks about his lips that never very remote promise of a smile that all the photographs of the early giant children display. In summer, he wears loose garments of ticking tacked together with string. There is usually one of those straw baskets upon his head that workmen use for their tools, and he is barefooted. In one picture he grins broadly and holds a bitten melon in his hand. The winter pictures are less numerous and satisfactory. He wears huge sabots, no doubt of beechwoods, and as fragments of the inscription, John Stickles, Iping, show, sacks for socks, and his trousers and jacket are unmistakably cut from the remains of a gaily patterned carpet. Underneath that there were rude swathings of flannel. 5 or 6 yards of flannel are tied comforter fashion about his neck. The thing on his head is probably another sack. He stares, sometimes smiling, sometimes a little ruefully, at the camera. Even when he was only 5 years old, one sees that half-whimsical wrinkling over his soft brown eyes that characterized his face. He was from the first, the vicar always declared, a terrible nuisance about the village. He seems to have had a proportionate impulse to play, much curiosity and sociability, and in addition, there was a certain craving within him, I grieve to say, for more to eat. In spite of what Mrs. Greenfield called an excessively generous allowance of food from Lady Wondershoot, he displayed what the doctor perceived at once was the criminal appetite. It carries out only 2 completely Lady Wondershoot's worst experiences of the lower classes, that in spite of an allowance of nourishment inordinately beyond what is known to be the maximum necessity, even of an adult human being, the creature was found to steal. And what he stole he ate with an inelegant voracity. His great hand would come over garden walls. He would covet the very bread in the baker's carts. Cheeses went from Marlowe's stall loft, and never a pig trough was safe from him. Some farmer walking over his field of Swedes would find the great spoor of his feet and the evidence of his nibbling hunger. A root picked here, a root picked there, and the holes, with childish cunning, heavily erased. He ate a Swede as one devours a radish. He would stand and eat apples from a tree, if no one was about, as normal children eat blackberries from a bush. In one way, at any rate, this shortness of provisions was good for the piece of cheesing eyebright. For many years, he ate up every grain, very nearly, of the food of the gods that was given him. Indisputably, the child was troublesome and out of place. He was always about. The vicar used to say, he could not go to school, he could not go to church by virtue of the obvious limitations of its cubical content. There was some attempt to satisfy the spirit of that most foolish and destructive law. I quote the vicar, the Elementary Education Act of 1870, by getting him to sit outside the open window while instruction was going on within. But his presence there destroyed the discipline of the other children. They were always popping up and peering at him, and every time he spoke they laughed together. His voice was so odd, so they let him stay away. Nor did they persist in pressing him to come to church, for his vast proportions were of little help to devotion. Yet there they might have had an easier task. There are good reasons for guessing there were the germs of religious feeling somewhere in that big carcase. The music perhaps drew him. He was often in the churchyard on a Sunday morning, picking his way softly among the graves after the congregation had gone in, and he would sit the whole service out beside the porch, listening as one listens outside a hive of bees. At first he showed a certain want of tact. The people inside would hear his great feet crunch restlessly round their place of worship, all become aware of his dim face peering in through the stained glass, half curious, half envious, and at times some simple hymn would catch him unawares, and he would howl lugubriously in a gigantic attempt at unison. Whereupon little Sloppet, who was organ-blower and verger and beadle and sexton and bell-ringer on Sundays, besides being postman and chimney-sweep all the week, would go out very briskly and valiantly and send him mournfully away. Sloppet, I am glad to say, felt it in his more thoughtful moments at any rate. It was like sending a dog home when you start out for a walk, he told me. But the intellectual and moral training of young cattles, though fragmentary, was explicit. From the first, Vika, mother, and all the world, combined to make it clear to him that his giant strength was not for use. It was a misfortune that he had to make the best of. He had to mind what was told him, do what was set him, be careful never to break anything nor hurt anything. Particularly, he must not go treading on things, or jostling against things, or jumping about. He had to salute the gentlefolks respectful, and be grateful for the food and clothing they spared him out of their riches. And he learnt all these things submissively, being by nature and habit a teachable creature, and only by food and accident gigantic. For Lady Wondershoot, in these early days, he displayed the profoundest awe. She found she could talk to him best when she was in short skirts and had her dog whip, and she gesticulated with that, and was always a little contemptuous and shrill. But sometimes the Vika played master, a minute, middle-aged, rather breathless David pelting a childish Goliath with reproof and reproach and dictatorial command. The monster was now so big that it seems it was impossible for anyone to remember he was after all only a child of 7, with all a child's desire for notice and amusement and fresh experience, with all a child's craving for response, attention and affection, and all a child's capacity for dependence and unrestricted dullness and misery. The Vika, walking down the village road some sunlit morning, would encounter an ungainly 18 feet of the inexplicable, as fantastic and unpleasant to him as some new form of descent, as it padded fitfully along with craning neck, always seeking the two primary needs of childhood, something to eat and something with which to play. There would come a look of furtive respect into the creature's eyes, and an attempt to touch the matted forelock. In a limited way, the Vika had an imagination, at any rate, the remains of one, and with young cattles it took the line of developing the huge possibilities of personal injury such vast muscles must possess. Suppose a sudden madness? Suppose a mere lapse into disrespect? However, the truly brave man is not the man who does not feel fear, but the man who overcomes it. Every time and always, the Vika got his imagination under, and he used always to address young cattles stoutly in a good clear service tenor. Being a good boy, Albert Edward? And the young giant, edging closer to the wall and blushing deeply, would answer, "Yes, sir," trying. "Mind you do," said the Vika, and would go past him with at most a slight acceleration of his breathing. And out of respect for his manhood, he made it a rule, whatever he might fancy, never to look back at the danger, when once it was past. In a fitful manner, the Vika would give young cattles private tuition. He never taught the monster to read, it was not needed, but he taught him the more important points of the catechism, his duty to his neighbor, for example, and of that deity who would punish cattles with extreme vindictiveness if ever he ventured to disobey the Vika and Lady Wondershoot. The lessons would go on in the Vika's yard, and passers-by would hear that great cranky childish voice droning out the essential teachings of the established church. To honor Nbe, the king and Alua put authority under him. To esmit myself, all my governors, teachers, spiritual pastors and masters. To order myself lowly and reverently all my betters. Presently it became evident that the effect of the growing giant on unaccustomed horses was like that of a camel, and he was told to keep off the highroad, not only near the shrubbery, where the oafish smile over the wall had exasperated her ladyship extremely, but altogether. That law he never completely obeyed, because of the vast interest the highroad had for him, but it turned what had been his constant resort into a stolen pleasure. He was limited at last almost entirely to old pasture and the downs. I do not know what he would have done if it had not been for the downs. There were spaces where he might wander for miles, and over these spaces he wandered. He would pick branches from trees and make insane vast nosegays there, until he was forbidden, take up sheep and put them in neat rows, from which they immediately wandered. At this he invariably laughed very heartily, until he was forbidden, dig away the turf, great wanton holes, until he was forbidden. He would wander over the downs as far as the hill above Rexstone, but not farther, because there he came upon cultivated land, and the people, by reason of his depredations upon their root crops, and inspired moreover by a sort of hostile timidity his big, unkempt appearance frequently evoked, always came out against him with yapping dogs to drive him away. They would threaten him and lash at him with cart whips. I have heard that they would sometimes fire at him with shotguns, and in the other direction he ranged within sight of Hicklebrow. From above Thursley Hanger he could get a glimpse of the London, Chatham, and Dover Railway, but ploughed fields and a suspicious hamlet prevented his nearer access, And after a time there came bods, great bods with red letters that barred him in every direction. He could not read what the letters said. Out of bounds, but in a little while he understood. He was often to be seen in those days, by the railway passengers, sitting, chin on knees, perched up on the down hard by the thirstly chalk pits, where afterwards he was set working. The train seemed to inspire a dim emotion of friendliness in him, and sometimes he would wave an enormous hand at it, and sometimes give it a rustic, incoherent hail. Big, the peering passenger would say. One of these boom children, they say, sir, quite unable to do anything for itself, little better than an idiot in fact, and a great burden on the locality. Parents quite poor, I'm told. Lives on the charity of the local gentry. Everyone would stare intelligently at that distant squatting monstrous figure for a space. Good thing that was put a stop to, some spacious thinking mind would suggest. Nice to ave a few thousand of them on the rates, eh? And usually there was someone wise enough to tell this philosopher, "You're about right there, sir," in haughty tones. Roman too, he had his bad days. There was, for example, that trouble with the river. He made little boats out of whole newspapers, an art he learnt by watching the Spender boy, and he set them sailing down the stream, great paper cocked hats. When they vanished under the bridge, which marks the boundary of the strictly private grounds about Eyebright House, he would give a great shout and run round and across Tomet's new field, laud. How Tomet's pigs did scamper, to be sure, and turn their good fat into lean muscle. And so to meet his boats by the Ford, right across the nearer lawns these paper boats of his used to go, right in front of Eyebright House, right under Lady Wondershoot's eyes, disorganizing folded newspapers. A pretty thing? Gathering enterprise from impunity, he began babyish hydraulic engineering. He delved a huge pot for his paper fleets with an old shed daw that served him as a spade, and no one chancing to observe his operations just then, he devised an ingenious canal that incidentally flooded Lady Wondershoot's ice house, and finally he dammed the river. He dammed it right across with a few vigorous dawfuls of earth. He must have worked like an avalanche. And down came a most amazing spate through the shrubbery, and washed away Miss Spinks and her easel, and the most promising watercolor sketch she had ever begun. At any rate, it washed away her easel and left her wet to the knees, and dismally tucked up in flight to the house. And thence the waters rushed through the kitchen garden, and so by the green door into the lane and down into the riverbed again, by Shot's ditch. Meanwhile, the vicar, interrupted in conversation with the blacksmith, was amazed to see distressful stranded fish leaping out of a few residual pools, and heaped green weed in the bed of the stream, where 10 minutes before there had been 8 feet and more of clear, cool water. After that, horrified at his own consequences, young Cattles fled his home for 2 days and nights. He returned only at the insistent call of hunger, to bear with stoical calm an amount of violent scolding that was more in proportion to his size than anything else that had ever before fallen to his lot in the happy village. Roman 3, immediately after that affair Lady Wondershoot, casting about for exemplary additions to the abuse and fastings she had inflicted, issued a ukase. She issued it first to her butler, and very suddenly, so that she made him jump. He was clearing away the breakfast things, and she was staring out of the tall window on the terrace where the fawns would come to be fed. "Jobbet," she said, in her most imperial voice, "Jobbet, this thing must work for its living." And she made it quite clear not only to Jobbet, which was easy, but to everyone else in the village, including young Cattles, that in this matter, as in all things, she meant what she said. "Keep him employed," said Lady Wondershoot. "That's the tip for Master Cattles." "It's the tip, I fancy, for all humanity," said the vicar. "The simple duties, the modest round seed time and harvest." "Exactly," said Lady Wondershoot. "What I always say. Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do, at any rate among the laboring classes. We bring up our under housemaids on that principle, always. What shall we set him to do?" That was a little difficult. They thought of many things, and meanwhile they broke him into labor a bit, by using him, instead of a hoss messenger, to carry telegrams and notes when extra speed was needed. And he also carried luggage and packing cases, and things of that sort very conveniently in a big net they found for him. He seemed to like employment, regarding it as a sort of game, and Kinkle, Lady Wondershoot's agent, seeing him shift a rockery for her one day, was struck by the brilliant idea of putting him into her chalk quarry at Thursley Hanger, hard by Hicklebrow. This idea was carried out, and it seemed they had settled his problem. He worked in the chalk pit, at first with the zest of a playing child, and afterwards with an effective habit, delving, loading, doing all the haulage of the trucks, running the full ones down the lines towards the siding, and hauling the empty ones up by the wire of a great windlass, working the entire quarry at last single-handed. I am told that Kinkle made a very good thing indeed out of him for Lady Wondershoot, consuming as he did scarcely anything but his food, though that never restrained her denunciation of the creature as a gigantic parasite upon her charity. At that time, he used to wear a sort of smock of sacking, trousers of patched leather, and iron-shod sabots. Over his head was sometimes a queer thing, a worn-out beehive straw chair it was, but usually he went bareheaded. He would be moving about the pit with a powerful deliberation, and the vicar on his constitutional round would get there about midday to find him shamefully eating his vast need of food with his back to all the world. His food was brought to him every day, a mess of grain in the husk, in a truck, a small railway truck. Like one of the trucks he was perpetually filling with chalk, and this load he used to char in an old limekiln and then devour. Sometimes he would mix with it a bag of sugar. Sometimes he would sit licking a lump of such salt as is given to cows, or eating a huge lump of dates, stones and all, such as one sees in London on barrows. For drink, he walked to the rivulet beyond the burnt-out site of the experimental farm at Hicklebrow, and put down his face to the stream. It was from his drinking in that way, after eating, that the food of the gods did at last get loose, spreading first of all in huge weeds from the riverside, then in big frogs, bigger trout and stranding carp, and at last in a fantastic exuberance of vegetation all over the little valley. And after a year or so, the queer monstrous grub things in the field before the blacksmiths grew so big and developed into such frightful skipjacks and cockchafers. Motor cockchafers the boys called them, that they drove Lady Wondershoot abroad. Roman faw, but soon the food was to enter upon a new phase of its work in him. In spite of the simple instructions of the vicar, instructions intended to round off the modest natural life befitting a giant peasant in the most complete and final manner, he began to ask questions, to inquire into things, to think. As he grew from boyhood to adolescence, it became increasingly evident that his mind had processes of its own, out of the vicar's control. The vicar did his best to ignore this distressing phenomenon, but still, he could feel it there. The young giant's material for thought lay about him. Quite involuntarily, with his spacious views, his constant overlooking of things, he must have seen a good deal of human life, and as it grew clearer to him that he too, save for this clumsy greatness of his, was also human, he must have come to realize more and more just how much was shut against him by his melancholy distinction. The sociable hum of the school, the mystery of religion that was partaken in such finery, and which exhaled so sweet a strain of melody, the jovial chorusing from the inn, the warmly glowing rooms, candle-lit and fire-lit, into which he peered out of the darkness, or again, the shouting excitement, the vigor of flannelled exercise upon some imperfectly understood issue that scented about the cricket field. All these things must have cried aloud to his companionable heart. It would seem that as his adolescence crept upon him, he began to take a very considerable interest in the proceedings of lovers, in those preferences and pairings, those close intimacies that are so cardinal in life. One Sunday, just about that hour when the stars and the bats and the passions of rural life come out, there chanced to be a young couple kissing each other a bit in Love Lane, the deep-hedged lane that runs out back towards the upper lodge. They were giving their little emotions play, as secure in the warm still twilight as any lovers could be. The only conceivable interruption they thought possible must come pacing visibly up the lane. The 12-foot hedge towards the silent downs seemed to them an absolute guarantee. Then suddenly, incredibly, they were lifted and drawn apart. They discovered themselves held up, each with a finger and thumb under the armpits, and with the perplexed brown eyes of young cattles scanning their warm, flushed faces. They were naturally dumb with the emotions of their situation. "Why do you like doing that?" asked young Cattles. I gather the embarrassment continued until the swain, remembering his manhood, vehemently, with loud shouts, threats, and virile blasphemies, such as became the occasion, bade young Cattles under penalties put them down. Whereupon young Cattles, remembering his manners, did put them down politely and very carefully, and conveniently near for a resumption of their embraces, and having hesitated above them for a while, vanished again into the twilight. But I felt precious silly. The swain confided to me. We couldn't oddly look at one another, Bane caught like that. Kissing we was, you know. And the cur'ous thing is, she blamed it all on to me, said the swain. Flew out something outrageous and wouldn't oddly speak to me all the way home. The giant was embarking upon investigations, there could be no doubt. His mind, it became manifest, was throwing up questions. He put them to few people as yet, but they troubled him. His mother, one gathers, sometimes came in for cross-examination. He used to come into the yard behind his mother's cottage, and after a careful inspection of the ground for hens and chicks, he would sit down slowly with his back against the barn. In a minute the chicks, who liked him, would be pecking all over him at the mossy chalk mud in the seams of his clothing, and if it was blowing up for wet, Mrs. Cattle's kitten, who never lost her confidence in him, would assume a sinuous form and start scampering into the cottage, up to the kitchen fender, round out, up his leg, up his body, right up to his shoulder, meditative moment, and then scat. Back again, and so on. Sometimes she would stick her claws in his face out of sheer gaiety of heart, but he never dared to touch her because of the uncertain weight of his hand upon a creature so frail. Besides, he rather liked to be tickled, and after a time he would put some clumsy questions to his mother. "Mother," he would say, "if it's good to work, why doesn't everyone work?" His mother would look up at him and answer, "It's good for the likes of us." He would meditate, "Why?" And going unanswered, "What's work for, mother? Why do I cut chalk and you wash clothes day after day, while Lady Wondershoot goes about in her carriage, mother, and travels off to those beautiful foreign countries you and I mustn't see, mother?" "She's a lady," said Mrs. Cattles. "Oh," said young Cattles, and meditated profoundly. "If there wasn't gentlefolks to make work for us to do," said Mrs. Cattles, "how should we poor people get a living?" This had to be digested. "Mother," he tried again, "if there wasn't any gentlefolks, wouldn't things belong to people like me and you, and if they did, Lord sakes and drat the boy?" Mrs. Cattles would say, she had with the help of a good memory become quite a florid and vigorous individuality since Mrs. Skinner died. "Since your poor dear grandma was took, there's no abiding you. Don't you ask no questions and you won't be told no lies. If once I was to start out answering you serious, you're off Father d'Ave to go and ask someone else for his supper, let alone finishing the washin'." "All right, mother," he would say, after a wondering stare at her. "I didn't mean to worry." And he would go on thinking. He was thinking 2 4 years after, when the vicar, now no longer ripe but overripe, saw him for the last time of all. You figure the old gentleman visibly a little older now, slacker in his girth, a little cosened and a little weakened in his thought and speech, with a quivering shakiness in his hand and a quivering shakiness in his convictions, but his eyes still bright and merry, for all the trouble the food had caused his village and himself. He had been frightened at times and disturbed, but was he not alive still and the same still? And 15 long years, a fair sample of eternity, had turned the trouble into use and want. "It was a disturbance, I admit," he would say, "and things are different in many ways. There was a time when a boy could weed, but now a man must go out with axe and crowbar, in some places down by the thickets at least. And it's a little strange still to us old-fashioned people for all this valley, even what used to be the river bed before they irrigated, to be under wheat, as it is this year, 25 feet high. They used the old-fashioned scythe here 20 years ago, and they would bring home the harvest on a wain, rejoicing, in a simple, honest fashion. A little simple drunkenness, a little frank love-making, to conclude, poor dear Lady Wondershoot, she didn't like these innovations. Very conservative, poor dear lady. A touch of the 18th century about her, I always said. Her language, for example, bluff vigor. She died comparatively poor. These big weeds got into her garden. She was not one of these gardening women, but she liked her garden in order, things growing where they were planted and as they were planted, under control. The way things grew was unexpected, upset her ideas. She didn't like the perpetual invasion of this young monster. At last she began to fancy he was always gaping at her over her wall. She didn't like his being nearly as high as her house, jawed with her sense of proportion. Poor dear lady? I had hoped she would last my time. It was the big cockchafers we had for a year or so that decided her. They came from the giant larvae, nasty things as big as rats, in the valley turf, and the aunts no doubt weighed with her also. Since everything was upset and there was no peace and quietness anywhere now, she said she thought she might just as well be at Monte Carlo as anywhere else. And she went. She played pretty boldly, I'm told. Died in a hotel there. Very sad end, exile, not what one considers meet, a natural letter of our English people, uprooted. So yet after all, hopped the vicar, it comes to very little. A nuisance of course. Children cannot run about so freely as they used to do, what with aunt bites and so forth. Perhaps it's as well there used to be talk, as though this stuff would revolutionize everything, but there is something that defies all these fosses of the new, I don't know of course. I'm not one of your modern philosophers. Explain everything with ether and atoms, evolution, rubbish like that. What I mean is something the ologies don't include, matter of reason, not understanding, ripe wisdom, human nature, air perennius, call it what you will. And so at last it came to the last time. The vicar had no intimation of what lay so close upon him. He did his customary walk over by Farthing Down, as he had done it for more than a score of years, and so to the place whence he would watch young cattles. He did the rise over by the chalk pit crest a little puffily. He had long since lost the muscular Christian stride of early days, but Cattles was not at his work, and then, as he skirted the thicket of giant bracken that was beginning to obscure and overshadow the hanger, he came upon the monster's huge form seated on the hill, brooding as it were upon the world. Cattle's knees were drawn up, his cheek was on his hand, his head a little aslant. He sat with his shoulder towards the vicar, so that those perplexed eyes could not be seen. He must have been thinking very intently. At any rate, he was sitting very still. He never turned round. He never knew that the vicar, who had played so large a part in shaping his life, looked then at him for the very last of innumerable times, did not know even that he was there. So it is so many partings happen. The vicar was struck at the time by the fact that, after all, no one on earth had the slightest idea of what this great monster thought about when he saw fit to rest from his labors. But he was too indolent to follow up that new theme that day. He fell back from its suggestion into his older grooves of thought. "Air perennius?" he whispered, walking slowly homeward by a path that no longer ran straight athwart the turf after its former fashion, but wound circuitously to avoid new-sprung tussocks of giant grass. No, nothing is changed, dimensions are nothing. The simple round, the common way, and that night, quite painlessly and all unknowing, he himself went the common way. Out of this mystery of change he had spent his life in denying. They buried him in the churchyard of Cheesing Eyebright, near to the largest yew, and the modest tombstone bearing his epitaph. It ended with, "Ut in principio, nunc est et semper," was almost immediately hidden from the eye of man by a spread of giant, grey-tasseled grass too stout for scythe or sheep, that came sweeping like a fog over the village, out of the germinating moisture of the valley meadows, in which the food of the gods had been working. The altered world I change played in its new fashion with the world, for 20 years. To most men, the new things came little by little and day by day, remarkably enough, but not so abruptly as to overwhelm. But to one man at least the full accumulation of those 2 decades of the food's work was to be revealed suddenly and amazingly in one day. For our purpose, it is convenient to take him for that one day, and to tell something of the things he saw. This man was a convict, a prisoner for life. His crime is no concern of ours, whom the law saw fit to pardon after 20 years. One summer morning this poor wretch, who had left the world a young man of 23, found himself thrust out again from the grey simplicity of toil and discipline that had become his life into a dazzling freedom. They had put unaccustomed clothes upon him. His hair had been growing for some weeks, and he had parted it now for some days, and there he stood, in a sort of shabby and clumsy newness of body and mind, blinking with his eyes and blinking indeed with his soul, outside again, trying to realize one incredible thing, that after all, he was again for a little while in the world of life, and for all other incredible things, totally unprepared. He was so fortunate as to have a brother who cared enough for their distant common memories to come and meet him and clasp his hand, a brother he had left a little lad, and who was now a bearded, prosperous man, whose very eyes were unfamiliar. And together, he and this stranger from his kindred came down into the town of Dover, saying little to one another, and feeling many things. They sat for a space in a public house, the one answering the questions of the other about this person and that, reviving queer old points of view, brushing aside endless new aspects and new perspectives, and then it was time to go to the station and take the London train. Their names and the personal things they had to talk of do not matter to our story, but only the changes and all the strangeness that this poor returning soul found in the once familiar world. In Dover itself, he remarked little except the goodness of beer from Pewter. Never before had there been such a draught of beer, and it brought tears of gratitude to his eyes. "Beer's as good as ever," said he, believing it infinitely better. It was only as the train rattled them past Folkestone that he could look out beyond his more immediate emotions to see what had happened to the world. He peered out of the window. "It's sunny," he said for the 12th time. "I couldn't hide better weather." And then for the first time it dawned upon him that there were novel disproportions in the world. "Lord sakes," he cried, sitting up and looking animated for the first time, "but them's mottle great thistles growing out there on the bank by that broom. If so be they be thistles, ave I been forgetting." But they were thistles, and what he took for tall bushes of broom was the new grass, and amidst these things a company of British soldiers, red-coated as ever, was skirmishing in accordance with the directions of the drill book that had been partially revised after the Boer War. Then whack, into a tunnel, and then into Sandling Junction, which was now embedded and dark. Its lamps were all alight, in a great thicket of rhododendron that had crept out of some adjacent gardens and grown enormously up the valley. There was a train of trucks on the Sandgate siding piled high with rhododendron logs, and here it was the returning citizen heard first of Boomfood. As they sped out into a country again that seemed absolutely unchanged, the two brothers were hard at their explanations. The one was full of eager, dull questions, the other had never thought, had never troubled to see the thing as a single fact, and he was elusive and difficult to follow. "It's this here Boomfood stuff," he said, touching his bottom rock of knowledge. "Don't you know? Haven't they told you, any of 'em? Boomfood, you know, Boomfood, what all the election's about, scientific sort of stuff. Hasn't no one ever told you?" He thought prison had made his brother a fearful duffer not to know that. They made wide shots at each other by way of question and answer. Between these scraps of talk were intervals of window gazing. At first the man's interest in things was vague and general. His imagination had been busy with what old so-and-so would say, how so-and-so would look, how he would say to all and sundry certain things that would present his putting away in a mitigated light. This Boomfood came in at first as it were a thing in an odd paragraph of the newspapers, then as a source of intellectual difficulty with his brother. But it came to him presently that Boomfood was persistently coming in upon any topic he began. In those days the world was a patchwork of transition, so that this great new fact came to him in a series of shocks of contrast. The process of change had not been uniform. It had spread from one center of distribution here and another center there. The country was in patches, great areas where the food was still to come, and areas where it was already in the soil and in the air, sporadic and contagious. It was a bold new motif creeping in among ancient and venerable airs. The contrast was very vivid indeed along the line from Dover to London at that time. For a space they traversed just such a countryside as he had known since his childhood, the small oblongs of field, hedge-lined, of a size for pygmy horses to plough, the little roads 3 cot widths wide, the elms and oaks and poplars dotting these fields about, little thickets of willow beside the streams, ricks of hay no higher than a giant's knees, dolls' cottages with diamond panes, brickfields, and straggling village streets, the larger houses of the petty great, flower-grown railway banks, garden-set stations, and all the little things of the vanished 19th century still holding out against immensity. Here and there would be a patch of wind-sown, wind-tatted giant thistle defying the axe. Here and there a 10-foot puffball, or the ashen stems of some burnt-out patch of monster grass. But that was all there was to hint at the coming of the food. For a couple of score of miles, there was nothing else to foreshadow in any way the strange bigness of the wheat and of the weeds that were hidden from him not a dozen miles from his route, just over the hills in the Cheesing Eyebright Valley. And then presently the traces of the food would begin. The first striking thing was the great new viaduct at Tonbridge, where the swamp of the choked Medway, due to a giant variety of chara, began in those days. Then again the little country, and then, as the petty multitudinous immensity of London spread out under its haze, the traces of man's fight to keep out greatness became abundant and incessant. In that southeastern region of London at that time, and all about where Cossar and his children lived, the food had become mysteriously insurgent at 100 points. The little life went on amidst daily potents that only the deliberation of their increase, the slow parallel growth of usage to their presence, had robbed of their warning. But this returning citizen peered out to see for the first time the facts of the food's strange and predominant, scarred and blackened areas, big unsightly defenses and preparations, barracks and arsenals that this subtle, persistent influence had forced into the life of men. Here, on an amplest scale, the experience of the first experimental farm had been repeated time and again. It had been in the inferior and accidental things of life, underfoot and in waste places, irregularly and irrelevantly, that the coming of a new foss and new issues had first declared itself. There were great evil-smelling yards and enclosures where some invincible jungle of weed furnished fuel for gigantic machinery. Little cockneys came to stare at its clangorous oiliness and tipped the men a sixpence. There were roads and tracks for big motors and vehicles. Roads made of the interwoven fibers of hypertrophied hemp. There were towers containing steam sirens that could yell at once and warn the world against any new insurgents of vermin. Ah, what was queerer? Venerable church towers conspicuously fitted with a mechanical scream. There were little red-painted refuge huts and garrison shelters, each with its 300-yard rifle range, where the riflemen practiced daily with soft-nosed ammunition at targets in the shape of monstrous rats. 6 times since the day of the Skinners, there had been outbreaks of giant rats, each time from the southwest London sewers, and now they were as much an accepted fact there as tigers in the Delta by Calcutta. The man's brother had bought a paper in a heedless sort of way at Sandling, and at last this chanced to catch the eye of the released man. He opened the unfamiliar sheets. They seemed to him to be smaller, more numerous, and different in type from the papers of the times before, and he found himself confronted with innumerable pictures about things so strange as to be uninteresting, and with tall columns of printed matter whose headings, for the most part, were as unmeaning as though they had been written in a foreign tongue. Great speech by Mr. Caterham, the Boom Food Laws. "Who's this here Caterham?" he asked in an attempt to make conversation. "He's all right," said his brother. "Ah, sort of politician, eh? Going to turn out the government. Jolly well time he did." "Ah," he reflected. "I suppose all the lot I used to know, Chamberlain, Rosebery, all that lot, what?" His brother had grasped his wrist and pointed out of the window. "That's the Cossars." The eyes of the released prisoner followed the finger's direction and saw, "My God!" he cried, for the first time really overcome with amazement. The paper dropped into final forgottenness between his feet. Through the trees he could see very distinctly, standing in an easy attitude, the legs wide apart and the hand grasping a ball as if about to throw it, a gigantic human figure, a good 40 feet high. The figure glittered in the sunlight, clad in a suit of woven white metal and belted with a broad belt of steel. For a moment, it focused all attention, and then the eye was rested to another more distant giant who stood prepared to catch, and it became apparent that the whole area of that great bay in the hills, just north of Sevenoaks, had been scarred to gigantic ends. A hugely banked entrenchment overhung the chalk pit, in which stood the house, a monstrous squat Egyptian shape that Kossa had built for his sons when the giant nursery had served its turn, and behind was a great dark shed that might have covered a cathedral, in which a spluttering incandescence came and went, and from out of which came a titanic hammering to beat upon the ear. Then the attention leapt back to the giant, as the great ball of iron-bound timber sawed up out of his hand. The 2 men stood up and stared. The ball seemed as big as a cask. "Caught!" cried the man from prison, as a tree blotted out the thrower. The train looked on these things only for the fraction of a minute and then passed behind trees into the Chislehurst tunnel. "My God!" said the man from prison again, as the darkness closed about them. "Why, that chap was as ig as a ooze." "That's them young Cossars," said his brother, jerking his head elusively. "What all this trouble's about." They emerged again to discover more siren-surmounted towers, more red huts, and then the clustering villas of the outer suburbs. The art of bill-sticking had lost nothing in the interval, and from countless tall hoardings, from house ends, from palings, and 100 such points of vantage came the polychromatic appeals of the great Boom Food election. Caterham, Boom Food, and Jack the Giant Killer again and again and again, and monstrous caricatures and distortions. 100 varieties of misrepresentations of those great and shining figures they had passed so nearly only a few minutes before. Roman 2, it had been the purpose of the younger brother to do a very magnificent thing, to celebrate this return to life by a dinner at some restaurant of indisputable quality, a dinner that should be followed by all that glittering succession of impressions the music halls of those days were so capable of giving. It was a worthy plan to wipe off the more superficial stains of the prison house by this display of free indulgence. But so far as the second item went, the plan was changed. The dinner stood, but there was a desire, already more powerful than the appetite for shows, already more efficient in turning the man's mind away from his grim prepossession with his past than any theatre could be, and that was an enormous curiosity and perplexity about this Boom Food and these Boom children, this new portentous giantry that seemed to dominate the world. "I aven't the 'ang of 'em," he said. They disturb me. His brother had that fineness of mind that can even set aside a contemplated hospitality. It's your evening, dear old boy, he said. We'll try to get into the mass meeting at the People's Palace. And at last the man from prison had the luck to find himself wedged into a packed multitude and staring from afar at a little brightly lit platform under an organ and a gallery. The organist had been playing something that had set boots tramping as the people swarmed in, but that was over now. Hardly had the man from prison settled into place and done his quarrel with an importunate stranger who elbowed, before Caterham came. He walked out of a shadow towards the middle of the platform, the most insignificant little pygmy, away there in the distance, a little black figure with a pink dab for a face. In profile, one saw his quite distinctive aquiline nose, a little figure that trailed after it most inexplicably. A cheer. A cheer it was that began away there and grew and spread. A little spluttering of voices about the platform at first that suddenly leapt up into a flame of sound and swept athwart the whole mass of humanity within the building and without. How they cheered! Hooray! Hooray! No one in all those myriads cheered like the man from prison. The tears poured down his face, and he only stopped cheering at last because the thing had choked him. You must have been in prison as long as he before you can understand, or even begin to understand, what it means to a man to let his lungs go in a crowd. But for all that, he did not even pretend to himself that he knew what all this emotion was about. Hooray! Oh God! Hooray! And then a sort of silence. Caterham had subsided to a conspicuous patience, and subordinate and inaudible persons were saying and doing formal and insignificant things. It was like hearing voices through the noise of leaves in spring. Wawa wawa. What did it matter? People in the audience talked to one another. Wawa wawa wawa, the thing went on. Would that grey-headed duffer never have done? Interrupting? Of course they were interrupting. Wah, 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 wah. But shall we hear Caterham any better? Meanwhile, at any rate, there was Caterham to stare at, and one could stand and study the distant prospect of the great man's features. He was easy to draw, was this man, and already the world had him to study at leisure on lamp chimneys and children's plates, on anti-boom food medals and anti-boom food flags, on the selvages of Caterham silks and cottons, and in the linings of good old English Caterham hats. He pervades all the caricature of that time. One sees him as a sailor standing to an old-fashioned gun, a pot fire labeled New Boom Food Laws in his hand, while in the sea wallows that huge, ugly, threatening monster, Boom Food. All he is Capopi in armor, St. George's cross on shield and helm, and a cowardly Titanic Caliban sitting amidst desecrations at the mouth of a horrid cave declines his gauntlet of the new Boom Food regulations. All he comes flying down as Perseus and rescues a chained and beautiful Andromeda, labeled distinctly about her belt as civilization, from a wallowing waste of sea monster bearing upon its various necks and claws irreligion, trampling egotism, mechanism, monstrosity, and the like. But it was as Jack the Giant Killer that the popular imagination considered Caterham most correctly cast, and it was in the vein of a Jack the Giant Killer poster that the man from prison enlarged that distant miniature. The wawa wawa came abruptly to an end. He's done. He's sitting down. Yes, no, yes, it's Caterham. Caterham? Caterham? And then came the cheers. It takes a multitude to make such a stillness as followed that disorder of cheering. A man alone in a wilderness. It's stillness of a sort, no doubt, but he hears himself breathe, he hears himself move, he hears all sorts of things. Here the voice of Caterham was the one single thing heard, a thing very bright and clear, like a little light burning in a black velvet recess. Here indeed, one heard him as though he spoke at one's elbow. It was stupendously effective to the man from prison, that gesticulating little figure in a halo of light, in a halo of rich and swaying sounds. Behind it, partially effaced as it were, sat its supporters on the platform, and in the foreground was a wide perspective of innumerable backs and profiles, of vast, multitudinous attention. That little figure seemed to have absorbed the substance from them all. Caterham spoke of our ancient institutions. Ear, roared the crowd. Ear, said the man from prison. He spoke of our ancient spirit of order and justice. Ear, roared the crowd. Ear, cried the man from prison, deeply moved. He spoke of the wisdom of our forefathers, of the slow growth of venerable institutions, of moral and social traditions, that fitted our English national characteristics as the skin fits the hand. Ear, groaned the man from prison, with tears of excitement on his cheeks. And now all these things were to go into the melting pot. Yes, into the melting pot, because 3 men in London 20 years ago had seen fit to mix something indescribable in a bottle. All the order and sanctity of things, cries of, no, no? Well, if it was not to be so, they must exert themselves, they must say goodbye to hesitation. Here there came a gust of cheering. They must say goodbye to hesitation and half measures. We have heard, gentlemen, cried Caterham, of nettles that become giant nettles. At first they are no more than other nettles, little plants that a firm hand may grasp and wrench away, but if you leave them, they grow with such a power of poisonous expansion that at last you must needs have axe and rope, you must needs have danger to life and limb, you must needs have toil and distress. Men may be killed in their felling. There came a stir and interruption, and then the man from prison heard Caterham's voice again, ringing clear and strong. Learn about Boomfood from Boomfood itself and, he paused, grasp your nettle before it is too late. He stopped and stood wiping his lips. A crystal? Cried someone, a crystal? And then came that same strange swift growth to thunderous tumult, until the whole world seemed cheering. The man from prison came out of the hall at last, marvelously stirred, and with that in his face that mocks those who have seen a vision. He knew, everyone knew, his ideas were no longer vague. He had come back to a world in crisis, to the immediate decision of a stupendous issue. He must play his part in the great conflict like a man, like a free, responsible man. The antagonism presented itself as a picture. On the one hand, those easy gigantic mail-clad figures of the morning. One saw them now in a different light. On the other, this little black-clad gesticulating creature under the limelight, that pygmy thing with its odded flow of melodious persuasion, its little, marvelously penetrating voice. John Caterham, Jack the Giant Killer. They must all unite to grasp the nettle before it was too late. Roman 3, the tallest and strongest and most regarded of all the children of the food, were the 3 sons of Cossa. The mile or so of land near Sevenoaks in which their boyhood passed became so trenched, so dug out and twisted about, so covered with sheds and huge working models and all the play of their developing powers, it was like no other place on earth, and long since it had become too little for the things they sought to do. The eldest son was a mighty schemer of wheeled engines. He had made himself a sort of giant bicycle that no road in the world had room for, no bridge could bear. There it stood, a great thing of wheels and engines, capable of 250 miles an hour, useless save that now and then he would mount it and fling himself backwards and forwards across that cumbered workyard. He had meant to go around the little world with it. He had made it with that intention, while he was still no more than a dreaming boy. Now its spokes were rusted deep red like wounds, wherever the enamel had been chipped away. You must make a road for it first, Sonny, Cossa had said, before you can do that. So one morning about dawn the young giant and his brothers had set to work to make a road about the world. They seemed to have had an inkling of opposition impending, and they had worked with remarkable vigor. The world had discovered them soon enough, driving that road as straight as a flight of a bullet towards the English Channel, already some miles of it leveled and made and stamped hard. They had been stopped before midday by a vast crowd of excited people, owners of land, land agents, local authorities, lawyers, policemen, soldiers even. We're making a road, the biggest boy had explained. Make a road by all means, said the leading lawyer on the ground, but please respect the rights of other people. You have already infringed the private rights of 27 private proprietors, let alone the special privileges and property of an urban district board, 9 parish councils, a county council, 2 gasworks, and a railway company. Goodney, said the elder boy Cossa, you will have to stop it. But don't you want a nice straight road in the place of all these rotten rutty little lanes? I won't say it wouldn't be advantageous, but it isn't to be done, said the eldest Cossa boy, picking up his tools. Not in this way, said the lawyer, certainly. How is it to be done? The leading lawyer's answer had been complicated and vague. Cossa had come down to see the mischief his children had done, and reproved them severely and laughed enormously, and seemed to be extremely happy over the affair. You boys must wait a bit, he shouted up to them, before you can do things like that. The lawyer told us we must begin by preparing a scheme and getting special powers and all sorts of rot. Said it would take us years. We'll have a scheme before long, little boy, cried Cossa, hands to his mouth as he shouted. Never fear. For a bit you'd better play about and make models of the things you want to do. They did as he told them like obedient sons, but for all that the Cossa lads brooded a little. It's all very well, said the second to the first, but I don't always want just to play about and plan. I want to do something real, you know. We didn't come into this world so strong as we are, just to play about in this messy little bit of ground, and take little walks and keep out of the towns, for by that time they were forbidden all boroughs and urban districts. Doing nothing's just wicked. Can't we find out something the little people want done and do it for them, just for the fun of doing it? Lots of them haven't houses fit to live in, said the second boy. Let's go and build 'em a house close up to London, that will hold heaps and heaps of them and be ever so comfortable and nice, and let's make 'em a nice little road to where they all go and do business. Nice straight little road, and make it all as nice. We'll make it all so clean and pretty that they won't any of them be able to live grubby and beastly like most of them do now. Water enough for them to wash with, we'll have. They're so dirty now that 9 out of 10 of their houses haven't even baths in them, the filthy little skunks. The ones that have baths spit insults at the ones that haven't, instead of helping them to get them, and call 'em the great unwashed, We'll alter all that, and we'll make electricity light and cook and clean up for them and all. Fancy? They make their women who are going to be mothers, crawl about and scrub floors. We could make it all beautifully. We could bank up a valley in that range of hills over there and make a nice reservoir, and we could make a big place here to generate our electricity and have it all simply lovely. Couldn't we, brother? And then perhaps they'd let us do some other things. Yes, said the elder brother, we could do it very nice for them. Then let's, said the second brother. I don't mind, said the elder brother, and looked about for a handy tool, and that led to another dreadful bother. Agitated multitudes were at them in no time, telling them for 1,000 reasons to stop, telling them to stop for no reason at all, babbling, confused and varied multitudes. The place they were building was too high, it couldn't possibly be safe. It was ugly. It interfered with the letting of proper-sized houses in the neighborhood. It ruined the tone of the neighborhood. It was unneighborly. It was contrary to the local building regulations. It infringed the right of the local authority to muddle about with a minute expensive electric supply of its own. It interfered with the concerns of the local water company. Local government, bod clocks roused themselves to judicial obstruction. The little lawyer turned up again to represent about a dozen threatened interests. Local landowners appeared in opposition. People with mysterious claims claimed to be bought off at exorbitant rates. The trades unions of all the building trades lifted up collective voices, and a ring of dealers in all sorts of building material became a bar. Extraordinary associations of people with prophetic visions of aesthetic horrors rallied to protect the scenery of the place where they would build the great house, of the valley where they would bank up the water. These last people were absolutely the worst asses of the lot, the Kossar boys considered. That beautiful house of the Kossar boys was just like a walking stick thrust into a wasp's nest in no time. I never did, said the elder boy. We can't go on, said the second brother. Rotten little beasts they are, said the third of the brothers. We can't do anything? Even when it's for their own comfort. Such a nice place we'd have made for them too. They seem to spend their silly little lives getting in each other's way, said the eldest boy. Rights and laws and regulations and rascalities. It's like a game of spellikins. Well, anyhow, they'll have to live in their grubby, dirty, silly little houses for a bit longer. It's very evident we can't go on with this. And the Kossar children left that great house unfinished, a mere hole of foundations and the beginning of a wall, and sulked back to their big enclosure. After a time, the hole was filled with water, and with stagnation and weeds and vermin, and the food, either dropped there by the sons of Kossar or blowing thither as dust, set growth going in its usual fashion. Water voles came out over the country and did infinite havoc, and one day a farmer caught his pigs drinking there, and instantly, and with great presence of mind, for he knew of the great hog of Oakham, slew them all. And from that deep pool it was the mosquitoes came, quite terrible mosquitoes, whose only virtue was that the sons of Kossar, after being bitten for a little, could stand the thing no longer, but chose a moonlight night when law and order were abed, and drained the water clean away into the river by brook. But they left the big weeds and the big water voles, and all sorts of big, undesirable things still living and breeding on the site they had chosen, the site on which the fair great house of the little people might have towered to heaven, Roman faw that had been in the boyhood of the sons, but now they were nearly men. And the chains had been tightening upon them, and tightening with every year of growth. Each year they grew, and the food spread and great things multiplied. Each year the stress and tension rose. The food had been at first for the great mass of mankind a distant marvel, and now it was coming home to every threshold, and threatening, pressing against and distorting the whole order of life. It blocked this, It overturned that. It changed natural products, and by changing natural products, it stopped employments and threw men out of work by the hundred thousands. It swept over boundaries and turned the world of trade into a world of cataclysms. No wonder mankind hated it. And since it is easier to hate animate than inanimate things, animals more than plants, and one's fellow men more completely than any animals, the fear and trouble engendered by giant nettles and 6-foot grass blades, awful insects and tiger-like vermin, grew all into one great power of detestation that aimed itself with a simple directness at that scattered band of great human beings, the children of the food. That hatred had become the central force in political affairs. The old party lines had been traversed and effaced altogether under the insistence of these newer issues, and the conflict lay now with the party of the temporizers, who were for putting little political men to control and regulate the food, and the party of reaction for whom Catarum spoke, speaking always with a more sinister ambiguity, crystallizing his intention first in one threatening phrase and then another, now that men must prune the bramble growths, now that they must find a cure for elephantiasis, and at last upon the eve of the election that they must grasp the nettle. One day the 3 sons of Kosar, who were now no longer boys but men, sat among the masses of their futile work and talked together after their fashion of all these things. They had been working all day at one of a series of great and complicated trenches their father had bid them make, and now it was sunset, and they sat in the little garden space before the great house and looked at the world and rested, until the little servants within should say their food was ready. You must figure these mighty forms, 40 feet high the least of them was, reclining on a patch of turf that would have seemed a stubble of reeds to a common man. One sat up and chipped earth from his huge boots with an iron girder he grasped in his hand, the second rested on his elbow, the third whittled a pine tree into shape and made a smell of resin in the air. They were clothed not in cloth, but in undergarments of woven rope and outer clothes of felted aluminium wire. They were shod with timber and iron, and the links and buttons and belts of their clothing were all of plated steel. The great single-storied house they lived in, Egyptian in its massiveness, half built of monstrous blocks of chalk and half excavated from the living rock of the hill, had a front a full 100 feet in height, and beyond, the chimneys and wheels, the cranes and covers of their work sheds rose marvelously against the sky. Through a circular window in the house, there was visible a spout from which some white-hot metal dripped and dripped in measured drops into a receptacle out of sight. The place was enclosed and rudely fortified by monstrous banks of earth, backed with steel both over the crests of the downs above and across the dip of the valley. It needed something of common size to mock the nature of the scale. The train that came rattling from Sevenoaks athwart their vision, and presently plunged into the tunnel out of their sight, looked by contrast with them like some small-sized automatic toy. "They have made all the woods this side of Itham out of bounds," said one, "and moved the bod that was out by Knockholt 2 miles and more this way." "It is the least they could do," said the youngest, after a pause. "They are trying to take the wind out of Caterham's sails." "It's not enough for that, and it is almost too much for us," said the third. "They are cutting us off from Brother Redwood. Last time I went to him the red notices had crept a mile in either way. The road to him along the downs is no more than a narrow lane." The speaker thought, "What has come to our Brother Redwood?" "Why," said the eldest brother. The speaker hacked a bough from his pine. "He was like as though he wasn't awake. He didn't seem to listen to what I had to say, and he said something of love." The youngest tapped his girder on the edge of his iron sole and laughed. "Brother Redwood," he said, "has dreams." Neither spoke for a space. Then the eldest brother said, "This cooping up and cooping up grows more than I can bear. At last, I believe, they will draw a line round our boots and tell us to live on that." The middle brother swept aside a heap of pine boughs with one hand and shifted his attitude. "What they do now is nothing to what they will do when Caterham has power." "If he gets power," said the youngest brother, smiting the ground with his girder. "As he will," said the eldest, staring at his feet. The middle brother ceased his lopping, and his eye went to the great banks that sheltered them about. "Then, brothers," he said, "our youth will be over, and as Father Redwood said to us long ago, we must quit ourselves like men." "Yes," said the eldest brother, "but what exactly does that mean? Just what does it mean when that day of trouble comes?" He too glanced at those rude, vast suggestions of entrenchment about them, looking not so much at them as through them, and over the hills to the innumerable multitudes beyond. Something of the same sort came into all their minds, a vision of little people coming out to war, in a flood, the little people, Inexhaustible, incessant, malignant. They are little, said the youngest brother, but they have numbers beyond counting, like the sands of the sea. They have arms, they have weapons even, that our brothers in Sunderland have made. Besides, brothers, except for vermin, except for little accidents with evil things, what have we seen of killing? I know, said the eldest brother. For all that, we are what we are. When the day of trouble comes, we must do the thing we have to do. He closed his knife with a snap, the blade was the length of a man, and used his new pine staff to help himself rise. He stood up and turned towards the squat gray immensity of the house. The crimson of the sunset caught him as he rose, caught the mail and clasps about his neck, and the woven metal of his arms, and to the eyes of his brother, it seemed as though he was suddenly suffused with blood. As the young giant rose, a little black figure became visible to him against that western incandescence on the top of the embankment that towered above the summit of the down. The black limbs waved in ungainly gestures. Something in the fling of the limbs suggested haste to the young giant's mind. He waved his pine mast in reply, filled the whole valley with his vast hullo. Threw a somethings up to his brothers, and set off in 20-foot strides to meet and help his father. It chanced, too, that a young man who was not a giant was delivering his soul about these sons of Cossa just at that same time. He had come over the hills beyond Sevenoaks, he and his friend, and he it was did the talking. In the hedge as they came along, they had heard a pitiful squealing, and had intervened to rescue 3 nestling tits from the attack of a couple of giant aunts. That adventure it was had set him talking. Reactionary? He was saying, as they came within sight of the Kossar encampment. Who wouldn't be reactionary? Look at that square of ground, that space of God's earth that was once sweet and fair, torn, desecrated, disemboweled. Those sheds, that great wind-wheel, that monstrous wheeled machine, those dikes, look at those 3 monsters squatting there, plotting some ugly devilment or other. Look at all the land. His friend glanced at his face. You have been listening to Caterham, he said. Using my eyes, looking a little into the peace and order of the past we leave behind. This foul food is the lost shape of the devil, still set as ever upon the ruin of our world. Think what the world must have been before our days, what it was still when our mothers bore us, and see it now. Think how these slopes once smiled under the golden harvest, how the hedges, full of sweet little flowers, parted the modest portion of this man from that, how the ruddy farmhouses dotted the land, and the voice of the church bells from yonder tower stilled the whole world each Sabbath into Sabbath prayer. And now, every year, still more and more of monstrous weeds, of monstrous vermin, and these giants growing all about us, straddling over us, blundering against all that is subtle and sacred in our world. Why, here, look. He pointed, and his friend's eyes followed the line of his white finger. One of their footmarks, see, it has smashed itself 3 feet deep in maw, a pitfall for horse and rider, a trap to the unwary. There is a briar rose smashed to death, there is grass uprooted and a teasel crushed aside, a farmer's drain pipe snapped and the edge of the pathway broken down. Destruction? So they are doing all over the world, all over the order and decency the world of men has made, trampling on all things. Reaction? What else? But reaction, what do you hope to do? Stop it, cried the young man from Oxford, before it is too late. But, it's not impossible, cried the young man from Oxford with a jump in his voice. We want the firm hand, we want the subtle plan, the resolute mind. We have been mealy-mouthed and weak-handed. We have trifled and temporized, and the food has grown and grown. Yet even now, he stopped for a moment. This is the echo of Caterham, said his friend. Even now there is hope, abundant hope, if only we make sure of what we want and what we mean to destroy. The mass of people are with us, much more with us than they were a few years ago. The law is with us, the constitution and order of society, the spirit of the established religions, the customs and habits of mankind are with us, and against the food. Why should we temporize? Why should we lie? We hate it, we don't want it. Why then should we have it? Do you mean to just grizzle and obstruct passively and do nothing, till the sands are out? He stopped short and turned about. Look at that grove of nettles there. In the midst of them are homes deserted, where once clean families of simple men played out their honest lives. And there, he swung round to where the young Kossars muttered to one another of their wrongs. Look at them, and I know their father, a brute, a sort of brute beast with an intolerant, loud voice, a creature who has ran amuck in our all too merciful world for the last 30 years and more. An engineer, to him all that we hold dear and sacred is nothing. Nothing? The splendid traditions of our race and land, the noble institutions, the venerable order, the broad slow march from precedent to precedent that has made our English people great and this sunny island free. It is all an idle tale, told and done with. Some claptrap about the future is worth all these sacred things. The sort of man who would run a tramway over his mother's grave if he thought that was the cheapest line the tramway could take. And you think to temporize, to make some scheme of compromise that will enable you to live in your way while that machinery lives in its. I tell you it is hopeless, hopeless. As well make treaties with a taiga. They want things monstrous, we want them sane and sweet. It is one thing or the other. But what can you do? Much all, stop the food. They are still scattered, these giants, still immature and disunited. Chain them, gag them, muzzle them, at any cost stop them. It is their world or ours. Stop the food. Shut up these men who make it. Do anything to stop Kossar. You don't seem to remember one generation. Only one generation needs holding down, and then we could level those mounds there, fill up their footsteps, take the ugly sirens from our church towers, smash all our elephant guns, and turn our faces again to the old order, the ripe old civilization for which the soul of man is fitted. It's a mighty effort. For a mighty end, and if we don't you see the prospect before us clear as day? Everywhere the giants will increase and multiply, everywhere they will make and scatter the food. The grass will grow gigantic in our fields, the weeds in our hedges, the vermin in the thickets, the rats in the drains, more and more and more. This is only a beginning. The insect world will rise on us, the plant world, the very fishes in the sea, will swamp and drown our ships. Tremendous growths will obscure and hide our houses, smother our churches, smash and destroy all the order of our cities, and we shall become no more than a feeble vermin under the heels of the new race. Mankind will be swamped and drowned in things of its own begetting, and all for nothing, size, mere size, enlargement and da capo. Already we go picking our way among the first beginnings of the coming time, and all we do is to say how inconvenient, to grumble and do nothing. No. He raised his hand. Let them do the thing they have to do, so also will I. I am for reaction, unstinted and fearless reaction. Unless you mean to take this food also, what else is there to do in all the world? We have trifled in the middle ways too long. You, trifling in the middle ways is your habit, your circle of existence, your space and time. So, not I am against the food, with all my strength and purpose against the food. He turned on his companion's grunt of dissent. Where are you? It's a complicated business. Oh, driftwood? Said the young man from Oxford very bitterly, with a fling of all his limbs. The middle way is nothingness, it is one thing or the other. Eat or destroy, eat or destroy, what else is there to do? Roman 2, the giant lovers I now. It chanced in the days when Caterham was campaigning against the Boom children, before the general election, that was, amidst the most tragic and terrible circumstances, to bring him into power, that the giant princess, that serene highness, whose early nutrition had played so great a part in the brilliant career of Dr. Winkles, had come from the kingdom of her father to England, on an occasion that was deemed important. She was affianced for reasons of state to a certain prince, and the wedding was to be made an event of international significance. There had arisen mysterious delays. Rumor and imagination collaborated in the story, and many things were said. There were suggestions of a recalcitrant prince who declared he would not be made to look like a fool, at least to this extent. People sympathized with him. That is the most significant aspect of the affair. Now it may seem a strange thing, but it is a fact that the giant princess, when she came to England, knew of no other giants whatever. She had lived in a world where tact is almost a passion and reservations the air of one's life. They had kept the thing from her. They had hedged her about from sight or suspicion of any gigantic farm, until her appointed coming to England was due. Until she met young Redwood she had no inkling that there was such a thing as another giant in the world. In the kingdom of the father of the princess, there were wild wastes of upland and mountains where she had been accustomed to roam freely. She loved the sunrise and the sunset, and all the great drama of the open heavens more than anything else in the world, but among a people at once so democratic and so vehemently loyal as the English her freedom was much restricted. People came in breaks, in excursion trains, in organized multitudes to see her. They would cycle long distances to stare at her, and it was necessary to rise betimes if she would walk in peace. It was still near the dawn that morning when young Redwood came upon her. The great park near the palace where she lodged stretched, for a score of miles and more, west and south of the western palace gates. The chestnut trees of its avenues reached high above her head. Each one, as she passed, it seemed to proffer a more abundant wealth of blossom. For a time she was content with sight and scent, but at last she was won over by these offers, and set herself so busily to choose and pick that she did not perceive young Redwood until he was close upon her. She moved among the chestnut trees, with the destined lover drawing near to her, unanticipated, unsuspected. She thrust her hands in among the branches, breaking them and gathering them. She was alone in the world. Then she looked up, and in that moment she was mated. We must needs put our imaginations to his stature to see the beauty he saw. That unapproachable greatness that prevents our immediate sympathy with her did not exist for him. There she stood, a gracious girl, the first created being that had ever seemed a mate for him, light and slender, lightly clad, the fresh breeze of the dawn molding the subtly folding robe upon her against the soft, strong lines of her form, and with a great mass of blossoming chestnut branches in her hands. The collar of her robe opened to show the whiteness of her neck and a soft shadowed roundness that passed out of sight towards her shoulders. The breeze had stolen a strand or so of her hair too, and strained its red-tipped brown across her cheek. Her eyes were open blue, and her lips rested always in the promise of a smile as she reached among the branches. She turned upon him with a start, saw him, and for a space they regarded one another. For her, the sight of him was so amazing, so incredible as to be, for some moments at least, terrible. He came to her with the shock of a supernatural apparition. He broke all the established law of her world. He was a youth of 21 then, slenderly built, with his father's darkness and his father's gravity. He was clad in a sober, soft brown leather, close-fitting easy garments and in brown hose that shaped him bravely. His head went uncovered in all weathers. They stood regarding one another, she incredulously amazed, and he with his heart beating fast. It was a moment without a prelude, the cardinal meeting of their lives. For him there was less surprise. He had been seeking her, and yet his heart beat fast. He came towards her slowly with his eyes upon her face. "You are the princess," he said. "My father has told me. You are the princess who was given the food of the gods." "I am the princess, yes," she said with eyes of wonder. "But what are you?" "I am the son of the man who made the food of the gods." "The food of the gods?" "Yes, the food of the gods." But her face expressed infinite perplexity. "What? I don't understand. The food of the gods? You have not heard? The food of the gods? No." She found herself trembling violently. The color left her face. "I did not know," she said. "Do you mean?" He waited for her. "Do you mean there are other giants?" he repeated. "Did you not know?" And she answered, with the growing amazement of realization, "No." The whole world and all the meaning of the world was changing for her. A branch of chestnut slipped from her hand. "Do you mean to say," she repeated stupidly, "that there are other giants in the world, that some food?" He caught her amazement. "You know nothing?" he cried. "You have never heard of us, you, whom the food has made akin to us?" There was terror still in the eyes that stared at him. Her hand rose towards her throat and fell again. She whispered, "No." It seemed to her that she must weep or faint. Then in a moment she had rule over herself and she was speaking and thinking clearly. "All this has been kept from me," she said. "It is like a dream. I have dreamt such things, but waking, no. Tell me, what are you? What is this food of the gods? Tell me slowly and clearly. Why have they kept it from me that I am not alone?" "Roman 2, tell me," she said, and young Redwood, tremulous and excited, set himself to tell her. It was poor and broken telling for a time, of the food of the gods and the giant children who were scattered over the world. You must figure them both, flushed and startled in their bearing, getting at one another's meaning through endless half-heard, half-spoken phrases, repeating, making perplexing breaks and new departures. A wonderful talk, in which she awakened from the ignorance of all her life. And very slowly it became clear to her that she was no exception to the order of mankind, but one of a scattered brotherhood, who had all eaten the food and grown forever out of the little limits of the folk beneath their feet. Young Redwood spoke of his father, of Kossar, of the brothers scattered throughout the country, of the great dawn of wider meaning that had come at last into the history of the world. "We are in the beginning of a beginning," he said. "This world of theirs is only the prelude to the world the food will make. My father believes, and I also believe, that a time will come when littleness will have passed altogether out of the world of man, when giants shall go freely about this earth, their earth, doing continually greater and more splendid things. But that is to come. We are not even the first generation of that, we are the first experiments. And of these things," she said, "I knew nothing. There are times when it seems to me almost as if we had come too soon. Someone, I suppose, had to come first. But the world was all unprepared for our coming, and for the coming of all the lesser great things that drew their greatness from the food. There have been blunders, there have been conflicts. The little people hate our kind. They are hard towards us because they are so little. And because our feet are heavy on the things that make their lives. But at any rate, they hate us now. They will have none of us. Only if we could shrink back to the common size of them would they begin to forgive. They are happy in houses that are prison cells to us. Their cities are too small for us. We go in misery along their narrow ways. We cannot worship in their churches. We see over their walls and over their protections. We look inadvertently into their upper windows. We look over their customs. Their laws are no more than a net about our feet. Every time we stumble, we hear them shouting. Every time we blunder against their limits or stretch out to any spacious act. Our easy paces are wild flights to them, and all they deem great and wonderful no more than Doll's pyramids to us. Their petness of method and appliance and imagination hampers and defeats our powers. There are no machines to the power of our hands, no helps to fit our needs. They hold our greatness in servitude by 1,000 invisible bands. We are stronger, man for man, 100 times, but we are disarmed. Our very greatness makes us debtors. They claim the land we stand upon. They tax our ample need of food and shelter. And for all these things we must toil with the tools these dwarfs can make us. And to satisfy their dwarfish fancies, they pen us in every way. Even to live one must cross their boundaries. Even to meet you here today, I have passed a limit. All that is reasonable and desirable in life they make out of bounds for us. We may not go into the towns, we may not cross the bridges, we may not step on their plowed fields or into the harbors of the game they kill. I am cut off now from all our brethren, except the 3 sons of Kossar, and even that way the passage narrows day by day. One could think they sought occasion against us to do some more evil thing. But we are strong, she said. We should be strong, yes. We feel, all of us, you too I know must feel, that we have power to do great things, power insurgent in us. But before we can do anything, he flung out a hand that seemed to sweep away a world. Though I thought I was alone in the world, she said after a pause, I have thought of these things. They have taught me always that strength was almost a sin, that it was better to be little than great, that all true religion was to shelter the weak and little, encourage the weak and little, help them to multiply and multiply until at last they crawled over one another, to sacrifice all our strength in their cause. But always I have doubted the thing they taught. This life, he said, these bodies of ours are not for dying. No, not to live in futility, but if we would not do that, it is already plain to all our brethren a conflict must come. I know not what bitterness of conflict must presently come, before the little folks will suffer us to live as we need to live. All the brethren have thought of that. Kossar, of whom I told you, he too has thought of that. They are very little and weak, in their way, but you know all the means of death are in their hands and made for their hands. For hundreds of thousands of years these little people, whose world we invade, have been learning how to kill one another. They are very able at that. They are able in many ways. And besides, they can deceive and change suddenly. I do not know. There comes a conflict. You perhaps are different from us. For us, assuredly, the conflict comes. The thing they call war, we know it. In a way we prepare for it. But you know, those little people? We do not know how to kill, at least we do not want to kill. Look, she interrupted, and he heard a yelping horn. He turned at the direction of her eyes and found a bright yellow motor car, with dark-goggled driver and fur-clad passengers, whooping, throbbing, and buzzing resentfully at his heel. He moved his foot, and the mechanism, with 3 angry snots, resumed its fussy way towards the town. Filling up the roadway, floated up to him. Then someone said, Look, did you see? There is the monster princess over beyond the trees. And all their goggled faces came round to stare. I say, said another. That won't do, all this, she said, is more amazing than I can tell. That they should not have told you, he said, and left his sentence incomplete. Until you came upon me, I had lived in a world where I was great, alone. I had made myself a life for that. I had thought I was the victim of some strange freak of nature. And now my world has crumbled down in half an hour, and I see another world, other conditions, wider possibilities, fellowship? Fellowship, he answered. I want you to tell me more yet, and much more, she said. You know this passes through my mind like a tale that is told. You even in a day perhaps, or after several days, I shall believe in you. Now I am dreaming. Listen. The first stroke of a clock above the palace offices far away had penetrated to them. Each counted mechanically, 7. This, she said, should be the hour of my return. They will be taking the bowl of my coffee into the hall where I sleep. The little officials and servants, you cannot dream how grave they are, will be stirring about their little duties. They will wonder, but I want to talk to you. She thought, but I want to think too. I want now to think alone and think out this change in things, think away the old solitude, and think you and those others into my world. I shall go. I shall go back today to my place in the castle, and tomorrow, as the dawn comes, I shall come again. Here, I shall be here waiting for you. All day I shall dream and dream of this new world you have given me. Even now, I can scarcely believe." She took a step back and surveyed him from the feet to the face. Their eyes met and locked for a moment. "Yes," she said, with a little laugh that was half a sob. "You are real, but it is very wonderful. Do you think, indeed? Suppose tomorrow I come and find you, a pygmy like the others. Yes, I must think. And so for today, as the little people do?" She held out her hand, and for the first time they touched one another. Their hands clasped firmly and their eyes met again. "Goodbye," she said, "for today. Goodbye, goodbye, brother giant." He hesitated with some unspoken thing, and at last he answered her simply, "Goodbye." For a space they held each other's hands, studying each the other's face. And many times after they had parted, she looked back half doubtfully at him, standing still in the place where they had met. She walked into her apartments across the great yard of the palace, like one who walks in a dream, with a vast branch of chestnut trailing from her hand. Roman 3, these two met altogether 14 times before the beginning of the end. They met in the great park or on the heights and among the gorges of the rusty-roaded, heathery moorland, set with dusky pine woods, that stretched to the southwest. Twice they met in the great avenue of chestnuts, and 5 times near the broad ornamental water the king, her great-grandfather, had made. There was a place where a great trim lawn, set with tall conifers, sloped graciously to the water's edge, and there she would sit, and he would lie at her knees and look up in her face and talk, telling of all the things that had been, and of the work his father had set before him, and of the great and spacious dream of what the giant people should one day be. Commonly they met in the early dawn, but once they met there in the afternoon, and found presently a multitude of peering eavesdroppers about them, cyclists, pedestrians, peeping from the bushes, rustling, as sparrows will rustle about one in the London parks, amidst the dead leaves in the woods behind, gliding down the lake in boats towards a point of view, trying to get nearer to them and hear. It was the first hint that offered of the enormous interest the countryside was taking in their meetings. And once, it was the 7th time, and it precipitated the scandal. They met out upon the breezy moorland under a clear moonlight, and talked in whispers there, for the night was warm and still. Very soon they had passed from the realization that in them, and through them, a new world of giantry shaped itself in the earth, from the contemplation of the great struggle between big and little, in which they were clearly destined to participate, to interests at once more personal and more spacious. Each time they met and talked and looked on one another, it crept a little more out of their subconscious being towards recognition, that something more dear and wonderful than friendship was between them, and walked between them, and drew their hands together. And in a little while, they came to the word itself, and found themselves lovers, the Adam and Eve of a new race in the world. They set foot side by side into the wonderful valley of love, with its deep and quiet places. The world changed about them with their changing mood, until presently it had become, as it were, a tabernacular beauty about their meetings, and the stars were no more than flowers of light beneath the feet of their love, and the dawn and sunset the colored hangings by the way. They ceased to be beings of flesh and blood to one another and themselves. They passed into a bodily texture of tenderness and desire. They gave it first whispers, and then silence, and drew close and looked into one another's moonlit and shadowy faces under the infinite arch of the sky, and the still black pine trees stood about them like sentinels. The beating steps of time were hushed into silence, and it seemed to them the universe hung still. Only their hearts were audible, beating. They seemed to be living together in a world where there is no death, and indeed so it was with them then. It seemed to them that they sounded, and indeed they sounded, such hidden splendors in the very heart of things as none have ever reached before. Even for mean and little souls, love is the revelation of splendors. And these were giant lovers who had eaten the food of the gods. You may imagine the spreading consternation in this ordered world when it became known that the princess who was affianced to the prince, the princess, her serene highness, with royal blood in her veins, frequently met, the hypertrophied offspring of a common professor of chemistry, a creature of no rank, no position, no wealth, and talked to him as though there were no kings and princes, no order, no reverence. Nothing but giants and pygmies in the world talked to him, and it was only too certain, held him as her lover. "If those newspaper fellows get hold of it," gasped Sir Arthur Poodle Bootlick. "I am told," whispered the old Bishop of Frumps. "New story upstairs," said the first footman, as he nibbled among the dessert things. "So far as I can make out this here giant princess." "They say," said the lady who kept the stationer's shop by the main entrance to the palace, where the little Americans get their tickets for the state apartments, and then, we are authorized to deny, said Picaroon in gossip. And so the whole trouble came out. Roman fa they say that we must part, the princess said to her lover. But why? He cried. What new folly have these people got into their heads? Do you know, she asked, that to love me is high treason? My dear, he cried, but does it matter? What is their right without a shadow of reason, and their treason and their loyalty to us? You shall hear, she said, and told him of the things that had been told to her. It was the queerest little man who came to me with a soft, beautifully modulated voice, a softly moving little gentleman who sidled into the room like a cat and put his pretty white hand up so, whenever he had anything significant to say. He is bald, but not of course nakedly bald, and his nose and face are chubby, rosy little things, and his beard is trimmed to a point in quite the loveliest way. He pretended to have emotions several times and made his eyes shine. You know he is quite a friend of the real royal family here, and he called me his dear young lady, and was perfectly sympathetic, even from the beginning. My dear young lady, he said, you know, you mustn't, several times, and then, you owe a duty. Where do they make such men? He likes it, she said, but I don't see, he told me serious things. You don't think, he said, turning on her abruptly, that there's anything in the sort of thing he said? There's something in it quite certainly, said she. You mean? I mean that without knowing it we have been trampling on the most sacred conceptions of the little folks. We who are royal are a class apart. We are worshipped prisoners, processional toys, we pay for worship by losing our elementary freedom, and I was to have married that prince, you know nothing of him though. Well, a pygmy prince, he doesn't matter. It seems it would have strengthened the bonds between my country and another, and this country also was to profit. Imagine it, strengthening the bonds. And now, they want me to go on with it as though there was nothing between us two. Nothing? Yes, but that isn't all, he said. Your specialist in tact. Yes, he said it would be better for you, better for all the giants if we too abstained from conversation. That was how he put it. But what can they do if we don't? He said you might have your freedom. He said with a stress, my dear young lady, it would be better, it would be more dignified if you parted willingly. That was all he said, with a stress on willingly. But what business is it of these little wretches, where we love, how we love? What have they in their world to do with us? They do not think that. Of course, he said, you disregard all this. It seems utterly foolish to me that their laws should fetter us, that we, at the first spring of life, should be tripped by their old engagements, their aimless institutions. Oh, we disregard it. I am yours, so far, yes. So far, isn't that all? But they, if they want to part us, what can they do? I don't know, what can they do? Who cares what they can do, or what they will do? I am yours and you are mine. What is there more than that? I am yours and you are mine, forever. Do you think I will stop for their little rules, for their little prohibitions, their scarlet bawds indeed, and keep from you? Yes, but still, what can they do? You mean, he said, what are we to do? Yes, we can go on. But if they seek to prevent us? He clenched his hands. He looked round as if the little people were already coming to prevent them, then turned away from her and looked about the world. Yes, he said, your question was the right one. What can they do? Here in this little land, she said, and stopped. He seemed to survey it all. They are everywhere. But we might? Whither? We could go, we could swim the seas together, beyond the seas. I have never been beyond the seas. There are great and desolate mountains amidst which we should seem no more than little people. There are remote and deserted valleys. There are hidden lakes and snow-girdled uplands untrodden by the feet of men. But to get there we must fight our way day after day through millions and millions of mankind. It is our only hope. In this crowded land there is no fastness, no shelter. What place is there for us among these multitudes? They who are little can hide from one another, but where are we to hide? There is no place where we could eat, no place where we could sleep. If we fled, night and day they would pursue our footsteps. A thought came to him. There is one place, he said, even in this island. Where? The place our brothers have made over beyond there. They have made great banks about their house, north and south and east and west. They have made deep pits and hidden places, and even now, one came over to me quite recently. He said, I did not altogether heed what he said then, but he spoke of alms, it may be, there, we should find shelter. For many days, he said, after a pause, I have not seen our brothers, dear. I have been dreaming, I have been forgetting. The days have passed, and I have done nothing but look to see you again. I must go to them and talk to them, and tell them of you and of all the things that hang over us. If they will help us, they can help us. Then indeed we might hope. I do not know how strong their place is, but certainly Kosar will have made it strong. Before all this, before you came to me, I remember now, there was trouble brewing. There was an election, when all the little people settle things by counting heads. It must be over now. There were threats against all our race, that is, but you? I must see our brothers, I must tell them all that has happened between us, and all that threatens now. He did not come to their next meeting until she had waited some time. They were to meet that day about midday in a great space of park that fitted into a bend of the river, and as she waited, looking ever southward under her hand, it came to her that the world was very still, that indeed it was broodingly still. And then she perceived that, spite of the lateness of the hour, her customary retinue of voluntary spies had failed her. Left and right, when she came to look, there was no one in sight, and there was never a boat upon the silver curve of the Thames. She tried to find a reason for this strange stillness in the world. Then, a grateful sight for her, she saw young Redwood far away over a gap in the tree masses that bounded her view. Immediately, the trees hid him, and presently he was thrusting through them and in sight again. She could see there was something different, and then she saw that he was hurrying unusually, and then that he limped. He gestured to her, and she walked towards him. His face became clearer, and she saw with infinite concern that he winced at every stride. She ran towards him, her mind full of questions and vague fear. He drew near to her and spoke without a greeting. "Are we to part?" he panted. "No," she answered. "Why, what is the matter?" "But if we do not part, it is now." "What is the matter?" "I do not want to part," he said. "Only," he broke off abruptly to ask, "you will not part from me?" She met his eyes with a steadfast look. "What has happened?" she pressed. "Not for a time?" "What time?" "Years, perhaps." "Part? No, you have thought?" he insisted. "I will not part." She took his hand. "If this meant death now, I would not let you go." "If it meant death," he said, and she felt his grip upon her fingers. He looked about him as if he feared to see the little people coming as he spoke, and then, "It may mean death." "Now tell me," she said. "They tried to stop my coming." "How?" "And as I came out of my workshop where I make the food of the gods for the Cossacks to store in their camp, I found a little officer of police, a man in blue with white clean gloves, who beckoned me to stop. 'This way is closed,' said he. I thought little of that. I went round my workshop to where another road runs west, and there was another officer. 'This road is closed,' he said, and added, 'All the roads are closed.' And then, I argued with him a little. 'They are public roads,' I said. 'That's it,' said he, 'you spoil them for the public.' 'Very well,' said I, 'I'll take the fields,' and then up leapt others from behind a hedge and said, 'These fields are private.' 'Curse your public and private,' I said, 'I'm going to my princess,' and I stooped down and picked him up very gently, kicking and shouting, and put him out of my way. In a minute, all the fields about me seemed alive with running men. I saw one on horseback, galloping beside me and reading something as he rode, shouting it. He finished and turned and galloped away from me, head down. I couldn't make it out. And then behind me I heard the crack of guns. Guns? Guns, just as they shoot at the rats. The bullets came through the air with a sound like things tearing. One stung me in the leg. And you? Came onto you here and left them shouting and running and shooting behind me. And now? Now. It is only the beginning. They mean that we shall part. Even now they are coming after me. We will not. No, but if we will not part, then you must come with me to our brothers. Which way? She said. To the east. Yonder is the way my pursuers will be coming. This then is the way we must go, along this avenue of trees. Let me go first, so that if they are waiting— He made a stride, but she had seized his arm. No, cried she. I come close to you, holding you. Perhaps I am royal, perhaps I am sacred. If I hold you, would God we could fly with my arms about you. It may be they will not shoot at you. She clasped his shoulder and seized his hand as she spoke. She pressed herself nearer to him. It may be they will not shoot you, she repeated, and with a sudden passion of tenderness he took her into his arms and kissed her cheek. For a space he held her. Even if it is death, she whispered. She put her hands about his neck and lifted her face to his. Dearest, kiss me once more. He drew her to him. Silently they kissed one another on the lips, and for another moment clung to one another. Then hand in hand, and she striving always to keep her body near to his, they set forward if haply they might reach the camp of refuge the sons of Kossuth had made, before the pursuit of the little people overtook them. And as they crossed the great spaces of the park behind the castle, there came horsemen galloping out from among the trees, and vainly seeking to keep pace with their giant strides. And presently ahead of them were houses, and men with guns running out of the houses. At the sight of that, though he sought to go on, and was even disposed to fight and push through, she made him turn aside towards the south. As they fled, a bullet whipped by them overhead.